Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
The crowd on the vegetable market street surged, surrounding a man and a woman in the middle of the road. The man is a very old man in his 90s. He is surrounded by people, with a cold expression. The woman, on the other hand, is a plump and graceful young woman. She has a mixture of shame and anger on her face, with tears streaming down her cheeks, smudging her makeup. More and more pedestrians on the vegetable market street are drawn to this situation, constantly gathering from all directions. The situation is gradually escalating. Meanwhile, there are also many hidden gazes, focusing on this scene. Among them, there is Dao Zhen, a disciple of the great Dao sect, sitting at the 8 Immortals table in front of a tea house at the vegetable market street entrance. He is sitting leisurely, gently blowing on the hot tea, and raising the cup of hot tea to drink. While tilting his head back to drink tea, his eyes were fixed on Qiao Mu, just like a primary school student watching TV while eating, afraid to miss any exciting content. I wonder how Qiao Shuanglin will handle this. One of Dao Zhen's hobbies was observing ordinary people, especially those with extraordinary personalities and perseverance. After witnessing Qiao Zhong's beheading, he became somewhat interested in Qiao's family. And now, with Qiao Shuanglin caught in a dilemma, he naturally would just sit by and watch, even refusing to tolerate any disturbance to this entertaining drama. Actually, the Qiao's family members from Nan province have a pretty good reputation. Although there is the unruly criminal Qiao Pifu who forcefully entered Hiang City's Xiantian temple, there are no cowards among them. But Qiao Shuanglin seems a bit different. His reputation in the imperial capital doesn't seem to be good, right? Among the few Qiao's family members who have appeared so far, this elderly man is considered an outlier. Dao Zhen was also curious about what kind of person Qiao Shuanglin was. So he continued watching the play. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The sound of people gradually became noisy. The crowd always blindly followed, naturally standing on the side of the calm but cold-faced old man, and the weeping young woman. Surround him, don't let him escape. I heard that this old man has martial arts skills. Even though he's old now, he can easily bully a woman with a little remaining strength. Old man, if you're really innocent, why not stand there and wait for the government officials to come? They will be able to determine your innocence. There were various sounds around. Qiao Mu remained calm and observed carefully. He realized that not all of the people in the crowd were actors brought by the mastermind. Some of them were genuinely angry and came forward to protect the woman. Unreasonable. Qiao Mu silently shook his head and turned to leave. He originally thought that the truth among them could easily be seen by wise individuals. But the pedestrians in the market square at this moment didn't have such good insight. Of course, there was also a possibility that these onlookers didn't actually care so much about the truth. They were simply spectators, instinctively taking the side of justice. Qiao Mu had no intention of wasting time with these people. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and a strong aura of killing arose once again. Even though he hadn't mastered the true spiritual refining method or the eye-attacking method, due to not having entered the spiritual refining method, Qiao Mu could still imitate it and use his own intimidating aura to awe these ordinary people. When he glared at them like that, the noisy crowd around him immediately quieted down and unconsciously made way for him. Qiao Mu was about to leave when suddenly he heard a shout from afar. Hey, you shameless person, don't even think about leaving like this. I, Dragon Claw Hu Han, cannot tolerate such disrespect towards virtuous ladies. A strong man with a square face stood in front of Qiao Mu. He glanced at the plump woman next to him and unconsciously stood up straighter, making his already sturdy chest even more erect and magnificent. It's the hero Dragon Claw Hu Han. Even Hero Hu is here? Now that old man won't dare to act tough. Amidst the noise, the woman seemed to notice Hu Han's gaze and blinked her eyes becoming even redder. I beg Hero Hu to help me. This old man seems to have some martial arts skills. He was disrespectful towards me earlier, and now he's trying to leave when he hears someone is reporting him to the authorities. Without a heroic figure like Hero Hu's assistance, Hu Han opened his eyes wide and stood firm when the young woman begged with red eyes. Old man, you can't leave. What? You believe her just based on her words? Qiao Mu stopped and said calmly. How do you know that this isn't just her falsely accusing me? Did anyone see me do anything inappropriate to her just now? Strong man Hu Han hesitated for a moment, then shouted loudly. False accusation? Who would risk their own reputation to falsely accuse an old man like you? Upon hearing this, others nodded one after another. In this feudal dynasty, the reputation of virtuous women has always been highly valued. Many young girls and married women were kept hidden in their homes, not allowed to go out freely or show their faces, as it could invite gossip. And this young woman now claims that she was harassed on the street, and if this incident spreads, it will definitely have an impact on her reputation. Once her reputation is tarnished, she will probably be subject to criticism for the rest of her life, so in the eyes of others, it's only natural for her not to falsely accuse others of wrongdoing. Seeing everyone nodding in agreement, Hu Han the hero gained a bit more confidence and proudly said, Don't worry, if you are truly innocent, when the authorities come and investigate the matter thoroughly, they will clear your name. But if you truly did it, I can't pretend that I don't know. Strong man Hu Han crossed his arms and let out a cold snort. Good. Today, thanks to the presence of Hero Hu, we won't let this old thief escape. The people around immediately cheered. All eyes fell on Hero Hu, making him unconsciously stand taller and more imposing. They are people who like to watch the excitement and don't mind getting involved in things. When they heard about an unusual event where a 90-year-old man was flirting with a young woman on the street, they couldn't resist going to see it. If this Qiao Shuanglin is really someone important and powerful from the imperial capital, maybe they wouldn't dare to gather around and watch. But this so-called Qiao's family is not that famous in the Zhong province imperial capital. Its reputation is mostly in the Nan province. It can only be considered ordinary here and is far from being influential in the imperial capital. Maybe they have heard some rumors about Qiao's family during their tea time, but that's about it. Compared to Qiao's family, Wan Ronghua, who is a local tycoon, is the one who really makes them feel afraid and respectful. However, Qiao Mu frowned. The government? The powerful force that he offended includes the government of Great Yan. It's possible that this whole thing is a plot by some government official. Moreover, his head is still hanging on that stake in the vegetable market. It's a bit unreasonable to expect him to trust the government of Great Yan to clear his name. Are you really interested in the truth, or do you just want to show off in front of others, Mr. Foolish Hero? Do you want to turn me in to the officials? Qiao Mu said coldly. You also seem to have the reputation of a hero in the martial world. Do you truly believe that the government can distinguish right from wrong and clear my name? Besides, whether I touched that woman or not just relies on her words. Who saw it? Today, she can frame me, Qiao Shuanglin, and tomorrow she can frame someone else. Hu Han, the great hero, was momentarily speechless. But then he carefully looked at the calm and composed Qiao Mu and said in a rough voice, I have heard a bit about your famous Qiao's family. Although you are old, I suppose you still have the skills of a martial artist, which must be much better than an ordinary person. With the speed of a martial artist, it wouldn't be impossible for you to make advances on this young lady in public without anyone noticing, right? The great hero, Dragon Claw Hu Han, no longer argued. He shouted loudly, took a step forward, and pressed his claw-like hand on Qiao Mu's shoulder. However, despite his attack, Qiao Mu remained unscathed, looking at him calmly as if to say, Is that all? Instead, Hu Han's face turned red and he felt uncertain. He secretly summoned his inner strength, hoping to overpower Qiao Mu with a single move. Dragon Claw Hu Han was a well-known hero in the Zhong province area. Although he hadn't yet mastered the spiritual refining method, he had already reached the impressive 4th rank in training, showing great strength. It was fine when they didn't move, but as soon as they unleashed their inner strength, a powerful burst of energy erupted from Qiao Mu's shoulder, causing Hu Han to stumble back several steps and fall onto the road. He looked at the old man in front of him with disbelief and confusion. How can an elderly person with declining vitality possess such deep inner strength? Hu Han could vaguely sense that he had met his match today. However, countless onlookers' gazes felt like needles pricking his back. Isn't Hu Han a famous hero in the Zhong province? Even this elderly person in his 90s can't defeat him? Could this be staged? The words around him made him very angry and he couldn't bow his head here. You have good skills, old man, but you are so confident because you think no one can see your actions clearly. Hu Han opened his eyes and shouted. He just lost face and knew that he couldn't beat the seemingly old man in front of him. Hu Han thought he could easily defeat this old man just now, so he bravely started, but now that he couldn't use force, he didn't want to admit defeat and had to find another way. Fortunately, this is the imperial capital, not a place for martial artists to show off. The size of their fists is not that important. No matter how big it is, can it be bigger than the Great Yan Imperial Court? Can it be bigger than the Immortal Gate? Qiao Mu, on the other hand, remained calm. He stood still, raised his hands, with a smile-like expression on his face. So you have no evidence, just pure speculation. Just because that woman looks pitiful, does it make me the bad guy? The one who accuses has to provide evidence. That woman can stop me just by talking, and you all just enjoy the show without caring about the truth. So you bully a 90-year-old man like me. Qiao Mu had no constraints and started criticizing the crowd around him. The people around naturally became excited and said all sorts of things. What evidence? You, who harasses women on the streets, what evidence do you have? The voices in the crowd were noisy. Are you suggesting that the young lady publicly undressed to see if her buttocks are red from your pinching? Well, maybe that could work. I think it's possible. A passerby in the crowd brightened up. You old man, you are so fearless, it's most likely that you did something dirty. Qiao Mu shook his head and didn't say anything else. He already realized that he couldn't clear his name with words alone. This situation was like smearing mud on his pants. Even if it's not feces, it would still be considered as such. Moreover, it's highly likely that this was not a coincidence but rather someone setting him up behind the scenes. Naturally, the authorities wouldn't support justice. Perhaps the person behind all this wants me to realize that they are intentionally provoking me. If I were to truly vent my anger on these pedestrians, I would be falling into their trap. His gaze grew icy. No matter if he uses his hands against these people blocking the way, or escapes, he is afraid that he will be labeled with a bad reputation. He thought for a moment, then suddenly moved his hand. A loud clang of the sword sounded. Qiao Mu drew his sword, a 3-foot blade gleaming with a cold light, forcing the people around him to take a few steps back, thinking that they had angered this old martial artist, and that blood would be spilled. However, Qiao Mu didn't act. Instead, he held the long sword horizontally against his own neck and said proudly, I, Qiao Shuanglin, have a lifetime of good reputation. How can I allow others to defame me? Since you dare to use my reputation as a bet, I will also bet my own life. Let it be known that Qiao's family has never been the kind to fear death or seek fame. If you dare to tarnish my good reputation, then I will risk my old life to kill you here at the market in the imperial capital, and then take my own life to prove my innocence. How about it? Are you brave enough to bet with me? The old man stared at the young woman, radiating a strong presence that left her speechless and too afraid to meet his gaze. The crowd fell silent for a moment, but soon some murmurs could be heard. What kind of man threatens a woman? He's desperate, willing to kill and then commit suicide just to earn a good reputation. Who knows how many times he's done it before? He's probably too scared to face the authorities, so he's asking for death. If only he had known, why did he have to do such dirty things earlier? Qiao Mu's gaze was sharp as lightning, scanning through the crowd one by one. It would have been fine if it had happened just once, but repeatedly causing trouble in the crowd. Did this old man really think his hearing and eyesight were impaired, unable to figure out who was causing the problems? However, even so, Qiao Mu still couldn't act immediately. If he did, it would only confirm his bad reputation. Of course, just because Qiao Shuanglin couldn't act now didn't mean the next Qiao family elder couldn't seek revenge. Qiao Mu has always been a very kind person to his friends. The person who forced him to die and sent him down the road to death would always be considered his closest and most trusted friend, just like that friend with the surname Guo, who will forever reside in his heart. Hehe, this Qiao Shuanglin is quite brave, but it's a shame that he wasted a good life just to die because of this group of ragtag people, really such a pity. At the entrance of the tea house, the disciple Dao Zhen from the Great Dao sect sighed with regret. Although he sighed, he had no intention of stepping in to stop it. Human life is fleeting and fragile, only at the moment of death will it bloom with a momentary brilliance. As a spectator, he most looked forward to that moment when ordinary people faced death. However, at this moment, a faint voice suddenly resounded in his ear. Junior brother Dao Zhen, you really made it difficult for me to find you. Were you intentionally avoiding senior sister Dao Su? Suddenly, a voice came out of nowhere, surprising Dao Zhen who was sitting peacefully at the entrance of the tea house. His hand, which was holding a cup ready to drink, froze in midair. Dao Su. Dao Zhen turned his gaze and indeed saw a female cultivator wearing a bright red robe, looking at him with curiosity. The female cultivator appeared to be in her late 20s or early 30s, with a well-rounded figure even though it was hidden under the loose robe. Dao Zhen immediately felt a sense of unease in his heart. The senior sister Dao Su, although from the same sect as him and both disciples of Elder King Ai, had joined earlier than him. However, Dao Zhen had progressed quickly in his cultivation and caught up with her at one point. Therefore, they had always been secretly competing with each other. Dao Zhen was a lazy person and didn't have the inclination for battles unless required by the sect. He would usually wander around the imperial capital in the name of enlightenment, observing mortals. But Dao Su was completely different from him, with a fiery personality as a cultivator. Both of them didn't say that they were like water and fire, but they often competed with each other. Dao Zhen wasn't really afraid of this senior sister. The main reason is that if things escalate due to the other person's temper, it will be difficult to handle and it will also disturb his interest in observing mortals. Oh, senior sister is here. Would you like a cup of tea? Dao Zhen smiled and greeted, trying to appear calm. I just returned to this imperial capital yesterday, and I forgot to say hello to senior sister. It's quite a coincidence today. Is that so? This woman cultivator Dao Su, wearing a red Taoist robe, sat confidently across from the round table, poured herself a pot of tea, and drank it in big gulps. Now that we've finished the tea, can we begin? Dao Su got straight to the point. Begin? What? Dao Zhen looked confused. Acting silly in front of me, you're being a bit naive. Dao Su smiled. Junior brother, I have obtained a new magical treasure recently and I want to test it against you. She opened her bare hand, and a light blue bead floated above her palm, spinning around on its own. As the bead spun, a faint cold air emerged. Dao Zhen was calmly enjoying his tea, but when he brought the cup to his lips, he wore a helpless expression and set the cup down. Within an instant, the tea inside the cup had frozen into a block of ice. This item is called the mysterious ice pearl. I purchased it from a friend in the Long Life Gate. It is said to be made by refining thousand-year-old black ice from the extreme northern region. It contains bone-chilling coldness, which ordinary treasures cannot withstand once unleashed, Dao Su explained gently. Senior sister, this is the imperial capital, especially a marketplace. It's not a suitable place. How about we continue our duel tomorrow? He could only suggest. The imperial capital is a crucial place for the Great Yin imperial court and also affects the prosperity of our sect. If a big commotion were to happen here, it would incur punishment from the sect, Dao Zhen explained. Oh, don't play tricks in front of me, using mortals as your shield. Dao Su sneered. If I were to give up now, who knows where you'll hide tomorrow? Nov, L, B /JNN. Why would I behave like that? Dao Zhen shrugged, looking innocent. Senior sister, tomorrow I will still be within this imperial capital. I won't go out to hide. So, you plan to continue hiding in this imperial capital market tomorrow, making me wary of you. Dao Su saw through her junior brother's intentions and coldly snorted. Without saying much, she had a thought, and the mysterious ice pearl in her hand emitted a bright light. In an instant, a cloud of ice mist rapidly spread, enveloping the surroundings. Dao Zhen's expression changed slightly. A small golden bell appeared in front of him. A golden light immediately unfolded, forming an egg-shaped barrier around him. And the frost continued to spread, forming a layer of ice on the tabletop with a cracking sound. The waiter saw the commotion and hurried over, but before he could scream in alarm, frost hung on his eyebrows, turning him into an ice sculpture. The calamity of inhuman. Run. The other customers and the innkeeper showed fear and panic as they fled. Senior sister, you still have time to stop now. Dao Zhen's expression was filled with sorrow. As cultivators, we mustn't indiscriminately kill mortals unless necessary. Mortals are important resources of incense for the 9 immortal gates. Therefore, immortal gates usually restrain their cultivators and prevent them from killing unless necessary. Indiscriminately killing innocent beings may damage the reputation of the immortal gate and hinder their acquisition of incense. However, the rules of the immortal gate are relative, not absolute. These rules are not absolute. Dao Su quickly stretched out her hand, and the frozen body of the innkeeper shattered into ice fragments. With a gust of wind, the fragments were sucked into her storage bag, disappearing without a trace. The battles among true high-level cultivators can destroy an entire human city and engulf hundreds of thousands of ordinary people. What we are doing here is just a small-scale fight, insignificant. When Dao Su mentioned the level of destruction caused by the inhuman disaster that could wipe out cities, it was no less terrifying than floods or earthquakes. Compared to those, the fight between the two cultivators seemed quite mild. After all, the lives of a few ordinary people are insignificant. Even if we don't kill them, in 100 years, they will turn to dust. Dao Su was being defiant. Sometimes, even battles between ordinary martial artists can result in the deaths of several or dozens of people. Clashes between factions, bandits, and warlords can leave thousands or even millions of people displaced and their homes destroyed. Even if I don't take action, ordinary people can still be affected by various natural and man-made disasters. So, what difference does our involvement make compared to the unknown disasters? The cold light shone brightly as the pale blue bead spun rapidly in her palm. A small frosty whirlwind appeared in her palm. As she extended her hand, the frosty whirlwind rapidly expanded when released, covering the entire tea house in an instant. The market square. Qiao Mu was surrounded by over 100 people in the middle of the road, facing their accusations. With a sword in his hand, he pointed the sharp edge towards the lady protected by the strong man, his expression cold and fierce. Speak. Are you willing to bet or not? His thunderous voice became even more intimidating, causing the lady's face to turn pale as paper. She only came to frame the old man after listening to Wan Ronghua's orders, but she had no intention of risking her life. At this moment, Qiao Mu was being pointed at by thousands of people, but his presence was still remarkable, overpowering the fierce accusations of the crowd. Meanwhile, at this time, suddenly, there was a loud noise from the tea house behind. A chilling whirlwind erupted, causing the doors and windows of the entire tea house to rapidly freeze, twist, and break off. The tea house was almost collapsing, on the verge of collapse. 2 rainbow lights shot out in succession, entangling in the sky above this marketplace. Wan Ronghua's family had a thriving business, and naturally, they had their own industry in the market square of the imperial capital. At this time, he was observing the commotion caused by Qiao Mu from a room in a tavern facing the street. Qiao Shuanglin killed the sacred sword ghost of the Wan family, whom he saw as a great enemy. So he came here in person, prepared to witness how Qiao Shuanglin would handle this, and then based on Qiao Shuanglin's reaction, make his next move. When he saw Qiao Mu draw his sword and declare that he would risk his life to prove his innocence, he was amazed. This Qiao Shuanglin is courageous, but if he dies like this, then the mission will be successfully completed, and it will be easy. From his perspective, if Qiao Mu were to die as a result, it couldn't get any better. He only lost an ordinary pawn who wasn't even an internal strength martial artist, but he exchanged it for the formidable enemy Qiao Shuanglin, who was above the spiritual refining 4th rank. This deal was definitely a win-win. Wan Ronghua could never have imagined that Qiao Mu was an immortal. Once Qiao Mu dies, the situation won't end here. Instead, there will be a second and third even more powerful Qiao Mu coming back, determined to fight to the death. A powerful enemy who cannot be killed and even become stronger as they kill more. It's really despairing? What's even more despairing is, they don't know about Qiao Mu's special powers, so they still hold on to hope of killing Qiao Mu. But that young woman seems to lack courage. Wan Ronghua frowned and pondered. Being threatened by Qiao Shuanglin like that, she's having trouble speaking clearly. Others might start to suspect something, don't you think? The situation is constantly changing. As a wealthy person in the capital city, Wan Ronghua naturally has some skills. Only by being present at the scene does he believe he can understand people's true intentions from their subtle expressions and take appropriate actions. So, what should he do now? Should he give new orders to his subordinates at the scene to intimidate and coerce that young woman? But soon, with a loud noise from the tea house next door, the tea house almost collapsed, and 2 beams of rainbow light rushed out, transforming into 2 figures wearing great Dao sect robes. The icy cyclone wreaked havoc in the market square, sweeping away the stalls and meat cases, turning them into icy streams, blowing against Dao Zhen, who was enveloped in golden light. The crowd in the market square was chaotic, filled with screams and shouts. People from Great Dao sect? How could they be fighting in the bustling market square? Wan Ronghua's heart skipped a beat. He was unexpectedly involved in an inhuman disaster. This is the imperial capital, not some deserted countryside or small town. Even as a cultivator from Great Dao sect, shouldn't they still follow the rules? As a wealthy person in the imperial capital, Wan Ronghua's biggest background was Immortal Gate Great Dao sect. How could he not recognize the robes of Dao Zhen and Dao Su? Wan Ronghua felt miserable in his heart, watching the hired actors disperse and run away on the street. No matter how many plans he made, they were no match for the Immortal Gate's powerful fists. Dao Su, a female disciple of the Great Dao sect, behaved recklessly, daring to fight openly in the bustling city without fear of harming innocent people. This was something he couldn't predict, and he could only attribute it to his bad luck. He stood up quickly, and an old man in black appeared, blocking in front of him. With a punch, the air seemed to ripple, shattering the ice spike that had come through the broken window. Master Wan, when Inhuman goes crazy, we won't be able to stop them. We should run. The old man's face also grew serious. This is the imperial capital. Once things escalate, the Immortal Gate elders of the Great Dao sect should come and put an end to the fight between those two cultivators, but that will be later. If we stay here, we won't wait until then. He was a skilled bodyguard hired by the Wan family, and he had also reached the spiritual refining stage. His responsibility was to protect Wan Ronghua, but even he didn't dare to face the sharpness of the Great Dao sect cultivator, so he could only urge his master to leave quickly. Leave? Yes, hurry away. Wan Ronghua looked at Qiao Mu in the bustling central market with hatred. With the old man's escort, they quickly left the tea house and left at the fastest speed. Just as they stepped onto the street, they happened to encounter a crowd of people running and escaping at the vegetable market. Master Wan is here too. Someone's eyes flickered. This person was the butcher who was slaughtering pigs at the vegetable market before. When the young woman caused trouble, he was one of the first actors to step forward from the crowd. Now that he saw Wan Ronghua, naturally, he gritted his teeth and followed behind Wan Ronghua with full force. Right now, there are cultivators fighting at the vegetable market. It is certain that ordinary people who get involved in the aftermath of the battle will die. As for someone like Wan Ronghua, who is a big shot, he must have experts escorting him. Even if he can't directly confront the cultivators from the Great Dao sect, his chances of surviving are higher than blindly running around, right? Even if the sky falls, someone tall will hold it up. There are still quite a few smart people like the butcher. Several people are closely following behind Wan Ronghua. Why are you following me? Wan Ronghua widened his eyes, feeling a sudden sense of danger. He felt as if there were sharp thorns on his back, and a piercing gaze landed on him from behind. With a brave face, he turned around and saw Qiao Mu in the distance, their gazes meeting. Hiss. Wan Ronghua turned around with a forced smile and continued to run away, silently praying that Qiao Mu wouldn't recognize him. But of course, this was impossible. Wan Ronghua, it's not a coincidence to see you here. Qiao Mu squinted his eyes, his intentions turning deadly. If only Wan Ronghua could continue hiding inside the house from afar. However, he had a skilled spiritual refining expert guarding him, and several people were running on the streets behind him. If Qiao Mu didn't realize that something was wrong, it would be strange. Is he the mastermind behind all this? Qiao Mu suddenly became interested. He had initially thought that he had angered some high-ranking official or even Emperor Yonghe himself, but he never expected it to be this wealthy figure from the imperial capital. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. If I seek revenge now, it shouldn't be a problem. He tightly gripped the sword in his hand, filled with a strong desire to kill. Wan Ronghua has caused trouble repeatedly, how could there be no anger in his heart? At this moment, the two individuals from the Great Dao sect, Dao Zhen and Dao Su, are engaged in a fierce battle. The thoughts of others are focused on escaping, and the only one who can stop him is the spiritual refining guard by Wan Ronghua's side. But this is not a big problem. Because others are concerned about their lives, their thoughts are focused on avoiding the aftermath of the battle between the two cultivators. Qiao Mu has never been afraid of death. The battle between Dao Zhen and Dao Su is actually a great help for Qiao Mu. As long as he is determined to chase and kill Wan Ronghua, he should have a good chance of success. And at this moment, Dao Su and Dao Zhen in the sky above Cai Shikao started to fight for real. Senior sister, if you act so recklessly, you will definitely be punished by the section. Dao Zhen remained calm and watched the crowd below at Cai Shikao fleeing. Allowing a cultivator to use spells in the busy imperial capital would surely result in a great disaster. As the mysterious ice pearl emitted a brilliant light, a chilling cold spread rapidly, covering the stalls at Cai Shikao with frost, which was then swept up into the air by the storm. If that's the case, then don't hide in your shell. Let's finish this quickly. Dao Su's expression turned cold, refusing to budge an inch. With things reaching this point, how could she possibly back down now? Whether in victory or in punishment, defeating this junior brother Dao Zhen would at least bring her some satisfaction. Not only did she not stop, but she continued to cast spells, invoking the power of the mysterious ice pearl. Tap tap. The whole market square was covered in a layer of frost, and the harsh frosty whirlwind grew stronger, threatening to engulf Dao Zhen, who was surrounded by golden light. Dao Zhen quickly reacted and transformed into a rainbow, narrowly avoiding the frosty whirlwind's collision with the golden light. Boom! The wooden platform at the execution grounds behind Daozhen was swept up by the whirlwind, and icy crystal frost swords carved terrifying long trenches on the platform. With a creaking sound, the wooden platform collapsed and fell to the ground, but before it could hit the floor, it was covered in frost and turned into a big chunk of ice, lopsided and frozen. The roaring ice storm drowned out the cries and noise of the crowd. This is a cultivator. Dragonclaw Hu Han's eyes twitched, and his heartbeat echoed loudly. He was a well-known martial artist of the 4th rank in Zhong province, so he had seen and encountered many powerful martial artists. No matter how much he trained his strength and power, their destructive abilities were limited to that of an ordinary person. Although his physical body was strong, it was still flesh and blood and couldn't compare to gold and iron. Even if his internal strength was strong, it could never compare to that of a cultivator who could easily demolish a prison or a tea house. As for spirit refining martial artists, the strength of spiritual refining lies in the mind, but that doesn't mean their power can surpass that of a 4th rank martial artist or go head-to-head with a cultivator. It is impossible to win in a direct confrontation between martial artists and cultivators. Moreover, these were just the aftermath of the battle between the two cultivators. Dao Su from the Great Dao sect had to consider the sex rules, so even if he didn't care about the lives of ordinary people, he restrained himself to some extent. Why are we martial artists fighting against cultivators? Can I still switch to cultivating in the immortal path now? Hu Han felt bitter in his heart. When he was young, he had a passionate spirit to compete with ruthless opponents, but over time it faded away. Now, seeing the huge gap in martial and immortal arts, it shook him deeply. The icy whirlwind continued to sweep in with lingering force. At this moment, in the howling cold wind, there came a few faint cries. Among these voices were cries of young girls and boys, as well as cries from middle-aged men and women. Hu Han clenched his teeth but didn't look back. He didn't need to look back to know what had happened from those cries, but he felt helpless. When he stood before an elderly man with the surname Qiao, he could still uphold justice. But now, he couldn't even protect his own life. Like a mud statue crossing the river, he couldn't take care of others anymore. He dared not look back, afraid that if he did, he would feel unable to endure the guilt and develop a sense of being unwilling to save lives. While he was gritting his teeth and rushing forward, a familiar figure, but going against the fleeing crowd, Hu Han quickly and astonishingly charged towards the oncoming icy storm. Such a fast speed, definitely a martial artist above me. This thought flashed through his mind, and suddenly his eyes widened. That person seems to be. He couldn't help but look back. He saw an elderly figure, enveloped in a burst of bloody light, exploding with speed, surpassing the crowd, arms wide open, using his flesh and blood to face the aftermath of the icy storm. This was an old man, his figure seeming thin, but his outstretched arms were like a protective eagle, shielding several civilians who were about to be swept up by the whirlwind. It was almost instantaneously. The twin swords within the storm cut through his entire body, blood gushing out. The blood hadn't even dripped to the ground yet, and it had already frozen into ice. The sound of freezing could be heard constantly with a crackling sound. Not only the blood, but his entire body had frozen like an ice sculpture. The old man maintained a pose with his arms outstretched, leaving the others with a silhouette, standing there lifelike, like a sculpture. Is this person, not that Qiao Shuanglin? Hu Han was stunned, his eyes wide open. Even Dragonclaw, the great hero of Zhong province, couldn't help himself and could only escape for his life just now, afraid that he would miss out on saving himself because of saving others. But this old man, who seemed like a provocative lady, was willing to sacrifice himself? He looked closely, and among the people protected by the old man, one or two faces were slightly familiar. They were among the crowd of onlookers who had accused Qiao Shuanglin earlier. At this moment, he, just like Hu Han, was frozen in shock, obviously experiencing a tremendous impact in his heart. What are you standing there for? Run quickly, Hu Han shouted suddenly, urging the stunned group of 3 or 4 to escape. And he stood still, feeling the tumultuous waves surging in his heart. Not saying a word, yet willing to risk his own life for the sake of others, he murmured. And amongst the people he protected, there were even those who had slandered him. Are there really heroes in this world who sacrifice themselves for others and repay hatred with kindness? Hu Han mumbled to himself. He couldn't understand, but he was deeply inspired. But how could such a hero possibly stoop to doing something outrageous to a woman on the street? And what shocked him even more was yet to come. While he deeply respected him in his heart, deciding to burn incense for Qiao Shuanglin's soul after escaping alive, crackling sounds suddenly rang out. A crack appeared on the icy figure, then quickly spread, covering a large area. Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method. Qiao Mu's powerful internal strength erupted from his body, and his blood-red aura surged out. He forcefully broke free from the ice sculpture, his whole body boiling with energy. What a joke to repay kindness with resentment. Don't be so sentimental, child. The old man still had his back turned to them, not giving them a single glance. He spoke with an air of arrogance. I stepped forward, not for your praise or admiration, so whether you admire or criticize me, I don't care. Don't think I'll sacrifice myself for such shallow reasons. Qiao Mu's gaze was sharp as he clenched his fist tightly. He had understood a lesson early on, that killing is easy, but saving is difficult. Do we still need to rely on inhuman power to kill one Ronghua? Laughable. Even though Qiao Mu liked to show off in front of people and then brag about himself, he didn't die just to show off. He died while trying to be impressive, but these are two different things. There has always been only one reason for me to willingly go to my death even though I didn't have to. Because there are many unfair things in this world. Qiao Mu raised his head and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the two Taoist priests fighting in the sky. And they just happened to come across me. Don't be so sentimental, child. If someone else were to say such old-fashioned and condescending words, Hu Han, with his temper, would not be able to resist punching them in the face. After all, Hu Han was already a middle-aged man in his 40s. In the Great Yin Imperial Court, people his age might already have grandchildren. Regardless of seniority, experience, or status in the martial arts world, he was no longer a small role. The person who can say this is jiaoshuanglin.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. An old man who is over 90 years old. Age is not the most important thing. There are many old people who are not respected. If we only rely on age, it's impossible for Hu Han to respect him. Qiao Shuanglin is not only over 90 years old, but he was also mistaken by him as a dirty old man who was about to be held down in the street. While Hu Han was running away, he didn't hold a grudge and helped several pedestrians who were almost involved in the fight. With such actions and such a character, what's wrong with calling him a child from a superior position? Hu Han didn't feel insulted. On the contrary, he even felt ashamed. He was ashamed because he helped out with righteousness, but almost accused an old man, ruining his reputation. He was ashamed because in times of danger, he only cared about saving himself, while the old man who was almost falsely accused by him was able to step forward and help others. In Hu Han's view, it was just human nature to only think about saving oneself, so he didn't think he was wrong. The mud statue forgot about saving itself when facing danger and couldn't afford to care about others either. His actions cannot be considered wrong. Perhaps no one can blame him, except for those who sacrifice themselves to save others. However, Qiao Shuanglin didn't criticize him for not saving people from a superior position. It was Hu Han who compared himself to others and suddenly felt ashamed, as if he had become shorter out of nowhere. Regardless of the era or the world, individuals who can sacrifice themselves to save others in times of danger are a rarity and will undoubtedly earn the respect of others. Like the Qiao's family in the past, Qiao Shuanglin's reputation in the imperial capital was almost tainted, and he was also the same. Mr. Qiao repays resentment with virtue, displaying great righteousness. He respectfully raised his fists and bowed to the old man who had his back turned towards him. Whether this old man repays resentment with virtue or has other motives, judging by actions rather than intentions, no one can criticize such behavior, because even Hu Han, who claims to be a chivalrous hero, cannot do it. Go, go, go. Stop behaving dramatically here? It would be better if you go away. Qiao Mu impatiently waved his hand, not staying at all, and his figure swooped across like a large bird once again. This time, he used his own flesh and blood chest to block several fleeing civilians. Qiao Mu doesn't feel like he is repaying resentment with virtue, because saving people and holding grudges are not contradictory. He didn't have the time to carefully identify the people in the crowd who had insulted him earlier, and then choose whether or not to save them. This isn't important. Qiao Mu, instead of seeking revenge, was a very good friend. He would keep a special list of trusted friends in his heart and visit each of them after he died, guiding them on their way. Once Qiao Shuanglin, who was involved in the situation, died, Qiao Mu could re-enter the scene as an outsider and resolve the situation. Don't try to justify or be blindly moved, because once this matter is resolved, I will personally report those responsible behind the scenes. As a thought flashed through Qiao Mu's mind, he swiftly crossed the market square. The invisible icy whirlwind created by the cultivator was indomitable, and Qiao Mu didn't know how to defend against it. He could only use his own body to resist. However, the cost of doing so was that his strong physical abilities were easily shattered, leaving a series of wounds that quickly chilled with frost before any blood had a chance to flow. Using your own body to block is a very inefficient method. After all, Qiao Mu's body is not a tall wall, how can it withstand the cold and the whirlwind? He can only save a portion of the people, while more people helplessly get swept away by the cold, their bodies rapidly freezing and then shattering into ice shards under the wind blades. It's easier to kill than to save, so why not solve the problem at its root? He looked up at the sky. The two rainbows collided rapidly, and with each collision, a surge of cold air swept out. Deosu had obviously started a fire. Her entire focus was on suppressing her junior, not paying much attention to the casualties at the market. The punishment from the sect is a future matter. Now that things have escalated, whether one stops or not, they will face the sect's punishment. It's better to just go all out. Both Daozhen and Deosu were of similar cultivation level, but now that Deosu has obtained a formidable new weapon and is using her full power, it naturally puts Daozhen at a disadvantage, forcing him into a defensive position. In the midst of a strong wind, Qiao Mu reached out and grabbed a pole that was blown next to him. Holding the pole with one hand, he took a deep breath. Suddenly, a surge of internal strength burst from his arm as he swung it towards the sky. Whoosh! The pole acted like a spear, piercing through the air and swiftly heading towards Deosu, who was floating in the sky. However, before it could touch Deosu's body, it quickly frosted and froze in midair, shattering into icy fragments. This attack caught Deosu's attention. She looked down from above, her gaze slightly chilling, clearly displeased. Where did this mortal come from? She noticed the mortal's act of saving someone below, but she didn't care. Dao Su's attention was mostly focused on her junior brother. Qiao Mu also ignored her. He just wanted to get the attention of these two cultivators. Dao Zhen, he shouted loudly. Don't you want this matter to become too big and end without resolution? Let me help you take care of this crazy woman, how about that? Qiao Mu easily defeated the third-rank spirit refining martial artist, Sword Ghost. But now, his target was Dao Su, who was in the air. He was naturally very arrogant. Even Hu Han, who had previously fled far away, couldn't help but turn back and look at Qiao Mu, feeling shaken. In a time when even martial saints were dying miserably, there were still martial artists who were not afraid of death, challenging something inhuman. Just the aftermath of their fight swept through the entire market, freezing Qiao Mu multiple times until he could unleash the heavenly demon disintegration method and break free. Anyone with eyes could see the difference in their strength. With such a boastful attitude, it could only anger Dao Su. Elder Lao, are you really not seeking revenge? Hu Han felt a shock in his heart. This is clearly knowingly walking into danger, trading his own life to buy time for others to escape. This is the imperial capital market. I'm sure the battle between the two great Dao sect cultivators won't last too long. It won't be long before people from the immortal gate come to stop them. Elder Lao is powerful. The aftermath of their fight won't endanger his life. He didn't have to die. Crazy lady? As soon as these words were spoken, the swirling wind that enveloped the market paused for a moment, momentarily silent like the sky before a storm. The cultivator looks down on ordinary martial artists as insignificant bugs. And Qiao Mu, too, insulted her directly and called her a crazy woman. Mortal life is short and fragile, like grass and insects. Yet, foolish people always complain that they live too long, Dao Su said coldly. It's true that mortals are as fragile as grass and insects, but even grass and insects have their own resilience. Dao Zhen brightened, his reaction contrasting to that of Dao Su. And this actually matched Qiao Mu's expectations. He didn't really intend to team up with Dao Zhen. Dao Zhen and Dao Su, these two people, were clearly disciples of the great Dao sect. They were the ones on his side. The two of them fought at the market square, appearing to be engaging in a fierce battle, but it was only mortals who suffered injuries or died. They were actually just sparring, not fighting for their lives. As a cultivator who saw mortals as insignificant, what right did he have to ally with Dao Zhen and confront Dao Su, who was also a disciple of the great Dao sect? Normally, the two of them killed Qiao Mu together. But there was something different about Dao Zhen. He had interacted with Qiao Mu before when he was imprisoned in the heavenly prison under the name of Qiao Zhong, so he had some understanding of this person's character. Qiao Shuanglin, you're quite bold. I wonder how you, as just an ordinary martial artist, can team up with me, Dao Zhen said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Dao Su was the first to react. She raised her eyebrows and looked displeased. Junior brother, are you really planning to join forces with this mortal to deal with me, a crazy woman? I dare not. I just thought that sister's actions today were indeed inappropriate, Dao Zhen said calmly with a smile. I just don't want sister to make a big mistake and be heavily punished by our master. So I'm doing my best to stop her. Qiao Mu squinted his eyes and looked at Dao Zhen's face. Although Dao Zhen appeared to be kinder, he didn't trust this disciple of the great Dao sect. It was very clear that although Dao Zhen said things about considering the overall situation, he didn't really care much about the life and death of ordinary people. Otherwise, as a cultivator, even if he was at a disadvantage, he had many ways to protect the ordinary people running towards the vegetable market. Dao Zhen only looked differently at certain resilient ordinary people, so as long as Qiao Mu earned a good death, Dao Zhen would be on Qiao Mu's side and watch Qiao Mu's death while opening champagne on the side. Dao Zhen, Qiao Mu said calmly, his tone arrogant. Did you misunderstand? I never said we should join forces. Oh, Dao Zhen's eyes immediately lit up. Instead of getting angry, he looked at Qiao Mu with even higher regard. Cultivators often have a very high opinion of themselves, especially disciples of the great Dao sect. They are confident in their status and won't get angry because of a mantis that threatens them. The more arrogant someone is, the more likely Dao Zhen is to see them in a higher light. Dao Zhen, if you can't do it, then let me handle it, Qiao Mu said with a mocking smile. Since you can't even defeat her, just stand by and block the aftermath of the fight. Can you do that? Dao Zhen and Dao Su are on the same team. Even if they have the advantage, it will only go so far. Qiao Mu doesn't just want it to go so far, he wants to send Dao Su packing. Dao Zhen. Although he has good self-control and doesn't easily get angry, Qiao Shuanglin's words brought a trace of anger that he hadn't felt for a long time. However, he quickly suppressed that trace of anger and understood Qiao Mu's intention. Let me handle the aftermath while you have a one-on-one fight. He chuckled and said. So you want me to take responsibility for blocking the aftermath and protecting the people of the Great Yin Imperial Court? You sure have a lot of indirect thoughts. This is okay, after all, it is our duty to protect the people of the imperial capital from disasters in my great Dao sect. He slowly descended from the sky, with a warm smile on his face. Dao Zhen planned to observe Qiao Shuanglin during this trip, but his plan was interrupted by his own senior sister Dao Su. Being able to witness another death in Qiao's family is like a good show for him, so he naturally won't refuse. However, suddenly, a cold and harsh voice came from the sky. Dao Zhen, do you even have the attitude of a junior brother? Am I invisible? Shall we play rock paper scissors to decide who will deal with me? Deosu was clearly furious, her scarlet Deo robe fluttered in the wind, and the mysterious ice pearl in her hand spun around. A stream of frosty water burst out, aimed directly at Deo Zhen. The strongest among ordinary martial artists, the madman who claims to be the martial saint, only managed to fight and kill Qing Yang, a disciple in the mid-stage of foundation building in Xiantian sect. She sneered. Thanks to him, from now on, the intermediate level of foundation building might not qualify for a divine position in the Taoist temple. You don't really think, just because that worthless person from Xiantian sect died at the hands of the martial saint, it means you are qualified to challenge the experts in the realm of immortals, do you? She had never regarded Qiao Mu, an ordinary martial artist, highly. All along, there was only one person, Deo Zhen, in her eyes. But at that moment, heavenly demon disintegration method. Qiao Mu flew through the air, his figure blurred for a moment, stepping on the wall of the attic, then rushed straight towards Deosu. Under the heavenly demon disintegration method, Qiao Mu's whole body was almost boiling with energy and his gaze locked onto Deosu, who stood empty-handed. As long as I can touch her. Martial artists don't have as many varied techniques as cultivators, all their martial arts moves revolve around punches, kicks, and weapons. Although Qiao Mu tried using the heavenly demon disintegration method and throwing a stick, he clearly couldn't harm Deosu. So, the only option is to fight up close. Martial artists excel in physical combat, and close-quarters fighting is their strong suit. As long as Qiao Mu can make contact with Deosu, he can fully unleash his power and employ the long life fist, which has reached the triple wave level. The triple wave level is a level of punching power that only the head of the Qiao family in the previous Hiang city achieved. The power of 3 waves overlaps like tidal waves, resulting in multiple times the destructive force. Both the path of immortality and the path of martial arts emphasize different aspects. Qiao Mu witnessed how the martial saint killed Taoist Qing Yang with his own eyes, and he believed that as long as he could get close, Qiao Mu widened his angry eyes, and like a flying arrow, he didn't hit Deosu in the air. Coming at him was a swirling frost storm covered in ice crystals. The frosty ice crystals struck his face like swords, making his body sway and once again slicing through his flesh. The frost penetrated his bones with a chilling sensation. In a blink of an eye, he was swallowed up by a whirlwind and his whole body turned into solid ice, falling from the sky. Red Moon Burning Blood Technique, activate. This is one of the explosive secret techniques that Qiao Mu learned from the Blood Moon chart, just getting started, similar to the Heavenly Demon Disintegration method. At this moment, he unleashed the Red Moon Burning Blood Technique, feeling his almost frozen blood burning intensely, a surge of new power erupting from within him. Crack, crack. He spread his arms, shattering the frost covering his body once again. With a light tap of his feet and a slight bend of his knees, he leaped up again. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. His movements were quick and nimble, almost invisible to the naked eye. Hu Han, who was fleeing, couldn't help but look back. He only saw Qiao Mu's figure flashing continuously. One moment he was on the ground, the next moment he slightly paused on the outer wall of a tea house by the road. His figure behind him blurred once again, turning into a bloody silhouette. Even with his vision as a 4th-rank martial artist, Hu Han could no longer clearly see Qiao Mu's movements under the eruption of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration method and the Red Moon Burning Blood Technique. But no matter how fast, it is still a human body. Deosu held the mysterious ice pearl in her hands, standing in midair within the eye of the storm. If Qiao Mu wants to get close, he has to throw himself into the bone-chilling wind with his own flesh and blood. He obviously failed, again and again, the same result every time. The so-called courage didn't give him any extra strength. His body repeatedly lunged towards the red-robed female cultivator surrounded by a whirlwind, only to stiffen and freeze as he fell to the ground. The cycle went on and on. From Hu Han's perspective, this old man seemed tireless, as if he knew no fatigue or pain. He had fallen into the valley countless times, but each time he charged forward again. This made Hu Han stop in his tracks, feeling the weight in his heart increasing. And the movements of this old man gradually slowed down. His injuries became more severe, almost covering his whole body, and his movements became increasingly stiff. His joints were too rigid to flex, and his speed greatly decreased. The after-effects of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration method and the Red Moon Burning Blood Technique gradually took effect. Qiao Mu's body was almost drained of blood, and his movements became stiff. A flea dares to challenge a mighty tree, how foolish and overconfident. Deosu stood in midair, with a cold smile on her lips. Just now, you were spouting nonsense, but unfortunately, you couldn't see your own insignificance. You wasted your life in vain. Ha ha ha. Qiao Mu gasped for breath, with a layer of frost forming on his eyebrows. His limbs were stiff, and only his mouth continued to mouth off, but he was also laughing coldly. You think I'm a flea trying to shake a tree, but I consider myself a jingui filling the sea. Qiao Mu was about to die soon. At this moment, he was laughing out loud in the cold wind, but his body had also stiffened and was covered in frost. Deosu's expression turned cold. She formed a hand seal in her hand and casually pointed it towards Qiao Mu's chest. Once again, Qiao Mu, who had been thrown into the whirlwind, was covered in frost. Under this remote pointing gesture, the frost on his whole body shattered inch by inch, and his body, covered in icy frost, shattered and fell to the ground. Only his head remained intact, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, still laughing. The head fell from the sky, landing with a thud among the body parts on the ground, rolling to the feet of a figure. The figure looked up at the sky, then glanced at a fallen wooden stake nearby. On top of the stake, Qiao Zhong's head was impaled. As the execution grounds in the market were destroyed by the strong wind, the stake flew and landed perfectly by the street. The two elderly heads of Qiao Zhong and Qiao Shuanglin, still with wide-open eyes, met each other's gaze at this moment, shining with amusement. Qiao Shuanglin, deceased, at the age of 93. Imperial capital, at the market in Chaishikao. Qin Shiking looked down at the two skulls by his feet, his face calm. I thought I would take care of this old and arrogant Qiao Shuanglin, but I didn't expect him to get involved in a dispute with the leader of the Great Dao sect. Haha, this old man is so arrogant, he deserves this disaster. Qin Shiking manages the Imperial Capital Heavenly Prison and is also one of the powerful beings who suppresses the Heavenly Prison. He has reached the highest level of martial arts cultivation, the first rank of spiritual refining period. As the executioner who oversees Qiao Zhong, he had some impression of him. On the night Qiao Shuanglin killed the sword ghost, he made bold claims, saying he would investigate the death of Qiao Zhong at the vegetable market. How could Qin Shiking and the Great Yan Imperial Court not know? How could they let him boast like that? That's why Qin Shiking came here. However, he didn't expect Qiao Shuanglin to be so trouble-prone. Before he could arrive, Qiao Shuanglin had already met a gruesome end. This matter is getting a bit out of hand, it's damaging the reputation of the Great Dao sect. Qin Shiking looked up at the sky. With Qiao Mu's death, Dao Su once again focused on Dao Zhen, and the two cultivators engaged in a fierce battle as if nobody else was around. Shortly after that, a rainbow light burst through the sky from the north of the city and transformed into an elder named King Ai, whose hair was all white. At this moment, the market was in a mess. There was no one on the street, and there were some scattered corpses on the ground, one of which was Qiao Mu. After Qiao Mu died in battle, Elder King Ai finally arrived, walking slowly. He had a calm expression as his gaze swept over the corpses on the ground. Finally, his eyes landed on Dao Su's face, and his eyebrows slightly furrowed, almost imperceptibly. Dao Su, did I spoil you too much? How dare you act so recklessly this time? He glanced at Dao Zhen beside him and then lowered his head slightly, scanning both of them with his spiritual sense. Both of your souls are unharmed. It seems you both showed some restraint. Come with me. Taoist King Ai waved his robe, instantly dispelling any coldness and bringing back the light to the sky. The weather became clear and bright again. The figures of Taoist King Ai and his disciples, Dao Zhen and Dao Su, had already disappeared without a trace, coming and going like shadows. Only the ground of the market was left in ruins. Qin Shiking walked alone on the deserted street, his face also turned gloomy. He had seen this Taoist King Ai before, but the other party appeared and disappeared without saying a word to him, so the meaning was quite obvious. It turned out that the Taoist King Ai from the Great Dao sect didn't take this tragedy at the market seriously. Since Qin Shiking had an official position and was present, naturally he would handle the aftermath. Count the corpses, assess the damages to the shops, and reassure the affected people. This is what the Great Yan Imperial Court should do, needless to say. As for the Great Dao sect, this matter is neither big nor small. If it spreads, it will also damage the reputation of the Immortal Gate. There must be someone held responsible for the deaths at the market. He lowered his head, his gaze falling on the two heads lying on the ground, facing each other from a distance. Half an hour later, Feng Yuan hurriedly arrived at the chaotic vegetable market. At this time, the vegetable market had already been blocked by soldiers, and the ground was covered with white cloth, with hundreds of casualties. Feng Yuan couldn't go in either, so he could only tiptoe at the intersection and look inside from a distance. Just saw a group of soldiers gathered together, re-erecting a fallen wooden stake and fixing it to the ground. On top of the re-erected wooden stake, two elderly heads with similar features were hanging, their white hair waving in the wind, creating a picturesque scene. An elderly man in his 60s and an elderly man in his 90s, such a rare father and son pair. The soldiers also exclaimed in admiration. What's even more remarkable is that both of them are said to have high martial arts skills. Indeed, but unfortunately we took the wrong path, and encountered an old crazy person. I have met Qiao Zhong before, he faced death without fear, he can be considered as a brave man, but when it comes to his father, this Qiao Shuanglin, oh my, he's truly a crazy person. After being found indecently assaulting a woman in the street, he became angry and drew his sword, indiscriminately killing innocent people. Luckily, the immortal from the Great Dao sect was nearby and hurried over to suppress him, thus preventing the situation from escalating further. Is that so? Then he deserves to die. The matter hasn't been investigated thoroughly yet, so don't jump to conclusions. Once the Immortal Gate gets involved, things become unclear. Feng Yuan couldn't hear the voice behind him clearly anymore. It felt like his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him feeling a bit dazed. Senior Qiao died just like that, and who exactly did he provoke this time? Feng Yuan stood there, his heart sinking heavily, filled with self-blame and guilt. When he was young, his stepfather reminded him not to forget his roots even when relying on others. Now, having received kindness from Qiao Zhong and Qiao Shuanglin, he naturally kept it in his heart. Though he didn't know who Qiao Shuanglin had provoked before dying, From his perspective, it was likely related to Qiao Shuanglin's decision to help him seek revenge. After all, Wan Ronghua was also a wealthy person in imperial capital, one of the 4 wealthy merchant families, and even climbed up the high branch of the great Dao sect. Senior Qiao naturally could not have acted so indecently towards women on the street as those soldiers said, and become angry and kill innocent people. There must be something suspicious going on. Lord Haiwei should know the inside story. Feng Yuan suddenly remembered something. Did Lord Haiwei's previous promise to investigate the mastermind behind the disturbance at the medical clinic have anything to do with this? With his power, the truth about what happened in the market should not be hidden from him. As one of the 6 chief ministers, Haiwei had already stood at the top of the great Yin official field, and there were few people in the civil official system who had more power than him. Rumors may deceive someone like Feng Yuan, a low-ranking officer, but it seems unlikely to fool him. I must find a way to see Lord Haiwei. Feng Yuan hurriedly left, as he had more things to do. The sun had set, and the night was falling. The bright moon was high up in the sky. An old man, who looked tired and aged, slowly walked onto this vegetable market street and looked inside. Old sir, don't bother looking. This vegetable market street is closed today. The market isn't open either, a passerby kindly reminded him. However, the old man ignored it as if he didn't hear. He stood on his tiptoes and glanced inside. His gaze passed through the distance and landed on the 2 proudly standing heads. Another head has been sent. The old man muttered to himself. Well, that's good too. Qiao's family always pays its debts. So, should I visit those friends of mine from before? These words sent a shiver down the spine of the kind passerby. What did it mean to visit old friends? Just as he was about to ask for more details, his vision suddenly blurred. The old man with a hunchback suddenly disappeared in front of him. The night fell. Qiao Mu moved through the darkness, his figure turning into a faint shadow. With a thought, the Ouroboros long life lock in his mind emitted a faint light, and a message appeared in his mind. Death assessment for this time, B. Helping others to escape, even a tiny ant's efforts are meaningful. Lifespan consumed by death, 10 years, 5*2. Remaining revival chances this week, 3 out of 5. Current age, 103 years old. Energy level, 46%. Abilities. Shadow step, proficient. Red moon burning blood technique, skilled. Fragmented virtual finger, skilled. Eye sword technique, beginner. Is criticism like a small bug trying to shake a tree? Qiao Mu smiled. He didn't think of himself as a small bug trying to shake a tree, but as Jingwei filling the sea. Because each time he died, it would turn into nourishment for his next self, making him stronger. Qiao Mu didn't fear failure or death, or rather, he feared not being able to die as he wished. This time, another 10 years passed in a hurry, as if it were a dream. Time passes so quickly. It feels like I've been in the imperial capital for 40 years. The memory of 10 years of rigorous martial arts training was deeply ingrained in his bones. Summer practices in the 9th month, winter practices in the hottest 3 months. In his memory, after suffering a terrible defeat at the hands of Daosu, he made up his mind to train hard day and night, drenched in sweat every day. This memory is bitter but fulfilling. Whenever he recalls the past 10 years, it fills him with emotions. Time will not deceive your efforts. During these 10 years, Qiao Mu, after experiencing the pain, focused on practicing martial arts, besides his main study of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra. His energy was mainly devoted to 2 aspects. First, he perfected the lightness technique Shadow Step. Second, he also practiced the Red Moon Burning Blood technique and the Fragmented Virtual Finger to a proficient level. This time's death assessment was AB-. He simultaneously trained in 4 martial arts and achieved breakthroughs in each, showing great effectiveness. If he were to reach an A or an S, like Qiao Mu had done in the past, he would have extremely high time efficiency, mastering multiple martial arts techniques at once. Each time I revive and age, the martial arts techniques I practice, they are exactly what I desire. It is not a random breakthrough, but rather directed cultivation based on my thoughts before I die, right? Well, this is interesting. The Ouroboros long life lock must hold even bigger secrets. Qiao Mu closed his eyes, knowing that this time it was his own fault. No matter how strong a martial artist is, they are still mere mortals. When the body is cold, it becomes stiff and muscles spasm. Even with great strength, it is difficult to move freely. Qiao Mu's performance was better than other martial artists. He was able to break free repeatedly when his whole body was frozen because of his deep internal strength. He had been cultivating for nearly 80 years since he was a teenager until he turned 90, which was truly remarkable. However, he was still just a mortal. Martial artists only know how to fight with punches and kicks, they cannot fly. When cultivator Daosu stood in midair, they lacked effective means of counterattack. So, in Qiao Mu's opinion, either he had to learn archery or hidden weapons, increase his speed, or master the technique of projecting force from a distance, like the void break finger. And then, his dream came true. After 10 years of hard practice, he became proficient in using the fragmented virtual finger technique. Thank you, Sister Daosu, for the 10 years of cultivation you have given me. If we have the chance to meet again, I will definitely give you an early passage to the Western Heavenly Realm. As for the Qi and Blood section, it decreased from 66% to 46%. This thing, ever since it appeared, has been as unpredictable as the weather forecast. Qiao Mu didn't even bother to look at it. Due to the continuous practice of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra, Qiao Mu didn't feel any signs of decline in his qi and blood. That was enough for him. Instead of caring about these cultivation techniques, loyal and righteous Qiao Mu was more concerned about his dear friends. Qiao Mu estimated that even if he used up the remaining 4 chances of resurrection, it might not guarantee victory in battle against Deosu. It would be meaningless to waste his life on her. If he couldn't cure immortals, how could he cure ordinary people? Before he died, Qiao Mu took a good look at the outstanding individuals among the onlookers, including the slanderous married woman, the heroic dragon claw hero Hu Han, and the suspected mastermind, the wealthy tycoon from the imperial capital, Wan Ronghua. Qiao Mu leaped into the air and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Now, he has perfected his skills as a thief, mastering the art of sneaking and hiding. He is ready to uncover the whereabouts of these people and follow them to their homes. That night, Qiao Shuanglin, is he also dead? Inside the Hai family's mansion, Hai Wei listened to Feng Yuan's story. Suddenly, Hai Wei's old eyes lost focus, looking empty. Hai Wei's eyes filled with sadness. He had specifically warned Qiao Shuanglin to keep a low profile and avoid attracting the attention of the hidden enemies. But why didn't Qiao Shuanglin listen? With his advanced training in the Sumi Mountain King Sutra, even if he got involved in the fight between Daozhen and Deosu, he could still stand his ground. But why? There are always foolish people who dare to challenge the authority of Immortal Gate. He sighed softly, memories from the past resurfacing. In the time of the previous emperor, among the scholars and military officers, there were many people who sacrificed their lives for the country. But when these people died one by one, were imprisoned, or retired, the court of Great Yan became quiet. First it was Qiao Zhong, then Qiao Shuanglin. No, it's not just the 2 of them. Hai Wei knew that before Qiao Zhong, there were many other Qiao's families who fought bravely like them. Qiao Shuanglin won't be the first, and certainly won't be the last. JNN. If Qiao Shuanglin dies, then according to the Qiao's family's tradition of avenging their blood relatives, there might already be a stronger Qiao's family on their way to the imperial capital, right? Master, I have brought the person. The old butler of Hai family's mansion pushed the door open, and with him came 2 or 3 commoners dressed in ordinary clothes. Among them were farmers who went to the market today, as well as merchants who lived on Market Street. There was even one of Hai family's mansion's servants who happened to be buying vegetables at Market Street. This incident happened in a bustling market like Market Street, and there were thousands of eyewitnesses, including those who lost their homes or lives as a result. Although the response from the court was not slow, it is naturally difficult to silence the thousands of people's voices. Feng Yuan's judgment was not wrong. He came to Hai family's mansion for the right reason. Hai Wei is one of the few who is willing to risk and investigate the truth, and he indeed holds enough power as a high-ranking official in the imperial capital to uncover the truth. From the accounts of these few witnesses, Hai Wei was able to piece together about 70 to 80% of the truth. Feng Yuan, you can rest assured. I will handle this matter myself, Hai Wei said as he stood up and sighed. Those who carry firewood for others have already frozen to death in the wind and snow. I cannot save the one who carries the firewood, but at the very least, I cannot let him be unjustly accused. After death, his reputation will be completely destroyed. As the story goes, the old man's face rarely showed a bit of anger. Tomorrow, when I go to court, I will inform the emperor about this matter. I must clear Brother Qiao's name. Vol 14 will be translated within 2 weeks. The sky was getting dark, and the night was cool like water.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The streets were already devoid of any trace of pedestrians, and the lights in every house and courtyard gradually extinguished, leaving a complete silence. Be careful with the candles in this dry weather. The night watchman, with his copper gong, patrolled the streets and alleys, but failed to notice a shadow that flashed by. A cool breeze rustled as the plump young woman closed her wooden door. She suddenly felt an inexplicable chill and instinctively wrapped her robes tighter around her body. In a split second as she turned her head, she felt a sudden chill on her scalp. In the pitch-black night, it seemed as if a pair of cold, indifferent eyes were staring at her through the door crack. The young woman's heart skipped a beat. She reached for a pair of scissors on the table and cautiously took a step towards the door, peering outside through the crack. No one was outside the door. However, just as she stared intently, the window suddenly banged open with a clatter, chilled by the cold wind, sending shivers down her spine. Why is the window open when everything was fine? She shivered and slowly walked to the window, tiptoeing to look outside. Her heart was pounding, but this time she found nothing. Just as she reached out to close the window, a cold breeze suddenly blew into the room, brushing against her pale neck and sending shivers down her spine. I closed all the doors and windows, so where did the wind come from? What seemed like a draft before now felt different to her. It didn't seem like a regular gust of wind anymore, but rather like someone was breathing lightly on the back of her neck. This thought flashed through the woman's mind, and she turned around in shock. The room was empty except for a flickering candle flame by the bedside, casting a dim yellow light. Suddenly, everything seemed unusually quiet around her. The sound of the night watchman banging the copper gong outside was fading away, gradually becoming inaudible. It felt as if the whole world had become silent. The woman's breathing became slightly heavier, and she instinctively tiptoed towards the bed. It was only by getting closer to the faint candlelight that she could find a moment of comfort. Could it be that bad luck befell me today at the market? She closed her eyes, folded her hands together, and murmured a prayer. Every wrongdoing has its perpetrator, and I didn't kill anyone. If someone must be sought, it should be those heavenly beings. It's fine as long as I don't close my eyes. As soon as she closed her eyes, the scenes from broad daylight appeared vividly in her mind. From the old man she accused, angrily pulling out his sword and holding it to his own throat, to the two beams of light shooting up into the sky, to the market filled with distress and a devastating whirlwind, bodies scattered on the ground. And finally, the image of the old man freezing into an ice sculpture, shattering into pieces in front of her, protecting her. If everyone in this world repaid bitterness with kindness, and could still use it as a shield in the end, I wouldn't have to worry or fear revenge. For an ordinary person, the things that happened during the day were too exciting, making it hard for her to forget. Her chest kept rising and falling. But at that moment, there was a soft whooshing sound. It sounded like the wind, and also like a breath. Even though the young woman tightly closed her eyes, she could still sense the warmth of the candle on the bedside being extinguished, and the surroundings were enveloped in darkness. Her heart trembled, and she quietly opened her eyes slightly, then her whole body trembled. She saw a blurry silhouette resembling a person standing at the bedside, watching her. The woman was so scared that she immediately closed her eyes again and continued to pray. It's not my fault, someone else is to blame for this debt. I only cheated people, I didn't kill anyone. Without realizing it, she curled up at the edge of the bed, waited for a while, and then quietly opened her eyes when it was quiet around. That dark shadow was nowhere to be seen. As she was relaxing, she heard creaking sounds coming from under the bed. Startled, she gathered her courage and lit a candle again. Holding it in her hand, she slowly bent down and looked under the bed. No one was under the bed. However, she suddenly felt something and quickly turned around, shining the candle behind her. She saw a disheveled, bloodied old man in a white robe, hidden in the shadow. His eyes were dark like an abyss, yet sharp like a sword. It felt as if a single glance from him could tear apart her soul. This appearance was almost identical to the old man she had encountered during the daytime. And she, "Sir, your death is not my fault." The young woman's composure shattered instantly, and her body almost collapsed. If a dead person she had seen during the day appeared at her bedside, then what else could it be other than a vengeful spirit? I am so unlucky, everything goes wrong. The old man's figure blurred and disappeared in front of the young woman, while his voice echoed around the entire room, sometimes near and sometimes far away. I can accept death, but I cannot let my lifelong reputation be ruined. Come on, come with me to see the Lord of the Underworld, where I will explain the twists and turns of my past life. Please spare me, sir. I was just blinded by greed, but I never intended to take your life. Besides, I wasn't the one who plotted against you, it was Mr. Wan Ronghua and Miss Fang Fang. The young woman, frightened, explained the complicated truth in detail. Qiao Mu chuckled to himself. Even though he previously claimed that he wouldn't seek revenge or care about others' respect or slander, it didn't mean that Qiao Mu was willing to forgive those who slandered him. After all, if it were someone else in Qiao Mu's position, they would likely suffer a severe blow to their reputation. The ghostly scare he played was just a spur-of-the-moment act, a small act of revenge, and an opportunity to test the eye sword technique that he hadn't fully mastered. The eye sword technique is a method of attacking with the eyes that the sword ghost, a third-rank spirit refining martial artist, has mastered. It can only be mastered by spirit refining martial artists. But when Qiao Mu thought about it, a memory came to his mind. It was the memory of the 10 years he spent practicing the eye sword technique day and night. Although he didn't succeed because he didn't enter spiritual refining, he didn't leave empty-handed either. In these 10 years, my spirit has become stronger, and even the memories of my training seem to be clearer. Qiao Mu didn't succeed in mastering the eye sword technique, but it was more than enough to intimidate an ordinary person. However, the information he obtained from the young woman's words confused him a bit. So, Wan Ronghua is the mastermind behind the scenes. But who is this Fang Fang? When did I provoke this person? When Qiao Mu thought about this, he asked, but little did he know that the young woman's response would surprise him. Fang Fang was originally Miss Fang, a member of the Fang family who worked as an antique dealer. Later, she married into the Wan family and became Wan Ronghua's mistress, the young woman replied. When I was still in the Fang family, I was actually Miss Fang's personal maid. I naturally left when the Fang family fell on hard times. One day Miss Fang found me and taught me these tricks to deceive people, and asked me to do things for her. From what the young woman said, it seemed like she had done this thing more than once or twice. Fang Fang? Is that the sister Fang Yuan is concerned about? Qiao Mu furrowed his brows and asked again. Why doesn't young master Fang Yuan know about this? Does he still think Fang Fang is ill and ran away from home? The young woman was so scared that she lost her mind, and had no idea what to do. Under Qiao Mu's pressure, she spilled all the details of the matter. Miss also cares about her reputation. She knows that marrying into the Wan family as Wan Ronghua's mistress is not something honorable, so she changed her name and abandoned her own surname. Young master Fang Yuan doesn't know, and I think Miss deliberately hid this matter from him. Qiao Mu nodded quietly, pleasantly surprised. Fang Yuan had been searching for his sister all along, and now he unexpectedly found information about Fang Fang first. He said again, every wrong has a doer, and I have lived a righteous life. Even in death, I don't want to carry a burdened soul to the Lord of the Underworld. Apart from framing me, what other mischief have you been up to? Tell me everything. Whether I bring you or Wan Ronghua to the underworld depends on your actions. While speaking, Qiao Mu's eyes became sharp like swords, and he unleashed the eye sword technique, intimidating with his killing intent. The young woman nodded absent-mindedly, confessing her past crimes without realizing it. She said she would turn herself into the authorities at sunrise tomorrow and pleaded for mercy while kneeling on the ground. After learning everything he wanted to know, Qiao Mu's figure flickered and disappeared like a ghost within the small room. Since the young woman had already expressed her intention to report to the authorities, let the officials be the ones to judge her. It wouldn't matter if she changed her mind after tomorrow. Because Qiao Mu already learned from her story about several times when she falsely accused others for personal gain, there are actually more victims like Qiao Mu. If she changes her mind and doesn't turn herself in tomorrow, then Qiao Mu will report her to someone, but it won't be a big problem. This story tells us that superstitious beliefs can harm people. Ghosts are more useful than living people. After all, vengeful spirits can drag people to hell, but living people, especially good ones, will only be pointed at with a spear. Qiao Mu left the cottage and moved through the streets and alleyways like a ghost. He dealt with one of the people who framed him that day, but there are still a few more to go. Especially the main orchestrator behind the scenes, Wan Ronghua. Qiao Mu will have to pay him a visit. The old ancestral home of the Fang family. It was already late at night, but Fang Yuan still couldn't fall asleep. Qiao Shuanglin's death made him feel guilty, and Hai Wei had a vague idea that the matter might be related to the wealthy Wan Ronghua, but there was no evidence. Fang Yuan felt that Qiao Shuanglin's death might have something to do with himself. His mind was in chaos, so he decided to get up in the middle of the night and sit in the courtyard of the old house. Tomorrow morning, Lord Hai will attend the court meeting to restore Senior Qiao's reputation. This night feels so long. It was late at night, the moon was high in the sky, a cool breeze gently swayed the leaves of the two jujube trees in the courtyard. Moonlight spread a silver glow on the ground, illuminating the walls. The shadows of trees on the walls intertwined and swayed with the breeze, just like the scenes he used to see when he cooled off in the courtyard as a young boy. But now he was alone again. Qiao Shuanglin and his son had given him hope, but that hope was quickly shattered, and it ended up putting an outsider's life at risk. How can revenge be entrusted to others? From the beginning, I should have relied on my own strength and not taken others' help for granted. Fang Yuan sat alone in the courtyard in the middle of the night, and his heart gradually calmed down. He silently started meditating and practicing. Hai Wei had also taught him the Sumi Mountain King Sutra, and at this moment, he made a vow in his heart, determined not to rely on the luck of having someone influential help him. Not long after, he suddenly heard a meowing sound. Opening his eyes, he saw the little cat that Qiao Shuanglin had raised. The cat was still very young. During this time, Qiao Shuanglin frequently went out, so he entrusted this cat to be taken care of at the old house. Do you miss your owner? Fang Yuan sighed softly in his heart, reaching out to caress the cat. However, he didn't expect the cat to suddenly leap up and onto the top of the courtyard wall, its eyes staring towards a certain place outside the wall. Is someone coming? Fang Yuan became alert out of the blue. But then, he saw the cat suddenly lose balance and fall from the top of the wall to the ground. Fang Yuan was surprised and went closer to take a closer look. He noticed that the cat didn't have any signs of injury. Instead, its limbs twitched slightly, its pupils dilated, and its tongue hung out of its mouth, looking like an idiot. Looks like this little one noticed. An old voice suddenly sounded abrupt. Fang Yuan trembled all over and didn't know when an old man had appeared where the cat had fallen down. The old man was extremely aged, with many wrinkles on his face. Fang Yuan couldn't tell how old he was, but he looked somewhat similar to Qiao Shuanglin, just a bit older. You must be Fang Yuan, right? Shuanglin mentioned you to me. The old man turned to face Fang Yuan, giving him a slight smile as he explained. My name is Jiao Senlin, and Qiao Shuanglin is my younger brother from the Qiao family. The Qiao family is connected by blood, and this demon cat named Vucheng is raised by the Qiao family. It can sense the presence of the Qiao family. The little cat at their feet blinked its eyes, its scattered pupils momentarily focused before returning to their scattered state, seeming to give up on something. You can say whatever you want, I don't understand anyway, because I'm just a little kitty.jpg. Fang Yuan had many things he wanted to say, but all that came out was a sigh. Senior Qiao Senlin, you came so quickly. Qiao Mu explained. I have a blood connection to the Qiao family, and we can feel each other's presence, especially at moments of death. I was already in the imperial capital area, and rushed here as soon as I sensed my younger brother's passing. Every member of Qiao's family practiced the martial saint spiritual technique, so they could intuitively sense each other, which made sense. Senior Qiao Senlin. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment, wanting to speak, but Qiao Mu shook his hand. Fang Yuan and Qiao Senlin weren't familiar, but Qiao Mu knew Fang Yuan well, so he got straight to the point without wasting time. My younger brother has been framed, and I have already investigated it thoroughly. Several people, led by that wicked woman, will surrender to the authorities tomorrow. Qiao Mu had a busy night, and the young woman he saw earlier was the first person he met. During the day, there were many people who pressured Qiao Mu, and they will naturally face consequences for plotting against him. At that time, Qiao Shuanglin, who was in the bureau, couldn't take action against them, but it was easy for Qiao Senlin, an outsider who came back to life. He could easily find them when they were alone, and by pretending to be a ghost or scaring them, he could break their mental defenses one by one and make them confess their crimes. The reason he found Feng Yuan was to have a backup plan through this prison guard called the Heavenly Prison. If, after daybreak, the young woman and the others refuse to surrender, then Qiao Mu will use Feng Yuan's identity to expose their crimes. This senior Qiao Senlin, he is too decisive and has great powers. After listening to Qiao Mu's explanation, Feng Yuan was simply amazed. Tomorrow morning, the young woman and her companions will surrender, and Haiwei will also strive in the court. One step at a time, perhaps there is hope to shake the hidden forces, restore Qiao Shuanglin's reputation, and also confront the great Dao sect behind this tragic incident. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. At midnight, a cool breeze began to blow, rustling the leaves of the two jujube trees in the courtyard. Two jujube trees stood side by side, with the one on the left slightly taller. It was planted by Feng Yuan's father when he was alive, at the same time as Feng Yuan and his sister Feng Feng. Its meaning was that a single tree cannot make a forest, and it symbolized the support between the two siblings, just like these two trees complementing each other. Standing in the darkness of the night, listening to Qiao Mu's words about Feng Feng and Wan Ronghua, Feng Yuan felt lost and a mysterious coldness. After discussing the matter of Qiao Shuanglin, Qiao Mu also shared what he had learned from the young woman about Feng Feng. Qiao Mu didn't say much, this was his family matter. Actually, if you think about it carefully, it is. Before Feng Yuan just returned to this old family mansion, he mentioned his childhood memories, saying his father planted 2 date trees and his mother had a small vegetable garden in the courtyard. Memories of the past are vivid, but there is only no memory of his little sister Feng Feng. The only thing related to her is the 2 trees his father planted. Perhaps, he was determined to redeem the old mansion, but in his heart, he wasn't thinking of finding his lost sister Feng Feng. He just wanted to find the reunion of their family's life in their youth. It's just difficult to mend a broken mirror, and the changes that Feng Feng has gone through over the years are probably greater than Heavenly Prison jailer Feng Yuan, who diligently practices martial arts. Qiao Mu picked up the cat and quickly walked inside, leaving Feng Yuan standing alone in the cold wind. On the second day, very early in the morning, inside a private room at the natural residence of the imperial capital tea house, storyteller Zhang Chen and clairaudience were having a heated argument. Where there are troublemakers, there will always be the Tide Listening Building. How could a matter of great importance in the imperial capital be without the assistance of the Tide Listening Building? However, before they could assist, there was one matter on which they had not reached a consensus. This time, should they tell tales of wonders, or reveal the truth? The tragedy at the market square in the imperial capital resulted in over 100 deaths and thousands of affected people. It was because someone had tried to resist the wind and snow with their own flesh and blood. Such an event was not insignificant, especially since the affected people mostly kept quiet about it, afraid to speak out. However, their silence and the blockades by the officials only aroused more curiosity among others, adding a touch of mystery to it. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. Since the market square tragedy, there had been various rumors circulating, and within a day, 3 or 4 different versions had already emerged, and among them, the name Qiao Shuanglin often held a significant position in the rumors. The most famous story is about an old man named Qiao Shuanglin. He flirted with a woman on the street and got angry when she refused him, so he killed someone right there. The disciples of the great Dao sect came and killed him. This is considered a strange event. But Zhang Chen had a different opinion. There is something strange about this. Zhang Chen said. Since those who practice martial arts can't defeat immortal Dao Zhen from the great Dao sect, it's natural for him to easily kill Qiao Shuanglin. Since that's the case, why would the fight between them cause so much damage? Half of the marketplace was destroyed, even the tea house on the street collapsed. Clairaudience just shook his head. This matter is very complex, involving the Immortal Gate and the great Dao sect. The truth doesn't really matter anymore. It's enough for me, from Tide Listening Building, to tell stories and strange events. His words implied that he also knew something was not right, but it wasn't important. However, Zhang Chen seemed to take it seriously. He clapped his hands and after a while, a strong man opened the door. It was Hu Han, one of the survivors from yesterday, known as Dragon Claw. This whole thing started because of 2 disciples from the great Dao sect, including me, Qiao Shuanglin. We were just innocent bystanders. Hu Han explained. This made clairaudience look at Zhang Chen with new respect. This person was clearly a newcomer that he had recruited, but after joining the building, he quickly grew and now he had started to stand out. He even managed to find one of the people involved, Hu Han, without him knowing. In fact, this was the result of their mutual efforts. Zhang Chen wanted to uncover the truth of this case, and Dragon Claw Hu Han, who had a reputation, naturally didn't want to see Qiao Shuanglin taking the blame and being falsely accused after his death. So he took the initiative to find someone from Tide Listening Building. The 2 of them quickly found common ground. You managed to find Hu Han, you've really made some progress. Clairaudience praised. Hu Han was not just an ordinary martial artist of the 4th rank. What made him extraordinary was the fact that he had a famous master. His master, Liu Yanbei, was a renowned figure in the martial arts world. He was ranked 30th on the Tide Listening Building skill list. Even at the age of over 80, with declining vitality, He effortlessly defeated a young second-rank martial artist from the imperial court with just a wooden sword. But since the truth is like this, we should be even more cautious. Clairaudience said calmly. In my experience, the Great Yin Imperial Court will also cooperate with the Immortal Gate to conceal this matter. They need someone to blame, but the deceased can't come forward to refute. Such things have happened many times in the past 40 years. At first, people were filled with righteous indignation, but then they realized it was just futile anger, and eventually they let it go. The reputation of Emperor Yonghe being weak and incompetent is not without reason. When the king acts this way, the people in the court and the commoners naturally follow suit. When even the higher authorities have softened their stance, it's a bit unrealistic to expect the people to resist spontaneously with love power. Even the imperial court is most likely preparing to cover up this matter, so do you still want to be the sacrificial lamb? Clairaudience said. This made Zhang Chen and Hu Han remain silent. Clairaudience can always perform the 10 mysteries of the imperial capital without fear of making enemies, but when it comes to something related to Immortal Gate, he cannot talk nonsense. The bird that sticks its head out is always the first to die, just like Qiao Shuanglin. Clairaudience said calmly. The world has always been like this. Most likely, this matter will end up like the previous cases involving Immortal Gate, unresolved. Zhang Chen felt his heart sink, as if a dark cloud was suffocating his breath. At that moment, a young storyteller rushed in through the door, looking at the debating group of clairaudience in this private room. Something big has happened. There was excitement in the young storyteller's eyes, as if they had just tasted fresh fruit. There are urgent people going to the officials to confess their crimes, and one of them is the young woman from the market. She confessed that she framed the old man named Qiao Shuanglin at the market yesterday. I heard that the recently released Minister of Rights, Hai Wei, wrote a document consisting of thousands of words, to inform the current Emperor Yonghe about this matter. Now, at this point in time, this matter is no longer just about Qiao Shuanglin's reputation, but rather the conflict that has been lingering between the immortals and mortals in Zhu province for the past 40 years. The Golden Throne. Emperor Yonghe, who wore a crown on his head, frowned deeply as he looked down at the courtiers standing in an orderly manner in front of the palace. His eyes appeared distant, and his face seemed tired, clearly burdened by heavy thoughts. Since ascending to the throne, whenever something troubled him, it was often related to the Immortal Gate. And today's thoughts were no different. Two disciples from the Great Dao sect in the foundation building period fought at the market square in the imperial capital, causing a tragedy that affected hundreds of people. It's important to know that this is the imperial capital, and such an incident clearly brought great shame to the court and Emperor Yonghe. If he were 20 years younger, he might have flown into a rage and demanded an explanation from the Great Dao sect. However, now in his 40s and as the emperor of this dynasty, he had to act with caution and not be driven by impulse. Starting from the moment he pulled out the human emperor's sword, he felt that he held the power in his hands. The attitude of the 9 immortal gates towards him was noticeably different from before, and they appeared to be more restrained. Especially the Xiantian sect, which was targeted by the 8 immortal gates together. Emperor Yonghe felt that he had already jumped out of the chessboard and became a player qualified to play against the immortal gate. Therefore, every move he made had to be cautious and careful. No task is too small for an emperor. Therefore, he naturally had to think twice before making a decision. Your Majesty. While he was pondering, suddenly an old voice rang out. I have a memorial to present, Your Majesty. He lifted his eyes and saw Minister of Rights Hai Wei clearing his throat a few times and stepping forward. The attendant by the side quickly took the memorial and presented it. But Emperor Yonghe didn't even glance at the memorial. Instead, he stared at Hai Wei. Hai Wei was already in his late 70s, with white hair and age-related frailty. His complexion was slightly yellow, and despite being a martial artist, he didn't appear very strong. Among the court officials, this elderly man stood out prominently. Hai Wei, at present, was one of the few remaining senior officials from the time of the previous emperor. He was a generation or two older than the other court officials. The court officials from the previous emperor's time were either dead or retired, like Wang Shanhe, or trapped like Hai Wei in a heavenly prison. Besides Hai Wei, the only other person able to firmly stand in the current court was the Prime Minister, known for his smooth and accommodating nature, called Bai Xiang. After casually scanning through a few memorials, Emperor Yonghe gradually furrowed his brows. The content of the memorial was not much different from what he had expected. Hai Wei didn't try to clear Qiao Zhong's name, but only said that Qiao Shuanglin was a loyal and righteous person, and should not die with a bad reputation, especially since he also took the blame for Immortal Gate. I am tired. Let's continue this tomorrow, let the court adjourn. The court officials looked at each other and left one by one. However, Hai Wei didn't leave. He stayed in the Golden Hall, even after most of the court officials had scattered, and suddenly looked up, and said seriously, Your Majesty, can we let the reputation of someone who sacrificed themselves for others be tarnished after they have frozen to death? Countless people were affected by the disaster at the market, and there were probably thousands of people who witnessed it with their own eyes. Even if they cover it up, can they hide the words spreading throughout the world? The inhumane tyranny, the inhumane disaster is everywhere. This kind of thing has happened more than once. This time, the disaster caused by inhumane actions has appeared in the imperial capital. If the court retreats as usual, then what about the next time? Your Majesty, if you take one step back, you will keep retreating. When will you stop retreating? Haiwei was very bold this time. Ignoring Emperor Yonghe's order to leave, he spoke out forcefully and made a strong statement. Most of the ministers who used to be bold and courageous have almost disappeared. Nowadays, the court is filled with flatterers who only know how to please others. There are very few people as courageous as Haiwei. Emperor Yonghe frowned and showed obvious displeasure, but still patiently said, "As the emperor, I must consider my actions carefully before taking action. A small hesitation can lead to a great plan's failure. Today's retreat is only for the sake of future calculations, for the sake of the descendants of Great Yan." Haiwei remained silent for a moment and then said with emotion, "Your Majesty, the Inhuman War has been going on for 40 years. The retreat by the previous emperor 40 years ago led to the opening of the 9 Immortal Gates temples in the major cities of Zhu province. It also led to the current widespread inhuman disaster. May I dare to ask, where is your Majesty's grand plan?" Emperor Yonghe's face turned gloomy. When he was young, he once saw Wang Shanhe's determined appearance when he raised objections at a funeral, and he was very inspired by it. But now, after Haiwei came out of the heavenly prison, perhaps because he knew his days were numbered in old age, he became even more resolute than when he was young. He unexpectedly remembered the same resolute Wang Shanhe, who led a group of loyal ministers to speak out against the emperor's decisions. However, now that he was the emperor, he realized at this moment that having ministers stubbornly objecting to him was not a pleasant thing. "Since you brought up the Inhuman War, let's talk about it today." Emperor Yonghe lamented and said n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. 40 years ago, the martial saint led 100,000 elite troops, following the orders of the late emperor to suppress the rebellion of the Inhumans. But before the army even left the Zhong province, they encountered the Inhumans of the Great Dao sect in the Angxi city area. What was the result? Our Great Yan's 100,000 elite troops were completely wiped out, and Angxi city was flattened. They didn't even leave behind ruins. The martial saint was seen as the army's only hope, so before the annihilation of the whole army, his soldiers sacrificed their lives to send him away. Even though the martial saint's martial arts skill improved by leaps and bounds every day, he has now become a handful of yellow soil. I witnessed his death with my own eyes. When Emperor Yonghe thinks of the Nan province praying to the gods, he feels a bitter sorrow in his heart. Martial saint is not a savior, nor is he the last hope of the human race. His tragic death only shows Emperor Yonghe the vast difference between mortal life and the immortal gate. Such a great disparity cannot be erased by mere grand plans, Emperor Yonghe said, looking at the human emperor's sword at his waist. Haiwei fell silent once again. The implication is, Emperor Yonghe himself doesn't have a grand plan powerful enough to turn the tide? His talk of planning for future generations is actually just a desperate hope, as there are currently no effective strategies to counter the inhuman threat. So he places his hopes on future generations? Haiwei said, word by word, I only know that if we keep retreating, when we finally want to advance, will we be able to? If we lose the support of the people, when the time comes to advance, we may find ourselves helpless, Emperor Yonghe replied. The Great Yan Imperial Court is not one person. Whether advancing or retreating, it cannot be controlled as easily as a real person. The words made Emperor Yonghe unconsciously glance at the human emperor sword around his waist, giving him a sudden awakening feeling like coming out of a dream. What people desire is not just an empty statement. In the present Great Yan Imperial Court, what people desire is closely connected to the fate of the country and also closely related to this human emperor sword at their waist. If they lose the support of the people and the country's fate declines, then this human emperor sword will likely lose its brilliance too, won't it? After hearing this, Emperor Yonghe didn't reject it anymore. He remained silent for a long time before slowly saying, could you give me some time to think? The people are like chess pieces, and the emperor is the player. He needs more time to weigh the pros and cons, just as he usually does. Perhaps, now that he is already a chess player, he doesn't need to be as cautious as before? The thought of testing the immortal gate crossed Emperor Yonghe's mind. Tea house in the imperial capital, nature residence. Inside the attic room, Zhang Chen, clairaudience, Hu Han, and others were sitting quietly, waiting for news. They were waiting for news from the palace. Tide listening building had many people coming and going, including nosy people like clairaudience. Even if they sat still in this room, there were people who could constantly gather information from inside and outside the city. News from the palace has come. Haiwei did indeed raise a proposal. Emperor Yonghe is having a conversation with Haiwei in the Golden Chambers. It must be about the market at Suman. Haiwei has left the palace. He looks normal and unhurt, so it seems that Emperor Yonghe is not angered. The people from 6 gates moved and went to the Great Dao sect temple in the north of the city? But how can the laws of Great Yan constrain the immortal leader of Immortal Gate? Immortal Gate's attitude is as tough as usual. Dao Su, a disciple of the Great Dao sect, has been taken back to the sect by Taoist King Ai and will spend 10 years in self-reflection on the mountainside, following the sect's rules. The latest news has arrived. The incident in the vegetable market has been resolved. The government has posted a notice. It is said that this incident was caused by a dispute among disciples of the Great Dao sect, resulting in accidental injury. The involved cultivators have been punished by the Immortal Gate and will be imprisoned for 10 years in self-reflection. Qiao Shuanglan, a righteous man who sacrificed himself to save others, will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. If no one from the Qiao family claims the body, the government will provide a decent burial. From early morning until dusk, one piece of news after another kept coming. The two storytellers looked at each other in surprise. They had not expected the situation to end like this. The Great Dao sect would never simply hand over the cultivators who accidentally killed innocent people in the dispute to the authorities of Great Yan. Everyone, including the storytellers and the Great Yan Imperial Court, surely understood this point very well. So, according to the rules of the sect, it seems that both the Immortal Gate and the Great Yan Imperial Court have reached a compromise. On the surface, this incident still caused some loss of face for the court. But compared to what clairaudience previously estimated, the fact that Qiao Shuanglin took the blame and the Immortal Gate cultivators became heroes for hunting down the culprit, was actually better. The Great Yan Imperial Court didn't try to hide their actions as they usually do, and even the Great Dao sect took the blame for this matter. Clairaudience frowned and pondered, feeling greatly puzzled. It is unknown how many hidden conflicts and games were played during all this. However, without realizing it, the current situation seemed slightly different from what the Great Yan had expected in the past. What exactly has changed? Clairaudience was bewildered. This is not Emperor Yonghe's style, right? Meanwhile, Zhang Chen suddenly burst into laughter, which surprised Clairaudience. Do you still remember Hu Han from earlier, Clairaudience? He wasn't someone I invited, he came to find me. Zhang Chen chuckled. What's wrong with that? There are also Minister of Rights Haiwei, who gives advice to the court, and the woman who confessed to the authorities. Clairaudience, what do you think? Why did they have the idea to try to clear Qiao Shuanglin's name and make the Great Dao sect take responsibility? Clairaudience felt curious and doubtful, and asked, are you suggesting that there is some force behind all this, causing them to change their minds and mobilize people from the court to the common folk to speak up for this case? Zhang Chen laughed silently and shook his head, saying, there aren't so many conspiracies, mysterious forces. In my opinion, it's simply what people desire. Zhang Chen reached out and placed his hand on his own chest, feeling the heartbeat in his chest, once again recalling the past events in Yan City. The death of every righteous person will not be in vain, after all, people have warm hearts. How can those who hold the firewood for others be in vain? How can they be in vain? He was saved by Qiao's family, so he started on the path of being a storyteller. And in his view, Hu Han coming to his door was clearly for similar reasons. Haiwei, as well as the poisoner who turned herself in, may also have had others working behind the scenes, changing their desires. Is there a mysterious force manipulating it all? Although this conspiracy theory is not impossible, Zhang Chen believes more in people's hearts. Because he has experienced similar things too, and he has also changed his thoughts because of Qiao's family's actions. The spark from Qiao's family may not be enough to start a wildfire, illuminating this long night, but as a campfire warming the people, it is more than enough. Clairaudience stretched and yawned, left the tea house private room, and unexpectedly saw Hu Han waiting quietly in the lobby.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. When the latter saw him, he nodded and walked towards him. Master Hu, is there more than just informing us about Qiao Shuanglin that brought you here? Clairaudience asked. Hu Han is stubbornly staying here, clearly having other matters to attend to. Mr. Hu has good insight. In fact, I have another matter that I want Tide Listening Building's help in investigating. Hu Han sighed. My mentor, wooden sword walker Liu Yanbei, has gone missing recently. I, as his disciple, cannot find any trace of him. He seems to have appeared around this imperial capital before disappearing, so I came to seek information from you at Tide Listening Building. Clairaudience paused. The so-called wooden sword walker is a martial arts legend who, even in his 80s, can defeat a young second-rank martial artist one-on-one. Would someone of such skill really go missing? If the martial saint were still alive, it wouldn't be too uncommon for martial arts legends to mysteriously disappear. Many of them may have already become feed for the martial saint. But now that the martial saint is dead, it's strange for someone like Liu Yanbei, a martial arts legend, to go missing without a trace. Clairaudience furrowed his brow and said, since martial saint's death, this imperial capital has not been peaceful. The rumors of martial artists entering the Dao are getting more and more intense, becoming the new hope, even with an organization called Martial Arts League, where the higher UPS claim to be those who enter the Dao through martial arts. What does this have to do with my master? Hu Han asked. Those who enter the Dao through martial arts naturally need to have strength surpassing ordinary martial artists. Otherwise, how dare they call themselves Dao practitioners? Clairaudience said. The principles of martial artists are demonstrated through their fists. These Dao practitioners want to make a name for themselves in the imperial capital, so they naturally have to step on the heads of former experts to rise. Only then can they establish the banner of entering the Dao through martial arts. The first-ranked martial artist of the imperial court, Wei En, the Blackwing Bat King, was said to have fallen at the hands of the Dao practitioners. Even though he had unparalleled lightness skills, he almost couldn't escape and suffered serious injuries. By the way, Qiao Shuanglin had also killed a new recruit recently absorbed by the Martial Arts League, Sword Ghost. You may have heard about this, and perhaps Qiao Shuanglin being framed might also be due to retaliation from the Martial Arts League. The meaning between the lines was quite obvious. The first-ranked martial artist, Wei En, and the skilled Qiao Shuanglin, both seemed to have fallen into the hands of the Martial Arts League. The more famous a martial artist is, the more likely they become the league's prey. Liu Yanbei, a renowned figure in the martial arts world, has a widespread reputation. It is evident that clairaudience words imply that Liu Yanbei's disappearance may be connected to the martial arts league. Fang Fang is in a very good mood today. She hummed a tune as she strolled through the Wan family mansion's courtyard, enjoying the flowers and feeling content. She is not the tide listening building, so the news has not reached her as quickly to inquire about Qiao Shuanglin overturning this matter. Therefore, in her opinion, the outcome of this matter is already determined. Qiao Shuanglin was framed twice and later met a tragic death at the hands of an inhuman person, so her friend Fang Fang no longer needs to be restrained. Recently, she felt a bit unsettled in her heart. Ever since he found out that Fang Yuan's life was improving and he even had enough money to buy an old house, and had formed a close relationship with the martial arts expert Qiao Shuanglin, he felt uneasy. Unfair? She sacrificed a lot, becoming Wan Ronghua's mistress, just to gain what she has now. The Fang family's shops, the Fang family's old house, all belonged to the Wan family now, and she naturally had a share in it. Even though Fang Yuan had hit rock bottom in the past, if it weren't for the connections left by his father, he couldn't even secure a job as a heavenly prison guard. Why did it have to be Fang Yuan, who from a young age gained his father's favor and received the blessings and inheritance that should have belonged to her as his biological daughter? Since Fang Yuan bought back the family house, there has always been a voice roaring in her heart. Watching Fang Yuan rise again step by step on Mount Dong was even more painful for her than losing money. She just didn't dare to make any rash move. Because behind Fang Yuan, there was also Qiao Shuanglin, who stood up for him. This martial arts master who could kill the sword ghost worshipped by the Wan family. Even Wan Ronghua didn't want to provoke him actively, but since both sides had already established enmity, Wan Ronghua had to resort to all means to scheme and plot against Qiao Shuanglin. And Wan Ronghua's scheme had already succeeded. Even someone like Qiao Shuanglin, who is an accomplished fighter, has to be cautious in the imperial capital. Sir's plan really worked, Fang Fang praised. After all, Sir made his fortune from scratch in the imperial capital. So what if Qiao Shuanglin has high martial arts skills? Isn't it easy for Sir to resolve him without shedding blood? However, Sir's attention has been focused on Qiao Shuanglin recently. How could he find time to deal with someone like Fang Yuan? But it's actually fine this way, it allows me to personally settle this grudge. With an idea in her mind, Fang Fang stood up and walked towards the exit. Wan Ronghua isn't here today, he left early in the morning. In her opinion, this is a great opportunity for her. As Wan Ronghua's mistress, although she isn't the main lady, she has enough power to control the servants and maids of the Wan family. As for how to make Fang Yuan fall, Fang Fang has learned a lot from following Wan Ronghua these years, so she definitely has some ideas. Nov. L. B//JNN. In the west of the imperial capital, Fang Fang, who usually plans and strategizes without getting her hands dirty, sees Wan Ronghua sweating nervously as he paces back and forth in the courtyard of a mansion in the west of the city. There is a large locust tree planted in the courtyard, with lush branches and leaves. It provides shade even during the bright day. But Wan Ronghua seems to be feeling hot, with sweat on his forehead, and his heart can't calm down. Is Lord Qin still in seclusion? He couldn't help but ask the steward beside him. Indeed, please wait a moment longer, Mr. Wan. The steward seemed strange, a middle-aged man with an expressionless face. He had a noticeably robust figure, with bulging muscles that pushed his robe high, making people feel intimidated. But what caught Fang Fang's attention even more was the man's very yellow complexion, although not in a sickly way. Judging by his physique, he didn't seem like an invalid plagued by various illnesses. For some reason, Wan Ronghua didn't dare to meet the steward's gaze. He instinctively looked away and continued to wait in the courtyard. Qin Shiking was not in a hurry. Because he was a top-ranked martial artist and also an official of the court, he even had some vague connections with the Great Dao sect. But Wan Ronghua was truly anxious. As soon as he learned that Fang Fang's former handmaids and a few others had fallen into a trap and surrendered themselves to the yamen, he couldn't sit still anymore. The young woman, although scared by Qiao Mu's ghostly tricks, dared not reveal Wan Ronghua's involvement when confessing to the authorities. However, since she had already turned herself in, she couldn't possibly hold back and only reveal a partial truth. Did she think the authorities were fools? This young woman was just an ordinary person, easily frightened by the yamen's bailiffs, just like when she encountered Qiao Mu that night. Her mental defenses quickly crumbled, and she spilled the whole truth. But that's not important. Even if the authorities knew that Wan Ronghua was secretly framing Qiao Shuanglin, what could they do? Wan Ronghua was a wealthy tycoon in the imperial capital, a prominent figure who had reached his current position. He supported a wealthy family and couldn't have achieved all that on his own. Collaboration between officials and merchants has existed since ancient times. Even if the imperial capital yamen discovered Wan Ronghua's misdeeds, it would simply require some monetary arrangements from top to bottom. It's not a big problem, at most a minor inconvenience, certainly not enough to seriously harm Wan Ronghua. Wan Ronghua was not afraid of the other bigwigs in imperial capital, because the bigwigs were all about following the rules. It was actually the powerful martial artist Qiao Shuanglin, who didn't follow the rules, that gave him a massive headache. In the past, Wan Ronghua had twice framed Qiao Shuanglin, always hiding in the shadows and never showing himself directly. If it hadn't been for the incident at the market that day, where they happened to witness an inhuman fight, Qiao Mu still wouldn't have seen Wan Ronghua's face. But unfortunately, that young woman revealed his identity. The authorities knew this was not something to be scared of, but they were afraid that it had already been leaked to another person or group. Could it be Qiao's family? They are so mysterious. Did they force the woman to surrender to the authorities? The more Wan Ronghua thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Ever since he unintentionally got into a conflict with Qiao Shuanglin, he has been thoroughly investigating Qiao's family. He discovered that Qiao's family is very protective and holds grudges. If a member of Qiao's family were to die, another elder from the Qiao family would quickly come to their aid. Picking a fight with someone smaller led to an encounter with someone older. Provoking an older person led to an encounter with someone even older. Wan Ronghua initially thought that Qiao Shuanglin, who was 90 years old, was a rare long-lived elder, so he presumed that there wouldn't be many elderly members in the Qiao family. Therefore, if Qiao Shuanglin were to die, being powerful enough to easily defeat the martial arts expert from the Wan family, there wouldn't be too many individuals like him in Qiao's family. However, due to caution, Wan Ronghua knew he had to continue hiding himself. Unfortunately, his plans couldn't keep up with the changes. The confession of the young woman made Wan Ronghua realize that he may have already exposed this possibility. They are so disgusting, the Qiao family. Are they shameless? Just because the Qiao family is powerful, they want to fight with me to the end. Wan Ronghua muttered to himself while sitting in the hall, enjoying the cool breeze and gazing at the silent sephora tree in the courtyard. Under the sunlight, the expressionless middle-aged steward with a yellow face was coming out from the backyard. In the sunlight, the yellow-faced steward's face faintly glowed, as if there was a subtle metallic luster like copper or iron on his skin. Mr. Wan, sorry for the wait. My master has come out from the meditation room. Qin Shiking followed closely behind and walked out from inside. His face was also calm as he nodded gently at Wan Ronghua. Long time no see, Mr. Wan. I apologize for disturbing Lord Qin. Wan Ronghua also smiled and nodded sincerely. Lord Qin holds a prestigious position and has reached the first rank of the spiritual refining period in martial arts. It's truly embarrassing for me to see him working so diligently on his cultivation. There were rumors going around that Wan Ronghua had joined the prestigious Great Dao sect, and although that wasn't entirely true, Wan Ronghua himself knew it was not far from the truth. It was true that Wan Ronghua was one of the 4 wealthiest individuals in the imperial capital, but in the eyes of the truly powerful, such as those in the Great Dao sect, he was merely a sacrificial pig. That's why he came here. If he were to become an official in the court, as a first-ranked martial artist, he would receive the title of first-rank martial official. A martial official is a prestigious title that grants a salary and status, but no real power. It should not be confused with officials who hold actual positions of power. A second-rank official, both in civil and military affairs, was already considered an important figure in the Great Yan government. Although a first-rank martial official was lower in status, it still held considerable significance. Qin Shiking was deeply devoted to martial arts and had no intentions of becoming an official. He only sought a position to establish his identity, so he settled for a rather low-profile job as the warden of the Heavenly Prison, a place that suppressed criminals. He rarely had official duties and seldom made any moves. The Heavenly Prison was heavily guarded all year round, with martial experts stationed there. No reckless daredevil had ever dared to attack it. Even the Wuji Association finds it troublesome to reach into the Heavenly Prison, and can only ask someone like Wei En, the former debtor of favors, to handle it. So Qin Shiking is actually very free on regular days, which suits him just fine. He only needs to come out and keep things in order when dealing with a small number of criminals. This includes the time when Xiao Zhong was executed at the market. And one of the reasons why Wan Ronghua came to the Qin mansion is also for this purpose. So, are you worried that Qiao's family will behave recklessly like Qiao Shuanglin did before, relying on their martial arts skills and forcefully intruding into your mansion? Qin Shiking smirked as he looked at Wan Ronghua. Lord Qin indeed has keen insight. Wan Ronghua sighed. This imperial capital is a place of great importance and naturally cannot tolerate Qiao's family's audacity. But if Qiao's family truly dares to take action, they will surely perish, although it might be difficult for my Wan family to stop them. Both the offerings and the guards of the Wan family are paid to do their jobs. With Wan Ronghua's wealth, it is easy to bribe a third-rank spiritual refining expert with money, but it is difficult to make someone give up their life. But Qin Shiking is different. On the surface, Qin Shiking is Xiao Zhong's executioner. He broke Xiao Zhong's knee with a kick, which settled their grudge. However, in secret, Qin Shiking has a connection with the Great Dao sect, and this is another reason why Wan Ronghua came here. Xiao's family is very protective. It seems they already have other people in the imperial capital, hiding in the shadows. Wan Ronghua explained carefully, but he didn't notice a hint of impatience in Qin Shiking's eyes. Is that all? Afraid of retaliation from Qiao's family? Qin Shiking's expression remained unchanged, a half-smile still on his face. It doesn't matter, I will intervene when the time comes, he said calmly and composed. Inside the Taoist temple in the north of the imperial capital, Taoist King Ai's face didn't look good, and he was scolding Dao Zhen in front of him. He already understood the whole story about what happened at the vegetable market. The fault is not yours, but during this time, you should also be more cautious in your actions and not mingle too much with ordinary people, King Ai scolded. Regardless of whether the fault lies with Daozhen or Daosu, Immortal Gate will not bow to the Great Yin Imperial Court and hand over the disciples who caused a ruckus in the marketplace. Since Emperor Yonghe manifested the imperial fortune of the human emperor sword, the attitudes of Great Dao sect and other Immortal Gates have inevitably changed, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Using oppressive force is not advisable, it might backfire. If it provokes the resistance of the Great Yin Imperial Court or Emperor Yonghe, things will be difficult to resolve. With the foundation of the 9 Immortal Gates, they naturally don't fear a mere mortal emperor who holds the human emperor sword. But Immortal Gate belongs to Immortal Gate, and cultivators belong to themselves. In the eyes of Elder King Ai, Emperor Yonghe now is like a dirty mop, while LV Buledin is alive. Although they don't think highly of this ordinary king, they also don't want to take the initiative to touch Emperor Yonghe's bad luck. Therefore, Elder King Ai made his disciple Daosu face the wall and reflect for 10 years at the gate of the mountain. In King Ai's view, Immortal Gate has already lowered its head. If this matter spreads to the ears of other Immortal Gates, they would probably be ridiculed. The people in the Immortal Path have long transcended the mundane world. They are revered and greatly admired by worldly mortals who worship them like gods. How can the laws of the mundane world restrain cultivators? Despite Elder King Ai's scolding, Daozhen appeared sincere in admitting his mistake, but his mind was somewhat absent. He was pondering over a question that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. I have personally witnessed the untimely deaths of Qiao Zhong and Qiao Shuanglin, 2 members of the Qiao's family. But why, after their deaths, my soul-binding spell didn't work? When mortal bodies die and souls scatter, although it happens quickly, there is still a process. Cultivators like Daozhen, who have mastered soul-binding spells, naturally have no problem capturing the soul of a recently deceased mortal. But why 2 consecutive failures? These 2 members of the Qiao family seem to be extraordinary. Daozhen observed quietly, but suspicion arose in his heart. However, he didn't ask Elder King Ai at this moment when she was angry. Just after Elder King Ai warned him not to get too involved with mortals, he asked, fearing that he would meet senior sister Daosu on the introspection cliff of the sect later. He kept his doubts deep in his heart, but his curiosity about the Qiao family grew stronger. I wonder how many more people are in the Qiao family. If they are all such exceptional individuals, it would be worth taking a closer look. Daozhen's lips curled slightly upwards. The old house of the Fang family.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Qiao Mu left the old house alone, while Fang Yuan saw him off at the door. The 2 of them were a bit reserved in their interactions and didn't exchange many pleasantries. After all, Fang Yuan had initially met Qiao Zhong, who had introduced him to Fang Yuan's mentor Qiao Shuanglin, and Qiao Senlin was another elder of the Qiao family who had just arrived in the imperial capital. Moreover, Qiao Senlin had come for revenge, which made Fang Yuan feel a slight sense of guilt. Of course, this was what Fang Yuan thought in his heart, not Qiao Mu. Whether it was Qiao Zhong, Qiao Shuanglin, or the current Qiao Senlin, they were all just wearing different disguises, but inside they were the same. The same thoughts, the same determination, always consistent. It's time to solve the feud between Wanronghua and Qiao Mu, thought Qiao Mu. At first, there was no feud between him and Wanronghua. He only became interested when he heard that this wealthy man from imperial capital had caused the downfall of Fang Yuan's family. Later, he discovered that he had been framed twice and suffered damage to his reputation, which caused the grudge to form. Knowing Wanronghua's methods, it was clear that he wanted more than just ruining Qiao Mu's reputation. There would definitely be more ruthless actions to come, but Qiao Mu wasn't going to sit back and do nothing. When the young woman confessed to the authorities and revealed Wanronghua as the mastermind, and when the authorities cleared Qiao Shuanglin's name, Qiao Mu was a bit surprised. So he waited for a few more days, hoping to see if the Great Yin authorities would uphold justice and cause some trouble for Wanronghua, even if it was just a little bit. However, his wait was in vain. Since that was the case, it was now his time to step into the spotlight. Breaking into the mansion of a powerful and wealthy person was something he had done before. At the entrance of the old house, after saying goodbye to Qiao Mu, Fang Yuan also left, preparing to go on duty at the heavenly prison. Qiao Senlin had just met him, and Qiao Senlin didn't mention the fact that he was planning to confront Wanronghua. If he knew, he would surely feel uneasy. Once on the street, Fang Yuan's thoughts were still a bit chaotic, immersed in the recent dramatic changes. After buying the old Fang family house, he thought he could prosper and establish the Fang family's name in the imperial capital. If his little sister was still here, maybe she would come back too. However, things didn't turn out as he expected. Qiao Shuanglin, who had helped him, quickly died, and there were enemies who added fuel to the fire. Afterward, he even heard from Qiao Mu that his little sister had changed her name and married into the Fang family. Lost in these thoughts, he didn't notice a wrinkled old man with a white beard quietly approaching among the pedestrians on the street. Then, as they brushed past each other, the old man purposely or accidentally bumped into the shoulder. Oh dear. The old man slipped and fell to the ground, hitting his head on the cobblestone street. Blood was flowing, giving him a somewhat terrifying appearance as he cried out in pain, unable to get up. Young man, did I offend you? Can't you restrain yourself from causing such trouble for an old man like me? The fallen old man shouted at the top of his lungs. Fang Yuan was taken aback for a moment, and before he could gather his thoughts, he tried to reach out and help the old man with the bleeding head. However, just as he was about to make a move, a crowd started gathering, drawn by the commotion. "Don't you young people look where you're going? Tisk tisk, isn't this old gentleman already in his 70s or 80s? At such an old age, even a minor fall." The surrounding pedestrians crowded in, voicing their disapproval and creating a noisy atmosphere. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan suddenly felt a sense of familiarity as his heart grew calm. When the incident happened at the market, he wasn't present, but he witnessed the amazing show at the entrance of the clinic. Is it Wan Ronghua? He wondered to himself. No, it couldn't be. Wan Ronghua wouldn't make such a foolish mistake for the third time. If he wanted to frame me, a mere pawn, he would use a more clever method. This simple framing tactic wasn't enough to fool a wicked person. As a guard of the heavenly prison, he wasn't a good person either and knew how to handle troublemakers with appropriate methods. Fang Yuan's heart sank, his eyes squinted slightly, and he lowered his head to grab the old man's collar, lifting him up from the ground. However, he felt a sadness in his heart that was hard to put into words. If the situation wasn't like Wan Ronghua's, then perhaps there would be an even worse possibility. Does that sister who isn't related to him by blood want him to end up like Qiao Shuanglin, or die a tragic death? Manner of the Thousand. There was a sharp sound, like a snap. Wan Ronghua slapped his mistress Fang Fang's face, leaving her with an incredulous expression. This only made Wan Ronghua even more angry. Who allowed you to provoke Fang Yuan at such a crucial time? Wan Ronghua said angrily. He was breathing heavily, his face turning red with frustration. Clearly, he was very angry. Seeing Wan Ronghua's expression, Fang Fang, who was feeling somewhat aggrieved, couldn't help but feel a little fearful. She lowered her voice and said, "Didn't the master promise to help me and punish Fang Yuan? I thought Qiao Shuanglin, who supported Fang Yuan, had already died due to the master's plans." Wan Ronghua was at a loss for words. This Fang Fang is still a young concubine. Her status within the Wan family is neither high nor low. As soon as the official matters arrived, Wan Ronghua immediately rushed to the Qin Shai King's residence, completely disregarding his own concubine. And this concubine, she can't really be considered the one in charge of the Wan family. So the information that Wan Ronghua had, Fang Fang was unable to know at the first moment. This made her take matters into her own hands, causing Wan Ronghua to worry. What happened to Fang Yuan? Did your little plan succeed? Wan Ronghua sighed and sat down on the armchair, asking. He doesn't follow the rules. Fang Fang frowned and said angrily. This time, Fang Yuan played the role of a villain. He grabbed the old man who intentionally caused an accident and beat him up in the street. He even planned to take him to the authorities. But the villain reported first, saying that the old man was provoking him and delaying his duty at the heavenly prison. Although the people I sent were loudly denouncing Fang Yuan on the side, he remained unfazed. Wan Ronghua fell silent, holding his forehead and letting out a long sigh. How can we apply the same method we used for dealing with Qiao Shuanglin to deal with Fang Yuan? It wouldn't work. Huh. Fang Fang blinked her eyes. This method was enough to handle someone as skilled in martial arts as Qiao Shuanglin. It almost ruined his reputation in the imperial capital. Dealing with someone like Fang Yuan should be a piece of cake. Wan Ronghua decided not to speak. There's no such thing as a universal magic plan in this world. Different people require different strategies. Qiao Shuanglin comes from a famous family of heroes, just like Qiao. That's why my previous plan was able to trap him, because he is always careful and thinks things through. Before he takes action, he considers whether the common people around him are innocent or intentionally causing trouble. But someone like Fang Yuan, who grew up as a prison guard in a heavenly place, doesn't care about his reputation being tarnished. He doesn't care whether others have good or bad intentions. And this situation has already happened twice in front of Qiao Shuanglin before. Do you really think Fang Yuan would be foolish enough to have no defenses? Wan Ronghua said this while shaking his head and sighing. No wonder his father's will didn't give any of the Fang family's shops to Fang Fang, but instead gave them to Fang Yuan. If Fang Fang had been given those shops, with her intelligence, it wouldn't take long for her to lose everything. His father was a very wise person. Although he wasn't my opponent, he indeed had the ability to judge people accurately. He saw through both of his own children. Wan Ronghua thought of his father, who was defeated by him in the past, and sighed a little. His father's will divided the family's assets into two parts. One part consisted of antique shops and the old mansion on Antique Street, while the other part included the collection of antiques and calligraphy within the shops. The first one only has 3, but the second one has 7, and that's the big part. After all, Fang Fang is his real daughter. And for Fang Yuan, his father's way of handling things is great too. Ever since his father found out that Fang Yuan was only 7 years old and felt bad about not being able to visit his biological father, he knew that this kid was careful in his thoughts and had deep emotions. So he treats Fang Yuan well, like his own. As for leaving the old house to Fang Yuan, who is not his biological son, in Wan Ronghua's opinion, it's actually a clever move. The land value of the old house was not high back then, and it's also not well maintained and a bit old. But for Fang Yuan, who values emotions more, the old house has more meaning. In Wan Ronghua's view, by giving the shop and the old house to Fang Yuan, his father is clearly playing the emotional card. The so-called seeing things and having feelings. Every time Fang Yuan sees the two jujube trees in the courtyard, he must think of his father's advice at that time, to support each other with his little sister Fang Fang. As long as Fang Fang doesn't go too far, Fang Yuan will also take care of his non-blood-related little sister Fang Fang for the sake of his stepfather's face. The so-called sitting and eating away, the inheritance left by his father may not be enough for Fang Fang to spend her whole life. But with Fang Yuan, who manages an antique shop, at least he can ensure that Fang Fang has no worries about clothing and food. This is Wan Ronghua's speculation on the thoughts of his opponent before his death. This woman, I'm afraid she will completely ruin Fang Yuan's feelings today. Wan Ronghua shook his head. He made up his mind that from now on he absolutely cannot let Fang Fang take control of the house, just treat her like a canary. Although this woman is good-looking, she lacks clarity in her mind and is prone to jealousy. She causes too much trouble. Wan Ronghua sighed. If it were in the past, he would definitely send experts to use force immediately, and kill Fang Yuan right away, to cover up for Fang Fang.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. But now he doesn't have the strength for this. Although Qiao Shuanglin has died, but several troublemakers hired by Wan Ronghua to falsely accuse Qiao Shuanglin have already turned themselves in to the authorities. This means that there must be someone, or some power, siding with the deceased Qiao Shuanglin. And what Wan Ronghua is afraid of is Qiao's family appearing in imperial capital again. At this moment, it is already different from when Qiao Shuanglin was here. Back then, Wan Ronghua was hiding in the darkness, but now he is very likely to be targeted by Qiao's family. How can he have the capacity to cover for Fang Fang? Immediately bring all the guards and attendants from the mansion here. We must keep a close watch on the mansion these nights. Wan Ronghua ordered immediately. Relying solely on guards or attendants is not enough, he is not at ease. Although Qin Shiking has already declared that he will take action, if he is a little late, even if he manages to kill the next Qiao family elder, what good will it do? Someone, quickly go to the Qin mansion and deliver a message for me. Wan Ronghua glanced at the sky and immediately called a trusted person. It was already nighttime, the surroundings were dark, and the night sky was without a moon. It was the perfect night for skilled warriors to take action. If it weren't for Wan Ronghua being afraid of dying, he wouldn't have sent someone else and would have gone himself. Soon, the Wan family mansion was brightly lit, every room had lights on, and guards were patrolling back and forth. The whole mansion was busy. Wan Ronghua sat on the main seat in the hall, holding prayer beads in his hand, but a sense of unease rose in his heart. I understand. Qin Shiking sat calmly in front of the table, closed his eyes to rest, and nodded towards the trusted person sent by Wan Ronghua. Although this trusted person had many words in his heart that he wanted to say, he didn't say much since Qin Shiking was an important person invited by the master of the house, and quickly took his leave. No wonder Lord Qin is esteemed, calm in the face of change, and has the demeanor of a great general. It's no surprise he is favored by the elders of the Great Dao sect and considered one of the potential candidates to become King Qin. The butler had this thought in his mind and nodded secretly. This butler was clearly not an ordinary person either. His exaggerated muscles lifted his robe high, making him look more like a bodyguard than a butler. In reality, he was indeed not an ordinary person. Even now, after joining the Martial Arts League and breaking through, he was even stronger than the Qin Shiking he currently served. Nevertheless, he was still just a butler. In the eyes of the Immortal Gate cultivators, the strength of a martial artist was not the most important, because strengths and weaknesses were always incomparable to those of the great cultivators. However, in the eyes of the Immortal Gate, Qin Shiking was obviously much more important than someone like him, a mere butler. Luhan is the name used for this butler in the Jianghu, and he is actually one of Qin Shiking's protectors. The so-called King Qin carried the hopes of becoming the king and was extraordinary. The second guardian of Qin Shiking, Dao Zhen, was even more extraordinary. He was actually a disciple of Elder King Ai from the Great Dao sect. This is very unusual. You should know that in the eyes of the elders of the Immortal Gate, the identity of a martial artist cannot be compared to any cultivator, especially since Dao Zhen is not just an ordinary sect disciple, but a disciple of Elder King Ai. Making Dao Zhen become a guardian of Qin Shiking, a martial artist, can be considered unusual. Although it is unusual, it shows how important Qin Shiking is to Taoist King Ii.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Brother Luhan, tonight you will accompany me to Wan Ronghua's mansion and wait for an opportunity, Qin Shiking said. Martial artists are naturally respected as the strong. On the surface, Luhan is a steward, but his strength is already stronger than Qin Shiking. Therefore, Qin Shiking cannot treat him as a lowly servant. Should I go too? Luhan was surprised. Qin Shiking used to be so calm. Could it be that he considered himself a hidden card after making a breakthrough? No wonder he is so confident. It turns out he relies on him, Luhan. Of course, Qin Shiking smiled and said seriously. A gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. I promised Wan Ronghua to eliminate the trouble caused by Qiao's family, not just for his wealth. Since we are dealing with Qiao's family, we must do our best and eliminate any risks. That's true. Luhan's face slightly showed a strange expression as he began to feel puzzled in his mind. Actually, it makes sense. Maybe Qin Shiking caught the attention of the Great Dao sect because his mindset is different from ordinary people. I heard that his determination to pursue the Dao is extremely strong. He was even willing to sacrifice his spouse and children in his early years for the sake of enlightenment. It seems remarkable now. Luhan had doubts in his heart, and he left with Qin Shiking, vanishing into the darkness of the night. Outside Wan Ronghua's mansion, Qiao Mu stood on the roof of a small building, looking down at the busy scene of the security guards patrolling inside the mansion. The security is quite tight. Did someone leak the information? Qiao Mu had no idea that it was because of Fang Fang's scheme against Fang Yuan that startled Wan Ronghua, causing him to be suspicious and order tight security. But that didn't matter. Anyway, Qiao Mu didn't plan to get out alive. As long as he could kill Wan Ronghua, what did it matter if he was discovered? Originally, Qiao Mu wanted to take a page from when he visited his friend with the last name Guo and first go to the kitchen to capture a servant, but now it seemed impossible to sneak in slowly. So, he had to resort to a physical infiltration. He slightly bent his knees, leapt into the air, and disappeared in a blur, leaving only a gust of night wind. Shadow Step was originally a skill of thieves. Now, Qiao Mu has focused all his training on Shadow Step and has reached a perfect level, landing and breaking the window, all without making a sound. Even the guards on patrol didn't notice the blurry figure passing by. With a burst of internal strength under his feet, Qiao Mu swiftly moved through the Wan mansion, hearing countless whispers, footsteps, and voices. Wan Ronghua is in the guest room to the east of the backyard. Qiao Mu's ears twitched. He swiftly jumped and landed lightly on the eaves, taking out a small stone from his hand. Inside the guest room, Wan Ronghua was sitting comfortably on the master's chair, looking slightly anxious. He was speaking to his concubine, Fang Fang, who was beside him. Qiao Mu hadn't received proper training in hidden weapon techniques, but his martial arts skills were so advanced that with the infusion of internal strength, even a flick of a leaf could be dangerous, let alone a stone. Holding his breath, Qiao Mu made a slight movement and the stone in his hand was instantly thrown out. The stone blurred in the air, emitting a sharp sound as it pierced through the air, directly aiming at Wan Ronghua. It happened in a split second. However, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and caught the stone in its palm. In front of Wan Ronghua in the room, a figure suddenly appeared standing. Qiao Mu felt familiar with this figure, as they had crossed paths before. It was Qin Shiking, the executioner at the market execution ground that day. Being a highly skilled first-rank spiritual refining expert with keen intuition, sneak attacks and ambushes were almost ineffective against Qin Shiking. Naturally, he had sensed Qiao Mu's attempted attack in advance and quietly made his move. As Wan Ronghua trembled in shock and fear, the guards in the mansion also reacted. There's an assassin. An old man in black clothes quickly appeared and pulled Wan Ronghua back. The rest of the guards patrolling the mansion rushed over and quickly surrounded Qiao Mu, who was on the roof of the house. Qin Shiking tiptoed and leaped onto the roof, looking at the old man in front of him with a bit of surprise. It seems like it really is Qiao's family. Perfect, tonight we'll put an end to the trouble. Qiao Mu didn't disguise himself or wear any kind of night sneaking mask. He wished he could write his name on his own face. At this time, Qiao Mu looked quite old. His physical age had exceeded 100 years. His hair and beard were all white, and his silver long hair flowed down his shoulders. After using the flesh-changing skill, Qiao Mu now looked similar to, but not the same as, the 90-year-old Qiao Shuanglin he used to be. Did Qin Shiking and Wan Ronghua team up? Well, it seems like it's just right for me too, to solve both sides at once. Qiao Mu didn't have a strong impression of Qin Shiking, because Qin Shiking only kicked him and broke his knees, but it wasn't a deadly injury. But now Qin Shiking made it clear that he wanted to help Wan Ronghua and looked like he wanted to kill Qiao Mu, so Qiao Mu naturally wouldn't be kind-hearted. Lord Qin has really come. Wan Ronghua truly breathed a sigh of relief. Both he and Qin Shiking actually had a mysterious relationship with the Great Dao sect. In theory, as a wealthy person in the imperial capital, he had to pay a large amount of money to the Great Dao sect every month, and the Great Dao sect wouldn't disregard his life. But in reality, cultivators were beyond understanding, and Wan Ronghua couldn't figure out what the cultivators of the Great Dao sect were thinking. Now that Qin Shiking had come as promised, there was no need for him to worry about trivial matters. Qin Shiking is extraordinary. Although the name Kill Wife to prove Qin Shiking is not particularly prestigious, this ruthless person undoubtedly earns fear and awe from many people in the martial arts world. The old man in black helped Wan Ronghua to leave, but Wan Ronghua waved his hand to stop him. He cannot leave. It's not that Wan Ronghua is daring, wanting to witness the fight between the two top martial artists on the scene. The main reason is that he dares not leave. Qin Shiking, being such a ruthless person, is naturally someone he doesn't dare to offend. The fact that the other party is willing to come and help already gives Wan Ronghua a great deal of face. If Wan Ronghua hurriedly leaves the mansion to save his life, leaving Qin Shiking to fight the old man from the Qiao family, Wan Ronghua worries that Qin Shiking will kill everyone and then turn around to stab him. Though Wan Ronghua didn't leave, Qiao Mu no longer has the leisure to deal with such a rich man, because all of his attention is focused on Qin Shiking. This person called Qin Shiking seems to have something special. Qiao Mu furrowed his eyebrows, looking down at his own arm. The hairs on his arm were standing up, and goosebumps had appeared. Spirit-refining martial artists have sharp intuition, allowing them to anticipate their opponents. As for Qiao Mu, who has been practicing the martial saint spiritual technique up until now, he could be considered a half-spirit refining martial artist. However, his intuition was unreliable at times. But this time, his body sensed a great danger. And in that instant, Qin Shiking made a move. He held a stone in his hand and lightly threw it towards Qiao Mu. The throwing motion was identical to Qiao Mu's, clearly meant to deliberately use the same move against him. Hiss! The stone flew through the air like an arrow, aimed directly at Qiao Mu's forehead, but it wasn't very fast. This actually matched Qiao Mu's understanding of spirit refining martial artist. The strength of a spirit refining martial artist lies in their spirit, rather than their physical strength or the level of their internal power, which may not necessarily be stronger than a 4th rank practicing martial artist. Even if it was a stone thrown by a first-ranked martial artist named Qin Shiking, it wasn't very fast and posed no threat to Qiao Mu. With this thought in mind, Qiao Mu quickly turned his head to dodge, but his heart was filled with a sense of impending danger. Thud! In a blink of an eye, the stone actually made a small arc in the air and hit the side of Qiao Mu's face, causing his skin to break and blood to flow. The stone changed its course. Qiao Mu wondered. When he had fought Saintess Wu Qingxin, who practiced both the Dao and martial arts in Nan Province, Wu Qingxin, who was in the Qi refining period, displayed a sword technique that had nothing to do with martial arts, but rather belonged to the realm of immortal cultivation. At this moment, Qin Shiking, the best martial artist, skillfully maneuvered the stone in a manner similar to the sword technique of the Qi refining cultivator. Is this surprising? You've lived long enough to see it all, haven't you? Qin Shiking smiled, taking a few steps forward. The godly power of the best martial artist is now so powerful that it can control objects independently. The path to greatness may differ, but the end result is the same. What is there to be amazed about? Qin Shiking's gaze was sharp as a knife. With his green longsword, he swiftly sliced through the night, releasing a blaze of light as it slashed diagonally towards Qiao Mu's left shoulder. In that moment, Qiao Mu felt a chill run down his spine, and goosebumps erupted on his right shoulder. He seems to aim for my left shoulder, but my instincts warn me about my right shoulder. Is he planning a trick? Thoughts raced through Qiao Mu's mind, but he had no time to ponder. He acted based on his body's instincts and quickly lowered himself, while twisting his right shoulder. Swish! Qiao Mu's left shoulder was struck by the sword, tearing open a long gash in his robe. The fierce force of the blow widened the wound, causing blood to flow profusely. Qiao Mu was surprised that his instinctive warning was wrong. He wasn't trying to strike my right shoulder? Although his instincts were sometimes accurate and sometimes not, this was the first time they had been so off during his martial arts training. Qin Shiking didn't give Qiao Mu any time to think. His gaze remained sharp as a knife, and he continuously swung his long sword, like relentless waves in the ocean. What made Qiao Mu uncomfortable was that his half-hearted instinctual perception kept making mistakes in this process. In a short amount of time, Qiao Mu had already been struck by 6 or 7 swords, with blood flowing from all over his body. Even though Qin Shiking was a first-rank spiritual refining period practitioner, with superior speed, strength, and the internal strength infused into his blade, he still couldn't match Qiao Mu, who had already reached the age of 100. Despite this, Qiao Mu was being constantly suppressed by Qin Shiking's continuous onslaught of sword strikes, and new wounds kept appearing on his body. Qiao Mu was already accustomed to getting injured, and his physical training was not low. With his whole body protected by internal strength, although he had many wounds, they were not severe. The fight between spirit refining martial artists is not just physical, but also a battle of mind and spirit. Qin Shiking chuckled to himself as he effortlessly swung his sword. The first-ranked martial artist, God, has become so powerful that it can influence tangible things. It is easy for him to suppress spirit refining martial artists who are weaker than him and make them misjudge their intuition. N/O/vel/B/C/n.C//om. All the martial artists above the 3rd rank are spiritual refining. The difference in strength and weakness between martial artists from the 3rd rank to the 1st rank lies in their proficiency in the spiritual refining method. The 9 ranks of martial artists are a human-made distinction. One of the reasons why a 1st-ranked martial artist is stronger than a 2nd or 3rd-ranked martial artist is that they can form a Qi traction against weaker opponents and exert pressure during mental confrontation. Although Qiao Mu has not yet embarked on true spiritual refining method, he can still be considered as a half-spirit refining martial artist. His intuition is sometimes accurate and sometimes not, but at this moment, it turns out to be an advantage. If Qiao Mu were an ordinary 3rd-ranked spirit refining martial artist, he would be suppressed by Qin Shiking in a mental confrontation. Ding, ding, dong. Sparks flew as the swords clashed. Qiao Mu sustained another wound, but Qin Shiking was getting a little impatient. Although he is aware that his strength surpasses Qiao Mu's, this old man, despite his weakened vitality and inability to last in a fight, is surprisingly tougher than he imagined. He was cut and covered in blood, but he didn't react at all. He didn't even frown or slow down. Why are you just standing there? Let's go together. He waved to the many guards surrounding Wan Ronghua. There were dozens of guards by Wan Ronghua's side, including several spirit refining martial artists. However, they only stood by and watched without joining the fight between Qin Shiking and Qiao Mu. Startled by Qin Shiking's urging, the old man in black beside Wan Ronghua asked, "Lord Qin is powerful enough to deal with this old thief, right? Can we just stand by and support from the sidelines?" It's not that they want to slack off. In their eyes, the first-ranked martial artist Qin Shiking clearly had the upper hand and could overpower Qiao Mu. The martial artists of the world are divided into 9 ranks, with the first rank being the very best. Such a strong person should naturally have the dignity of a strong person. Qin Shiking was clearly in a dominant position, bullying the weaker ones. If they were to interfere, it might only upset Qin Shiking more. After all, Qin Shiking has a bad reputation and is known for being a mean and unpredictable person. They can't afford to provoke him. Qin Shiking glanced at them from the corner of his eye and quickly guessed what they were thinking. He smirked. What? Do you think I rely on my strength to bully the weak, and by outnumbering them, I would lose my status and dignity as a strong individual? Instead of easily surrounding and killing this beast, you choose to play a one-on-one game, acting all high and mighty. That's just foolish. Wan Ronghua, if your people don't come forward soon, I will leave. Wan Ronghua hesitated for a moment, and then quickly ordered the nearby guards and attendants to step forward. In no time, the courtyard was filled with people, each holding weapons and shouting as they moved forward. The only person who remained still in the corner of the courtyard at the Qin mansion was the steward, Luhan. He is Qin Shiking's protector, stronger than the other, and saves Qin Shiking's life, not one of his subordinates. But at this moment, he nodded secretly after hearing Qin Shiking's words. He's clear-minded and not burdened by his identity. Is this what the immortal master of Great Dao sect values? Seeing the guards surrounding him, Qiao Mu frowned. It's like being treated as the main boss. Qin Shiking doesn't have an advantage in pure strength and speed, but he can predict his moves, avoid them in advance, and control the rhythm of the battle, making it his own domain. Isn't this like a player with low-level equipment fighting a powerful boss monster alone? I originally wanted to test my strength in normal mode, but since it's outnumbered, I won't hold back. I'll go straight to the second phase. Qiao Mu thought to himself. Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method. In an instant, Qiao Mu activated the magical demon breaking technique. His whole body was filled with an intense power, like a raging force flowing through every part of his body. With the complete mastery of the magical demon breaking technique, Qiao Mu could unleash 4 or 5 times more internal strength in a short amount of time. His meridians were now filled with a swollen and throbbing internal strength, causing a faint sensation of swelling and tearing throughout his body. He swung his sword, clashing with Qin Shiking's knife. In an instant, his internal strength surged forth, 4 or 5 times stronger, causing Qin Shiking's hand to tremble and almost lose grip of his knife. His body even slightly staggered. Even though Qin Shiking had a premonition, Qiao Mu's punches and kicks, powered by the overwhelming strength of the magical demon breaking technique, were impossible for him to resist. At the same time, Qiao Mu extended his other hand and pointed it towards a spot in front of him. Fragmented virtual finger. Invisible and powerful internal strength burst out from his fingertip, condensing into an arrow-like projectile that shot through the air with a chilling force. Qin Shiking quickly moved his body backward, appearing 10 meters away. But to his surprise, the splitting palm strike's piercing finger force crossed that 10-meter distance, leaving a finger-sized hole in his shoulder. With a loud thud, Qin Shiking stumbled and his face became serious. To have such power, even with internal strength projecting 10 meters away? How many years of rigorous training did it take? 80 years? 100 years? Just how old is this strange Qiao family elder? When projecting internal strength at a distance, its power quickly diminishes. Spirit-refining martial artists are slightly stronger in this aspect compared to martial artists who only train their inner strength, possessing a longer attack range but still limited to 10 meters. However, the power Qiao Mu displayed at this moment astonished him. The maximum limit of a martial artist's internal strength is just the 4th rank. To progress further, one can only rely on the passage of time, slowly accumulating strength and internal strength. Therefore, martial artists beyond the 4th rank devote themselves to the spiritual refining method. Continuing to train inner strength is a long and arduous path, with no qualitative breakthroughs in internal strength, only the accumulation of quantity. Compared to the spiritual refining method, it can be said to be half as effective, a foolish method that has long been eliminated from the martial arts world for hundreds of years. And the strange Qiao family person appeared in front of him, but according to the current classification of martial artists, he was only at the 4th level of training, not yet at the level of spiritual refinement. But he was able to forcefully penetrate Qin Shiking's shoulder, even though Qin Shiking was a first-ranked martial artist, using his strong internal strength. So he's also a skilled fisherman. Qin Shiking frowned and stepped back behind the others. Even though he believed his strength was still superior to Qiao Mu's, it was still better to avoid getting injured if possible. Can you escape? Qiao Mu's eyes widened, he stumped his feet forcefully, and activated his abundant internal strength. The blood vessels in his lower legs were on the verge of bursting as he swiftly moved through the air and disappeared into the wind. Before unleashing the heavenly demon disintegration method, the 100-year-old Qiao Mu already possessed nearly a century of pure internal strength, accumulated from relentlessly training day and night for 100 years. Solely considering the extent of his abundant internal strength, the 100-year-old Qiao Mu could dominate the martial arts world, with very few who could match his skill. Under the heavenly demon disintegration method, internal strength skyrocketed to 4 or 5 times its original power. The explosive force in an instant is comparable to the rich internal strength cultivated through 400 or 500 years of arduous training. Martial artists in the mortal world have a similar lifespan to ordinary people. The accumulation of internal strength can only be achieved through the practice of countless years. except for a few exceptionally talented geniuses or those who are lucky enough to consume extraordinary treasures. Even if an ordinary person starts practicing from the womb and trains for 4 or 5 lifetimes, it is unlikely to attain the power of 4 or 500 years. At this moment, Qiao Mu's level of internal strength has already surpassed the comprehension ability of Qin Shiking, a first-ranked martial artist. As he ran and threw himself forward, Qiao Mu's invisible and incorporeal internal strength burst forth, causing his entire body's blood vessels to rupture and turn him into a bloody figure. The inhumanly powerful internal strength naturally signifies an explosive load that far surpasses the capacity of a human body. Qiao Mu's life will be shorter than before, but it will also be more brilliant. Boom! With a powerful burst of internal strength, Qiao Mu's figure rushed forward like a cannonball, causing a strong gust of wind even with just this simple action, making several guards stumbling. Witness my heavenly demon disintegration method Shadow Sword. The Shadow Transformation Sword technique is a sword technique that was famous for its complexity and sophistication in Yan City, once practiced by City Lord Guo Yan. Under Qiao Mu's current display, the overlapping sword shadows were no longer illusory trickery, but a series of images formed by the extremely fast sword speed. With a single swing of the sword, layers of overlapping sword shadows enveloped the surroundings, violently cracking the air in front. The overlapping sword shadows, the roaring strong wind, and the blazing aura seemed to shatter the silent night. Qin Shiking's pupils contracted as he watched Qiao Mu approaching at an astonishing speed. The strong wind blowing past made Wan Ronghua's guards stumble as he rushed towards them. The so-called guards and servants of the Wan family were mostly people who were just paid to do their job. They were okay with going along for an easy task, but when it came to fighting desperately, they didn't seem as interested. At this moment, including the spiritual refining guards and servants of the Wan family, they all involuntarily slowed their pace, as if the strong wind had made them stumble. Qin Shiking's heart sank slightly as the intuition of being a first-ranking practitioner in the spiritual refining period warned him frantically. It's impossible to resist. Did they use some kind of powerful forbidden technique similar to the heavenly demon disintegration method? But the power of the heavenly demon disintegration method isn't that extreme. Although he was a first-ranking practitioner, his strengths didn't lie in his physical body or internal strength. Though stronger than an ordinary fourth-ranking practitioner, his strength was still limited. Once hit directly by the current Qiao Mu, even if it was just a collision, his body would probably be crushed under the immense force. Qin Shiking's pupils contracted. In the blink of an eye, he became even calmer than before, with thoughts racing through his mind. Spirit-refining martial artists can be considered as the top third rank because they are stronger than ordinary martial artists. Even if there isn't much difference in physical strength and the level of internal strength, spirit-refining martial artists can rely on their powerful spirit to perform precise moves on the tip of a sword, achieving a level of finesse that is difficult for ordinary martial artists to reach. All martial arts in the world are invincible, only speed can't be broken. While this is indeed a correct principle, how are martial artists any different from those powerful beasts if they are only fast and strong? No matter how powerful a move is, if it doesn't hit, it's all for nothing. This thought brushed through Qin Shiking's mind, and in his mind flashed the battle that took place in the market a few days ago. Actually, he was also at the market at that time, but he stayed hidden and didn't participate. He saw how the 90-year-old Xiao Shuanglin exhibited astonishing speed and strength, how he was repeatedly frozen by the techniques of cultivator Deosu without even touching her, and how he ended up in pieces. With a thought, Qin Shiking's whole body surged with boiling energy and blood. He stomped heavily on the ground, revealing a self-sacrificing forbidden technique. Red blood skill. Instead of trying to fight back, he tried to dodge using the keen intuition of the best martial artist. But although he reacted quickly, there was no one in the world like Qiao Mu, who repeatedly used the heavenly demon disintegration method many times, reaching the highest level of mastery. This was the first time Qin Shiking used the explosive forbidden skill called red blood skill. Although he had no hesitation in his heart, he was still a little slower. Qiao Mu's figure was like a giant eagle, stirring up a strong wind in the darkness of night, and suddenly he was there. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shiking twisted his body to dodge with all his strength as Qiao Mu swung his sword towards his chest. Just as the long sword was about to strike his chest, Qin Shiking took a deep breath, and his bones made a clicking sound. Surprisingly, his chest slightly caved in. The long sword didn't hit Qin Shiking directly, but its sharp blade left a long bloody mark on his chest, and the powerful force made Qin Shiking fly backward for over 10 meters. At the same time, there was a muffled sound. Qiao Mu's arm, holding the sword, was bleeding profusely, making it almost impossible for him to hold the sword steady. Nov. L. B //JNN. Qin Shiking tiptoed, leaving long marks on the ground as he dragged his feet. He took a moment to catch his breath, and his chest, which had sunk before, returned to its normal state, rising and falling rapidly. The wound on his chest wasn't fatal, but combined with the aftermath of the powerful red blood skill he had just used, he was feeling unwell, with weak energy and blood. Interestingly, Qiao Mu's injuries were worse than his own. Even though Qiao Mu was the one attacking and Qin Shiking couldn't fight back, it was Qiao Mu who was more severely injured. His arm was bleeding heavily, hanging limply, and he couldn't stop panting. Is my current body unable to withstand the complete release of the heavenly demon disintegration method? Is one strike all I have? Qiao Mu thought to himself. With the brief burst of power, his immense internal strength was equivalent to 500 years of intensive training. This far exceeded the limits of an average person and even surpassed what this physical body could endure. With just one attack, the arm that held the sword suffered severe damage to the meridians, causing it to hang weakly. His entire meridian system had also been greatly damaged. As Qiao Mu's understanding and proficiency with the heavenly demon disintegration method deepened, the power of his explosions grew stronger, but so did the damage to his own body. Heavenly demon disintegration method, red moon burning blood technique, activate. Qiao Mu kept walking without stopping, ignoring his injuries and taking a deep breath. He pounced again. Even though his body was badly damaged now and he couldn't exert as much strength as before, as long as his moves could hit, it shouldn't be a problem to kill this Qin Shiking. Qin Shiking frowned secretly as well. He didn't plan to confront Qiao Mu head-on, even though he believed he still had the strength to fight against him. However, he didn't intend to risk his life fighting in this mansion just to help Wan Ronghua. A noble person doesn't stand beneath a precarious wall. He cast a sidelong glance and looked at the steward Luhan who was observing the battle on one side. This Luhan is not his subordinate thug, but a guardian who has greater strength than him. Qin Shiking is usually unable to command him. But now that things had come to this point, as a guardian, Luhan naturally couldn't just stand by and watch Qin Shiking being in a dangerous situation. Under the moonlight, Luhan took a step forward, standing in front of Qin Shiking. His face was cold and stern, his chest straight, and his whole body muscles seemed like they were made of iron, with a faint yellow glow under the moonlight. He didn't say a lot, but just stretched out his big hand like a fan and stopped Qiao Mu. There was a loud thud. Qiao Mu was originally going to throw a punch forward with one hand, but the palm of the punch made him feel as if he had slammed into a solid iron wall. The tremendous force of the impact caused Qiao Mu to stumble back, his arm twisted and deformed, blood gushing from his whole body, and the lingering effects of the secret technique quickly erupted. The strong and sturdy body of Luhan, resembling an iron tower, trembled slightly. He looked down at his thick palm and absent-mindedly placed that hand behind his back. Another one, when will this end? Qiao Mu was covered in blood, finally collapsing and sitting on the ground. This short and intense fight was exhausting. He fought fiercely repeatedly, and had already reached his limits. But along with him, another person also fell. Wan Ronghua's forehead was bleeding, with a sharp stone hanging on his forehead. He looked confused. Blood covered his face. Before he could react, he had already fallen to the ground. Qiao Mu didn't forget. The purpose of tonight's mission was to kill Wan Ronghua. While the guards around were busy and no one was watching, he seemed to attack with all his might, but he always had some of his energy focused on Wan Ronghua. Now, he can consider his mission accomplished and retire. Haha, I'm going to die again. Qiao Mu smiled faintly, closed his eyes, and passed away. As Wan Ronghua's body fell to the ground, the entire Wan family fell into chaos. Sir has passed away. The guards were numerous and bustling around. Some spirit-refining martial artists were also present, their faces slightly embarrassed. In tonight's battle, although they were many in number, they didn't have much impact, just standing on the sidelines. Although not to the point of sacrificing himself for Wan Ronghua, the employer's death under their care indeed made their faces look unpleasant. The members of the Wan family had a drastic change in their expressions. The death of their family head was a major event, equivalent to an earthquake for them. After the earthquake, several people quickly developed unusual thoughts in their minds. The Wan family was a large and influential family, one of the 4 wealthiest families in the imperial capital. Now that the family head had died, the Wan family needed a successor. In the back of the crowd, the concubine Fang Fang's face turned slightly pale. She had married into the Wan family only a few years ago. Fang Fang's position within the Wan family depended solely on Wan Ronghua's favor and affection. It all depended on his whims. Now that Wan Ronghua had died, it is likely that she would face more than just falling out of favor. With Wan Ronghua's death, the faces of the people varied. At first, they were shocked, found it hard to believe, and then more and more complex thoughts arose in their minds. But in the end, all the complex thoughts quickly disappeared. The gazes of the crowd, which was enormous and dense, couldn't help but fall on Qiao Mu. But the story wasn't over yet. Qiao Mu was already dead. At the final moment of his life, he sat cross-legged on the ground, slowly closed his eyes, and had a faint smile on his lips. This appearance was completely that of an elder who had fulfilled their last wish, smiling as they passed away, without regrets. Uninformed passers-by might even think that this old man was happily mourning. However, the Wan family, who had witnessed the entire process, couldn't help but feel a deep sense of fear and dread when they saw the faint smile on Qiao Mu's face after his death. Qiao Mu had serious injuries on his body, but several experts in spiritual refining could tell that most of Qiao Mu's injuries were actually self-inflicted. He had used a life-threatening secret technique that put an immense strain on his own body. They watched as Qiao Mu rushed in, and then watched as Qiao Mu died. His death was swift and clean, like a brilliant firework that lit up the night sky in an instant. This person appears so old, probably at least 80 or 90 years old, right? I've seen many old people, and most of them become more protective of their lives as they age, especially those from wealthy families. But this old person from the Qiao family, to launch such a determined attack at our Wan mansion, it's quite surprising. What a grudge this must be. Lord Wan seems to have been extremely unlucky for the past 8 generations to have provoked someone from the Qiao family. They must really not care about their own lives. The large group of guards surrounding them, including the 2 servants called spiritual refining, were somewhat intimidated by Qiao Mu's presence. In any era, people who are not afraid of death are very few. These guards, who were paid to do their duty, naturally didn't want to confront Qiao Mu to the very end. And one of the reasons for Wan Ronghua's death is also due to the negligence of these guards. Mr. Wan, such a pity, he was very smart, had great strategies, and had a sharp eye, but he didn't expect to be caught by an old country man. He planned everything, but he didn't lose because of a chess mistake, but because an old martial artist sacrificed his life instead, and died in a reckless way. We shouldn't mess with this fearless country man. Luckily there aren't many people like him, and this old man is already dead. Those 2 spiritual devotees exchanged a glance, feeling relieved in their hearts. Their martial arts skills were still strong. Without this Wan Ronghua, they could find someone else to work for, and they had no worries about earning money. But after witnessing Qiao Mu recklessly kill Wan Ronghua, they couldn't help but feel a little scared. Qiao Mu's target was Wan Ronghua. They were frightened for a moment and didn't stop him. So, what if Qiao Mu's target changed to one of them? It would definitely be a dead end, with no way out. With this thought, their eyes became even more afraid when looking at the old man's body. Right after that, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them and took steps towards Qiao Mu's dead body. This person is Qin Shiking, who also sustained some injuries, but not too serious. At this moment, he held his chest wound with one hand, and slowly approached Qiao Mu's dead body step by step. His pace was steady, his face serious, his eyes sharp, and his body tense. He seemed to be on high alert, without relaxing his guard. Could it be that the old man from the Qiao family hasn't died yet? Has his breathing stopped? Could it be some kind of secret technique, faking death? These several spiritual refining followers had such thoughts in their minds, instantly feeling a great threat. As the top-ranked martial artist, Qin Shiking had strong skills, great fame, and broad knowledge. If even Qin Shiking treated this matter seriously, naturally they would follow suit. They saw Qin Shiking casually walking up to Qiao Mu's body, lifting his long knife and chopping it down, one slash at a time. The shining blade cut through the darkness, completely shattering Qiao Mu's head into several pieces. Qin Shiking held the knife in his hand and mercilessly cut Qiao Mu's body apart. Throughout, Qiao Mu's body showed no signs of life, clearly dead. Looks like he's really dead. Qin Shiking calmly sheathed his long knife. At this point, the body of Qiao Mu under his feet was not recognizable. It was beyond human. Even the guardian behind him, Luhan, furrowed his eyebrows slightly and discreetly took 2 steps backward. It's normal to finish the job, it shows careful thinking. But to continue striking until the body became unrecognizable, even Luhan, who was accustomed to seeing the dead, was somewhat speechless. Why go to such extremes? That Qiao family elder has long been dead. Though he was our enemy, he was indeed a brave martial artist. Since he's already dead, why mistreat the body out of anger? Several members of the Wan family muttered to themselves. Qin Shiking wasn't venting his anger, but seeking revenge. He just added a few more strikes than an ordinary person. After completing all of this, his anxious heart finally calmed down. It's all over now. He thought this, and his mind relaxed slightly. The battle with Qiao Mu was intense but short. However, fighting against a first-rank spirit refining martial artist was mentally exhausting, like dancing on the edge of a knife. If Qiao Mu lands a hit and in case Luhan cannot come to the rescue in time, the outcome will be either death or severe injury. Now that Qiao Mu was dead, the tension in his heart loosened slightly, and he felt fatigue and pain throughout his body. In order to evade Qiao Mu's attacks, he also used a forbidden technique, but his current condition was not great. And in that instant, a loud shout suddenly came out, causing him to feel scared. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. You thief, how dare you bully my Qiao family? An old figure covered in a red aura, like a comet in the night sky, brought a strong wind. Heavenly demon disintegration method fragmented virtual finger. Pointing towards the empty space, a powerful force surged through the air like an invisible sword, aiming directly at Qin Shiking's forehead. You came back. There's one more. Many thoughts rushed through their minds. The sudden reappearance of the second Qiao family member caught them off guard. They didn't have time to react. Even Qin Shiking himself, due to a momentary lapse in concentration, only managed to slightly turn his head. With a gentle sound, like a soft popping noise, an invisible force pierced through the right temple of Qin Shiking, penetrating his skull and bursting out from the back of his head. Blood mixed with shattered bones surged out, causing Qin Shiking's mind to tremble. At that moment, his pupils shrank to the size of a needle, sharp like a knife, as if a terrifying attack was brewing. But it was still a bit too slow. His lifeless body fell heavily backwards. The once sharp gaze gradually lost its brilliance and became scattered. His death, just like Wan Ronghua's sudden death, left everyone present guessing, their hearts filled with unexpected shock and fear. You audacious thief of the Qiao family. The angry Luhan opened his eyes wide and charged towards Qiao Mu with a fierce body. He attempted to grab Qiao Mu with his huge hand, which was as big as a fan. However, this grab was empty, because Qiao Mu's figure didn't stay for a moment. At this moment he stepped on Shadow Step, combined with the bursting internal strength of the Heavenly Demon disintegration method. His figure flew up like the night wind, crossing over the Wan family's courtyard wall and disappearing into the night. How could Qin Shiking? How could he die? Luhan's face turned pale, and with a sudden step on the ground, the blue bricks in the courtyard cracked. His tower-like figure also disappeared into the night, vanishing from everyone's sight. The people inside the Wan family's courtyard looked at each other in surprise. This sudden change in the situation caught them off guard. Just a moment of carelessness, and Wan Ronghua was killed under heavy protection. After Qin Shiking killed Qiao Mu and whipped his body, he relaxed for a moment. As a result, another reckless member of the Qiao's family immediately appeared and assassinated him. They couldn't even see who the person was. If it wasn't for Luhan mentioning the words Qiao family thief, they wouldn't even know who killed Qin Shiking. At this moment, everyone in the courtyard couldn't help but break into a layer of sweat under the night breeze. Some even shivered and involuntarily glanced around the dark corners, feeling afraid. Maybe, there aren't any other Qiao family members lurking in the dark, right? Wan Ronghua's children were not concerned about fighting for the family fortune anymore. Their gaze was fixed on the two spiritual refining servants standing in the courtyard. Zhang, if you can keep me safe tonight, I'll double your monthly offering. Chen, stay here tonight to protect our family. If we can safely make it through, there will be great thanks. Surrounded by Wan Ronghua's children, the two spiritual refining servants had stern faces and simultaneously brushed their sleeves as they left. It's one thing to have money, but you also need a long life to spend it. I'm sorry, I can't afford to provoke the Qiao family. I'm scared. The servant named Zhang forced a bitter smile, displayed his light skills, and swiftly left, afraid of being targeted by the lurking Qiao family. The person with the surname Chen suddenly clasped their hands and said seriously to the dark figure in the night, Wan Ronghua is rich but heartless. He frequently takes lives, seizes others' wealth. I am ashamed to be associated with him. After saying that, the person paid no attention to the strange looks from others and walked away quickly. Tonight, the fierce actions of two members of the Qiao family left a deep impression on them. It didn't matter if it was the dedicated disciple already in spiritual refining or a member of the Wan family, a large clan. The Qiao family, a unique and eccentric martial arts family, had become an avoidable taboo in their hearts. Inside the dark alley, Fang Fang, with a calm and pretty face, carried a package on her shoulder and left alone. Yet memories kept replaying in her mind, of Wan Ronghua's hurriedly dying old face and his main wife's cold expression. In the past few years, Fang Fang was loved by Wan Ronghua because she was young and beautiful. Although she was a concubine, she was even more dazzling than the legal wife. Now that Wan Ronghua has passed away, it is not as simple as falling out of favor overnight. Not to mention the ridicule from the legal wife, Wan Ronghua's several children were all born to the legal wife. Once one of them inherits the position of the head of the family, it won't be a good thing waiting for Fang Fang. That's why she left decisively. Even before dawn, she had made up her mind. Before leaving, she didn't forget to go back to her chamber and take all the exquisite antique jewelry. The servants of the Fang family didn't intend to stop her, and even the legal wife of Wan Ronghua was happy to see her go, ordering others not to stop her. For this former mistress of the head of the family, leaving on her own was not a bad thing in her opinion, so as to avoid an unpleasant confrontation in a few days and have a falling out. The sky was gloomy, and the night was getting darker. As Fang Fang was walking alone in this alley, feeling a surge of resentment, she suddenly noticed that there was a figure standing still in front of the alley. Her heart sank and her heartbeat began to speed up, thinking that she had encountered some kind of robber. As she focused her gaze, she was taken aback to see that the person in front of her vaguely resembled her half-brother, Fang Yuan. Under the cover of nightfall, two figures, one in front of the other, swiftly darted through the streets and under the eaves, blending into two blurry shadows. With one strike, they vanished 1,000 miles away. Qiao Mu had already killed Wan Ronghua and Qin Shiking, exceeding his target for the night. There was no use in staying there any longer. What amazed him even more was the person following behind him. Luhan appeared alongside Qin Shiking, unimpressive in appearance, yet during their brief encounter, he gave Qiao Mu a peculiar feeling. His body is unlike anything made of flesh and blood. When Qiao Mu unleashed his full power using the heavenly demon disintegration method on his opponent, it ended up backfiring, resulting in his arm getting fractured and twisted due to the rebounding force. Qiao Mu himself had trained in rigorous martial arts, and his internal strength was also quite powerful. He was well aware that this effect could not be achieved purely through martial arts or the protection of internal strength. After all, the so-called hard training only makes the body tougher and more resilient, but no matter how much you train, you are still flesh and blood. But at that moment, the Luhan's presence gave him a feeling as if he had run into a solid iron wall, causing his arm to naturally break and twist. Is this really the extent that hard training can achieve? Although his skills in hard training are extremely high, it seems like his lightness skills are lacking a bit. The speed of Luhan behind him wasn't particularly fast, it was about the same as Qiao Mu's usual speed. Although much faster than an ordinary martial artist of the 4th rank, it was still difficult for Qiao Mu to catch up with the explosive power of the heavenly demon disintegration method. The distance between them quickly stretched out. When it reached 100 meters, Luhan finally seemed to give up. After a cold glance at Qiao Mu's back, he turned around and walked back towards the direction of the Wan family estate. He ran? That's fine too. Qiao Mu's speed also slowed down. Even though he could revive repeatedly, Luhan behind him was a bit strange. If he continued to struggle, using up his remaining 4 lives, it would probably just be a pointless waste of his lifespan. After some contemplation, he used his lightness skill to depart towards a certain direction. The Wan family mansion. During the chaos at the Wan family caused by the successive deaths of Wan Ronghua and Qin Shiking. JNN. Luhan, who just left, quickly returned again. Everyone recognized him as Qin Shiking's subordinate, but at this moment his expression was uncertain, with a terrifying momentum, making them afraid to ask. Luhan didn't feel like chatting with them. He quickly walked to Qin Shiking's body, checked it briefly, and his expression showed a bit of worry. He picked up the body and turned around to leave. People cannot come back to life after death, it's common knowledge, Luhan muttered to himself. But perhaps the Immortal Gate's immortal elder can. Just as he left the Fang family's courtyard, he saw a young Taoist holding a white jade bottle, wearing the robes of the Great Dao sect, standing at the corner of the street, looking at him. Immortal Dao Zhen. Luhan felt a moment of joy, followed by a sudden sense of unease. Dao Zhen, a disciple of the Great Dao sect, was another protector of Wan Ronghua. To put it accurately, Luhan is in charge of protecting the safety of Qin Shiking, ensuring that he doesn't meet an untimely end. And if he encounters a big problem that he can't handle, Immortal Gate disciple Dao Zhen will step in. Luhan was delighted because, just as he was about to figure out how to find Dao Zhen, the latter appeared right in front of him. What made him feel cold-hearted was, from the looks of it, Dao Zhen doesn't seem to have just arrived. The difference between immortals and mortals is it that mortals' lives are not that important after all. His heart shook. I already know how things unfolded. Dao Zhen's face was calm, even though the Qin Shiking he was protecting had already died, there was no sign of shock or anger on his face. Once a person dies, they can't come back to life, that's common knowledge. Even as cultivators can't fully revive mortals, so even if you bring me his body, it won't be very useful. Although he said that, Dao Zhen stretched out his sleeves, shook the storage bag on his waist, and collected Qin Shiking's corpse inside. Luhan, this matter is over. Although you made a mistake, it's understandable. Please go back first, Dao Zhen admonished. As for the running away Qiao's family, I will handle it. Luhan heard the words and went silent, then turned and walked away. Only Dao Zhen was left in the alley, and his gaze fell upon the white jade bottle in his hand, with a flicker of interest on his face. It's no wonder King Ai Master sees something special in him. Qin Shiking is indeed somewhat extraordinary. In the critical moment of danger, the spirit undergoes a transformation, and a breakthrough is made on the brink of battle, but it was a step too late, and he still couldn't escape the fate of death. As for the elderly person from the Qiao family, Dao Zhen's body transformed into a rainbow light and quickly vanished into thin air. Compared to Qin Shiking, he was more interested in Qiao's family. Qin Shiking, Wan Ronghua, and the unnamed elderly person from the Qiao family have just died. But my soul-binding technique didn't capture the souls of Qiao's family, instead, it bound the souls of both Qin Shiking and Wan Ronghua. Inside the white treasure bottle, 2 faint dots of light drew close to each other, revealing a blurry male face. It was the face of the recently deceased Qin Shiking. Dao Zhen extended 2 fingers and pinched the light dot representing Wan Ronghua, casually extinguishing it. Qiao's family, how many is this? 3 people died in front of me, one after another. The 3 attempts to capture their souls failed. It seems that this so-called hidden martial arts clan is even more interesting than expected. He turned into a rainbow and quickly chased after. No matter how skilled Qiao Mu is at martial arts, he can never compare to a cultivator who can fly through the air. In the alley, Fang Yuan stood alone at the entrance of the alley, with the shadows on the wall covering half of his face, making it difficult for Fang Fang to see his expression. Under the moonlight, the 2 of them stood still, neither of them spoke. Their shadows stretched long on the stone pavement. Fang Yuan came here by coincidence. From Qiao Senlin's mouth, he learned that Fang Fang had married Wan Ronghua under a false name, and even made the former maid, intentionally or unintentionally, frame Qiao Shuanglin. This had happened a few days ago. In these past few days, Fang Yuan had no intention of visiting the Wan mansion to search for relatives. It was not until today's outing, when Fang Fang instructed an old man to provoke a fight and was severely beaten, that Fang Yuan finally made up his mind to sneak into the Fang mansion tonight to investigate. Who knew that many unexpected events happened at the Wan family mansion this night? Fang Yuan, hearing the commotion, didn't dare approach and hid in the distance, listening by the corner of the wall. He could only vaguely deduce that Wan Ronghua was assassinated by the Qiao family, and his long-missed childhood sister was leaving the estate with a package. So he came here. Fang Fang. Fang Yuan spoke first, taking a step forward and emerging from the shadows on the wall, allowing Fang Fang to see his expression. Why do you look like this? Have you gotten married and run away from home? Fang Yuan completely ignored Wan Ronghua's situation, only showing concern on his face. Fang Fang was first surprised, but then forced a slight smile. It's not running away from home, I just went out to visit a friend. My husband is very generous to me and he has bought me many valuable jewelry pieces. As she spoke, she casually raised her wrist, showing off the moon-like white jade bracelet and the golden hairpin in her hair, illuminated by the moonlight. Is that so? Fang Yuan still had a smile on his face. He stepped aside, giving her space to pass. If you have free time, remember to visit the old house. I have bought back our old house that our parents had long ago. The 2 trees in the courtyard have grown much taller, but the small vegetable garden that our mom planted in the corner of the courtyard has been neglected. Hehe, I'm tired tonight, next time for sure. Fang Fang forced a smile. Do you still remember what Dad said before he passed away? He planted those 2 jujube trees, saying that they would bear fruit for future generations. In a few years, when you have children, it will be time for the jujube trees to bear fruit too. You should come back in the autumn then. The 2 siblings walked in the alley, one in front and one behind. Although the atmosphere was slightly awkward, they occasionally smiled and chatted about everyday matters, not too uncomfortable. As they continued walking, Fang Fang's smile became more and more forced, and eventually, she became a little impatient. Stop pretending, Fang Yuan, suddenly said Fang Fang. Fang Yuan was shocked and paused his steps slightly. Pretending what? Pretending to be this friendly brother-sister act. Fang Fang's face lost its fake smile at this moment, only leaving indifference. You showed up at this time just to see how miserable I am, right? Yes, it's true. I am now very poor and have been kicked out of the Wan family's house. But I still have money and jewelry that I can pawn. I believe that one day I will be able to rise again like the Mount Dong. While talking, Fang Fang also patted the swollen package, making a sound of gold and silver objects clinking inside. Fang Yuan stopped walking and turned around, his face also became dark. Why won't you continue acting with me? Even if it's just a play, it could bring me some comfort. When he returned to the old house, he talked a lot with Qiao Mu about the beautiful memories they had there, the 2 jujube trees planted by their father, their mother's vegetable garden. But astonishingly, there was no mention of Fang Fang, his younger sister. Fang Yuan pressed his hand against his waist and slowly drew out a long knife. The blade shimmered in the moonlight. You. Fang Fang felt a mixture of fear and shock, thinking to herself, oh no, this is not good. Upon seeing her non-blood-related brother, she secretly felt the need to prove herself and impulsively showed off her wealth. This is not good. Fang Yuan seems to have become interested in her fortune. She feared that he might ambush and kill her here. Fang Yuan, what do you want to do? I'm your sister, Fang Fang couldn't help but say. Now you know that you're my sister and I'm your older brother. Fang Yuan's voice turned cold. How can you marry Wan Ronghua? Our real parents, both dad and mom, died at Wan Ronghua's hands. Not only them, but also Senior Qiao, who courageously intervened, was involved, and died. It seems like you had something to do with his death too. He held a knife in his hand, looking at his sister Fang Fang in front of him. Fang Fang was so scared that her lips turned white, but she still stubbornly refused to bow down, staring with wide eyes and saying, who made dad biased? It's not fair at all. Clearly, I'm the biological daughter, so why should the family inheritance be given to you? It's better to become a concubine in the Wan family. At least after the Wan family takes over the Fang family's inheritance, there will be a portion for me inside. Fang Fang sneered. My dear brother, all you're saying is that you want to find a noble reason to justify your robbery. She hadn't even finished speaking. A bright flash of a knife blade passed through the alley, splattering Fang Yuan with blood. Fang Fang's eyes widened, and her body slowly fell to the ground. The package she had been holding tightly slipped from her hand, and the gold and silver jewelry inside rolled onto the ground. Some of it rolled into a smelly gutter, mixing with blood and mud. Fang Yuan slowly lowered his knife, stood there staring at Fang Fang on the ground, and then casually grabbed a handful of the gold and silver jewelry. In this chaotic world, life is not easy. Money is very important, sometimes even more important than life itself, he murmured. I also like money a lot. Who doesn't like money? Fang Fang took deep breaths. With only one breath left in her, she watched helplessly as Fang Yuan snatched her jewelry and instinctively reached out trembling hand towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression suddenly turned cold, and he loosened his tightly clenched hand. Regardless of the gold and silver jewelry in his hands, they fell to the ground with a jingling sound and dropped into the nearby smelly drain. Fang Fang widened her eyes and could only hear her brother, who looked somewhat unfamiliar, saying, but in life, it's not all about money. There must be something more important than wealth. He stood up and looked at the mixture of blood and mud, as well as the scattered gold and silver, on the floor. Instead of picking them up, he just turned around and walked away. These things came from the Wan family and Fang Fang herself, but he didn't take them because they were dirty. When he reached the corner of the alley, he couldn't help but turn back and take a look at Fang Fang's lifeless body. Now, I have no family left. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan, alone, returned to the courtyard of the old Fang family house. The night breeze picked up, the tree shadows swayed. He sat cross-legged under a tree, watching the shadows dancing on the wall. He also looked down at his bloody hands, feeling a bit dazed. They all died, everyone died, only he was still alive. Apart from his family, those who died because of this, even included 2 elderly Qiao family members who got involved in this matter, Qiao Shuanglin and Qiao Senlin. Fang Yuan wasn't very familiar with the latter, they were quite distant. It's because he was afraid of this old man, who looked even older than Qiao Shuanglin. He was also a kind-hearted old man, and got involved in that Wan Ronghua's matter. But things didn't go as he had expected. Qiao Senlin still died. When he felt helpless, someone helped him with an umbrella, giving him a glimpse of fleeting hope. But not long after, the person who helped him with the umbrella also died. Even though he had avenged his great enemy, his heart felt empty and hollow. No need to look for little sister anymore, because little sister had already died in his hands. No need for revenge anymore, because both Wan Ronghua and Sword Ghost had died at the hands of the old Qiao family. In his current state, his heart was filled with confusion. He sat cross-legged on the ground, practicing the Sumi Mountain King Sutra over and over again. Unaware of the passing time, the eastern sky gradually turned pale. The sky gradually brightened, with the rising sun casting a golden glow on the clouds, gradually illuminating the sky. Feng Yuan opened his eyes, feeling slightly relieved of the heavy burden in his heart. When a person is alive, they always have to find some purpose and direction for themselves. As he looked at the rising sun, his heart still felt empty, but occasionally, he caught a glimpse of the retreating figure of an old man who was not particularly generous. It would be nice if I were part of Qiao's family. Feng is not his real last name. Feng Yuan's biological father has the last name Qiao, but he's just an ordinary person without much background. Feng Yuan lowered his head and looked at the dried bloodstains on his hands. Even if my hands are stained with blood, even if I'll be scorned by the world and labeled with shame, I still want to know what it feels like to shelter someone, to hold an umbrella for them. He doesn't aspire to be a righteous and heroic figure in the human world. He doesn't have such noble ambitions. It's just that in the past, Qiao's family had sheltered him with an umbrella, so he thought, if he could also become someone who shelters others, maybe the pain and emptiness in his heart would fade a little. The morning light illuminated the sky, and the sound of roosters could be heard from outside the courtyard. Feng Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, silently practicing. 2 hours ago, when it was still dark, Qiao Mu has escaped from his pursuers and is determined to rush towards the vegetable market. This death assessment, see, you have died, but the mighty and wealthy will now consider you a taboo not to be messed with. Lifespan consumed by death, 5, 2 times 5 equals 10 years. Remaining resurrection attempts this week, 3 out of 5. Current age, 108 years old. Vitality, 41%. Skills, none. Fragmented virtual finger, intermediate level. 1 death, followed by 5 years of arduous cultivation. Memories became like a dream for Qiao Mu. In his memories, he practiced day and night, sweating profusely, and tasted the sweetness of fragmented virtual finger. He continued to practice hard and finally mastered fragmented virtual finger to a small level of proficiency. Now, he had a stronger control over his internal strength, allowing him to condense it even more. This extended the range of the fragmented virtual finger's long-distance attack to 10 meters away. Coming back to reality, Qiao Mu swiftly passed through the market and finally landed on the eaves. His gaze locked onto Qiao Zhong's head stuck on the wooden stake. Qiao Shuanglin, who had already been proven innocent, remained silent. But Emperor Yonghe considered Qiao Zhong a traitor. His severed head was displayed in the market for many days, even with special preservation to delay decomposition. Qiao Mu was not afraid of taboos when it came to corpses. Even if Qiao Zhong's head continued to be displayed in the market for half a month, it would not make him unhappy. But since the Qiao family members have set up the plot of seeking revenge on their blood relatives, it is only right and logical for him to make a trip to the market and take away the head of Qiao Zhong, who is a descendant of the family. Just as Qiao Mu was about to take action, a rainbow light came down from the sky and hung in the air. It was Dao Zhen, a disciple of the great Dao sect. Okay, it seems like the Qiao family's martial artists are strong and unyielding. They can't be defeated. Even this Dao Zhen knows I'm going to the market to collect heads. Qiao Mu felt helpless, and stretched his muscles. He placed his hand on the sword sheath at his waist. Elder Lao, please don't be in a hurry. Dao Zhen smiled and raised his hands, indicating that he had no intention of attacking. Dao Zhen was very curious about the Qiao family. At first, he was just interested and casually observed those among ordinary people who showed extraordinary determination. Whether it was the Qiao family, Hai Wei in the heavenly prison, or Qin Shiking who killed his wife to achieve enlightenment, they were all extraordinary in his eyes and worth observing closely. After a few failed attempts to use soul-capturing technique, he sensed that something was wrong. Naturally, soul-capturing technique couldn't be successful every time. There was indeed a possibility of failure. After failing 3 times in a row, he came up with a more interesting idea. Don't be too quick to attack. It would be meaningless for you to die by my hands, Qiao's family. You deserve a more meaningful way of dying, he smiled. If you dare, why not let me show you a spectacular path to death? Qiao Mu blinked his eyes in interest, but still had a cold smile on his face. JNN. What? Are you suggesting that I sneak into the palace at night? What does it matter to you why I fight, why I die? Dao Zhen couldn't figure out the thoughts of this person and instinctively questioned, not wanting to follow the path pointed out by the other side. Who knows what this person is plotting in his mind? Sneaking into the palace at night? That sounds interesting. Dao Zhen actually pondered it seriously. If you really want to sneak into the palace at night, it can be done. I can show you the way. This could also be a way to meet your demise. But are you really willing to die like this? If you are a true hero who values honor over life and death, you should have other options. Qiao Mu frowned, wondering if this cultivator was using a provocation technique. He speculated that as a member of Qiao's family, who feared neither life nor death, he was preparing to entice him with something. Why don't you tell me about it? He asked. 40 years ago, during the inhuman war that shook Zhu province, there was another hidden story. Dao Zhen smiled. The world only knows that the entire army of the Great Yan Imperial Court, consisting of 100,000 elites, was annihilated, with only one martial saint surviving. But they don't know that it was actually a deception. What if I told you that there are other survivors among those 100,000 elites, still fighting in the depths of the Immortal Gate to this day? Qiao's family has always valued honor over life and death. If you are a true hero, are you willing to go to that place of certain death and meet the remnants of the ancient army who have been resisting all this time? Dao Zhen held his chin and carefully observed Qiao Mu's expression. Although Qiao's family had already gained a reputation, the family name couldn't represent a person's character, so he asked this question. Is it true? I don't believe it. After listening to Dao Zhen's constant chatter, Qiao Mu really didn't believe it. If you were to talk about the Inhuman War 40 years ago, he had actually heard about it so many times that his ears were almost calloused. Given the difference in strength between the Immortal Gate and the Great Yan Army, how can the army defend a solitary city for 40 years? Moreover, I heard that after that battle, the original elite army of 100,000 was completely wiped out, and within 100 miles of Fang Yuan became a desert with no vegetation. You couldn't even find a trace of that city, it no longer exists. 100,000 soldiers, that's equivalent to 100,000 families. And the battlefield location, right in Zhong province, not some remote wilderness. So, logically, in the past 40 years, there should have been many people from the court and the people who visited that battlefield, but they didn't find any survivors, so the result is predictable. But Dao Zhen remained calm and didn't show any emotional fluctuations in response to Qiao Mu's questioning. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. How can mortal eyes see through the illusion technique of the immortal path? He smiled and said. That isolated city, Fang Yuan, is within the range of the Immortal Gate's illusion formation for dozens of miles. Mortals won't be able to reach that city no matter which way they go. And as for why the Immortal Gate kept those remnant soldiers for 40 years, there must be a hidden purpose. Dao Zhen didn't state it explicitly. For cultivators, mortals are a type of resource. They not only provide incense offerings, but the souls of mortals are also materials for refining magical treasures. The magic cultivators used a city in a blood sacrifice to refine the 1,000-soul banner, while the Immortal Gate, who follow the right path, would never do something so obvious. The great formation that covered the desert not only had the power of illusion, but also the ability to capture souls, with the souls of the dead in the city being drawn into it. After several failed attempts at capturing the souls of Qiao's family, Dao Zhen had a different idea and wanted Qiao's family to try the soul-capturing formation of the Immortal Gate. As for him convincing Qiao Mu as bait, the remnants of the Great Yan Army have guarded the lonely city for 40 years, unaware of the changes that have taken place in the outside world. Even the imperial capital has changed, and the 9 immortal gates have spread to the major cities in Zhu province. The imperial capital of Yonghe almost paid homage to the immortals of Xiantian sect. Their desperate battle is only foolish loyalty and holds little meaning. If you are a true hero who fears no death, you might consider entering that lonely city and let them know of the great changes in the outside world, giving them a chance to rest. Dao Zhen said. Of course, once you enter the formation, there's no way out. You will be trapped inside until death. After listening to Dao Zhen, Qiao Mu carefully considered it and thought it made sense. He was not from this world, so he had no reverence for the Great Yan Imperial Court or the Imperial Capital. According to the characters of Qiao's family, if Dao Zhen's words are true, then he should definitely agree. Trapped in a siege, defending the isolated city for 40 years, this really sounds like an unbelievable thing. As for being trapped in a big formation, only able to enter but not able to exit, they would remain there until death. Qiao Mu completely didn't care anymore. Every time he came back to life, it was actually a choice. He could determine a resurrection point in advance, or resurrect in an empty area around the corpse. This was something he already knew while he was still in Yan City. Initially, both he and Guoyan's subordinates died on the mountain cliffs outside the city, but then they stormed into the city lord's mansion using this method. However, Dao Zhen mistook Qiao Mu's contemplation for hesitation. He extended his hand, and a yellow talisman appeared in his palm. This is a special symbol that breaks boundaries. Its only purpose is to allow you to enter the lonely city in the desert formation. After thinking for a moment, he threw out a powerful bomb. Actually, in these years, there have been more than just a few people from the outside entering that lonely city. Among them, there was one person who was called the Earth Sword Immortal, known as the #1 in the martial arts world 40 years ago. Although he was just an ordinary martial artist, during the time when the Immortal Gate didn't appear in the mortal world, he was seen by mortals as a remarkable figure, surpassing all others in the martial arts world before the martial saint. He should still be alive now, but trapped within that lonely city, unable to leave the outside world. The 9 immortal gates didn't just appear out of nowhere. Their history is even older than the Great Yan Imperial Court, but in the past, the realms of immortals and mortals were separate, and they didn't interfere too much with worldly affairs. It was not until a certain cultivator refined the first incense symbol of divine fire. Qiao Mu listened to Dao Zhen's detailed account and believed it to some extent. To know, the martial saint was already the strongest martial artist in the world, but he claimed to be second in the world, which was confusing for some people. However, Dao Zhen's statement actually has some doubts. The martial saint of the past once said that after the Inhuman War, as the 11th martial artist in the world, he made an agreement with the top 10 martial arts experts in the world to teach them the martial saint spiritual technique and have a decisive battle after 10 years. Only the martial saint would survive if he won. If what the martial saint said is true, then this so-called Earth Sword Immortal should have died at the hands of the martial saint 30 years ago, shouldn't he? So, who is lying? The boundary-breaking symbol in Dao Zhen's hand floated up out of thin air and floated towards Qiao Mu. Dao Zhen continued. The martial saint dominated the world for 40 years after the Inhuman War, but before those 40 years, he was only 11th in the world. Above him, there were 11 martial artists who were even more dazzling. And the most dazzling among them was none other than the number 1 in the world, the Earth Sword Immortal, Dao Zhen said. Even the title of the martial saint itself represents a rivalry with the Earth Sword Immortal, who once ruled the martial arts world. People call you the Immortal of the Sword, so I want to become the saint of martial arts. And Earth Sword Immortal, as his name suggests, was not among the 100,000 soldiers of the past. He joined the Lonely City later. 40 years have passed, as the previous generation's leader in martial arts, has he discovered a different path from the martial saint. Dao Zhen smiled slightly. I have finished speaking. Dao Zhen looked at Qiao Mu with keen interest. Whether to go or not is all up to you. Dao Zhen threw out 2 baits, one being the remnants of the once elite army, and the other being the former martial arts leader Earth Sword Immortal. One was the remnants of the once elite army of 100,000, and the other was the former martial arts leader Earth Sword Immortal. It was indeed difficult to refuse someone like Qiao, who had a strong moral compass and valued honor over life. In reality, Qiao Mu also found it difficult to refuse. Wan Ronghua and Sword Ghost died, and they had already helped Fang Yuan achieve his revenge wish. The matter was now resolved. So temporarily leaving the imperial capital to explore that lonely city is also acceptable. Qiao Mu reached out his hand and grabbed the hovering yellow charm in his palm. If it were an ordinary person, suddenly having an enemy appear in front of them at midnight, blabbering on and on like this, 9 times out of 10 it's a trap. An ordinary person naturally wouldn't agree and comply with the enemy's intentions. But Qiao Mu is different, he is not normal. Being born undying, Qiao Mu has always acted without any restrictions. Why should he be bound by the principles of ordinary people? Is there a trap ahead? Are there thunderstorms ahead? Touch it and you'll die? What? There are still good things like this. Qiao Mu didn't care if the enemy wanted him to step on a landmine or not. He would even get excited if there were landmines ahead, eager to give it a try. The only thing he cared about was the way he would die after stepping on a landmine, whether it was cool enough or impressive enough. Hehe, it's just death. I have lived for so many years, what's there to fear about death? Qiao Mu laughed loudly, holding the yellow talisman in his hand, and walked away. In the first half of the night, he thought about speaking up for Fang Yuan's justice, so he used thunder twice and silently fled after killing Wan Ronghua and Qin Shiking consecutively. In the second half of the night, upon hearing news about the remnants of the Great Yan army, he willingly set off, determined to leave this imperial capital. Where the heart goes, the body follows. With no inhibitions, he eventually returned to where he belonged. Ordinary rules and restrictions couldn't hold back his thoughts. As long as he had something in mind and wanted to do it, he could set off before dawn without any other concerns. And Dao Zhen watched the old man's back with amazement in his eyes. One of his intentions was to test this old man from the Qiao family, to see if he was as sincere as other Qiao family members he had met before. And Qiao Mu in front of him didn't disappoint him as expected. Knowing it was a dead-end road, he still willingly went forward. Such a heroic attitude truly impressed Dao Zhen, who enjoyed observing ordinary people as a cultivator. In the late night, Qiao Mu had the idea of leaving. Before leaving, he visited the old residence of the Fang family. He had planned to see Fang Yuan once again before leaving, but to his surprise, Fang Yuan was not in the Fang family's old residence in the middle of the night, and he had no idea where he had gone. Didn't return all night. Did he go to listen to music in the garden? Without much thought, Qiao Mu was about to leave, but he heard a meow. The cat suddenly darted out from the corner of the wall, whimpering towards him, and couldn't resist getting closer, taking a deep sniff with its nose. Is this the aura of death from before I died at Wan Ronghua's house, or is it a sign that my journey away from the imperial capital will be a dead end? How auspicious. Qiao Mu couldn't help but feel delighted and gave the cat a pat, but out of the blue, the cat wriggled free and jumped right into his shadow. Although this cat looks a bit silly and dumb, it seems to have some intelligence. Qiao Mu shook his head. When he sneaked into the Wan family mansion at night, the cat didn't follow along. On the contrary, when preparing to leave the imperial capital this time, the cat seemed to sense something and took refuge in Qiao Mu's shadow ahead of time. Perhaps this extraordinary creature, sensitive to the aura of death, can truly sense good or bad fortune. He knew that going to the Wan family was just a small matter, so he didn't go with him. Now he wants to leave the imperial capital and explore the whereabouts of the remaining 10,000 soldiers, so he suddenly hid in the shadows. Just follow along, since Qiao Mu couldn't get it out of the shadow anyway. So, taking advantage of the night, Qiao Mu left the old house alone. He killed Wan Ronghua, and maybe after daybreak, he would be wanted, so he left the imperial capital in the deep of the night to avoid trouble. As for the guards on the outer city walls of the imperial capital, they naturally couldn't stop him now that he had successfully mastered Shadow Step, allowing him to easily cross over. The gentle drizzle fell on the surface of the river, creating small ripples. Leaning against the ship's railing, Qiao Mu casually looked towards the direction of the riverbank. The rain wasn't heavy, but the small path by the riverbank had already been soaked by the gentle rain, turning into a muddy mess. Although it was raining and the road was a little muddy, many people were walking quickly with umbrellas. There are quite a few pedestrians. Qiao Mu pondered. He is feeling pretty good. In the imperial capital, he used the self-harm technique called the heavenly demon disintegration method to assassinate Qin Shiking and escape. After leaving the imperial capital, he found a place to commit suicide and rejuvenate his body, at the cost of aging, to refresh his physical condition to its best. The Qingming festival is coming soon. Those people rushing along the coast are probably going to Angxi Pass to pay tribute to the deceased. A voice came from beside him. The captain was striking up a conversation. After the Inhuman War, Angxi City was reduced to ruins overnight, disappearing without a trace, and Feng Yuan Baili turned into a desert. Later, the court sent people to build a pass in the border area of the desert. It was supposed to be called Angxi Pass, but since it became a resting place for thousands of soldiers, it came to be known as Angxi Pass. As a result, the disappeared city also gained the name Angxi City. Qiao Mu is very old. His physical age is over 100, looking very elderly. The captain of the ship knew that Qiao Mu wanted to go to Angxi Pass because he had lost his relatives in a war 40 years ago. That's why he traveled a long way to pay respects at Angxi Pass. The captain felt sorry for Qiao Mu when he thought about it. Out of sympathy, he took care of the 100-year-old man, Qiao Mu, throughout the journey. Seeing Qiao Mu leaning against the ship's railing lost in thought, the captain walked over and had a chat with him. Actually, in previous years, many people came to pay respects. Some people didn't believe that their relatives had died and insisted on going to Angxi Pass to find their families in Angxi City, even crossing the desert. In recent years, there have been frequent natural disasters and famines, so fewer people have been going to Angxi Pass. After all, they are too busy taking care of themselves to have time to commemorate the souls of the deceased. Large-scale wars involving 100,000 people usually occur in the border areas of Zhu province. But the Inhuman War 40 years ago was different. The former martial saint gathered 100,000 soldiers and left the imperial capital, only a few hundred miles away from Zhong province. However, they encountered cultivators from the Immortal Gate and were completely defeated in one battle. Feng Yuan, 100 miles away, turned into a desert. The previous emperor's heart was broken almost overnight, and he, who was originally eager for war, bowed down to the Immortal Gate. After all, the disappeared Angxi City was only a few hundred miles away from the imperial capital. The 9 Immortal Gates can destroy Angxi City, so it shouldn't be difficult to destroy the imperial capital as well. Because Angxi City is in the heart of Zhong province, many people spontaneously go there to pay tribute. Look, we've arrived at the shore, and we've reached Angxi Pass. The boat captain parked at the riverbank and casually pointed ahead. Remember, sir, once you leave the pass and enter the desert, there's no coming back. There's a cemetery at the entrance of Angxi Pass, so if you want to pay respects to the departed souls, go there. Qiao Mu followed the boat captain's gesture and was slightly surprised. As a martial artist, his senses were sharp, and he could see and know more than just the distant pass. The terrain at the pass was several tens or hundreds of meters lower, allowing a panoramic view of Angxi Pass ahead and the vast desert beyond the pass. The lowlands were completely barren, with sparse and withered vegetation, creating a stark contrast to the lush greenery behind Qiao Mu. Beyond Angxi Pass, there was lush greenery in front and a barren desert behind, creating a striking contrast. Angxi Pass used to be a small town, with just a few hundred households. It was a resting place for travelers and merchants passing through. Qiao Mu sat down in the lobby of the inn at the entrance of the town and ordered a bowl of long-life noodles, in accordance with tradition. He was celebrating his 109th birthday and also trying to gather some information. L.B//JNN. What? Old man, you want to go to Angxi Pass? You better give up on that idea, said the innkeeper, hearing Qiao Mu's words and quickly trying to persuade him. The one in charge of guarding Angxi Pass is an iron lady, who is firm and fair. She won't let anyone pass without good reason. If you want to pay tribute to the deceased, the memorial forest of 100,000 soldiers is located to the north of the town. Why can't I leave? Why did the court decide to establish a checkpoint in this place? Qiao Mu asked, feeling puzzled. How would I know? The innkeeper seemed a bit upset. This town was only built in the past 20 years. Almost all the families in the town are relatives of the soldiers who were blocked at Angxi Pass. If there was a way to leave the border, why wait till now? Actually, leaving the border may not necessarily be a good thing. The man with big and bright eyes at the next table interrupted. Before Angxi Pass was established, there were many people who ventured into the desert, but never returned. Some even claimed to have encountered ghostly soldiers passing through the desert. De Yan, why are you telling such exaggerated stories? It's not believable. The innkeeper shook his head. In my opinion, perhaps it's because the government fears the inhuman creatures and worries that if the people visit the battlefield to pay tribute to the departed souls, it might anger the inhuman creatures. That's why they set up this checkpoint. This inn is not big, and business is usually slow. Nowadays, Qiao Mu's conversation with the group of people has attracted the attention of several nearby tables. Innkeeper, is that iron lady who guards the pass really so strict? A middle-aged man at the neighboring table furrowed his brow and asked. I wonder if she would give it, even in front of the important person of the second rank in the government. The shopkeeper was immediately shocked upon hearing this, carefully examining the middle-aged person who spoke. The middle-aged person didn't have any official imposing manner, just a middle-aged martial artist dressed in strong clothes, with an average physique that didn't look too muscular. The second-rank official is already a high-ranking minister in the court, so the Iron Lady must be willing to give it. The shopkeeper didn't dare to neglect and quickly lowered their head, saying, "May I ask, sir?" He felt a bit uncertain in his heart. He had just criticized the court in front of so many customers, and now could it be that a second-rank government official came to this small inn? "Oh, I'm not an official, just asking casually." The middle-aged person smiled slightly. The shopkeeper froze, feeling a surge of anger. He was about to speak when he saw the middle-aged person continue. "But I am an official of the second rank in the current government, the son of the Minister of Rights." The shopkeeper's face changed again, and finally he sighed with a bitter smile. "Sir, are you deliberately taunting me?" "No, not at all. I just want to see how powerful the son of a second-rank official is." The middle-aged man chuckled, causing the shopkeeper to smile wryly and secretly roll his eyes. Qiao Mu quietly listened beside them, feeling puzzled in his heart. It was true that being a second-rank official was a prestigious position, but as for the Minister of Rights, well, he happened to know. Is this person really Hai Wei's son? The ministers of the 6 departments, at the top level of the Great Yan imperial court hierarchy, held tremendous power. The innkeeper didn't suspect the possibility of this person impersonating someone else. Because Angxi Pass is still in Zhong province and is only a few hundred miles away from the imperial capital, impersonating the identity of a high-ranking official's family member is equivalent to seeking death. When the middle-aged man revealed his identity, the innkeeper repeatedly apologized, afraid of offending such a son of a high-ranking official. However, the other guests at the neighboring table unconsciously glanced at each other and quickly got up to leave. Qiao Mu witnessed this scene and said nothing, quietly eating his noodles on the side. Although children of the privileged class tend to be spoiled, but Hai Wei is different. He was just recently rescued from the heavenly prison by Emperor Yonghe. Other children of the privileged class can act spoiled because of their stable status and the power they possess, being chased after and praised by others. However, Hai Wei has already spent 30 years in the heavenly prison, and he has only been out for a few months. Yet, Hai Wei's son is already getting carried away with pride. Furthermore, this person is not a young person in their teens or 20s anymore. They already look like they are in their middle age. Is it a bit late for them to start acting arrogant and indulgent? Haha, it seems that the position of the Secretary of Great Yan still holds some authority. I have lived for half a lifetime and didn't expect to gain a bit of reputation. It puts my mind at ease. The middle-aged person also noticed the departure of the guests at the neighboring table. They didn't feel anything inappropriate, but instead felt pleased with themselves. Mr. Hai is just joking. The innkeeper wiped off some sweat and became even more respectful. After being praised by the innkeeper for a few more sentences, Mr. Hai gradually became bored. After eating and drinking his fill, he was about to get up, but unexpectedly, the innkeeper hurriedly approached. After several hesitations, he finally made up his mind and said sincerely, "Mr. Hai has a distinguished identity and is not an ordinary person. I believe even that strict Iron Lady who guards the pass will give you face, sir. If Mr. Hai can really leave Angxi Pass, could you also help this humble person with a small favor?" The innkeeper hesitated for a moment and took out a letter from his pocket. However, before he could finish his words, Mr. Hai impatiently interrupted him. "Did you get it backwards? I am the son of a high-ranking official, and you want me to help you? When did I have to run errands for you? Oh you, I dare not." These words almost made the innkeeper kneel down in fear, but then he quickly continued. "Mr. Hai insists on going to Angxi Pass. I suppose he also lost relatives in that terrible war, right? One of my brothers at home was actually a soldier in the army of 100,000, perhaps he was a comrade of yours or someone related to you. I only hope that, based on our comradeship, when you enter the desert to pay respects to the deceased, you can also take my family's book and burn it." Speaking of this, the innkeeper looked earnestly and performed a deep bow. When Mr. Hai was slightly surprised, several people arrived at the entrance of the inn, the same ones who had hurriedly left before. "Sir, I also have a family book. Please burn it on my behalf after you leave the border, as a way to express my mourning. If the adults are willing to help me, I am willing to work very hard for them. Actually, for the past few years, I have been having dreams of my brothers who joined the army back at home. I always feel like they are still there, their spirits lingering in the desert. I cannot leave the Angxi Pass, but since the adults can, please burn this family book on my behalf." At first, Mr. Hai was a bit impatient, but as he listened, he was slightly moved. The customs in the Great Yanzhong province for commemorating the deceased are mainly in 2 ways. The first one is returning fallen leaves to their roots. It means that when alive, one should be seen by others, and when dead, one should be seen with a corpse. Even if the family members who died in a distant place have to go through countless hardships, they still want to bring back their remains and bury them in their hometown. The second one is burning family books in front of the deceased's remains. It is said to send the letters to the underworld, a way of expressing grief. Whether it's Mr. Hai or many people in this inn, they all insist on crossing the Angxi Pass into the desert for these 2 reasons. This is rarely done in other places. After all, large-scale battles with 100,000 people usually only occur in the remote areas of Zhou province. Although Zhong province has the custom of falling leaves return to their roots, practical situations still need to be considered. The people of Zhong province cannot possibly cross mountains and rivers to collect the bones of their relatives and bring them back to their hometown in the remote areas. However, Angxi city is too close, not in the remote areas, but in the heartland of Zhong province, and is only a few days' journey from the imperial capital. Therefore, over the years, many people have come here spontaneously to pay their respects, and gradually a small town has formed in front of Angxi Pass. They are all affectionate and righteous men. Mr. Hai chuckled and helped the kneeling shopkeeper up from the ground, saying with a smile, "Old Chen, I visited your inn over a decade ago, but at that time, I was stopped by that strict iron lady at the checkpoint. Remember?" The shopkeeper was startled at first, then became embarrassed, and then had a sudden realization. "So, your brother Hai. It's been a long time since we last met." These two people seem to know each other. Earlier, Mr. Hai purposely showed off his status, like friends joking around. But the shopkeeper didn't recognize him and knelt down directly. "No need for nostalgic talk. I came to Angxi Pass not to catch up with an old rugged man like you." Mr. Hai smiled slightly. "If anyone in the town has letters or other offerings, they can give them to me as well." He patted his chest and said boldly. Including the shopkeeper, everyone became emotional, and in Mr. Hai's eyes, there was also a hint of sentiment. He was already in middle age, with no time to show off his status in front of strangers and play these childish games of pretending to be important. The words he said to the shopkeeper weren't lies. He just wanted to see how much respect and power Minister of Rights Hai Wei had. Hai Wei recently regained his power after coming out of the heavenly prison. If Mr. Hai, a son of a high-ranking official, was truly a middle-aged dandy yearning for power, he should immediately rush back to imperial capital and experience the luxurious life of a top official's child. But he didn't. After visiting his old father in the imperial capital, he didn't stay there and quickly arrived at this Angxi Pass. When alive, one wants to see people. When dead, one wants to see corpses. Even though his elder brother has been dead for many years, he still wants to explore the ruins of the sand city that disappeared in the desert. More than a decade ago, that female general guarding the pass was quite arrogant, saying that weaklings who couldn't defeat her were not allowed to leave Angxi Pass. Mr. Hai murmured to himself, "My martial arts talent is mediocre. Even after practicing martial arts for more than 10 years, I don't consider myself her opponent. However, I didn't expect a turning point to come now. It doesn't matter if you're not an opponent in martial arts, you can rely on power to suppress." With this in mind, Mr. Hai stood up from his desk, tilted his head back, poured a bowl of sweet wine, and a few drops of wine trickled down his chin. "Let's go, to Angxi Pass." He angrily slammed his big bowl and walked out of the inn with big steps, full of confidence and pride. Another important person is here to pass through the checkpoint. This time, this important person has a formidable background and doesn't need to fight with that female general at all. This time, we have hoped to pass through Angxi Pass. That female general is in charge of guarding Angxi Pass on behalf of the imperial court. Her high rank can crush people. Now, a son of a high-ranking official of the second rank has arrived. Let's see if she can still be dominant. Including the innkeeper, everyone else in the inn followed suit, their emotions gradually rising. The townspeople have suffered under the long-time rule of the strict lady guard at the checkpoint. Because of the existence of Angxi Pass, ordinary people cannot enter the 100-mile desert and can only stay in front of Angxi Pass. At this moment, Mr. Hai stood up for them, and they immediately became excited, spontaneously spreading the news. On the outskirts of the town, there was a huge cemetery. Inside the cemetery, there were countless tombstones, tightly packed together. The people from Zhong province, before reaching Angxi Pass, were unable to enter the 100-mile desert. They could only place tombstones in front of this checkpoint to pay tribute to the deceased. Over time, the area in front of the checkpoint became filled with a forest of tombstones. It seemed endless, extending as far as the eye could see. It was almost Qingming festival, and many people were in the tombstone forest, mourning the dead. As someone started running to tell others, they became excited as well. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Soon, a large group of people crowded behind Mr. Hai, creating a bustling scene. After finishing his noodles, Qiao Mu silently stood up and followed behind the crowd. Dao Zhen, a disciple of the Great Dao sect, gave him a boundary-breaking symbol. With this symbol, he could ignore the effects of the 100-mile desert array and enter the real Angxi city. But before that, he had to leave Angxi Pass. Since Hai Wei's son can do this, he followed along to make things easier. Once they left the inn and approached Angxi Pass, Qiao Mu suddenly felt a bit uneasy, his instincts sensing something odd. This feeling, he was very familiar with it. His instincts pointed straight to someone inside Angxi Pass. Are there people who practice the martial saint spiritual technique within Angxi Pass? The Wuji Association really is persistent. Qiao Mu instantly became interested. If Wuji Association members are guarding Angxi Pass and refusing entry to ordinary people, things could become mysterious. 40 years ago, the martial saint escaped from the desert alone. And according to Dao Zhen, there are still remnants of the Great Yan army fighting hard within the desert. And during these 40 years, if there was really a member of the Wuji Association guarding the Angxi Pass, not allowing people from the Zhong province to enter, then does this represent the attitude of the martial saint? Is the martial saint covering up something? Qiao Mu followed the crowd and arrived at the Angxi Pass. But the closer he got to the Angxi Pass, the more his intuition sensed something strange. Something's not right, it doesn't seem like the martial saint's spiritual technique. What's going on? Qiao Mu frowned. Along the way, he had encountered quite a few martial artists who practiced the martial saint's spiritual technique. But including Hai Wei, Wu Kijhen, and even the martial saint himself, these practitioners of the martial saint's spiritual technique had a slight difference in their intuitive senses compared to the people inside the Angxi Pass. While he was pondering, the gates of the Angxi Pass in front of him suddenly burst open, and 2 rows of heavily armored soldiers rushed out. Following them was a female general riding a warhorse, wearing a scale armor and with a face partially covered by a face mask. She held a spear and walked out surrounded by the soldiers. And indeed, the intuition of Qiao Mu's martial saint's spiritual technique confirmed that she was among the crowd. Volume 14 for Kill Me More Times, I'll Become Invincible on Amazon. The intuition of the martial saint's spiritual technique is two-way. Although this person's intuition is different from other practitioners of the martial saint's spiritual technique, Qiao Mu noticed a momentary change in the female general's expression when he glanced at her. Qiao Mu moved back into the crowd, using the figures of others to block his view. He could only catch a glimpse of this armored female general from the corner of his eye. The female general was fully armored, with a face mask covering her face. It was difficult to see her features, which piqued Qiao Mu's curiosity even more. It's well known that people who intentionally hide their appearance often have suspicious identities. Qiao Mu has experienced countless near-death situations and frequently disguises himself to change his identity, so he is particularly sensitive to this matter. Especially since this person seems to have cultivated the martial saint's spiritual technique, there is an unclear connection with the Wuji Association. What's all the noise? The female general, riding on a tall horse, spoke with a buzzing, chilling voice from beneath her face mask. Angxi Pass is a special place. Do you want to disturb the peace of the 100,000 brave souls who died in battle? Intruders will be killed. Her voice was cold and solemn. It was noticeable that the townspeople were somewhat fearful of the lady general. When she spoke, the gathered townspeople remained silent, afraid of angering this iron lady. At this moment, a person stepped forward, and it was Mr. Hai. Naturally, everyone's gaze focused on him, including the lady general's sharp eyes that examined him through her mask. Madam Bai, Mr. Hai stepped forward, pretending to be arrogant and laughed loudly. I've heard that as long as I can defeat you, I can enter this Angxi Pass of yours. But no matter how strong your martial arts are, how can they compare to power and influence? If I want to enter, do you dare to stop me? The lady general stared at him with 2 cold eyes, her voice low. Who are you? My father is the Minister of Rights, Hai Wei. The middle-aged man stood tall, confident, and proud. Although he was older and had no followers or servants with him, he didn't seem as extravagant as one might expect. Do you have an imperial travel permit? The female general's voice remained cold and unaffected. What travel permit? Mr. Hai frowned. My father's command is the travel permit. Huh? Even if the Minister of Rights himself were here, without the permission of the court, you still wouldn't be allowed to leave. The female general's gaze held a hint of disdain. This person lied about being the son of a high-ranking official, which might deceive the townspeople, but now he was showing off in front of her? Disrespectful. Mr. Hai seemed angry, and exclaimed, "Wait until I return to the imperial capital. I will immediately remove you from your position. Please go ahead." The female general's tone was harsh and dismissive, as she turned her horse's head and walked away. Unexpectedly, Mr. Hai didn't retreat, instead his gaze intensified. Bloodthirsty skill. He trembled slightly, his eyes widened, pupils uncontrollably trembling, blood vessels gradually becoming dense, as if blood was about to drip from his eyes. A buzzing sound of a sword rang out. Mr. Hai flew forward, gripping the sword and slashing diagonally towards the waist of the female general, a blood-colored brilliance trailing behind the sword in the air. This was originally an unintentional sneak attack, but the immediate female general didn't even turn her head, only facing away from him, not even glancing at him, sweeping her spear backwards with a casual motion. A loud noise in the surroundings. Mr. Hai let go of his sword and it fell from his hand. His hand bleeds and his eyes slowly regain clarity. He stands still in the same spot, looking dazed. Can't it be done this way? He sighed. He originally intended to act arrogant to make the female general look down on him, then find a chance to ambush and try to defeat her. By doing so, he can pass this challenge in a righteous manner. You have underestimated the situation, the female general said calmly. You actually thought you could ambush a martial artist of the 3rd rank of the spiritual refining period? How naive. Mr. Hai forces a bitter smile, and then his eyes start to bleed. The 2 streams of blood flow down, accompanied by his bitter and somewhat terrifying smile. This type of explosive secret technique is also known as a forbidden spell. Although it can temporarily exceed the limits of the physical body and unleash immense power, it also comes with equally powerful side effects. He used deception in his words and employed forbidden spells. He exhausted both internal and external strategies, but in the end, he had no choice. Blood drips down his cheek, and Mr. Hai closes his eyes, quickly taking out the letter from his bosom. These letters are the letters that the townspeople asked him to deliver. If they were stained with blood, they might be blamed by the spirit of those soldiers. The townspeople watched this scene with longing in their eyes, but they could only sigh in their hearts. The Iron Lady guarding the gate was right in front of them, but they didn't dare to express their indignation and could only keep it to themselves. And at this moment, among the crowd, there was an old man with white hair walking out slowly. "Child, don't cry, it's just delivering a letter, right?" The old man walked up to Mr. Hai and reached out to take the letter from his hand. "The water here is deep, you can't handle it. Let Grandpa do it." Mr. Hai was first shocked, wanting to snatch the letters back from the old man's hand. But suddenly, he sensed a powerful internal energy, which passed through the envelope in his hand and entered his body, temporarily relieving his injuries from the forbidden art that he had used on himself. At this moment, Mr. Hai realized what kind of powerful and extraordinary old being he had encountered. Instantly, he no longer resisted and let go of the letters in his hand. Despite being a middle-aged man, Mr. Hai felt a bit embarrassed when an old man called him child in front of everyone. But in such a critical moment, having this old monster help out was a great thing. The older this man acted, the more reliable Mr. Hai felt he was. After taking the package, the old man looked up at the female officer guarding the checkpoint. He smiled and said softly, "Miss, if I wanted to pass through the checkpoint, would you dare to stop me?" The female officer was silent for a moment, sensing that the old man in front of her was not easy to provoke. After a long silence, she asked, "And who might you be?" Asking the same question, but when it came to this old man, she asked with a bit more caution. Well, the old man's surname is Qiao, and my name is..." The old man, halfway through his words, suddenly got stuck and frowned as he pondered. The townspeople saw this scene and couldn't help but have doubts and wonder if the old man was too old to remember even his own name, taking a long time to think. "By the way, my name is Qiao Shuangsen, you all should remember this name well. Because next, the old man, am going to display my holiness in front of everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's figure suddenly became blurry. Disappeared. The townspeople widened their eyes. In broad daylight, right before everyone's eyes, the old man's figure unexpectedly appeared like a ghost, flickering in front of the female general who was riding a tall and majestic horse. And at that moment, the female warrior suddenly came to her senses and tightly gripped the long spear in her hand. But it was already too late. Because Qiao Mu drew his sword. He simply pulled out his sword and slashed upwards. It was just a simple movement, but it was quick and powerful. The sword was surrounded by a heavy aura that seemed to distort the air. The eyes behind the female warrior's face mask widened suddenly. Even though the spirit-refining martial artist's instincts were sharp enough to anticipate the enemy's moves, she still felt overwhelmed when facing a formidable opponent who could easily overpower her. Hiss! The sword light soared upwards, making a loud whooshing sound. Then came the sound of loud horse neighing. In that instant, the armored female general didn't have time to dodge. She and her horse were struck by the sword light, crashing to the ground and forming a pool of blood. "Let me see your true face." With a move from Qiao Mu's hand, he uncovered the female general's face mask and helmet. But when he saw her real face, he was stunned for a while. Sir. The soldiers rushed forward in panic, swinging their long spears and big knives, surrounding Qiao Mu. "Everyone, calm down and step back." The female general on the ground spoke calmly. But she was clearly no match for Qiao Mu, as his sword only managed to scratch her armor, causing little damage. Qiao Mu's military spear skill was already perfected, and he had mastered the shadow sword technique. He could control his strength and movements effortlessly. It was obvious that Qiao Mu had held back. The female general pushed the dead horse off her and stood up from the ground. Qiao Mu removed her helmet and face mask, revealing long gray hair that waved in the wind. To their surprise, it was an old woman with white hair, wrinkles all over her face, and tiredness apparent in her sunken eyes. The townspeople gasped in astonishment. Clearly, they had never expected that this Iron Lady, representing the Great Yan Imperial Court and guarding Angzi Pass, would be an elderly woman much older than them. "Angzi Pass cannot stop a true warrior," the old woman bowed to Qiao Mu. "If Mr. Qiao wants to enter this 100-mile desert, we naturally have no power to stop him. But that desert is not ordinary, it can be said to be a forbidden zone for life. This is not the place to talk. Please Mr. Qiao, come inside, we can talk more." The old lady with white hair pointed to the checkpoint behind her and said seriously. After being easily defeated by Qiao Mu and revealing her true identity, she became much easier to talk to than when she was fully armed before. "Okay." Qiao Mu nodded. Ordinary people may be afraid of what the old lady might do, like setting a trap or closing the door to catch the dog, but Qiao Mu is not afraid at all. "Mr. Qiao, can I follow you in? If we enter the desert, I can help Mr. Qiao and carry the luggage." Mr. Hai asked hurriedly from behind. "He can't, he is too weak," the old lady said coldly. Before the establishment of Angzi Pass, that desert was a forbidden zone for life, and it could be said that people who entered may never return. Letting him in actually harmed him. Qiao Mu nodded. Just as he was about to enter Angzi Pass with the old woman, he heard someone calling him from behind again. "Mr. Qiao Shuangsen." The one speaking was the innkeeper from earlier. This innkeeper was already in his middle age, but at this moment, his eyes were slightly teary as he bowed deeply to Qiao Mu. "We can't enter Angzi Pass. I hope that Mr. Qiao Shuangsen can help to take good care of the family letters, maybe don't burn them for now." If by any chance they are still alive, this family letter might be able to reach their hands. As the innkeeper said this, he shook his head and sighed. I was talking nonsense, let's pretend I didn't say it. Mr. Qiao is very skilled, but please be careful when entering the desert. After saying this, the other townspeople looked at him without any strange expressions, instead they were deeply moved. The people from Zhong province who came to settle outside Angxi Pass, how could their true reason be something like burning letters to send to the underworld? They gathered outside Angxi Pass because they foolishly believed that their loved ones were not dead, but only lost somewhere in the 100-mile desert. The inhuman war 40 years ago was unprecedented. The entire army of 100,000 elite soldiers perished, only one person survived. This was an unprecedented and brutal battle in the history of Zhu province. Speaking of death tolls, there have been more in history, but none as many as 100,000. However, with 100,000 people extinct, including Angxi City, everyone disappeared without a trace. This made the situation very mysterious. In the years immediately after the war, many people believed that those soldiers didn't actually die, so many people from Zhong province rushed to the desert to search. Nov.l.b//jnn. As time passed and Angxi Pass was established, their hope gradually faded away. Including the innkeeper, these townspeople's letters were not meant to be sent to the deceased, but to the living. This tiny bit of hope is what kept them clinging outside of Angxi Pass. The gate of the checkpoint closed with a bang. Qiao Mu and the old woman's figures disappeared from the sight of the crowd. Mr. Hai sighed, silently adjusting his breath and repairing the damage inside his body. De Mu's idea this time is really not good. Mr. Hai shook his head and said, the bloodthirsty skill he gave me can temporarily enhance my vision and reaction speed, but even with this bloodthirsty skill, it is still no match for that iron lady. Maybe we should discuss this matter in more detail. Huh? Where did Big Brother go? Wasn't he just in the crowd? He looked through the crowd but found nothing. The interior of Angxi Pass is not big, and the buildings inside are just the living quarters for the soldiers. The number of soldiers stationed here is not large either, totaling only 100 or 200, and these soldiers are clearly not elite warriors. Their strength is ordinary at best. Less than 1/3 of the martial artists with rank and internal strength are inside. It can be seen that the Great Yan Imperial Court doesn't seem to attach much importance to Angxi Pass, which can be observed from the number and strength of the soldiers. The only unusual person is the female general guarding the pass. She is a martial artist of the 3rd rank of the spiritual refining period. Although she has also aged and her vitality has declined, her strength is still apparent. Weak soldiers paired with strong generals? That's not fair. A martial artist, who is at the 3rd level of the spiritual refining period, appeared at Angxi Pass. This is quite unusual. The old woman led Qiao Mu up the walls of Angxi Pass and instructed the soldiers accompanying her to step back. Looking down from the walls, you could see a distant cemetery with countless tombstones densely packed like a forest. Mr. Qiao, your martial arts skills are amazing. I can't stop you, the old woman said, looking towards the cemetery and speaking first. And if you have any questions about the 100-mile desert outside the city, you can ask me here. Is this how you guard the pass? And weren't you quite powerful towards that ordinary townsfolk just now? Qiao Mu was having trouble understanding why the old woman's attitude suddenly changed. But he didn't pay much attention to these details, and after a moment of thought, he asked the first question. Where did you learn the martial saint spiritual technique? Is it related to the martial saint or the Wuji association? The old woman was clearly surprised when Qiao Mu asked his first question. I don't practice the martial saint spiritual technique. I have no connection with martial saint or the Wuji association. If you want to know why I guard this pass, it's simply my personal choice. If you haven't practiced the martial saint spiritual technique, how can you have a sense of intuition about me? Qiao Mu asked again. The old woman's eyes were deep and she remained silent for a moment, but she didn't explain further. Mr. Qiao, this question has nothing to do with the desert. You are a rare master, and there might be some opportunities for you in the desert, so I just wanted to help in any little way I can. But that's not a reason for you to pry into my personal details. You want to help an old man who wants to enter the desert, yet you're also blocking the townspeople from crossing the pass. Qiao Mu asked again. This is because the desert is very dangerous, it's a forbidden zone for life, the old woman said calmly. Ordinary people who enter will face certain death, but someone as skilled as you might have a slim chance of survival. Of course, whether you go or not, I can't stop you. Can you tell me specifically what dangers there are in this desert? Qiao Mu asked again. Although this desert, called Fangyuan, is only 100 miles long, it can't compare to the vast wilderness desert in the west of Zhu province. But over the years, almost everyone who entered the desert got lost and never returned. It's a natural maze. Besides that, there are also rumors of ghost soldiers passing through. It's said that travelers who venture deep into the desert sometimes encounter an illusion of ghostly soldiers as white as paper, and hear the sound of horns. Qiao Mu nodded. These words seemed to align with Dao Zhen's explanation as well. So, you're saying that Angxi Pass can't stop true masters, which means there were other skilled individuals who attempted the challenge before me? Qiao Mu asked again. That's right. The most recent skilled challenger had quite a reputation, you might have heard of them, the old woman said. Walker Liu Yanbei, a swordsman with exceptional skills, ranks 30th on the skill list of Tide Listening Building. His swordsmanship is among the top 10 in the world. He also has a talented disciple named Hu Han, who is known as Dragon Claw. He has gained quite a reputation in Zhong province in recent years. So, what about Earth Sword Immortal, the #1 martial artist from 40 years ago? Did he also pass this test? Qiao Mu asked again. The old woman's face showed a clear flash of surprise. Earth Sword Immortal was the top martial artist 40 years ago, and his fame naturally spread far and wide among martial artists like her who were getting older. I'm not sure about that, she said. The top 10 martial artists, led by Earth Sword Immortal, disappeared 10 years after the Inhuman War, which is now 30 years ago. But at that time, Angzi Pass didn't exist yet. Qiao Mu nodded thoughtfully and asked his final question. I heard someone say that the 100,000 soldiers from back then didn't die out completely. There are still people trapped inside Angzi City in the desert. As the commander of Angzi Pass, have you heard any rumors about this? As soon as Qiao Mu said this, the old woman standing next to him, looking into the distance at the stone forest, appeared visibly stunned. She instinctively gripped the railing beside her, her knuckles turning slightly white. It was evident that her heart was not at peace. Mr. Qiao is just joking. The old woman's tone, however, remained calm. The Inhuman War has been going on for 40 years. Even if there were survivors after the war, not everyone perished. Can they really defend this desert for 40 years? Even if it's a strange story made up by a storyteller, it would be incredibly absurd for a decimated and isolated army to defend a city for 40 years. Even storytellers wouldn't dare to invent such a tale. The old woman paused, and her gaze swept towards the small town beyond the gates. In this town, most of the people are relatives of the 100,000 soldiers from the past. Many of them used to hold on to hope years ago, but now the number of people in the town is gradually decreasing. What a long 40 years, the old woman's gaze grew distant, and her silver-white long hair fluttered in the wind. The lifespan of martial artists is not much longer than that of ordinary people. 40 years of time can turn youth into white hair and heroes into old age. Only Inhuman pursued longevity, with a long lifespan, able to cross the long years. Speaking of Inhumans, the female general guarding Angzi Pass's gaze became deeper, like a bottomless pool. Mr. Qiao, with your impressive martial arts skills, I'm afraid you have already reached the first rank, right? You, as a first-ranked martial artist, may understand better than me just how powerful Inhumans are. The old woman sighed softly. Among martial artists in the world, there are 9 ranks, with the first rank being the pinnacle of martial arts, recognized by the court as the top martial artist. Although there is also a difference in strength among the first rank, only by being on this peak can one see how far away the path of martial arts is from the immortal realm above the clouds. The imposing 9 immortal gates shattered the integrity and courage of the scholars and warriors of Great Yan in a single Inhuman war. So, how great is the disparity between the powerful 9 immortal gates and the strength of the original 100,000 Great Yan soldiers? How is it possible for those soldiers to survive until now, struggling to breathe? The old woman asked in a deep voice. If Mr. Qiao is feeling lucky and wants to venture into the desert with such a mindset, then please go back. Although I can't stop you, I know that this path will lead to certain death. It sounded like she was questioning the outrageous rumors from Qiao Mu's mouth, but upon careful listening, it seemed like the old woman was talking to herself, pouring cold water on her fleeting hope. Qiao Mu could only remain silent. In truth, he also didn't understand this question and had no answer. Disciple Daozhan from the Great Dao sect told him that there was still a lone army in the desert, and what they were facing was the 9 immortal gates, who were much stronger than them. Let's not even mention whether they still had the will to fight after 40 years. The strength of the immortal gates surpassed that of the Great Yan Imperial Court. If this lone army was still standing, then the first possibility was that the immortal gates simply didn't care about their lives, or they had another purpose and were intentionally letting them survive. The immortal gates viewed mortals as insignificant creatures, like a cat playing with a mouse. The difference between the two was like night and day. Since I, Qiao Shuangsan, have come, I will not leave, Qiao Mu said seriously. If there are still soldiers holding their ground in this vast desert, I will do my best to help them find relief. If this is just a trick, a baseless rumor, then it's not bad, Qiao Mu said softly. At least there isn't really a lonely and unsupported iron army fighting until now. Just thinking about those days feels bitter. If there really is such an iron army that has held its ground for 40 years, what would be the most bitter thing? It's not that they are lonely and unsupported, nobody knows that they are still fighting. It's that while this remnant army has been fighting bloodily for 40 years, the Great Yan Imperial Court has already bowed down to the 9 immortal gates, providing all the human and material resources from Zhu province to those high above in the 9 immortal gates. There are even many people in Zhu province who are unaware that the Inhumans are the so-called immortals, still worshipping and providing offerings to the gods on that shrine. Qiao Mu was born immortal, his life is worth nothing, he can always squander it as he pleases. That's why he bravely entered this forbidden zone alone. But in the eyes of this old woman, a veteran who has guarded Angzi Pass for many years, it made her feel dizzy and overwhelmed for a while. Just for a vague rumor? Are you willing to gamble with your own life? Her voice remained as cold as before, but there was a noticeable change in her expression. Qiao Mu replied with a faint smile. If there really is a group of Great Yan remnants, their lives would be more important than an old man like me who is already halfway to the grave. How could I sit idly by when I know about this? Qiao Mu's words were sincere. After all, His life was worthless, not to mention the possible existence of the once revered Earth Sword Immortal, which made it worth the gamble. Besides, he was doing a win-win business, making a profit whether he won or lost the bet. However, these words had a different taste when heard by the elderly female general. Mr. Qiao, you have great integrity. The elderly woman suddenly showed respect and performed a formal bow to Qiao Mu, who had always been icy and indifferent. I will stay here and wait for Mr. Qiao's return. If the old gentleman needs anything else, he can just ask. After saying that, she called the soldiers next to her and got some water and dry rations from the warehouse, telling Qiao Mu to take them away. There is nothing else I need. It would be better to spread my name widely. Qiao Mu stroked his white beard and laughed boldly. I have no other hobbies in my life, only a love for fame, and I enjoy appearing wise in front of others. Remember my name well and don't let me die silently. That would be the greatest support for me n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. After saying that, Qiao Mu turned around with a big smile and leaped towards the open gate of Angxi Pass, walking alone. Outside the gate was a desolate desert, with strong winds bringing in clouds of yellow sand, distorting the view with heat waves. Angxi Pass is the boundary line between Zhong Province and the desert. The old lady, the guardian, watched the back of the old man as he went away, and her heart filled with respect once again. Qiao Mu's final words were actually sincere, but saying them in this situation seemed like a boastful joke. Spread your name? Such a heroic character, if they really cared about mere fame, why would they mention it? The old lady sighed. The implied meaning is simply that they don't need our help. Boom. The heavy gate of the checkpoint closed loudly, trapping the swirling sand and the old man who was going away outside. However, in a corner near the wall, a blurry figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man with large, expressive eyes. A vertical line quietly appeared between his eyebrows, as he tightly stared in the direction where Qiao Mu had gone. The setting sun was as red as blood, and the clouds beneath it looked like they were stained with blood. Half of the sky turned red. Underneath the low, earthen hill, the soil cracked and the pale yellow weeds sparsely covered the ground. An old man with wrinkles on his face walked alone, carrying a large bag that was half his height. The hot wind blew, and the sand rolled in. Years after the Inhuman War, both the imperial court and the people ventured deep into the desert in search of the ruins of Angxi City, but they found nothing. And so, the legend of that sand city being completely wiped away by immortals emerged. According to Dao Zhen's words, the city wasn't erased by powerful cultivators, but rather concealed by a grand illusion formation that ordinary people couldn't see through. Qiao Mu took out a map from the package and quickly scanned it. This map, along with the dry rations and other items in his bag, were gifts from the female general of Angxi Pass. Over the years, although the Great Yan Imperial Court didn't find any survivors in this desert, they did leave behind a map. Except for the part of the desert that was covered by the illusion formation, the rest of the area had already been explored by the Great Yan Imperial Court. The Immortal Gate covers the core area of this 100-mile desert. As long as we find that formation, and use the boundary-breaking symbol left by Dao Zhen, we should be able to escape the illusionary effects of the Immortal Gate, and find the city located within this 100-mile desert. Qiao Mu thought about this, but suddenly felt something in his heart and looked ahead. On top of the mound ahead, he saw white figures passing by, as if a group of soldiers holding spears and wearing armor. They found the remnants of the army so quickly. Qiao Mu's thoughts moved, he hastened his steps and quickly climbed up the mound to get a better view. But upon this gaze, his heart sank. These figures in armor indeed appeared to be soldiers, with a total of about a few hundred. It's not possible for such a sizable army to move through the desert without making any noise, according to common sense. But this army was very quiet, no one chatted, they just marched silently, even their footsteps were very soft. Qiao Mu's pupils shrank, and when he looked closely, he saw that these soldiers wearing armor had pale faces like paper, with no expression. If it wasn't the time of sunset, it would look more like a night of ghosts. Qiao Mu furrowed his brows, feeling curious. He was also a fearless person, so he quietly followed along. He practiced a light skill called Shadow Step, which was good at sneaking and hiding. Although this desert had few shelters, his light skill was already perfect, leaving no trace when he stepped on the snow. Every time he leapt and floated, like a great eagle soaring through the desert, only leaving shallow footprints that were almost invisible if you didn't look closely. Just as Qiao Mu thought he could follow this silent army, a sudden change occurred. This army with pale faces, starting from the soldiers at the front of the line, gradually disappeared into the air, bit by bit, from front to back. A group of hundreds of soldiers disappeared in front of Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu stopped in his tracks and looked down at the ground, immediately furrowing his brow. His light footwork was flawless, reaching a level where he left almost no footprints. However, it was peculiar that this group of hundreds of soldiers ahead left no footprints at all. It couldn't be possible for these few hundred people to have the same level of light footwork as Qiao Mu, right? I have trained my light footwork diligently for decades, working so hard to reach a perfected level. How could I suddenly be caught up by a few hundred soldiers? Qiao Mu immediately felt a sense of injustice. So they must not be human. Are they the mythical shadow warriors mentioned in rumors? Qiao Mu thought of this and suddenly burst into laughter. Although he wasn't clear on what exactly the so-called shadow warriors were, their disappearance reminded him of the illusion formation of the Immortal Gate that Dao Zhen had mentioned. It seems like it's time to try that so-called boundary-breaking symbol, Qiao Mu thought to himself. Talismans are tools used by cultivators, and the boundary-breaking symbol given to Qiao Mu by Dao Zhen seemed to be specially made. It didn't require the cultivation power of a cultivator, but could be activated just by the blood of an ordinary martial artist. Qiao Mu bit his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the talisman paper. Suddenly, a faint golden light emitted from the paper and it slowly ignited. At the same time, Qiao Mu's vision seemed to slightly distort. About 100 meters away, the army of Yin soldiers appeared again within his sight. However, Qiao Mu didn't immediately chase after them. Instead, he slightly bent down, picked up a handful of yellow sand, and activated his surging internal strength. Then, in a flash, he turned around and cast the sand towards a specific direction behind him. Each grain of sand contained a powerful force, like bullets shooting through the air. But he heard a cry of pain from a man walking out behind a mound in the distance. He had a bitter smile on his face and pleaded with Qiao Mu. "Please spare me, sir. This middle-aged man looks unusual. His eyes are big and bright. What's most special is that there is even a horizontal line at the center of his eyebrows, and a horizontally positioned eye is growing there." At the moment when Qiao Mu took out the boundary-breaking symbol from his pocket, he sensed a slight disturbance in the dark behind him, realizing that there was a follower hidden behind him. However, although this person is skilled in stealth, his strength doesn't seem astonishing. Qiao Mu forced him to reveal himself with just a handful of yellow sand. "Who are you? Did the old general at Angzi Pass send you to follow me? Or is it Mr. Hai from before?" Qiao Mu's eyes were sharp, and he kicked the three-eyed middle-aged man to the ground. The more he looked at this person, the more he felt that he looked familiar. Upon careful thought, it seemed that he had seen this person sitting at the same table with Mr. Hai at the inn outside Angzi Pass before. "Please speak, but also be mindful of the boundary-breaking symbol in your hand," the three-eyed middle-aged man said with a bitter smile. "This boundary-breaking symbol should be from the 9 immortal gates, right? Once this object burns out and we haven't found the lone city in the vast desert, I'm afraid there will be no more opportunity. If you have any questions, I will answer them to the best of my abilities. But before that, please don't waste any more time on the boundary-breaking symbol." The middle-aged person looked longingly at the boundary-breaking symbol, as if it hurt deeply. "Let's talk as we walk," said Qiao Mu, grabbing the middle-aged person with one hand and holding up the slowly burning boundary-breaking symbol with the other, following behind the army of shadow soldiers. "First, tell me, who are you? Why have you come? And what's with the eye on your forehead?" Qiao Mu asked. "Please, don't worry, let me explain," the middle-aged person said slowly. "Have you ever heard of the Tide Listening Building, where clairvoyance and clairaudience reside? They are the talented leaders among storytellers. This so-called clairvoyance is extraordinary. It comes from the third eye of a mystical three-eyed monkey. When this third eye matures, it is said to have the power to see thousands of miles, revealing truth amidst illusions. And that's me, the clairvoyance of the Tide Listening Building." After capturing the middle-aged man, Qiao Mu remained calm and immediately explained the background of his Tide Listening Building and the origin of his special forehead eye. These words are actually a self-description, stating their own value to avoid being killed. And these words indeed had an effect, causing Qiao Mu to loosen his grip on the man's hand slightly. The Tide Listening Building is famous, known for its extensive network and widespread intelligence. Being a living storyteller naturally holds much more value than being dead. And I entered this 100-mile desert with the same goal as the old man, which is to search for the ruins of Angzi City. As the middle-aged man spoke, a look of sadness appeared in all three of his eyes, almost shedding tears. "Actually, I also had relatives who died in this desert." "Stop, I don't have time to listen to your empty words." Qiao Mu impatiently waved his hand, pondered for a moment, and then understood. "Do you want to follow me and find that city?" "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded vigorously, as if pounding garlic. He initially just wanted to secretly follow Qiao Mu, but unexpectedly saw him take out the boundary-breaking symbol, which startled him and made Qiao Mu sense his presence. Qiao Mu glanced at the boundary-breaking symbol in his hand and nodded slightly. "If you want to follow, it's not impossible. But since you're hitching a ride, you should show some appreciation, right?" Clairvoyance showed a subtle understanding and immediately smiled. He wasn't afraid of Qiao Mu asking for favors from him, but he feared that Qiao Mu might be ungrateful. "How about the bloodthirsty skill?" Clairvoyance smiled and asked. "Mr. Qiao has also witnessed Mr. Hai using the bloodthirsty skill, right? It's a self-damaging forbidden martial technique that temporarily enhances visual acuity and reaction speed. And it can also be used in combination with the Qiao family's heavenly demon disintegration method." Qiao Mu blinked his eyes. As the storyteller of Tide Listening Building, it's not surprising for him to have heard of the reputation of Qiao's family. But what does Qiao family's heavenly demon disintegration method mean? Has heavenly demon disintegration method truly become Qiao family's signature martial art? But for this kind of self-damaging martial arts secret, Qiao Mu found it beneficial. Nowadays, apart from heavenly demon disintegration method, he also had a red moon burning blood technique that he comprehended from a painting. When he comprehended the blood moon chart, he had also imagined If he could use heavenly demon disintegration method as the foundation, learn from various explosive self-damaging forbidden techniques, then perhaps one day in the future, he could achieve the literal meaning of the heavenly demon disintegration method. Which means he could disintegrate his physical body directly after using it, skipping the need to destroy the corpse. Good, but not good enough. After listening to Clairvoyant's description of the secret manual, Qiao Mu still felt unsatisfied. More the better. Anyway, he's not afraid of having too much and not being able to handle it. The more the better. Clairvoyance just gave a slight bitter smile. He didn't carry the martial arts manual with him, like the short ones like bloodthirsty skill, he could still recite it. Now that Qiao Mu's greed has come up, how can he satisfy him? I really can't recite other martial arts manuals. Clairvoyance said bitterly. Mr. Qiao, how about I exchange it with a big secret, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. He glanced at the boundary-breaking symbol in Qiao Mu's hand and figured that by the time he finished speaking the secret, the boundary-breaking symbol would soon be burned out. By then, whether he could find the ruins of that solitary city or not, Qiao Mu probably won't bother to pressure him anymore. This secret is extraordinary. It is related to the martial saint from 40 years ago and Madame Bai who guards Angzi Pass. Clairvoyance acted mysteriously. What? They were a couple 40 years ago? If you're talking about secrets of love and romance, I'm not interested, Qiao Mu said casually. Clairvoyance paused, looking very odd, before finally speaking. Mr. Qiao, you're thinking too little. The secret I'm about to reveal is anything but trivial, he said solemnly. In today's world, everyone knows that the martial saint was revered as the strongest warrior before his death, and the foundation of his martial strength was actually the so-called martial saint spiritual technique. Since the martial saint revealed his identity in Nan province, the world has known that he devoured the top 10 martial artists using the incredible power of the martial saint spiritual technique. But people only know part of the story. The martial saint spiritual technique was created by the martial saint, but it evolved from another extraordinary technique. It's called the spiritual technique and it's the practice Madame Bai, who guards Angzi Pass, follows. Qiao Mu was slightly startled. If that's the case, it does make sense. Madame Bai is also within Qiao Mu's intuition, but she is different from other practitioners of the martial saint spiritual technique. But in that case, when he caught Madame Bai before and asked her if she practiced the martial saint spiritual technique, wasn't it like a father asking his son? So, this spiritual technique, is it a secret technique from a famous sect? Qiao Mu asked. Based on the martial saint's past actions, he speculated that this spiritual technique might have been stolen. The person who created the spiritual technique is Li Changge, a former deputy under the martial saint, Clairvoyance explained. General Li Changge is also a first-ranked martial artist, actually older than the martial saint, but with slightly less strength and fame. Although not as dazzling as the martial saint, he is still a rising star in the Great Yan Imperial Court's martial world. And this spiritual technique is said to have been created by General Li when he was young. About 40 to 50 years ago, even though Immortal Gate didn't actively involve in politics, Zhu Province was not very peaceful. There were often monsters causing troubles in various parts of Zhu Province, and sometimes even launching beast waves that flooded the towns. When Li Changge was young, he joined the military and frequently led troops to suppress monsters. As a result, the couple often lived apart, with little time together. At that time, Madame Bai was just a low-ranked martial artist, and her martial arts abilities were far inferior to General Li's. And this spiritual technique was specially created by General Li. It means the body without colorful phoenix, but the heart has a telepathic connection. It allows the couple to feel connected even when they are separated, providing companionship. Although this spiritual technique at that time was mysterious and could be practiced by low-ranked martial artists through spiritual refining, it was actually quite different from the later martial saint spiritual technique, which only General Li Changge and his wife practiced. Even though the story of the couple's achievements became a good tale, this secret technique of spiritual technique didn't spread to the world, so its impact was limited. It was not until after the Inhuman War, when the entire elite army of 100,000 soldiers from Great Yan was wiped out. It is said that when the martial saint left the desert, he had mastered that spiritual technique. After many more years, Zhong Province gained a daughter who was a spirit-refining martial artist. She willingly stationed herself at Angzi Pass and has been there for 20 years. Although the martial saint was strong, his martial arts skills were built upon the foundations of his predecessors. Just a long time ago, the spiritual technique was known as a harmonious story among a couple, but later transformed into the martial saint spiritual technique that martial artists who refine spirits would practice. Perhaps even the General Li who created it would never have expected this. The spiritual technique sounds like a secret technique belonging to the couple Li Changge. Why did it end up in the hands of the martial saint? Qiao Mu wondered. In the couple's private phone calls, a third person's number appeared, which seemed quite strange. Especially, the disciples who practiced the later martial saint spiritual technique were scattered across Zhu Province and became the means for the Wuji Association to select talents. We can't know for sure, Clairvoyance said slowly. Although the Tide Listening Building has many eyes and ears, this story from 40 years ago has long faded away into this vast desert. Since the 100,000 soldiers have already perished, only the martial saint knows the truth. Unfortunately, even when the martial saint was alive, they kept quiet about this very event during the Inhuman War, and our Tide Listening Building couldn't uncover it either. Now that even the martial saint has passed away, the only ones who might understand this story are the great Yin army resting in the underworld, right? Clairvoyance shook his head and smiled bitterly. But halfway through his smile gradually froze. With the help of the boundary-breaking symbols effect, he also crossed the illusion array of the immortal gate like Qiao Mu, and saw the true face of the desert. The setting sun was blood red, and crows flew in flocks. In the depths of the desert within sight, a broken old city stood alone. The city walls of this old city were already in ruins, uneven in height, with many gaps. The plaque on the city gate was blurred, and only faintly discernible as the word, peace. The Shadow Army regiment that Qiao Mu was tracking continued to move forward, and their target was obviously the towering isolated city ahead. It is the remains of Angxi City. Although this city is in ruins, it is still relatively intact. Could there still be people in the city? Could it be the travelers who disappeared in the desert in the past? Clairvoyance had never considered the possibility that the 100,000 elite troops from back then still had surviving soldiers fighting today. He was just astonished. But Qiao Mu's heart sank. Is what Dao Zhen said true? Are there really soldiers who have defended a solitary city for 40 years in this world? Thinking of this, he instinctively lowered his head and glanced at the boundary-breaking symbol in his hand. By the time he saw this solitary city, the talisman in his hand had already burned to ashes, carried away by the wind. Dao Zhen's boundary-breaking symbol only brought him to this solitary city in the desert, but it didn't show him the way out. The wind blew, and the army of shadow soldiers seemed to be weightless, floating with the wind, as if they were going to charge up the city walls. Indeed, not an ordinary army. Qiao Mu was about to step forward when he suddenly heard a mournful horn sound. In the twilight, the mournful Han trumpet sounded from the city walls, low and loud, spreading far and wide. Next, he saw the old city gate burst open, and soldiers rushed out from it, heading straight towards the Dark Army. For some reason, the defending army didn't hold on to the advantage of the city walls, but instead chose to fight the Dark Army outside the city. The sound of horns filled the desert, their sorrowful and deep tones echoing in the vast expanse. The old city's army charged out from the city and engaged in a battle with the Dark Army outside the walls. The soldiers were also silent, and all that could be heard on the battlefield were the sounds of their footsteps and the clanking of their armor. Qiao Mu stood on a sand dune, carefully observing the soldiers who had charged out from the city. He noticed that these soldiers were all older, with white hair and wrinkled faces. The soldiers were clearly seasoned warriors who had fought on the battlefield for many years. Their movements with their swords and spears were swift and decisive, lacking any unnecessary actions. Their coordination was seamless, making them appear like a silent war machine. Qiao Mu was highly skilled in military spear techniques and could easily recognize the years of training and expertise that these soldiers had in their battlefield spear and sword skills. They rarely talk, without any passionate slogans or shouting, they just fight silently under the setting sun. Fighting on the battlefield is always a dangerous dance on the edge of a knife, easily resulting in death. It is normal to feel nervous and fearful when entering the battlefield, but these veteran soldiers remain calm. Are there really any remnants of the army still alive? Qiao Mu remained silent for a moment, finding it somewhat difficult to understand. He then shifted his focus to the shadowy army legion. The soldiers emerging from the old city were unusual, but this shadowy army legion was even more extraordinary. They seemed weightless, their bodies floating in midair with the desert winds, displaying remarkable agility. They didn't resemble living beings. Advancing with faces as pale as paper, the shadowy army legion moved in unison. They appeared to be a seasoned army, their charging movements with spears executed in perfect synchronization. Almost all of the hundreds of soldiers performed the exact same action. However, even in the midst of their charge, their faces remained expressionless, devoid of vitality. Charge! A great Yin veteran soldier shouted loudly, the longsword in his hand emanating a dazzling aura, cutting a pale-faced shadowy soldier in half. Only the changes that followed shook Qiao Mu's heart as he looked from afar at the sand dunes. The wound where the shadow soldier was cut into two didn't bleed, but the whole body suddenly became flat, thin, and then in the blowing wind, it turned into two fragments as thin as pieces of paper, falling to the ground. No, not as thin as paper, this is a paper man from the beginning. Although they are paper men, the weapons in their hands are as sharp as golden and iron weapons. In the battle outside the lonely city, each paper spear and paper sword pierced the bodies of the old soldiers, causing a bloody hole, very sharp. The old Yin soldiers who emerged from the old city also began to suffer losses. Several old soldiers had their heads chopped off by the paper swords, their bodies separated, dyeing the yellow sand with red blood. The leading old general roared lowly, and his war spear swung in the air, creating an invisible qi that stirred up the yellow sand, tearing several paper men soldiers in half around him. The rest of the old soldiers were also filled with righteous indignation, following behind the old general and tearing a gap in the formation of the Paper Man Legion. Are the people who came out of the old city really alive? How is that possible to still have living people? Is this a mirage illusion in the desert? Storyteller Clairvoyance's three eyes were staring blankly, and he couldn't understand what he saw. Qiao Mu's gaze slightly focused on the Paper Man Legion. It looks like a paper man. The Paper Man technique is a magical art. When he fought against Saintess Wu Qingxin from Xiantian sect in the past, he had seen her use it. So, the so-called passing of the yin soldiers in the desert is actually controlled by a cultivator using paper men? Without waiting for clairvoyance, who was stunned by the battlefield, Qiao Mu lightly tapped his toes on the sand dune, displaying his light footwork as he swiftly moved across, like an eagle skimming the water's surface. His light footwork was very good, making hardly any sound. The paperman soldiers were not observant, and they didn't notice Qiao Mu rapidly approaching from behind. However, there were no hiding places in the desert, and the seasoned soldiers who emerged from the deserted city immediately spotted Qiao Mu's tracks. But they didn't show much excitement on their faces, they just exchanged a glance. It's been many years since I last met someone from the Great Yin outside. Another skilled warrior? Unfortunately, even if an individual's martial arts are high, it's difficult to change the overall situation. We are ultimately alone and helpless. Someone whispered in the battlefield, then quickly returned to the fight. Qiao Mu, at this time, skillfully took out 2 short spears hidden on his waist and back. With a quick twist, a long spear appeared in his hand. He charged directly at the Paperman Legion from behind, like an eagle, with the spear moving like a dragon. Qiao Mu, who was over 100 years old, unleashed the accumulated internal strength of nearly 100 years. His long spear was almost unbeatable. With a gentle jab of the long spear, it created a large hole in the body of the paper soldier, who then fell to the ground like a thin piece of paper, lifeless. The Paperman Legion quickly reacted, with a small group of soldiers turning around and surrounding Qiao Mu. The sound of bowstrings kept going, and arrows made of white paper cut through the air. Qiao Mu was also quick in his movements. He held a spear in front of him and spun rapidly, swinging the long spear like the wind. There was a continuous clanging sound as arrows were knocked away by the spear. When Qiao Mu first started out, he used a long spear to block arrows and was hit by 3 in a row. But now, his military spear skill had reached perfection, and he wielded the long spear so skillfully that no water could get through, without any weaknesses. Fighting against lifeless objects like this, not good enough. Dying like this is not worth it. Qiao Mu looked deeply at the old soldiers in front of him. The tip of his spear shot out with fierce momentum. Facing the endless waves of the Paperman Legion on the battlefield, he fought alone, going in and out 7 times. At first, the old soldiers who walked out of the lonely city didn't pay much attention to Qiao Mu charging out from the desert. Although they were surprised when he demonstrated his martial arts prowess and broke through the Paperman formation like an unstoppable force, they weren't too excited. After all, they had seen the world. Being simply powerful wouldn't astonish these experienced old soldiers. After all, in the past, they were led by the Martial Saint, a great general of the Great Yin Imperial Court, and their former enemies were the 9 Immortal Gates. No matter how skilled they were in martial arts, it was not enough to impress them. However, at this moment, they were moved, almost losing focus on the battlefield despite their experience. This old man, who seemed even older than them, showcased his mastery of spear techniques on the battlefield. The military spear skill was not considered an advanced technique, lacking the intricate and sophisticated moves compared to the various profound spear techniques of the martial arts world. It can only be seen as a basic skill. But Qiao Mu's military spear skill was evidently of exceptional proficiency, swinging his spear with such accuracy and without any flaws. Any martial technique requires daily practice for years to master it to an advanced level, going through extensive sweat and bloodshed. And yet, this old man who appeared from beyond the desert already had a perfect mastery of the military spear skill? Is he a soldier of Great Yan? Such thoughts crossed the minds of the veteran soldiers, causing their hands gripping their weapons to tremble slightly. L.B//JNN. After being trapped in the lonely city for 40 years, a soldier from Great Yan finally arrived. The leading old general looked towards the direction where Qiao Mu was coming from, but only saw a middle-aged man standing on the sand dune, without seeing any other soldiers besides Qiao Mu, feeling slightly disappointed in his heart. But as they hadn't seen any foreign soldiers for a long time, their minds still fluctuated. And at this moment, Qiao Mu raised his spear and struck down, piercing through the head of the last paperman soldier, leaving a hole behind. He took a few breaths and looked down at the long and narrow wound on his waist and abdomen. Despite practicing martial arts for 100 years and having deep skills, his body was still made of flesh and blood. The weapons of the paperman were very sharp, not inferior to those made of gold or iron, easily cutting his waist and abdomen and causing blood to gush out. No matter how well he trained, he was ultimately made of flesh and blood, unable to withstand sharp weapons. Behind Qiao Mu, storyteller Clairvoyance approached slowly. After the initial shock, he gradually regained his senses. His gaze swept over the guards of the lonely city and finally fell upon the bodies of a few soldiers. The third eye on his forehead quietly opened, and in that moment, he saw a soul orb that was invisible to the naked eye dissipating from the bodies. Just as the soul orb dissipated, it seemed to be drawn by some force and disappeared into the sandy earth beneath his feet, leaving no trace. Squinting his eyes, Clairvoyance pondered silently, and glanced discreetly in a certain direction. On a nearby hill, 2 cultivators dressed in robes were looking down at a sand table. Hundreds of small paper men on the sand table had become motionless and gradually broke apart. Senior brother Dao Shun, this time, you lost the bet, a Taoist said with a smile, looking towards the tall Taoist beside him. The paperman soldiers, numbering 300, only managed to slay 13 of the Great Yin soldiers. Your paperman technique has regressed. The tall Taoist named Dao Shun let out a cold snort. Those soldiers who have managed to survive until now are not ordinary individuals. Naturally, they become increasingly difficult to kill. Moreover, there is a martial artist from elsewhere who is causing trouble. From elsewhere? It's fortunate that they stumbled upon this isolated city. There have been occasional instances like this over the past 40 years. It's not just luck. It seems they entered with the boundary-breaking symbol. Boundary-breaking symbol? That explains it. The Taoist smiled slightly. In this place, once you enter, there is no way back, no way out. If an outsider martial artist can inspire the remaining old soldiers of this isolated city, it would be a good thing. 40 years ago, there were 100,000 soldiers. Now, there are only 300 old soldiers left. If your determination is diminished, all previous efforts will be wasted. Dao Shen nodded slightly. I heard that under the mountain of Nan Province's Xiantian sect, there is a small town specially designed for worshippers and pilgrims. They say that the world is filled with hardships and famine, but comparing that to Qingming Town, a place where worshippers can have a full meal, naturally there will be a continuous stream of pure spiritual wishes and offerings. And my great Dao sect's soul-binding array spans 100 miles, much larger than that of Xiantian sect. For immortal cultivators, ordinary people in Ju province are like cattle and sheep, providing them with spiritual offerings. At first, they only knew how to make the mortals devoutly worship, but as the immortal gate cultivators' understanding of the way of spiritual offerings deepened, they started to experiment with various methods. Mortals with strong wills and powerful souls are more valuable resources for immortal cultivators than ordinary worshippers. So, Nan Province has Qingming Town at the foot of Qingming Mountain, and Zhong Province has the vast soul-binding array in the Great Desert. Senior brother Dao Shen, this time I am willing to bet and accept defeat. All these are just excuses. Dao Shen frowned, took out a storage bag from his waist, and handed it to another Taoist. The latter's divine consciousness moved, scanned the spirit stones inside the storage bag, and then felt satisfied. Senior brother Dao Shen, don't be discouraged. Our great Dao sect's method of refining Taoist soldiers is more exquisite than any other immortal gate. Naturally, it is profound and difficult to master. Senior brother still needs to practice more. Before the lonely city, Qiao Mu sat on the ground and used bandages to simple dress his wounds. These bandages, medicines, and even food and water bags were prepared by the female general of Angxi Pass, obviously military supplies. This made the old soldiers who were observing Qiao Mu from a distance slightly excited. The old soldiers who walked out of the isolated city at this moment started walking towards Qiao Mu. The leading old general bowed to Qiao Mu and thanked him for his help just now. The leading old general took off his helmet at this moment, revealing a weathered face. There were many cut marks on his armor, and it was heavily worn. His skin had a bronze color, and he was slightly slim with white hair. Only his old eyes remained bright as he examined Qiao Mu from head to toe. In his eyes, Qiao Mu, who was over 100 years old, appeared even older than these old soldiers, but when it came to fighting, he was fearless and fierce. He wasn't wearing armor or military uniform, but his hands displayed a flawless skill with the Great Yan military spear. This made him very puzzled about Qiao Mu's identity. It's too old to say that he's a veteran. He said he wasn't, but the impeccable military spear skill he possessed was truly unforgettable. We were once part of General Li's army, which conquered the Inhumans' 100,000 remaining soldiers. The old general sighed lightly. Those were paper man soldiers manipulated by Immortal Gates cultivators. In recent years, the Inhumans have rarely appeared on the battlefield, only hiding behind the scenes and using some magic tricks. Both of you are citizens of Great Yan. As guests, come with me into the city. Although the old general said he would take him into the city, his eyes unconsciously glanced at Qiao Mu. After hesitating to speak several times, he couldn't help but ask. May I ask, sir, are you a soldier of Great Yan? The old general asked as he posed the first question. I used to be, Qiao Mu thought for a moment and replied. He used to join the army in Yan City in the past, although for a short time, he was still considered a soldier of Great Yan. This answer made the old general's eyes slightly dim. He wanted to ask in his heart if this brave foreign veteran was the vanguard of the Great Yan reinforcements, but now he couldn't ask. May I ask if the current Great Yan emperor still remembers the soldiers and civilians trapped in this city? The old general asked again. Qiao Mu was speechless for a moment. As a result, the surrounding old soldiers also fell silent. No one spoke anymore, they just continued to dress wounds and prepare the bodies of fallen comrades. The setting sun had already sunk halfway into the clouds, like a huge cloud of blood frozen in the sky. The bloody sunlight fell on the battlefield outside this lonely city, casting long shadows on the shoulders of the old soldiers. This isolated army was cleaning up the battlefield, preparing the bodies, and the old general intended to take Qiao Mu and 2 others into the city. However, when they reached the city gate, their footsteps suddenly stopped. Sir, let's not rush into the city. Before entering, I have some words I would like to say. This is not the place to talk. Please follow me. The old general turned around. Since he asked Qiao Mu those 2 questions, he started to think deeply and made a decision at this moment. The other soldiers also stopped their steps and sensed something unusual in the atmosphere. They discreetly glanced at the old general and quietly gathered around. They didn't know what the old general was thinking, but they thought that he had noticed something suspicious about Qiao Mu and didn't want them to enter the city. However, the old general shook his head slightly at them and turned to Qiao Mu, saying, "In this lonely city, there are only 300 old soldiers left, as well as women and children who cannot go to the battlefield." Instead of taking Qiao Mu into the city, he led him along the damaged city wall. The city wall doesn't have much effect against the inhuman paper-man soldier, especially considering the current state after 40 years. The city wall is already in ruins and cannot withstand the ravages of war. Nowadays, the city wall only serves to resist the sandstorms. As they walked around the corner of the city wall, their vision suddenly widened. The view that appeared before Qiao Mu was a vast desert full of tombstones, tightly packed like a forest. Outside Angxi Pass, there are 100,000 tombstones, but they are just empty graves. Underneath this solitary city in the desert, there are also 100,000 tombstones, but they bury the remains of soldiers. 40 years ago, there were 100,000 soldiers, but now only 300 old soldiers remain. The old general's eyes dimmed slightly and he bowed to Qiao Mu. "My name is Hai Siyuan, the 6th-ranked captain of Great Yan." Qiao Shuangsan, Qiao Mu also introduced himself, but then a thought arose in his mind. "Captain Hai, have you heard of Minister of Rights Hai Wei from Great Yan?" Hai Siyuan's hands trembled slightly as he looked into Qiao Mu's eyes. "Hai Wei is my father's name. Is my father still alive?" "Still alive, and now serving as the current Minister of Rights. My several younger family members have also received Hai Wei's care." Qiao Mu didn't mention that Hai Wei had just been released from heavenly prison, and continued. "Not only that, but I also encountered someone outside this vast desert who claims to be Hai Wei's son, who should be your younger brother." Hai Siyuan's lips trembled a bit, as if he had a lot to say and ask, but in the end, he just slightly turned his head and looked at the dense tombstones below the city wall. His white hair flew up with the yellow sand, and his figure appeared somewhat lonely. If Hai Wei is still alive, he must be close to 80 years old now, right? 70 years of life is rare in ancient times. It is indeed a cause for celebration that his father can live to such an old age. Even his younger brother at home still misses his existence, which is truly unexpected. It's just that in this current situation, it's difficult for him to feel any joy. He enlisted in the military at the age of 20, but hasn't returned at the age of 60. When he went to war, he was still a young and handsome man, but now he is old and looks even older than his middle-aged father in my memory. Even though he is the Minister of Right's son, why is he only a captain ranked 6th? Are there still other higher-ranking officers in the city? It wasn't Qiao Mu who asked the question, but the storyteller clairvoyant standing next to him. He was very curious about this lonely army trapped in the desert, and he couldn't hold back his question any longer. He used to think that this old general might have been a commander under the martial saint back then, but he didn't expect him to just hold the rank of a 6th-ranked captain. Who needs any other officers? Hai Siyuan looked at the rows of tombstones and smiled softly. They are all lying here. A 6th-ranked captain is already the highest-ranking officer in this isolated city. Clairvoyance was clearly taken aback, and asked again, "Is General Li Changge still with us?" Among the military officials of the Great Yan Imperial Court, Li Changge was a prominent figure. In the past, among the 100,000 elite soldiers, he was second only to the martial saint. With the martial saint gone, Li Changge should be the leader of this isolated army. Hai Siyuan didn't say anything, he simply took a few steps forward and halted in front of a tombstone. "General Li led us in resistance for 20 years, but he's also dead, died 20 years ago." This tombstone was no different from the others, just positioned slightly forward. If it weren't for Hai Siyuan's guidance, clairvoyance wouldn't have been able to notice it. 20 years. Qiao Mu's gaze flickered slightly. The establishment of Angxi Pass also dates back 20 years. Judging by the timeline, it was precisely when Madame Bai, the guardian of the pass, appeared at Angxi Pass. This doesn't seem like a coincidence. The original spiritual technique, which means the connection of hearts, was a secret method to guide the Li Changge couple in telepathy. Perhaps it was this spiritual technique that made Madame Bai know that Li Changge was still alive, so she arrived at Angxi Pass. Spiritual technique is a mysterious intuition. The mind can reach across the 100-mile desert and the immortal road array through telepathy, but the physical body cannot gather together due to this array. And Li Changge's death, could it also be related to this spiritual technique? "You have suffered too much," storyteller clairvoyance sighed slightly. "And your enemies are not flesh and blood, nor any foreign barbarians, but the paperman of cultivators. Nov. L. B/JNN. Paperman, without blood or tears. Even if the paperman is crushed to pieces, as long as the cultivator's magic power recovers, they can come back again. You have fought bravely until now, which is indeed admirable, but what have you gained in return?" The words deeply touched Hai Siyuan and the others, causing much sadness in their hearts. If their enemies were just ordinary foreign barbarians, it would be fine. As elite soldiers of Great Yan, they were braver than ordinary soldiers. If they killed the foreign barbarians, even if it was a 1-for-1 exchange, it wouldn't be too much of a loss. Killing 2 would break even, killing 5 or 10 would be even better, and even if they died, they would still make a profit. However, this group of soldiers was not ordinary frontier guards. The enemies they faced were far more terrifying than the barbarians of enemy countries. They were cultivators, who had no blood, tears, or feelings in their paperman bodies. The paperman was just a creation of immortal techniques. Even if a soldier lost their life, to exchange it for 100 or 1,000 papermen, it would still be considered a loss. Fighting and dying on the battlefield against enemy countries, for great Yan soldiers, could perhaps be considered an honor. However, fighting and dying against paper men was a different matter altogether. The sacrifices of these soldiers were of no benefit to the overall war situation, and perhaps of no benefit to Ju province's greater cause. Clairvoyance felt sorrowful in her heart, realizing that perhaps no one knew that this lone army still existed in Great Yan today. What did our struggle bring us? Hai Siyuan shook his head. Why so many questions? It's just about survival. There are still women and children alive in this lonely city. That alone is worth it. He didn't say anything profound to the stranger, storyteller Clairvoyance. He was a soldier, skilled in battle, not dealing with the storyteller in front of him. However, Clairvoyance wasn't quite satisfied. As the storyteller of Tide Listening Building, he keenly realized that if the story of this lone army spread, it would surely shake the entire Ju province. Even the news of the martial saint's brief appearance before dying may not be as shocking as this news. After pondering for a moment, he asked again, Captain Hai, do you know that these Inhumans are not the barbaric foreigners who torture and peel the skin off the people of Ju province? If Captain Hai considers the overall situation and the lives of the people in this isolated city, wouldn't it be more appropriate to surrender to the Immortal Gate sooner? In that case, perhaps the residents of the city can live a little longer. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of several soldiers around them changed immediately. What the heck is this damn person talking about? I've been guarding the city for 40 years, and finally someone comes through the desert, and the first thing they ask me is why I didn't surrender earlier. If it weren't for Qiao Mu standing next to them, who helped them in battle and saved some of their comrades from dying, they would probably have drawn their swords uncontrollably. Even the leader, Captain Hai Siyuan, frowned and glanced back and forth between Qiao Mu and Clairvoyance. He sensed that these two people were not on the same side. Mr. Qiao Shuangsan is a former soldier from Great Yan, and who are you? He turned to Clairvoyance and asked. He is a storyteller from the Tide Listening Building, and I just happened to meet him. Qiao Mu also decided to keep his distance. This Clairvoyance talks too much, and always brings up sensitive topics, making Qiao Mu, who is more straightforward, feel overwhelmed. Does anyone speak like you? Actually, Qiao Mu and the others misunderstood him. His name is Clairvoyance, not Clueless. There is a reason behind his sarcastic way of speaking. The Tide Listening Building has eyes and ears everywhere, and if you want to obtain the most reliable and authentic information, you have to be very persuasive in your words. We are all adults, not children. Both have secrets and defenses, and understand the principle of deepening relationships through shallow conversations. It's unlikely that a storyteller like you would come and share their innermost thoughts. Clairvoyance is skilled at using the art of saying things that hit where it hurts. Appears to have low emotional intelligence, but actually does it on purpose. These seasoned soldiers have been guarding the isolated city for 40 years, so they naturally have strong defenses. Clairvoyance wants to break through their defenses, so intentionally uses provocative language. The more these soldiers' defenses are shattered, the angrier they become. They feel their passionate hearts are wasted, and this increases the likelihood of revealing their true thoughts due to emotional fluctuations. Of course, this type of language technique has both advantages and disadvantages. The biggest disadvantage is being easily refuted by others. I seem to have heard of the Tide Listening Building storyteller before. Hai Siyuan pondered for a moment before remembering. 40 years ago, Hai Wuya was already the Minister of Rights and he was also a martial artist from the rivers and lakes. That's why Hai Siyuan is quite knowledgeable. I heard that within Tide Listening Building, there are two factions called Real Events and Curious Tales. Which faction are you from? Hai Siyuan looked at Clairvoyance with a meaningful gaze. Naturally, I belong to the Real Events faction, Clairvoyance replied without hesitation. No matter how extraordinary the curious tales may be, they cannot compare to the power of true events that touch the heart. This is a lie. The two people from Tide Listening Building, Clairvoyance and Clairaudience, are both talented storytellers with extraordinary abilities. They are the pillars of the Curious Tales faction and are inseparable. Tide Listening Building is not an ordinary martial arts force. Being a pillar among the storytellers doesn't necessarily mean their martial arts skills are exceptional. It simply represents their outstanding abilities in the art of storytelling. In fact, it means they have superior eloquence, rhetoric, and even stronger imagination compared to regular storytellers. They can weave even more astonishing tales. Although Clairvoyance claims to belong to the Real Events faction, it is also because storytellers from the Fantastic faction don't have a good reputation. After all, it's not surprising that the reputation is good when you're always doing strange things like the top 10 bad pants crotch. As a practical storyteller, my purpose in venturing into the desert is to visit the ruins of Angxi City and uncover the true events of the Inhuman War, said Clairvoyance excitedly. Captain Hai, your answers are very important to me. If one day I can leave this desert, I will definitely share the story of the remnants of Great Yan with the outside world, spreading it throughout Ju province through the Tide Listening Building. Clairvoyance almost believed the words herself. His purpose in coming here wasn't so noble and righteous. Originally, he only suspected that the secret of the Inhuman War was hidden in this desert, and it seemed to be related to the Immortal Gate. If he knew the secret was so big and involved the Immortal Gate so deeply, he would never come, even if you paid him. The reason why the tide listening building has survived until now is not because they are strong, but because they adhere to the principle of not causing trouble, only sitting high up in the building, listening to the tides rise and fall, and not personally getting involved. However, seeing how excited the old soldiers were, clairvoyance didn't dare to push the conversation too far. After all, Qiao Mu wasn't on his side either. In fact, just a moment ago, he was Qiao Mu's captive. If the old soldiers are really angered and draw their swords to hack at him, perhaps no one here will be able to protect him. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. I dare to ask, soldiers, please don't be angry. It is likely that outside Zhu province, nobody knows your whereabouts, nobody knows that you are still fighting, including the current emperor. So why are you still defending this lonely city? Why not surrender to the inhuman? If you surrender, more soldiers and civilians in this lonely city will be able to survive, which is better than everyone in the city perishing in the desert. Hai Siyuan took a deep breath subconsciously, trying to calm himself down, restraining the urge to unsheath his sword, and said in a low voice, "In the past 40 years, there have indeed been a small number of deserters in this lonely city, as well as people who fled. They disappeared in this vast desert, whether they are alive or dead, we don't know the outcome either. If you are asking why our remaining 300 soldiers refused to surrender." Hai Siyuan looked at the old soldiers behind him, who also had grey hair. "Zhao Daong, why didn't you surrender?" This old soldier appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, older than Hai Siyuan. He replied, "Captain, I am a person from Nan Province, Yan City. My wife and children are there. If even the last remaining elite soldiers of Great Yan surrender, how can the people of Zhu Province have any fighting spirit? If a country doesn't protect its people, how can it be called home? And what about the safety and well-being of my family?" Hai Siyuan nodded and looked at another old soldier. "Chenji, why don't you surrender? If the Inhumans become powerful, they will see ordinary people as insignificant. Surrendering may be easy, but afterwards, we might become nothing more than Inhumans' cattle and horses. It's better to die in battle. Chenin, we are already the most elite army of Great Yan, we can die, but we cannot surrender. What about you, Guo Huaizhong? Is there really so much reason to surrender? Can I come up with 100 or even 1,000 reasons to surrender? Is it because the water is too cold? There's only one reason not to surrender, because I am a soldier? A soldier of Great Yan? A soldier of Zhu Province? Is this reason enough?" These old soldiers gradually became excited in their speech. In the past few years, very few outsiders have come to this isolated city. In front of Qiao Mu and storyteller clairvoyance, they couldn't help but open up. They said a lot. So, let me share my thoughts. Hai Siyuan's gaze was deep as he looked at the numerous gravestones of soldiers before him. 40 years ago, I was only 20 years old, and among the 100,000 army, I was considered one of the youngest group of officers. Mr. Qiao, do you know why I have survived till now, while several generals with higher ranks than me have all perished? Is it because I am the son of the Minister of Rights? Is it because I have excellent qualifications and high martial arts skills, that's why I'm still alive? He smiled lightly and shook his head. My father's reputation is not that great. The elite soldiers of the Great Yan army, totaling 100,000, included individuals of even higher status and power than my father. But they all died. I was able to survive because those few generals sacrificed themselves and told me I was still young, not to rush into death. Captain Hai, who has already reached old age, looked at the tombstones covering the mountainside, tears streaming down his face. The old soldiers and generals died for me in the past. But now I, an old soldier, should die for the women and children of the lonely city, for the future generations of Zhu Province. Some thought about their families back home, some were filled with love for Zhu Province, some simply couldn't accept the inhuman cruelty, and some carried on the will of the old soldiers. Each soldier in this isolated army had their own thoughts, their own reasons. But in the end, they all stood within this lonely city, or lay outside the solitary city in the desert, buried in graves. The old soldiers and generals finished speaking. Qiao Mu and clairvoyance both looked at the silent desert with angry old soldiers, unable to say a word. Especially clairvoyance, who was a storyteller. As part of the fantastic faction in the Tide Listening Building, he had heard many strange and absurd stories and had created many touching stories. But those were all fictional stories, either exaggerated or embellished, not real. What was in front of him now was the truth, the historical facts. With white hair all over, they held on to their battle swords till death. They had fought for 40 years, how could they forget Great Yan? Sacrificing oneself for the nation, seeing death as returning home. The power of a true story cannot be created by even the most skilled storyteller. Qiao Mu glanced at the storyteller beside him and said slowly. Storyteller clairvoyance was momentarily stunned, then nodded slowly. In front of these brave Great Yan soldiers, who were willing to die for their country, he realized that he had used rhetoric to penetrate their defenses, and felt a sense of shame. Between life and death, there is great terror. Regardless of which era it is, those who dare to courageously sacrifice their lives and face this great terror are very few. Very few, but never extinct. In the vast Zhu province, from ancient times until now, there has always been a group of true heroes who have faith and willingly give their lives. The soldiers guarding the borders, the troops defending the territory, the scholars who raised their coffins to advise against wrongdoing, the military commanders who died in battle. Their names are recorded in history, and these figures have been passed down through the ages, running through the entire ancient history of Zhu province. This is the power of reality, a magnificent epic that even a skilled storyteller like clairvoyance cannot compose. Storyteller of Tide Listening Building, are you satisfied with our answer? Haisi Yuan asked again, his voice echoing in the desert. I have nothing more to say. The storyteller kept silent and bowed deeply towards Haisi Yuan. He surrendered. Captain Hai, he has nothing more to say, but I still have something to ask. Qiao Mu spoke up at this moment. I want to ask Marshal Saint, the former General Li, why he can live while you all can only wait to die in this lonely city. Qiao Mu's eyes were piercing. He had witnessed and challenged Marshal Saint before, and now, upon encountering the remnants of the Great Yan army, he felt it was unworthy for them. Marshal Saint was the only survivor among the 100,000 army of Great Yan who invaded Immortal Gate 40 years ago. He even obtained General Li Chang's spiritual technique. Why was it him who survived and not you? As soon as these words were spoken, the elderly soldier's gazes changed, becoming quite complicated. Within Angzi City, there were indeed outsiders, but they were extremely rare. And they have heard about the things that the former General Li, now known as the Marshal Saint, has done. They know very little about the outside world's Zhu province, but not nothing. Especially when it comes to the Marshal Saint. General Li is definitely not a deserter. Captain Hai's gaze turned deep as he recalled the events from many years ago. I happen to know the reason behind why he possesses General Li's spiritual technique. Back then, even though I was just a 6th-ranked captain in the army, I was the son of the Minister of Rights. So, there are some things that I know as well. In the vast desert 40 years ago, outside a solitary city, inside a large tent, 2 generals erupted into a fierce argument. Li Changge, you are underestimating me, Marshal Saint? I, Marshal Saint, am not afraid of death. If you can die, why can't I? Is it logical for soldiers to fight to the death while the Marshal flees alone? The Marshal Saint, in his prime, had a tall and sturdy figure like a tower, with eyes as cold as lightning, exuding an astonishing aura. In comparison, Li Changge appeared more gentle, with starry eyes, sword-like eyebrows, fair complexion, and a scholarly air. However, her presence was no weaker than that of the Marshal Saint. Brother Wu, stop acting tough here. Hurry, let's go. What meaning is there to die at the hands of these inhumans? You are the strongest among the 100,000 troops, with the greatest hope. Why don't you go? Li Changge, isn't there a beloved wife waiting for you at home? Do you think I don't want to leave? If it weren't for your superior martial arts aptitude and greater hope, why would I need to rely on you to escape? By that time, I'll definitely run faster than you. Li Changge twisted her mustache and stared wide-eyed, leaving Marshal Saint speechless for a moment. Brother Wu? I hope that Brother Wu will consider Zhu province's interests and the interests of the world. Li Changge clasped her hands and said again. To die is simple. It is much harder to endure humiliation and silently hide away. The tactics and strategies of our army are not significant in the face of inhuman beings. In my opinion, the hope of Zhu province lies in martial arts, not the martial arts of today, but the martial arts of the future. At 45 years old, you are already the 11th best martial artist in the world. If you hadn't been distracted by your official duties and studying tactics, your achievements in martial arts would have been even higher. In this respect, I am not as good as you. Great Yan needs a pioneer in martial arts, not a general who dies at the hands of inhuman beings. Among the 100,000 troops, no one is more suitable than you to be the pioneer of martial arts. Marshal Saint remained silent for a long time. Even so, I cannot abandon the 100,000 soldiers. He hesitated. Li Changge didn't say anything, she just walked to the front of the large tent and lifted the curtain of the tent door. Outside the door curtain, there were many military officers waiting in the tent, about 100 of them. Among them was the young military lieutenant Haisi Yuan. Please, General Li, escape, said one officer. If the general stays in this place, he will surely meet his death. With the general's talents, if he escapes and focuses on studying martial arts, perhaps many years later, there will be hope for martial arts in the world and Zhu province will have a chance. Here are 100,000 elite soldiers from Zhu province, each willing to sacrifice themselves for our country. The other soldiers also spoke up, causing a commotion in the tent. General Li, it's fine if you leave, but please help the rest of us 100,000 soldiers to survive. Please, General Li, save yourself. Please, General Li, save yourself. Marshal Saint's face was met with hundreds of eyes. The soldiers' words started off chaotic but gradually became unified and orderly. Inside the tent, Li Changge also made a move. He took out a prepared package and handed it to Marshal Saint. You even prepared the package? Keeping it a secret from your commander. What's inside this package? Spiritual technique. Inside the package Li Changge gave him were not just water and food supplies, but a series of martial arts manuals with spiritual technique as the leading one. This was gathered by the soldiers, it was urgent and there was not enough time to collect much. And no one had their secret manuals with them when they went on the expedition, so these are just recently transcribed parts, not very complete. What does this mean? This is a little bit of provisions for the pioneers of martial arts. Immortal cultivation is strong while martial arts are weak. If we martial artists want to progress, we can't cherish our belongings. Marshal Saint didn't say anything else, he just silently picked up his baggage, mounted his horse, and rode off into the distance, with the gaze of the soldiers following him. He was not a hesitant person, so once he saw the soldiers' determination to die, he naturally wouldn't let them down. Before they even left the main camp, the sky to the west was covered in dark clouds, with lightning crisscrossing through the clouds, and a majestic voice came from the clouds, echoing through the sky. The Inhumans from the 9 immortal gates have arrived. The Inhumans are attacking. Li Chang'e mounted her horse, leading many soldiers, pointing their swords at the rainbow lights in the sky. The sons of Great Yan, follow me in battle, for General Li's cause. Take care, General Li. A martial saint rode a horse and thunderous roars followed him, shaking the heavens with cries of battle. He didn't look back, but silently took off his general's helmet and threw it onto the sandy ground. Don't call me general anymore. From now on, there is no General Li in this world, only the martial saint, he whispered to himself, making a vow. Soldiers, when I return, I will already be a martial saint. If not a saint, then a beast. A fleeting flash of lightning illuminated the sky, as well as the solemn and sorrowful expression on the face of the martial saint. If being gentle and humble can deal with the inhumane, then I can also be a saint. However, the iron rule of this world is still survival of the fittest, with the strong overpowering the weak and disregarding the laws of civility. Survival of the fittest is not the path of a saint, but rather the path of a beast. Sheep eat grass, wolves eat sheep, and tigers eat wolves. The weak can only be food, while the strong can enjoy a lavish life and be high above all. From now on, he wanted to become the most savage creature in the Zhu province, treating the weak as food, and embarking on a path covered with blood and thorns. After listening to the story about Martial Saint, Qiao Mu also pondered. Clairvoyance sighed. Surprisingly, the Martial Saint had such a past. People might have thought that he was born a wicked demon who ate people whole. General Li in his prime and the Martial Saint in his old age were almost like two different people. 40 years is a long time, and it's hard to say whether it was his strong determination or the despair of the long years that drove him mad. Clairvoyance didn't hide her disgust towards the Martial Saint. He had respect for the lone soldier guarding the deserted city for 40 years, but his feelings towards the Martial Saint were completely different. With 40 years of bloody killings in the martial world, sacrificing a whole generation of martial arts heroes, this was a path stained with uncleanable blood. Without a doubt, among those who died directly or indirectly at the hands of the Martial Saint, there were the relatives and loved ones of 100,000 elite soldiers from Great Yan. The martial world and the royal court of Great Yan were not completely opposed. Among the 100,000 soldiers, many came from prestigious martial arts families that had already been wiped out by the Martial Saint. Hai Siyuan remained silent. He didn't comment on the Martial Saint, but instead recounted a past experience. The matter is finished. Hai Siyuan looked at the stone forest outside the city, lost in thought. Mr. Qiao, next, I would like to ask for your help, Hai Siyuan said. Instead of bringing Qiao Mu into the city, he brought him to the stone forest outside the city to pay respects to the spirits and share their stories, satisfying Qiao Mu's curiosity. Naturally, there was a reason for it. At this time, Qiao Mu had not yet entered the city, but Hai Siyuan had already explained the situation of this lone army. Help with what? You can tell me, Qiao Mu said. I would like to ask Mr. Qiao to play a role. After pondering for a moment, Hai Siyuan said. I hope Mr. Qiao will pretend to be a current high-ranking officer of Great Yan, representing Great Yan entering the city, and deceive the residents by claiming that the Great Yan reinforcement army is coming and that you are the vanguard. Qiao Mu was initially taken aback, then looked at Hai Siyuan in astonishment. Spread lies to the people of this isolated city? Are you trying to find solace in wishful thinking? Hai Siyuan was silent. Before, he asked Qiao Mu if the Great Yan Emperor still cared about the soldiers and civilians trapped in this city, but the answer he received was silence. He no longer held any hope for the Great Yan Imperial Court. But this isolated city cannot be without hope. The more difficult the times, the more isolated and helpless they become, the more precious hope becomes. Of the initial 100,000 elite soldiers who managed to hold on until now, one source of hope was given by the Martial Saint. Out of the 100,000 elite soldiers, now there are only 300 elderly soldiers left. We have defended this city for 40 years, but manpower is ultimately limited. How much longer can we hold on with just 300 elderly soldiers? Captain Hai said in a deep voice. After 40 years of isolation, we have no way out, he continued. If we are destined to die, and our time is near, then before the entire city falls, why not let the soldiers and civilians in the city have a little more hope? In the middle of the deserted city, Liu Yanbei stood at the entrance of the military camp in the city, looking worriedly towards the direction of the city gate. Why haven't Captain Hai and the others returned yet? This time the battle has been going on for a while. Did the Inhumans use exceptionally powerful methods, or did something unexpected happen? Behind Liu Yanbei, the women and children who sought refuge in the military camp were buzzing with chatter. Whenever the Inhumans attacked, the old soldiers on the city wall would blow their horns. If the Inhumans were too strong and the situation became critical, the residents of the city would be evacuated in advance. This military camp in the city was still relatively intact, with the former arsenal and granary. It was tall and spacious, serving as a refuge for the desperate women and children in the lonely city. After all, there were only 300 old soldiers left in the city, so a large military camp was useless. Don't worry. If any bad people quietly come into the city, I will use my sword to send them to heaven. Liu Yanbei gently rubbed the head of a young child behind him, with a smile on his face to comfort. After whispering a few words to the children, he turned around and unconsciously placed his hand on the sheath of his sword at his waist. His old face also showed some seriousness. Liu Yanbei is an old man with a tall figure. He looks very old, with wrinkles and age spots scattered on his face. His left arm is wrapped in bandages, indicating that he is injured. What is even more striking than his old age is that he has two swords hanging at his waist. One of them is a regular wooden sword. The other sword is called the Sunji sword. It was once ranked 10th on the Tide Listening Building's weapon list, a divine weapon that can cut iron like mud and break gold and jade. Liu Yanbei reached out and touched the Sunji sword at his waist, his eyes filled with memories. Sunji sword, old me never imagined that I would have the chance to wield you in battle again in my later years. He murmured. Liu Yanbei is a famous expert in swordsmanship from Zhu province. He is regarded as one of the leaders of swordsmanship in Zhu province and is known as the wooden sword walker. Despite being over 80 years old, he has achieved remarkable success in the realm of skill and technique. Even with his aging body, he can still defeat a second-rank spirit refining martial artist with a wooden sword, leaving behind stories in the martial arts world. In his prime, Liu Yanbei's swordsmanship had already reached the level of being unrivaled by anyone using a wooden sword. He was not limited by external objects and could use anything, even grass and trees, as a sword. He could be described as having the aura of a true master. But now, he is old. In old age, one's vitality and strength decline. This is a natural law and a common feeling for people. The former wooden sword walker, Liu Yanbei, was the same. Even with great skills, the weak body can't compare to the strength of the younger years when stepping onto the battlefield. It is like a skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. Liu Yanbei is not native to this city. He is one of the few surviving foreign martial artists in this lonely city. He fell into this city for about a year. At first, he fought with a wooden sword, but later he had to rely on the advantage of a treasure sword. But even so, in each battle, there were times when he stumbled. After his left arm was injured, he no longer fought side by side with the 300 senior soldiers, but retreated to the city to recover. Old Liu, your martial arts level is higher, your hearing is still good, can you hear any movement in the direction of the city gate? Old Chen, who had one leg, walked over with a crutch, his face equally solemn. His temples were grey, and he was over 80 years old, a veteran who had experienced the Inhuman War 40 years ago. He was much older than Captain Hai, who used to be a young soldier, but because of aging and disability, he could no longer go to the battlefield. In this lonely city, besides the 300 senior soldiers who can still fight, there are basically only women, children, and the disabled veterans from that year. There is no sign of fighting. Liu Yanbei frowned, glanced at the women and children taking shelter behind him, took a few steps away quietly, and lowered his voice. In theory, the fighting should have already ended, but why is there no one blowing the horn on the city wall to give us a signal? Could it be? The thought simultaneously crossed the minds of Liu Yanbei and the others, their expressions growing even more serious. Either the casualties of this battle were unusually high, or they encountered some other unexpected situation. Let's go and see what's happening at the city gate tower, Liu Yanbei suggested. Although he was a martial artist from outside the realm, not a soldier of Great Yan, he had been trapped in this city for a year. This past year, he had already been influenced by the indomitable spirit of this small army and fought alongside them. Sensing that something was amiss, he ignored the injury on his left arm and decided to go to the city gate to investigate. Two old men, one with an injured arm and the other with a broken leg, supported each other as they walked towards the direction of the city gate tower. It was only after turning a few streets that they heard a sad crying voice echoing through the air. They were a group of old soldiers walking towards the city gate, carrying the bodies of their fallen comrades with white cloths covering their faces. They were surrounded by family members of the soldiers who rushed there upon hearing the news. In this battle, 13 more people have died, whispered one of the old soldiers. There used to be 100,000 soldiers, and now there are only around 300 left. For the past 40 years, there had been casualties in every battle. But with only 13 deaths this time, it was actually much smaller compared to previous wars. However, this number of casualties was not a simple figure. Such a tragedy, cried a frail old woman, kneeling beside the two bodies covered in white cloth. The body on the left belonged to an old soldier in his 60s, and the one on the right was younger, maybe in his 30s or 40s. A middle-aged man and an elderly man, the two bodies had a faint resemblance, as if they were father and son. Many of the soldiers in the city were old veterans from the Inhuman War, but there were also new recruits who had joined in the past 40 years. They say that father and son fight together on the battlefield, so you two should support each other, not go on the same journey. The old woman cried out in the wind. My child, you have lived in this city for over 30 years, grown up here, and yet you have never seen the scenery beyond this vast desert. Why did you leave? Old man, why couldn't you have died earlier? Why did you have to ruin my son and make him yearn for a great Yan he has never seen before, taking his place on the battlefield? Guarding this city for 40 years, the once 100,000 strong army has dwindled down to only 300 old soldiers. Where is this great Yan that you speak of in these 40 years? Guarding the city? Guarding a useless city? What good is righteousness and loyalty? It only moves oneself? Does anyone in Zhu province still remember the soldiers and civilians in this city? Liu Yanbei, who had rushed over from a distant block, remained silent. It had become the norm in this city for soldiers to die in battle, but whenever he saw scenes of farewell between loved ones, he couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. But at that moment, the old woman saw Liu Yanbei rushing over and, somehow finding the strength, she grabbed hold of his shirt collar. "Mr. Liu, you came from outside of Zhu province. Say something," the old woman wailed. "Why is there silence about the situation in Great Yan outside? What exactly is the situation in Zhu province now? Was the sacrifice of my husband and son meaningless? Over the years, there have been very few martial artists from the outside world like Qiao Mu who entered this isolated city. After hearing about the achievements of the military and civilians in this city, including Liu Yanbei, a few martial artists from the outside world made the same decision. They remained silent about the Great Yan Imperial Court and the inhuman matters, keeping them deeply hidden." Despite the old woman grabbing onto Liu Yanbei's shirt collar, he still kept his mouth tightly shut. By now, the old woman had cried herself out, only shaking her head. "I understand, actually no one is a fool." She knelt on the ground, closed the old soldier's eyes, and sadly smiled, saying, "In the past, 100,000 brave soldiers didn't betray Great Yan, sacrificing themselves for their country, refusing to kneel before inhumanity. But Great Yan has disappointed the remaining soldiers defending this city." Liu Yanbei wanted to speak but hesitated. What else could he say? Actually, the situation in the Zhu province outside is much worse than this old woman imagines. He remained silent, not because of any complicated reason, but simply because he couldn't bear it. "More tragic than we were about to fight to death, why did your majesty surrender first is the fact that this isolated army has been fighting for 40 years, while the Great Yan Imperial Court behind them has been kneeling for 40 years. The Zhu province outside has long been rotting. The brave warriors who died in the tragic inhuman war are now the last hope of the people in Zhu province. Since then, the backbone of the warriors has been broken, the spirit of the scholars has been shattered, and the heroes have become a thing of the past. The Taoist temples of the 9 immortal gates have almost spread throughout the major cities of Zhu province. And now, the people of Zhu province worship the immortal gates as if they were shrines for true immortals, and even the folks in remote small towns don't know what inhuman means. What has been forgotten by the world is not just this remaining army and this lonely city. If a few decades pass, the people of Zhu province might completely forget about the inhuman war." How could Liu Yanbei possibly utter these words? He would rather stay silent and not talk about it. If the truth is revealed, countless people in this lonely city will lose all hope and motivation. That's why he prefers to remain silent, even if silence in itself is a stance. After a while, Liu Yanbei could only offer comforting words. "This desert has been isolated from the outside world for many years. The powerful magic barrier is not something ordinary people can pass. The Great Yan outside is not unwilling to come and help, they just don't know." As he said these words, he felt a slight sadness in his heart. According to what Liu Yanbei knew, there are still remnants of soldiers defending this isolated city until now. Nobody in the outside world should know about this, he was not lying about it. But, what difference does it make to know? If Emperor Yonghe knew, would he really risk the pressure from the Immortal Gate and send a large army to help? The old woman's words, in Liu Yanbei's opinion, were actually correct. Liu Yanbei silently thought in his heart. The 100,000 soldiers have not let down Great Yan, defending the isolated city and its land until now. It is Great Yan Imperial Court that has let you down. The crying and shouting gradually became quieter, and their tears had dried up, leaving only sadness in their hearts. Liu Yanbei took heavy steps and walked a few steps away to ask the old soldiers who were carrying the bodies about the details of this battle. 13 soldiers killed in action, and there are still over 300 wounded. How much longer can this city hold on? He couldn't help but ask. However, none of the old soldiers answered. Everyone knew that this isolated city was destined to fall, and even when it would fall was not determined by them, but by the emotions of the inhuman. How long could the 300 old soldiers hold on? A year? Half a year? Or maybe just a month? When inhuman attacked the isolated city, it was like the rain from the heavens, unpredictable, sometimes clear and sometimes rainy, without a fixed pattern. Today, they may be paperman soldiers, and tomorrow they could be scattered soldiers, using various tactics from the Immortal Gate to attack the city. It was difficult to predict. Nobody had any certainty in their hearts. At that moment, the direction of the distant city gate suddenly became noisy. Many people were talking loudly and Liu Yanbei and the others instinctively looked towards the sound. The sound of a trumpet came from the direction of the city gate tower. However, this time the sound of the trumpet was not as deep as before, but instead carried a faint sense of excitement. This trumpet sound meant that the battle had ended, the city's curfew was lifted, and the evacuated residents could return, but it seemed there was more to it. Everyone was puzzled. A young boy with a yellow face ran from the direction of the city gate tower, his mouth almost reaching his ears. "There's someone from the outside at the city gate." The people on the street were startled, but only for a brief moment. A martial artist cannot change the overall situation and cannot save this city. Even the best martial artist, ranked first, cannot escape this desert blocked by the Immortal Gate with them. People from the outside? Are they martial artists from another world? Could they be another disciple deceived by the great Dao sect? Liu Yanbei sighed in his heart. I hope the people coming this time will have a higher level of martial arts cultivation, so maybe fewer people in this city will die. He said he's not a martial artist from another world. He said he's a soldier from Great Yan, the child shouted. Upon hearing this, Liu Yanbei and the others were all astonished. The old woman, who had just cried until her voice was almost hoarse, also froze, with complex and fluctuating thoughts in her heart. Soldiers from Great Yan have come from outside? How many people? Finally, we have reinforcements. She fired a rapid series of questions, grabbing the running child and not letting go. 1, 2 people. The soaring emotions of the crowd were suddenly doused with a bucket of cold water. Only the old soldier with a single leg suddenly remembered something. His hand, gripping the crutch, began to tremble slightly as he asked in a trembling voice. Did only one soldier come? Is his last name Wu? Is General Li back? One person cannot change the overall situation. But if that General Li returns, perhaps there will be a different scene. General Li, who was once a pivotal figure in the army, if he doesn't show up, it means he is not confident. If he returns, it means he has the awareness to change the situation. Nov.L.B/JNN. The young child was frightened by the excited reaction of the old soldier with a single leg. Their lips stuttered for a moment, unable to speak. And at that moment, an elderly voice, however, came from a distance. I have the surname Qiao. An old man with white hair, holding a long spear, walked slowly from the end of the street, followed by Captain Hai and other old soldiers. The old man had many wrinkles on his face, even older than the old soldiers in this city, but his eyes were bright and determined, not cloudy like other old people. My name is Qiao Shuangsan, the commander of the Great Yan Immortal Slaying Army. Great Yan has not forgotten you. All the sacrifices and defenses of this lonely city for the past 40 years will be known throughout Zhu province. I am not alone, I am just a humble pioneer paving the way. As you can see, I have already passed through the Immortal Gate formation and entered this city by myself. Reinforcements are on their way, and behind me are thousands of brave soldiers. Street at the city gate. Qiao Mu held a long spear, and behind him were old soldiers like Hai Siyuan, who were giving their support to Qiao Mu on behalf of Captain Hai and others. This solitary city is not small, and it used to be a big city in Zhong province. Although the streets are dilapidated, they are spacious, and the old houses on both sides are tall and can vaguely be seen as the former magnificent city of Zhong province. Even as a magnificent city, it couldn't withstand the 40 years of wind and sand, the 40 years of harsh weather. This city has aged, become old, and even older than the city are the elderly people in it. Qiao Mu walked on the long street and saw countless elderly women with white hair, a few young children, and disabled veterans who couldn't go to the battlefield. In the past 40 years, the young adults in the city have been the only source of new soldiers for the remaining troops of Great Yan, and even they are nearly extinct. Men, women, and children in the city have a pale complexion, thin and aged, not much better than the impoverished victims Qiao Mu saw in Nan province. But it shouldn't be like this. This place used to be the heartland of Zhong province, and it's only a few days' journey from the Great Yan imperial capital. Zhong province was a fertile land with abundant water and grass, and the cows and sheep were fat and delicious. How did it turn into 100 miles of desert? Behind the crowd, storyteller Clairvoyance looked at the lonely city in front of him and sighed. Previously, he had heard many secrets behind the scenes of the Inhuman War from Captain Hai Siyuan Hai. In fact, this lonely city was not the main battlefield of the Inhuman War. Nov.L.B/JNN. Powerful cultivators could turn the ocean into mulberry fields and turn the plains into deserts, making 100,000 ordinary soldiers vanish into thin air. If the main battlefield had been in this lonely city, how could it still exist? 40 years ago, the 100,000 soldiers didn't defend the lonely city and fight against the Inhumans. Because the ordinary people's city walls are not very meaningful to cultivators who can fly and disappear. But later, it seems that the Inhumans changed their minds and turned from attacking to trapping. They set up a hidden formation in this desert, trapping the remaining soldiers and civilians of Great Yan in this isolated city, unable to escape. In the past 40 years, trapped in this desert, the soldiers and civilians in the city have already spent a lot of effort just searching for water sources and food, as well as farming and herding. What exactly did the 9 Immortal Gates want to do? Clairvoyance frowned. They could have killed the entire army of 100,000, but they didn't launch a full-scale attack. And the Immortal Gate formation, its function is probably more than just an illusion, it might also include the capture of souls. Although Clairvoyance had extraordinary abilities, he was still just an ordinary person. He couldn't understand the intention behind the Immortal Gate. Could it be deliberate torture of ordinary people? I don't think so. Clairvoyance puzzled over it. At this time, as Qiao Mu moved further away, the crowd on the street became more and more gathered. There were more and more pedestrians, silently staring at this old man who had returned from beyond the desert, for a moment not knowing how to react. Only walker Liu Yanbei with a wooden sword hesitated for a moment, looking confused. The Immortal Slaying Army? How come I've never heard of it? Such things still exist. Liu Yanbei, just like Qiao Mu, was a martial artist from outside. He arrived in this lonely city a year ago, but in his memories, Great Yan was already in a state of decline and chaos. Where did this Immortal Slaying Army come from? Can the Imperial Court really raise a large army to conquer the Immortal Gate within a year? As an informed outsider, he had doubts in his heart, but the others in this lonely city didn't. After the initial confusion, this lonely city had become lively and excited. The soldiers of Great Yan, you have come too late? Why did it take you so long? The old woman, who had lost her husband and son, burst into tears. The residents of this lonely city had imagined countless times over the past 40 years the scene of the imperial court sending reinforcements to the city. But no matter how they imagined, they couldn't have anticipated this appearance. The old woman thought she would go forward to question and scold the old man who claimed to be a veteran of Great Yan. But he was too old, which made people feel sorry for scolding him. This old man looked very old, estimated to be at least 80 or 90 years old. Perhaps in this deserted city filled with old soldiers, there couldn't be any soldiers older than him. It wouldn't be easy for such an old man to reach this deserted city, but if Great Yan really had reinforcements, really had thousands of soldiers, why would they send such an even older veteran? Children ran around to tell the news, and the disabled veteran walked over with a cane, following the sound of people, wanting to take a good look at this soldier from Great Yan. For the children in the city, as well as all the young and middle-aged people under 40, Great Yan was just a legend passed down by their elders. As far as the eye could see, there was only a vast desert. Besides yellow sand, there were no reinforcements, no Great Yan. The younger people in the city were curious, while the older people in the city were feeling sad, excited, and thrilled. They have seen outsiders before. Liu Yanbei stood among them and fought alongside the old soldiers in the city for a year. But this situation is different. It is not the same as when Liu Yanbei and other martial artists entered the city. Martial artist Liu Yanbei from the martial world represents only himself. Whereas Qiao Mu is a soldier, he claims to be the commander of the immortal slaying army, and he says he will bring thousands of soldiers to help. He doesn't represent himself, but he represents the Great Yan. How can this not make the elderly in the city shed tears? In the crowd, an old one-legged soldier with white hair and a walking stick slowly approached Qiao Mu. He let go of his walking stick and, using his one leg, stood in front of Qiao Mu with trembling body. Tears filled his old eyes as he performed a bow to Qiao Mu. The Great Yan Western conquering army, reporting for duty, paying respects to the commander. There was no one behind him, no horses either. Only the wind with yellow sand blowing on the street, making his empty trousers flutter. May I ask, is it true that the Great Yan's soldiers and horses are coming back? For 40 years in the lonely desert, the elderly have been waiting year after year for their return. Holding back tears, he asked the messenger, when will the army really come? Qiao Mu showed no emotion on his face, but he tightened his grip on the long spear in his hand. Yes, the Great Yan's army is about to come, very soon. He silently straightened his chest, his gaze becoming even more determined. Although he was speaking lies, he knew that at this critical moment, he had to appear confident. The Great Yan's army is coming back, and our immortal slaying army will surely break through this desert and take you all home. Among the crowd, old people constantly approached him, asking question after question. And he kept speaking to the old soldiers in the crowd, repeating the lie he had just told. Yes, Great Yan has always been here. There are people guarding the lonely city, and there are people guarding other parts of Ju province. The reinforcements are about to arrive, but it's not easy to enter the Immortal Gate formation. It will take some time. Great Yan has been burdened by you for the past 40 years, but from today onwards, it won't be anymore. We, the immortal slaying army, will take on the heavy burden of these 40 years from now on. He was welcomed by women, children, and old soldiers all over the city, walking in the middle of the road. He looked like a triumphant general returning home. The soldiers and civilians of the lonely city have been trapped in this city for 40 years, and all evidence of their lives has disappeared. All they can see is a vast desert. Today, an old man entered the city, causing the entire city to almost boil with excitement, shaking off the past troubles. He walked down a street, and everyone in the street began to cry. He walked through half the city, and the whole city burst into cheers. Haisi Yuan followed behind Qiao Mu, witnessing the reactions of the people. He felt both joy and a slight sadness. Qiao Mu entered the city alone, bringing new hope and a glimpse of light to the lives of the people, who had been living in darkness for 40 years. But Haisi Yuan knew that this hope was ultimately false.n/o/vel/b/c/om. The 300 exhausted soldiers could not hold on to the city for much longer. The people in the city felt the same. When the 300 soldiers fell in battle, the city would be filled with despair unless Qiao Mu came and brought them hope. In this vast desert, hope is more precious than gold. With hope, people have a purpose. Even if the hope is false, it is still the same. Just looking at the half of the city filled with cheerful sounds and half filled with sorrowful tears, Haisi Yuan's heart felt a mix of emotions. Qiao Mu was willing to cooperate and act in this play, but where is the real Great Yan? When Qiao Mu started to think about this, he had already arrived at the military camp in the city. The military camp was tall and spacious, it served as a refuge for the people of the lonely city. Many residents gathered here, which made it Qiao Mu's final destination. Inside the camp, he made promises to the old and young citizens, repeating lies over and over again, making the elderly cry and the children laugh. As more people followed Qiao Mu, there were eventually voices of doubt. Are the reinforcements from Great Yan finally coming? Why is there only an old man here? Someone in the crowd asked. I don't have any complaints against the old soldiers. After all, it was the old soldiers of Great Yan who protected our city until now. Without them, we wouldn't have survived. But he is too old. If there really are external reinforcements daring to challenge the inhuman, then why would they send an old man as the vanguard? The voice of doubt caused everyone to nod in agreement. After the initial excitement and joy, they began to re-evaluate the old man in front of them. The city was filled with elderly soldiers, and white-haired ones could be found everywhere. But Qiao Mu was different. At his current age, he was already 109 years old. Not only within this isolated city, but even in the entire Zhu province, there were very few people who could match his longevity. He looked extremely old. The average age of the elderly soldiers in the city was probably half of his age. Compared to Qiao Mu, they were considered young. Although the common people couldn't determine Qiao Mu's exact age, based on his appearance, they estimated him to be at least in his 80s or 90s. So, here comes the question. What kind of army would let an old man over 80 or 90 years old take the lead and enter the resource-lacking, water and crop-poor 100-mile desert? This is a logical loophole. After a short moment of thought, many people realized this. Do you think I am too old? Unable to bear the responsibility of being the vanguard? Is there something fishy? Qiao Mu looked at the doubtful eyes of the people in the military camp, but he just smiled slightly. This doubt is reasonable. To make the people in the city believe that he is really a reinforcement and not an actor recruited by Captain Hai, he cannot rely solely on his words. After all, Qiao Mu doesn't have an official seal, nor has he spent too much time in the military and official circles of Great Yan. If he doesn't establish his identity properly, he will definitely be exposed. If exposed, it would be counterproductive, and the morale of the soldiers and civilians in this isolated city would surely plummet. Thinking of this, he lifted his body, and his figure became blurry in place. In an instant, he leaped into the sky and landed on the appointing commander platform in the military camp. Even though there were a lot of people watching, he moved so sneakily that he was almost like a ghost. This move called Shadow Step was done perfectly, and it amazed Captain Hai and the experienced soldiers. They would say it was wonderful. But why did he show off his martial arts skills? Did he want to show off his fighting skills in front of the soldiers and civilians? Captain Hai was skeptical. Even if someone's martial arts skills are really high, it's still just like that. Just like Mr. Liu Yanbei, who is skilled in swordsmanship, and although he is old, it doesn't matter. It's ultimately not helpful to the overall situation. When Hai Siyuan was skeptical, he saw Qiao Mu standing on the appointing commander platform, clearing his throat, using his internal energy, and his loud voice spread like thunder to the people in the camp. Are you curious why I, an old man whose life is coming to an end, am leading the charge? Are you curious about how much Zhu province has changed in the past 40 years? Do you think that even if Great Yan sends out 100,000 elite soldiers, what would they accomplish? Even if they rescue the people in the city from the desert, what can 100,000 troops do against inhuman creatures? It will just repeat the tragedy from 40 years ago. After these words were spoken, the whole camp became silent. Clearly Qiao Mu's words spoke to what they were thinking. Captain Hai was also speechless in an instant. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision to have Qiao Mu act. He didn't really think through this situation. The gap between mortals and immortals was too large. Great Yan Imperial Court didn't have the power to challenge the 9 immortal gates. How could they save people? Thinking about this, he also felt a bit embarrassed. Previously, he only thought about fabricating a Great Yan reinforcements to give the people in the city some hope. He didn't think it through, and now he realizes there were indeed some oversights. If you want to listen, today I will talk to you all. Qiao Mu's eyes were bright, without a hint of lying. For 40 years in the Inhuman War, Zhu province faced unprecedented pressure. The soldiers and civilians in this lonely city are fighting, and people all over Zhu province are also fighting. You are not alone. Under the heavy pressure of inhumanity, in the past 40 years, the progress of martial arts in Zhu province has surpassed the previous several hundred years. And now, the development of martial arts in Zhu province is changing rapidly. There is a distinction between ancient method and modern method in martial arts. Qiao Mu didn't lie when he repeated the words of the Wuji Association members. The so-called modern method, the martial arts of today, is about stealing the yin and yang, taking control of creation, gathering immense power within oneself, breaking through the path of immortals with the physical body. The techniques of immortals can turn the vast sea into dust, and turn 100 miles into scorched earth, but our modern method is to explore a way to use martial arts to fight against the immortals, to use martial arts to defeat immortals. As the numerous people listened, they gradually became dumbfounded, as if they were hearing a book from the heavens. Qiao Mu's depiction was simply like a fairy tale, a beautiful dream, making them feel that even imagining it was too unreal and absurd. Meanwhile, Liu Yanbei frowned as he listened. What is this Jiao Shuangxin saying? He is also a martial artist from outside, just entered 1 year before Qiao Mu. The development of martial arts in the outside world is so unbelievable, how could he not know? Can anyone really achieve the feat of breaking through 10,000 laws with their physical body? The people from the Wuji Association wouldn't dare to boast like that, right? These words may deceive people in the city, but they can't fool him. Captain Hai frowned deeply. He couldn't quite figure out what Qiao Mu was doing right now. You're bragging instead of cooperating in acting? Acting is meant to give hope to the people in the city, but if Qiao Mu exaggerates like this, it will seem too idealistic, too fake, and it may actually make people suspicious. What does he really want to do? This wasn't discussed before, right? Hai Siyuan naturally has no idea about Qiao Mu's thoughts. Why don't you guess? I'm Qiao Shuangsan. How old am I now? Qiao Mu smiled. Judging by the appearance, maybe around 80, someone guessed. Probably around 85. There are elderly people in the city who are 80 years old, but they look even older. I guess he is around 90. What a joke. How is it possible for a 90-year-old soldier to cross this desert alone? I guess he is 70, just looks old. Listening to everyone's various speculations, Qiao Mu smiled and revealed the answer. I am 109 years old this year. The crowd exclaimed. The focus is not on my age, but on the fact that despite being 109 years old, I am still the captain of the immortal slaying army and can cross the desert. Qiao Mu spoke confidently, with a strong voice. People can live a long life and stay young because I have practiced the modern method. Liu Yanbei frowned, thinking about something. Is he talking about the long life fist of Heiang City's Qiao family? No, even though the long life fist is said to keep you young, it requires a high level of martial arts talent. For so many years, only the Qiao family's patriarch can stay young at 80, but if he gets older, his skills may not be enough to sustain it. Furthermore, the essence of the Qiao family's long life fist is to prevent the loss of energy and blood, just like those immortals who practice Taoist cultivation and not show signs of aging, and Qiao Shuangsan clearly doesn't practice the long life fist. Qiao Mu, on the appointing commander platform, seemed to hear Liu Yanbei's murmurs and explained. The secret to my youthfulness lies in a martial arts technique that anyone can practice, called the Sumi Mountain King Sutra. This is the current way of martial arts. With such martial arts, there is a possibility to resist immortals. The whole military camp was in a commotion, with people discussing eagerly. This solitary city is not an ordinary city, because it constantly faces threats from inhuman beings and frequent battles. Every adult resident has some understanding of martial arts. And what Qiao Mu said was a subversion of their understanding of martial arts. Captain Hai heard a buzzing sound in his mind. It wasn't until this moment that he roughly understood what Qiao Mu wanted to do. He didn't just want to give hope to the people in the city to venture out into the desert, but also wanted to give hope to the active and disabled veterans in the city, who have retired from the front lines, that they can use martial arts to defeat immortals. However, is this lie a bit too big and unrealistic? Hai Xiyuan was determined to fabricate a false hope, unaware that Qiao Mu's goal was more than that. He came to this isolated city not to witness the inhabitants clinging on to false hope, enduring their difficult lives until the end. Hai Xiyuan's lies were like a matchstick given to the residents in their desperate situation, allowing them to see their own illusions and longings before their demise, embracing this false hope, and perishing in the midst of the snowstorm. Qiao Mu, on the other hand, was different. What he attempted to do was to bring a spark to the people of this isolated city. It was to give them a belief in survival, rather than a fleeting illusion of happiness before death. In the military camp, Qiao Mu passionately recounted the 40 years of great changes and hardships in the martial arts of Zhu province from the appointing commander platform. The isolated city was not lonely, there were people outside who were also holding their ground, cultivating martial arts in the long nights. Hai Xiyuan was confused and wondered why this outsider, Elder Lao, suddenly started acting. I asked you to act, not to brag so much. If Hai Xiyuan's original wish was just to use this lie to give a boost to the soldiers and people of the dying city, Qiao Mu, on the other hand, didn't need a boost. He was like a strong medicine, ready to train and strengthen the elderly. When Hai Xiyuan was feeling confused and unsure of Qiao Mu's intentions, someone gently tapped his shoulder. He turned around and saw a thin old man with 2 swords at his waist. Captain Hai, even though this old man is from the outside, is he telling lies? The old man whispered to Hai Xiyuan. Hai Xiyuan's heart skipped a beat. Wooden sword walker Liu Yanbei is one of the only 2 martial artists from the Zhu province who survived in this isolated city. Moreover, he is not like the famous Earth Sword Immortal, who entered the lonely city 30 years ago. Liu Yanbei only came here last year. This means that the false story about the dramatic changes in Zhu province's martial arts 40 years ago can deceive others, but it can never deceive Liu Yanbei? True, Hai Xiyuan reluctantly admitted. He revealed his plan, expressed his intentions, and tried to persuade Liu Yanbei not to expose the truth. I won't expose this lie, but... Liu Yanbei sighed softly. Once this lie is spoken aloud, there is only one path left to follow. Exposing such a colossal lie that would deceive the entire city's military and civilians would surely deal a severe blow to their morale. In that case, it would be better to remain silent. At this point, all we can do is help him keep it hidden. Liu Yanbei also made a decision, though he couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. Acting is just acting. You're speaking so eloquently, elevating the martial arts of Zhu province to such a high level. Are you acting too much? It's like walking on a tightrope on a cliff. Once you slip and get exposed, there's no turning back. Nov.L.B/JNN. So, what happened to Qiao Mu? After he stepped onto the tightrope, not only did he walk very cautiously, he even tied sandbags to his legs to make it harder for himself, and then did somersaults on the tightrope. He himself was full of enthusiasm on the appointing commander platform, but Hai Xiyuan and Liu Yanbei, who knew the truth, were sweating nervously. Concern is understandable. Liu Yanbei and the others did see that the people in the military camp who listened to Qiao Mu's speech were gradually being influenced by the martial arts vision of Zhu province that he described. The lonely city is not lonely, our difficult survival until now has meaning. A soldier with a broken leg couldn't help but shed tears, saying, "Back then, General Li Chang'e led me and the other soldiers to hold off. Wasn't it all to secure a future for Zhu province? Today, the situation in Zhu province is strong and powerful, so we will quietly wait, knowing that one day there will be successors who will carry the torch." The rapid progress of martial arts in the outside world indicates that there are indeed like-minded people in other parts of Zhu province, unseen by us, who are resisting the inhumans, just like us. For the old soldiers who have fought bravely in these isolated cities for 40 years, they are not afraid of death, nor sacrifice. What they fear is that their sacrifice will have no meaning, that it will only move themselves. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, the lonely city of only 300 old soldiers is about to be engulfed in the vast desert sand, resisting for 40 years without any knowledge from the outside world. No one knows their desperate fight, no one inherits their will to resist. At that time, the destruction of the lonely city will be the complete annihilation of the once mighty Great Yan's 100,000 elite soldiers. And now, in Qiao Mu's portrayal of the martial arts scene in Zhu province, it is simply as beautiful as an ethereal dream. How can it not stir their hearts? Liu Yanbei listened quietly, his tightly strung heartstrings also relaxed a bit. Lies are lies, boasting is boasting, just let it be. Even if it's false, he doesn't want to expose it. Liu Yanbei is tired, having fought on the battlefield all year long in his old age. Even if someone deceives him with hope, he is willing to be deceived. He is also tired. No one is invincible. Even if they were ambitious back in the day, after 40 years, they will feel weary and disappointed. Characters who are always hopeful and never discouraged or lost only exist in the words of storytellers. When even Liu Yanbei himself is ready to accept lies and deceive himself. On the appointing commander platform, Qiao Mu looked down at the crowded audience and pointed to one person with a smile. Words alone are not enough evidence. Even if I can speak persuasively, I believe none of you will fully trust me. We martial artists are not just skilled in talking. Today you will witness the changes in martial arts after 40 years. You, the old man with 2 swords hanging from your waist, come forward. Let's have a little exchange to show you what skills I, an old man over 100 years old, have as a leader in both ancient and modern martial arts. The audience erupted into murmurs as Qiao Mu pointed towards Liu Yanbei on the stage, attracting countless gazes. Even in this isolated city, Liu Yanbei was not a small character. As one of the few foreign martial artists, at least half of the city's residents recognized him. The name of wooden sword walker Liu Yanbei holds great prestige in Zhu province. He was once highly regarded by the military and civilians of the isolated city. Even Liu Yanbei was taken aback. Invite him to a martial arts competition? He frowned, realizing that if this Jiao Shuangsan on the appointing commander platform wanted to show his fighting skills, he had chosen the wrong target. Even though he was old, he was still a worthy master of Zhu province swordsmanship. Despite his old age, he could easily play with the young second-rank martial artist from the Great Yan Imperial Court using a wooden sword. As a former representative of martial arts, he had more than enough status, identity, and strength. Moreover, as a martial artist who specialized in swordsmanship, Liu Yanbei was best at one-on-one duels on the arena. If it was a battle on the battlefield, an old man like him would be much weaker in endurance compared to a young martial artist, due to his declining physical strength and energy. But in an arena fight, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage at all. Why did you have to come and find me? Liu Yanbei felt a slight resentment in his heart. Qiao Mu, who was on the appointing commander platform, noticed that Captain Hai was whispering to him below. Qiao Mu realized that Liu Yanbei had chosen not to expose him, prioritizing the overall situation. So, did they want him to be a puppet on stage this time? This old man with the surname Qiao, brought by Captain Hai, is quite cunning. He knows that I will cooperate with him in acting, and that he will defeat me. This will highlight the Sumi Mountain King Sutra and the modern method of martial arts he talks about. He deliberately spoke like this. Liu Yanbei frowned, then stood up tall and walked towards the military training ground in front of everyone's eyes, step by step. Liu Yanbei didn't like Qiao Mu, but he would still cooperate. Facing the eager gaze of the audience below, he hid his dissatisfaction and smiled. Elder Lao has good insight, knowing my skills. You may already know that in Zhu province, I am known as the wooden sword walker, trained in swordsmanship by the legendary earth sword immortal. I am already 87 years old this year, practicing Brother Qiao's ancient method of martial arts. Today, I will learn Brother Qiao's modern method. After saying this, the entire audience became focused and attentive. Liu Yanbei, a well-known martial arts expert in Zhu province who has been fighting in this lonely city for a year, has gained great fame both in Zhu province and within this city. These words were spoken to let the people know about his abilities, and also directed at Qiao Mu. He explained his age clearly, deliberately mentioning that he practiced an ancient method, which actually meant hinting that he would cooperate with Qiao Mu in acting. Qiao Mu also clenched his fist and solemnly said, I am Qiao Shuangsan, aged 109, and my wise nephew is 22 years old. Wise nephew? Liu Yanbei's eye twitched slightly as he looked at Qiao Mu's solemn expression. In theory, if Qiao Mu really is 109 years old, there is no problem with the 20-something age difference and calling him a wise nephew. But is he really 109 years old? Liu Yanbei had his doubts. Life at 70 is rare in ancient times, let alone in this era of widespread famine. In the entire Zhu province, centenarians are extremely rare. A normal centenarian who can walk without a cane and rely on themselves is likely to attract the attention of local officials who would come to ask for tips on longevity. And what about Qiao Mu? This person may look old, but the light skill he just showed is quite extraordinary, definitely not like someone in their hundreds. If it is a true 100 years of age with unimpaired vitality. Liu Yanbei can only think of one person, the Grand Master of the Long Life Fist from the Qiao family in Hiang City a century ago. That Grand Master was actually so remarkable that he caught the attention of the great Yan Emperor at that time and was summoned to the palace to teach martial arts. However, the Qiao Mu in front of them clearly hasn't reached that level. His appearance is full of signs of old age, with wrinkles and loose skin. This is clearly a normal decline in old age and a decline in vitality. So there is only one answer. Are you still pretending to be a 109-year-old? I know your background, Captain Hai has already informed me. Liu Yanbei thought to himself, but then pulled out a wooden sword from his waist with his right hand. His left arm was injured, but it wouldn't matter much in an arena match. Wooden sword. Qiao Mu wondered. Brother Qiao can rest assured, smiled Liu Yanbei. I am known as wooden sword walker in the martial arts world. Even an ordinary wooden sword in my hands is not inferior to a typical treasure sword. Oh, Qiao Mu said, and he inserted the long spear he had just taken out into the ground in front of him, raising his fists in a defensive position. I don't want to take advantage of you, so how about I fight barehanded? Qiao Mu said. Bullying the small with the big? Liu Yanbei took 2 deep breaths, his chest rising and falling continuously. Since he turned 60, no one dared to talk to him like that. He didn't want to speak anymore in case it would ruin his image. He immediately grabbed his wooden sword and rushed forward. He originally wanted to cooperate with Qiao Mu in acting, but unexpectedly this old man had no manners and didn't understand how to respect the elderly, so he decided to show off his power. As he swung his wooden sword, strands of green sword light burst out, forming a lotus of sword light that enveloped Qiao Mu's position. Liu Yanbei's swordsmanship has reached the level of unrivaled wooden sword, which means he has reached the pinnacle in sword moves and also possesses powerful internal strength. Even though he wields a wooden sword, with the support of his strong internal strength, it is no different from an ordinary treasure sword. Liu Yanbei seems to be an experienced swordsman. Storyteller Clairvoyant's eyes lit up, as arena duels were his favorite occasion. Mortal beings will eventually grow old, and it's natural for their vitality to decline. The saying fists fear the young applies even to legendary martial artists. As they reach old age, their physical strength and speed will inevitably weaken compared to their prime. However, the accumulation of internal strength and sword skills will continue to grow stronger with age. Storyteller Clairvoyance was preparing to talk about Liu Yanbei, but unexpectedly, Liu Yanbei's amazing sword skills were displayed in the martial arts arena, only hitting a shadow. In an instant, Qiao Mu lightly tapped his toes, his figure blur into a shadow, swiftly gliding across the ground and appearing behind Liu Yanbei. Liu Yanbei frowned slightly and turned around, striking with his sword, but only hitting another shadow. Light body movement? No, not just simple light body movement, it's like dancing on the tip of a knife, more agile in small-scale dodging and shifting. What Qiao Mu showed at this moment was not only his skill in light body movement, but also pure speed. Liu Yanbei furrowed his brows, swinging his wooden sword again. A green sword light enveloped the surroundings, and the strong energy dispersed with the sword light, creating deep grooves on the ground of the practice field. However, his sword still swung through empty air. Qiao Mu seemed to have no intention of engaging him directly. He kept dodging with astonishing speed, avoiding close combat. This didn't seem like a clash between 2 elderly martial artists, confusing clairvoyants and other martial artists in the city. The clash between the 2 elderly masters, as they imagined it, should be like the pushing hands of Tai Chi, comparing the abundance of their internal strength and the heights of their martial arts skills. Liu Yanbei also became a bit impatient. As a martial arts expert who ranks 30th on the Tide Listening Building skill list, he is exceptionally skilled in sword techniques and possesses a deep inner strength accumulated over many years. However, Qiao Mu relies solely on his physical speed, avoiding direct confrontation with him, making it difficult for his sword techniques to shine, no matter how advanced they are. If all you do is dodge, what's the point of competing? Liu Yanbei couldn't help but say. What competition? Surely no one actually thinks we are competing. Qiao Mu was taken aback, his figure flickering quickly and his voice coming from all directions. I am merely showcasing the enduring power of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra. At the age of 109, if my power endures, not only can I move swiftly, but my physical speed is also on par with a young and strong martial artist. He had no intention of competing with Liu Yanbei, instead randomly selecting a lucky audience member to assist him in performing acrobatics, demonstrating something that a 100-year-old person theoretically couldn't achieve. Liu Yanbei. He had to admire the other person's acting skills, thinking to himself, where did Captain Hai find such an experienced actor? Qiao Mu's physical speed is very fast, so the faster he shows it, the less likely he is to be 109 years old. After all, which 100-year-old person in any family would not spend their days lying in a rocking chair, but instead go up on a stage to compete in speed? Liu Yanbei guessed that Qiao Mu probably used some kind of advanced disguise technique, and his real identity should be a young and skilled martial artist. However, what my wise nephew said does make some sense. Qiao Mu suddenly stopped moving while he was in rapid motion. He was indeed putting on a performance. But just relying on pure speed to dodge is not good enough. In this moment, because of his swift running in the martial arts arena, the sand under his feet was kicked up, engulfing the surroundings in a cloud of dust, making it difficult for Liu Yanbei to see Qiao Mu's expression on his face. Liu Yanbei suddenly felt a shock in his heart. In that moment, his inner feeling suddenly sensed a strong feeling of danger, which was the first time since they started fighting. He underestimated him. Liu Yanbei's eyes became sharp in an instant, abandoning his previous underestimate. He rushed forward, the wooden sword in his hand once again bursting with a green lotus sword light, enveloping Qiao Mu in an instant of hesitation. And Qiao Mu remained motionless. Despite being 100 years old, his vitality was not weakened, not weaker than when he was in his prime. This meant that his physical body was strong, his reflexes and speed much faster than the opponent. In Qiao Mu's eyes at this moment, the sword in Liu Yanbei's hand seemed to be in slow motion. In this fleeting moment, he simply lifted his head. Facing the wooden sword slashing down from above, he unleashed a radiant blue lotus-shaped sword light. Looking straight at the dust scattered in the practice area being split apart by the sword light, causing the dust to scatter in all directions. He clenched his fist. His whole body emitted a strong inner energy, and white air, as thick as fingers, covered the surroundings. His robe fluttered without wind, and even the scattered sand dust on the martial arts arena was blown away by the released energy. Liu Yanbei's pupils suddenly shrank. JNN. At the age of 87, he had been practicing martial arts since he was young. In his old age, when his vitality declined, he could only rely on the abundant inner energy he had cultivated since childhood to compensate for the weakness of his physical strength. But at this moment, Qiao Mu's abundant inner energy seemed to be twice as strong as his. He had accumulated this inner energy for 60 or 70 years, and he had never slacked off in his practice. Why could Qiao Mu's inner energy be twice as abundant as his? Because reaching the 4th rank was already the limit of practice. Further progress in accumulating inner energy was like polishing, and the amount of inner energy often indicated the number of years spent in martial arts training. So what was this old monster in front of him? Did he start practicing martial arts when he was still in the womb? There was no time to think. In the blink of an eye, he saw Qiao Mu's fists tighten gradually. The powerful white internal strength emanated from within him and gathered in his fists. Ripple stacking wave strength, like a stack of waves. With a punch, he struck first with incredible speed. The white stream of internal strength in Qiao Mu's hand surged out like rushing waves, crashing against the green sword light. Liu Yanbei's wooden sword trembled, and the green sword light became unstable. Double wave. The second wave of strength erupted, like two waves crashing together, forming a higher wave. The green sword light was quickly shattered, and his wooden sword nearly slipped from his hand. Triple wave. The immense internal strength surged like waves, with the potential to be as powerful as a roaring sea and a howling mountain, engulfing Liu Yanbei instantly. There was a loud boom. A visible shockwave disrupted the sandy arena, causing Liu Yanbei's body to fly backwards like a kite with a broken string. When he finally came to a stop, his first reaction was to stare blankly at the wooden sword in his hand. The wooden sword in his hand shattered with a loud crash, leaving only a broken hilt in his grip. This was a display of martial arts in the arena, not a fight to the death, so in the end, Qiao Mu still held back. Looking up, he noticed a newly formed pit several meters away from where he had been standing. Standing before the pit was an old man with wrinkled face, calmly exhaling and putting his hands down. There was still invisible energy swirling around him, and the lingering waves of energy brushed against the surroundings, stirring up the dust in the arena. Liu Yanbei blurted out, "The amount of internal strength cannot deceive people. This is a skill that can only be accumulated over many years. Are you really a 109-year-old elder?" If Liu Yanbei felt that Qiao Mu was a little strange before, now he had a definite conclusion in his heart. After reaching the 4th rank of training, martial artists can further progress by practicing the 3rd rank spiritual refining method. The so-called spiritual refining is the refinement of one's mind and willpower. When the body and mind become strong, one's intuition becomes sharp and can predict the enemy's moves. Therefore, even if the physical strength and internal strength of a spirit refining martial artist are similar to that of a 4th rank martial artist, they can still dominate the latter and gain the upper hand in a fight by relying on their keen intuition. It can be said that the pursuit of the 3rd rank spiritual refining method is not purely about destructive power and speed, but also about achieving a strong body and sharp intuition through a different path. And the Qiao Mu who just fought him. No, it's not just a simple 100-year-old elder. This isn't spiritual refining method at all. Are you still stuck at the training level? Liu Yanbei exclaimed, filled with doubt. That's right. Qiao Mu stood with his hands behind his back and said slowly, "This is the martial arts of Zhu province 40 years later, the so-called modern method." He turned his head and looked at the soldiers and civilians gathered around the demonstration field. With a strong body and unyielding vitality, this is the cutting-edge martial arts of Zhu province today, the Sumi Mountain King Sutra that anyone can practice. If your punches are not strong, how can you defeat the immortals? His voice was full of strength, not at all like a 100-year-old man. His voice echoed through the military camp, reverberating all around. Liu Yanbei looked at this old man with a determined presence, feeling a mix of emotions, 3 parts disappointment, 3 parts confusion, and 4 parts genuine joy from within. His disappointment and confusion came from his devastating defeat in the martial arts competition. To their delight, Qiao Mu really had accumulated internal strength for 100 years. Is he really a 109-year-old man? Could it be that the Sumi Mountain King Sutra is not fake after all? This means that a glimmer of hope has shone on the martial arts world of Ju province, which has been enveloped in darkness. In this duel, Liu Yanbei, who was once a renowned martial arts master, suffered a miserable defeat. This is a confrontation in the world of martial arts throughout history. It represents the old man's shortcomings and the progress of the younger generation. I think I understand now, Liu Yanbei said with a bitter smile. It's not the Qiao Shuangsan in front of me who has been acting this whole time, he's speaking the truth. Liu Yanbei looked over at a corner of the crowd and saw Hai Siyuan, who had a confused expression on his face. Captain Hai, how did someone with such thick eyebrows and big eyes like you end up acting? The military camp was on the appointing commander platform. Qiao Mu gave an impassioned speech and spoke about the Sumi Mountain King Sutra in public after the fight. He wanted to sow the seeds of martial arts in this lonely city. While speaking, his gaze unintentionally swept across Hai Siyuan Captain Hai, who looked puzzled. This Sumi Mountain King Sutra was passed down from Hai Wuya and now it is being shared with the military and civilians of the lonely city, including Hai Siyuan. Qiao Mu has practiced and studied Hai Wuya's Sumi Mountain King Sutra and it won't lead to fatal consequences, so naturally he wants to promote it. He thought that if Hai Wuya were here, he would probably make the same decision. After all, the ultimate purpose of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra is to become the Human Path Sutra. Promoting this still imperfect Sumi Mountain King Sutra within the entire lonely city will naturally contribute to further study and improvement of this martial art technique. So, he transformed into a martial artist motivator and talked passionately about practicing martial arts on the appointing commander platform. The Sumi Mountain King Sutra is a martial arts technique that anyone can practice, even those who are not naturally talented. It doesn't require much skill in martial arts. As long as you work hard and persist day after day, even someone who is not naturally talented can reach higher levels of mastery. Young man, put in the effort, sweat will never deceive you, time will give you the answers. There are no shortcuts in martial arts, it is a long and challenging path, but our sweat can prove our hard work. Under the heavy burden of inhumanity, the only way to resist is to strengthen oneself through martial arts. I have been practicing martial arts for nearly 100 years, training in the harsh winters and scorching summers. I've gone from a young and vigorous youth to having silver hair, and that's how I gained my 100 years of skill. Qiao Mu reminisced about his youthful years, with a nostalgic expression on his face. Actually, practicing martial arts isn't that difficult. As long as you are dedicated enough, and serious enough, 100 years will pass in the blink of an eye. The soldiers and civilians who have been trapped in the lonely city for 40 years have never experienced such a bombardment of chicken soup. Moreover, Qiao Mu is not just casually talking, he has already shown the extraordinary Sumi Mountain King Sutra in front of the crowd. This is truly talented and knowledgeable, even Liu Yanbei, who just lost earlier, has to admit this. Within this isolated city, there used to be 100,000 elite Great Yan warriors led by the former martial saint. Even after 40 years of bitter battles, there are still martial artists with a broad perspective. Captain Hai said. There are no higher ranking and stronger officers than him on the battlefield anymore. However, there are still a few elderly soldiers and veterans in the city who can no longer go to the battlefield. They either have physical disabilities or are too old and weak to fight. Although they are powerless to kill enemies, they still have a keen eye for detail. They have already seen through Qiao Mu's true abilities and extraordinary qualities, naturally igniting their enthusiasm. If this technique can truly make people ageless, then do we still have a chance to return to the battlefield? We are already old, weak, and nearing the end of our lives. This is a natural law that even a highly skilled martial artist cannot escape. However, anyone with high aptitude who practices martial arts can achieve twice the results with half the effort. This Qiao Shuangsan is even older than me, and he can practice. Why can't I, with my aptitude? We were once the elite of Great Yan, seen as the hope of Ju province in the fight against inhuman beings. Even if we suffer a terrible defeat, we are not ordinary soldiers. Many old soldiers and veterans murmured to themselves. The once young and strong military martial artists naturally refused to accept their aging and weakening. They still have the will to resist, but they lack the ability. But the Sumi Mountain King Sutra mentioned by Qiao Mu gave them a glimpse of hope. So countless elderly and young people gathered around the appointing commander platform, listening to Qiao Mu tell the story of Sumi Mountain King Sutra and sharing words of encouragement. Grandpa Qiao, you've been practicing martial arts for nearly 100 years. Isn't it tiring? A child with shining eyes asked softly. Tired, of course tired, Qiao Mu said seriously. But in today's Ju province, how many people envy the opportunity to practice superior martial arts? If we don't work hard now, we'll be stepped on by inhuman beings. Charge forward, practice until we drop, and don't stop until we can't open our eyes. When I was young, I made up my mind to sacrifice my life. I would rather die than kneel in front of inhuman beings. I've had enough of them ruling over the people of Ju province. Grandpa Qiao, if you work so hard, how many hours a day do you practice martial arts? The child asked again. Qiao Mu was momentarily speechless, finally saying, martial arts has become a part of my life, integrated into my existence. So it's hard to distinguish how many hours I spend practicing martial arts in a day. If you ask me, I can only say that I practice martial arts at all times. There is never a time when I am not practicing. Grandpa Qiao is really amazing, the children suddenly realized, their eyes filled with admiration. The chicken soup is fake. But the lesson is true. This is also part of Qiao Mu's lies, as he boasts and tries to guide the people in the lonely city to practice the Sumi Mountain King Sutra. The practice of Sumi Mountain King Sutra doesn't depend on talent, but on perseverance. Even Haiwei, who was trapped in the heavenly prison for 30 years, can rejuvenate himself through this martial art technique. The people in the lonely city face constant life or death challenges. Martial arts training is their only means of resistance. Under such intense pressure, martial arts training is not just about how strong their perseverance is, but about whether they can survive. Liu Yanbei stands at the back of the crowd, watching Qiao Mu deliver an impassioned speech on the appointing commander platform. Strange thoughts fill his mind. This man with the last name Qiao has single-handedly changed the atmosphere of the lonely city. This kind of forceful encouragement, he had never experienced it in his life, but it is also a good thing. Liu Yanbei's gaze fell on several senior generals under the appointing commander platform, who looked even older than him, and his gaze softened slightly. The old man named Qiao Shuangsan brought the greatest change to this lonely city, allowing the soldiers and citizens to regain their fighting spirit and face death with determination. He turned around and walked back, heading towards Haisiyuan. He had a lot of questions in his mind, such as why Haisiyuan wanted to impersonate him, and what exactly was the situation with the so-called immortal slaying army. After all, since the Sumi Mountain King Sutra can be real, why can't the immortal slaying army also be real? Unconsciously, even in Liu Yanbei's heart, a glimmer of hope arose. When Haisiyuan looked at the crowd in confusion, he noticed someone silently staring at him with deep eyes. He turned his head and saw that it was Liu Yanbei, who had just suffered defeat. Captain Hai, you are really good at acting. Did you purposely hide it from me? Are you deliberately trying to make fun of me? Liu Yanbei was quite upset. What acting? Mr. Liu's acting. Captain Hai didn't understand, thinking that Liu Yanbei wanted to discuss his own acting skills, so he promptly raised his thumb in praise and said, Mr. Liu's acting is truly superb. Even I couldn't spot any flaws. Especially when he was defeated in the end, the look in Mr. Liu's eyes as he glanced at the senior Qiao Shuangsan, a complex expression that had a mix of 1/3 disappointment, 1/3 confusion, and 4/3 joy. Only someone with extensive experience could truly portray it. Liu Yanbei, why are you speaking in such a strange and mysterious way when scolding me? Don't bring up old matters. Captain Hai, your words are not enjoyable. It's one thing to pretend to be confused, but why do you have to mock me like this? Liu Yanbei was truly annoyed. I think you're the one with great acting skills, you naturally pretend to be confused. What do you mean by pretending to be confused? Captain Hai still looked completely bewildered. I won't argue with you about these things. Let me straightforwardly ask, if the Sumi Mountain King Sutra is real, then is there really an immortal slaying army beyond this desert? Liu Yanbei's eyes were filled with excitement. What? The Sumi Mountain King Sutra is real? Haisiyuan was shocked. The two old men stared at each other for a while, finally understanding the reason behind the situation. The immortal slaying army is fake, but the progress of martial arts in Zhu province is real. The Sumi Mountain King Sutra is also real, right? Nov. L. B//JNN. The truth was right in front of them, making them increasingly aware of Qiao Mu's extraordinariness. After some thought, Haisiyuan turned to storyteller clairvoyance and wanted to ask about Qiao Mu's background. The storyteller of Tide Listening Building, weren't you the one who traveled through the desert with Qiao Shuangsan? Tell me, what makes Qiao Shuangsan so special? Haisiyuan asked. Qiao Shuangsan, the old man, is truly extraordinary. But to be honest, I only met him briefly and don't know much about him, clairvoyance pondered and replied. From my perspective, Qiao Shuangsan has mastered the ripple stacking wave strength of the long life fist, reaching the level of triple wave. In the past, even the Qiao family, who ruled over the vast Hiang city, only had one clan leader who could reach the triple wave. Looking at this, Qiao Shuangsan has achieved considerable success in the martial arts field. With this skill alone, he could easily rank among the top 30 in the martial artist skill list. Considering that ripple stacking wave strength is known for being difficult to cultivate and understand, if Qiao Shuangsan had practiced an easier martial art, his ranking could have been even higher. Liu Yanbei, the renowned martial artist ranked 30th in the skill list, could not use his martial skills effectively in the recent battle. Previously, he relied on pure speed to dodge attacks. Later, he used his century-long experience and surpassed his limits by using extraordinary martial techniques to overpower others. By the way, Qiao Shuangsan uses a spear, doesn't he? He has already mastered the military spear skill and has good lightness skills too, clairvoyance mentioned, feeling a bit intrigued. The skill list is a ranking of martial artist skills. Qiao Shuangsan thought that the longest board he had was undoubtedly the martial art called Long Life Fist Stacking Wave Strength. With this skill alone, he was able to rank in the top 30 of the skill list. But upon careful consideration, was this old man practicing more than just martial arts? Before Qiao Shuangsan revealed all his martial skills, even clairvoyance's sharp insight couldn't determine the extent of his martial arts abilities. What defeated Liu Yanbei in the end was his profound technique and strength that surpassed the limits of a 4th rank, clairvoyance said. Compared to his martial arts skills, his internal strength is truly astonishing. Even the experienced Tide listening building clairvoyance was filled with astonishment. With 100 years of accumulation and pure internal strength, his amount of internal strength alone is enough to rank in the top 10 of the strength list at Tide listening building, clairvoyance said with seriousness. Only in the top 10? But this is 100 years of cultivation. Hai Siyuan exclaimed in disbelief. Has the martial artists of the outside world, the Zhu province, become so strong after 40 years that even 100 years of cultivation can only rank in the top 10? I thought it would at least be in the top 3. Hai Siyuan was a captain ranked 6th, which was his rank in the military 40 years ago. After being trapped in the isolated city for 40 years, the rank of his position no longer had any meaning. In the 40 years of bloody battles, his martial arts cultivation had already broken through to the 3rd rank of the spiritual refining realm. Based on his knowledge of the martial arts world 40 years ago, Qiao Mu's 100-year power displayed should easily be ranked in the top 3. Could it be that there are more than 100-year-old people like him in the outside world? Hai Siyuan exclaimed in surprise. Of course not, clairvoyance explained. In the past 40 years, Zhu province's martial arts world has been oppressed by inhumans from the outside, and threatened by martial saints from within. Under the double heavy pressure, if they don't make progress, they will die, and it will be a gruesome death, being completely devoured by the martial saints. Among the top 10 of the Tide listening building's powerful techniques, those who can make it are the extraordinary talents and prodigies born under this heavy pressure. Being in the top 10 of the 4 rankings is no longer a realm that ordinary martial artists can achieve through hard work alone. They are all gifted individuals who have had multiple fortunate encounters. They can be called the descendants of martial arts fortune, walking at the forefront of martial arts today. Just speaking about the strength list, the other people in the top 10 have had accidents and fell off cliffs by chance, but in turn, they gained good fortune and consumed special fruits, transforming their bodies and gaining 100 years of power for no reason. There is also a martial arts family named Shui who is said to be cursed with inhuman blood, unable to live past 50 years old. So, each generation's family leader will use their lifelong power to pass on their skills to the next generation before they turn 50. Although there is some consumption, the accumulated power surpasses that of ordinary martial artists. This is related to the martial arts practiced by the Shui family. And this person, Qiao Shuangsan, is different from those gifted descendants of fortune, clairvoyance said with emotion. He didn't rely on coincidences, but rather on consistent and unwavering years of hard work, gathering sand to build towers, collecting soil to create mountains. He can be called a role model for our generation of martial artists' efforts. Listen to what he said on the appointing commander platform. After years of hard work, he has finally reached this point. Even us onlookers are amazed. Those with exceptional talent often attract jealousy. But for those who work hard and diligently, they are admired and respected even more. What's more important is that this represents a path that future generations can follow, said clairvoyance. Even if progress is slow, as long as you have enough determination, the Sumi Mountain King Sutra can continuously break through. The so-called levels of power only represent different stages, and there is no concept of a bottleneck in cultivation. Hai Siyuan was filled with admiration as he listened. I wonder who this extraordinary person is, to create such a powerful martial art like the Sumi Mountain King Sutra. This person will surely leave a mark in the martial history of Zhu province. Just as they were talking, Qiao Mu had already finished speaking on the appointing commander platform and walked down from it. Dao Fei was spreading the martial art in just one day, and he was very interested in Liu Yanbei. After all, just now on the stage, this old man personally said that his swordsmanship was learned from the former Earth Sword Immortal, who was known as the #1 swordsman in the world. He was also one of Qiao Mu's targets on this journey. Do you want to meet the former Earth Sword Immortal? When Qiao Mu finished explaining his purpose, wooden sword walker Liu Yanbei's face showed a strange expression. It wasn't just him. When Qiao Mu mentioned the name Earth Sword Immortal, Captain Hai beside him also showed a puzzled look, wanting to speak but hesitating, and his brow furrowed. Earth Sword Immortal was one of the reasons why Qiao Mu came to this lonely city. He usually liked to deal with strong people because strong people were often dangerous and brought a lot of trouble, easily causing death. So he eagerly approached them. But Captain Hai frowned heavily at this moment. Elder Lao, although Earth Sword Immortal is powerful, he has a heart of stone. Why are you looking for him? He has been in this lonely city for 30 years, never drawing his sword or fighting for the soldiers and people in the city. He just watched us soldiers die on the battlefield. 20 years ago, General Li Chang'e went to ask him for help before dying, but he was unmoved. He still hid in the Taoist temple in the city until today. If it were just ordinary residents of the city, Hai Siyuan could understand their lack of strength and courage to fight the enemy. But he would still despise cowards. However, Earth Sword Immortal was different. In the previous generation of martial arts, Earth Sword Immortal was a very bright figure. At that time, the martial saint was only the 11th in the world, and there were 10 more dazzling people in the martial arts world. Earth Sword Immortal was the leader of martial arts at that time, the leader of swordsmanship. He was also known as Earth Sword Immortal by martial artists all over the world. Even if it was just the title of Exile Immortal, even the nickname given by martial artists in the martial arts world, it was not insignificant. Because there are immortals in this world, and they do possess powers far beyond ordinary martial artists. Earth Sword Immortal, as a martial artist of the rivers and lakes, being bestowed the title of Immortal of the Sword by the world is quite incredible. It represents that in the eyes of martial artists in the previous generation of martial arts, he is their exiled immortal, a person like a landbound sword immortal. Such a person, clearly possessing unparalleled martial arts skills, but always refusing to draw his sword and hiding in the city, naturally makes Captain Hai and other soldiers despise his character. He is very powerful, so even if Captain Hai and the others have grievances in their hearts, they can only hold it in and dare not provoke him. But it is impossible for Captain Hai and the other experienced soldiers in the city to have a good impression of Earth Sword Immortal. After listening to Captain Hai briefly talk about Earth Sword Immortal's life story, Qiao Mu was greatly amazed. The one who reacted even more significantly was Liu Yanbei. His face was rather embarrassed, not knowing whether to advance or retreat, standing there awkwardly. Uncle Liu, don't worry, let's stick to the matter at hand. Captain Hai also noticed Liu Yanbei's embarrassment and waved his hand, saying, "What Earth Sword Immortal does is up to Earth Sword Immortal. Since Uncle Liu arrived in the city a year ago, he has fought alongside us several times, and naturally, we understand his sincere intentions. Uncle Liu, don't overthink it. You are you, and he is he. You don't need to go to such lengths for him." Qiao Mu pondered. It seems like there is quite a deep connection between Liu Yanbei and that Earth Sword Immortal. Could Uncle Liu possibly be the disciple of Earth Sword Immortal? Qiao Mu asked casually. This time, he didn't call him nephew but changed to a more formal title. But as soon as these words came out, Liu Yanbei's face became even stranger. He sighed softly and said, "To be honest, Earth Sword Immortal's real name is Liu Yanan. He is my own younger brother. When I was young, I taught him swordsmanship, but as he grew up, his swordsmanship became even better than mine. Eventually, he ended up teaching me swordsmanship. People in the martial arts world call me Wooden Sword Walker, saying that I am a master of swordsmanship who is skilled and not bound by the sword. The truth is, if it wasn't for my younger brother's guidance, I may not have reached where I am today." Qiao Mu pondered for a while and suddenly asked, "Besides swordsmanship, did Master Liu also practice iron crotch skill?" Iron crotch skill? Why would Brother Qiao ask about that? Liu Yanbei was puzzled. "Because your second brother is invincible in the world," Qiao Mu thought to himself, suddenly reminded of old Huang he had met in Yan City before. Speaking of which, old Huang's iron crotch skill is truly amazing. He is now 109 years old and still as strong as a rock, free from worries about his health. While the two people were talking, Hai Si Yuan took a few steps back and planned to leave. He wasn't interested in talking about the Earth Sword Immortal. But before he went far, Qiao Mu called him back. "Captain Hai, do you remember what I said before? Your own brother is waiting outside Angzi Pass." Hai Si Yuan stopped in his tracks and saw Qiao Mu take out a stack of envelopes from his bag. He picked one out and handed it to Hai Si Yuan. Angzi Pass was built 20 years ago, and Hai Si Yuan had heard about its existence from martial artists like Liu Yanbei in the outside world. The letter in Qiao Mu's hand was actually a family letter from Mr. Hai outside Angzi Pass. He had a total of 31 letters like this in his possession, sent by the settled people from the town outside Angzi Pass. They said they wanted Qiao Mu to help them enter the desert and burn this letter sent to the underworld, secretly hoping that their own relatives didn't die in the inhuman war and still held on to a glimmer of hope. "Please give me these letters as well," said Hai Si Yuan with a slightly heavy tone. "They were all my former colleagues." Although these 31 family letters were delivered to this lonely city, how many of the old soldiers who could survive until now are left? Hai Si Yuan took the stack of family letters and walked away. Inside the lonely city, there was a Taoist temple. This city had been trapped in the desert by inhuman beings for 40 years, so it was obviously impossible for there to be a Taoist temple that worships inhuman beings in the city. Therefore, it was clear that this Taoist temple had long been abandoned, worn out with time, and its walls were covered in faded marks. The courtyard was covered with a layer of fallen leaves that made a crunchy sound when stepped on, and there was an immortal statue leaning sideways in the mud in the courtyard. The immortal statue was similar to the immortal statue Qiao Mu had seen before, with a transcendent temperament, ethereal and godlike, giving off a sense of compassion for the world. The immortal statue had fallen over, with half of its face buried in the mud. What concerned Qiao Mu more than the immortal statue in the courtyard were the people in the courtyard. The person was wearing a green robe, with white hair like frost. They were sitting on the head of the immortal statue as if using it as a chair. From the side, although this person's temples were already white as snow, their face didn't look old. They were clearly much younger than the old man, Liu Yanbei. They had a stubble on their face, and their appearance was somewhat untidy. They were just casually sitting in this abandoned courtyard. However, their appearance was undeniably handsome. Even though it was untidy, it still made people's eyes light up. It was sigh-inducing to think that if this person were still young, let alone their swordsmanship, just based on their face, they would probably be enough to become a popular person in the martial arts world. This middle-aged person in the green robe sat on top of the head of the immortal statue, holding a carving knife in their hand. They were deeply focused, meticulously carving a statue of a woman. Their carving skills were truly extraordinary. They had carved a figure of a woman in a palace dressed to be lifelike, as if her eyes would open in the next moment. And the area that this middle-aged person was currently carving was the eyes. It is said that adding the finishing touch is important whether it's carving or painting. The eyes are the key. If the finishing touch is done well, this sculpture will have a divine charm and won't just be a lifeless stone figure, but will be lively like a real person. At that moment, the middle-aged man put down the carving knife in his hand. Love always brings emptiness and regret, and the best dreams are the easiest to wake up from. After many years, I still can't escape from this city in my heart. Zhen, I'm ashamed to let your eyes see how I am now. He sighed softly, and the outline of his face in the evening sunlight became coated with a delicate golden edge. Let's not carve these eyes after all. With his back turned to Qiao Mu, who entered the courtyard, it seemed like he was talking to him, but also like he was talking to himself. 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and beauty fades. Have you also grown old now? I regret that my skills are limited. I dare not carve your eyes, I dare not fully capture your beauty. He is a sentimental person. This thought crossed Qiao Mu's mind. However, Lu Yanbei, who was leading Qiao Mu, suddenly moved. He ignored the Earth Sword Immortal who was carving a female statue and walked straight towards the main hall of the Taoist temple. He pushed open the tightly closed door. The door made a creaking sound, and the things in the main hall came into Qiao Mu's view, causing him to pause. On the altar of the main hall, there were as many as 10 stone statues. They were not the usual immortal statues found in Taoist temples. Without exception, all these stone statues were of women. There were delicate and petite women, graceful and elegant swordswomen holding long swords, and voluptuous women who seemed like they could be molded out of water. The postures and figures of these dozen or so female stone statues were all different, vivid, and lifelike, competing for attention on the altar. Big brother, you're ruining my spotlight again, the middle-aged man said absent-mindedly. He simply laid back on the head of the tall immortal statue in the courtyard and let out a yawn. Didn't you lose face by not carving the eyes? Let them have a good look at how you look now, aren't you embarrassed? Lu Yanbei said impatiently. The main hall of the Taoist temple is becoming like an exhibition hall for a harem because of you. Big brother, I am sincere with them. Lu Yanan said softly. But my heart has already broken, shattered into many pieces, each piece loving a different person. You cannot belittle the sincerity between me and them just because you were not as popular as me when we were young. Lu Yanbei took a deep breath, almost suffocating. So he is the Earth Sword Immortal. Qiao Mu carefully observed this so-called Earth Sword Immortal. Although this person has a good reputation, now it seems that besides his attractive appearance, nothing reflects the demeanor of a celestial being. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Never mind the celestial being, what about your sword? It seems there is not a single sword inside this Taoist temple. Qiao Mu looked around and asked. This so-called Earth Sword Immortal has no weapons, only a penknife used for carving? What kind of Earth Sword Immortal is this? Haha, the Earth Sword Immortal chuckled softly. Big brother's swordsmanship is still at the level of unmatched wooden sword. While I have already reached the state of no sword in hand, no sword in heart. Beside him, Lu Yanbei said coldly. In other words, he doesn't have a sword in his hand, and he has lost the spirit and determination of a swordsman in his heart. The entire lonely city is facing the siege of inhuman beings, with a strong fighting spirit to fight to the death, but he has long lost this spirit. The former number 1 Earth Sword Immortal no longer exists, now he is just the number 1 loser in the world. Speaking of this, Lu Yanbei also felt a surge of frustration in his heart, as if hating that iron cannot become steel. 30 years ago, his own younger brother, Earth Sword Immortal, inexplicably disappeared. In fact, he also had the intention to find him, but later he was deceived by a disciple of the Great Dao sect and trapped in this lonely city. It doesn't matter if you don't enter the lonely city, but once you enter the lonely city, you will know what Earth Sword Immortal, Lu Yanan, has been doing all these years. Captain Hai said it well. Over this past year, Lu Yanbei fought alongside the old soldiers, protecting the lonely city. In fact, it also meant taking care of his own younger brother, and he felt a little guilty about it. Isn't that right? Qiao Mu frowned secretly. It was a bit different from what he had heard about the Earth Sword Immortal beforehand. Earth Sword Immortal, I came here today because I have something to ask. Qiao Mu thought for a moment and said, I have heard the Martial Saint talk about the past. 40 years ago, after the Inhuman War, the Martial Saint who escaped alone created the Martial Saint spiritual technique. According to him, at that time, he quickly found the top 10 martial artists in the world, which includes you, right? The half-reclining Earth Sword Immortal thought for a moment and nodded. That was a long time ago, about 30 years ago. As an old man like you, are you still concerned about such old matters? Qiao Mu continued speaking. Martial Saint said that at that time, he and the other 10 people made a 10-year agreement to teach you the Martial Saint spiritual technique and decided to have a competition to determine the only survivor after 10 years. Is this true? Yeah, what's up? Earth Sword Immortal said casually. If that's the case, why are you still alive? Qiao Mu asked directly. And now, Earth Sword Immortal was standing right in front of him, and he could tell that this person had not practiced the Martial Saint spiritual technique. This contradicted Martial Saint's initial statement. You're talking about this matter. After thinking for a while, Earth Sword Immortal said. That Martial Saint kid made a big deal out of this. I never intended to agree to practice that Martial Saint spiritual technique, but he was acting so serious and the atmosphere was all serious, so I nodded along without realizing that Martial Saint was being serious. Earth Sword Immortal shrugged his shoulders, looking helpless. We are just ordinary people. Should we, the ordinary people, have to bear the burden of the world? That Martial Saint guy comes from a government official background. He wants to take on the impossible. But I am different. With my 3-foot sword, I can only protect myself and have no grand ambitions like defeating immortals with martial arts. So, you ran away? Hiding in this lonely city? Qiao Mu asked sharply, disregarding the other person's identity. Earth Sword Immortal smiled but didn't confirm or deny. Do you think the other 9 people, besides me, would willingly sacrifice their lives? When the 10-year agreement just started, maybe they were still full of ambitions. But they also have families and friends. After another 10 years, they may not have the same initial aspirations. 1 or 2 of them indeed feel regret now, but it's too late. Once you shoot an arrow, you can't take it back. Once they have mastered the martial saint's spiritual technique, there is no turning back. Only one of them among them is destined to survive. Earth Sword Immortal said calmly. So the other 9 people all achieved the martial path of the martial saint. In the past, the top 10 martial artists in the world, except for Earth Sword Immortal, were all killed by the hand of the martial saint. When the 10-year agreement was fulfilled, among those 9 people, some regretted their actions while others bravely sacrificed themselves. Regardless of their attitudes, the final result was the achievement of the one and only victor. The victor is the martial saint. The last survivor is not just one person, but a collective of the strongest martial artists. In his eyes, he will eventually carry the aspirations of a generation of warriors and the souls of 100,000 soldiers, resisting the inhuman.nov.l.b/JNN. 40 years ago, Earth Sword Immortal, and 40 years later, the martial saint. They are the martial path leaders of 2 generations. It is unknown whether Earth Sword Immortal deliberately avoided the battle or if there were other reasons, but these 2 powerful individuals didn't determine the superior at the moment of fulfilling the 10-year agreement. So, you're afraid to fulfill the agreement with the martial saint, to decide life and death, so you hide in this lonely city, Qiao Mu said directly. He was fearless and not afraid of this Earth Sword Immortal. Moreover, the deeds of Earth Sword Immortal that Captain Hai and Liu Yanbei had heard before were not glorious and impressive, and Qiao Mu didn't think highly of them. Others may admire strength, but personal character doesn't matter. But Qiao Mu wouldn't. He had no fear of death, so he had no taboos. Being a strong person with power alone couldn't make him afraid or earn his respect. Earth Sword Immortal glanced sidelong at Qiao Mu, with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Old man, stop provoking me here. Do you think I would care about such a poor attempt at stirring up trouble? 40 years ago's martial saint is not qualified to challenge me yet. Don't try to glorify yourself. 40 years ago is one thing, what about 30 years ago, and even now? Liu Yanbei interjected. Martial saint was not the most brilliant martial artist 40 years ago. There were 10 others who were stronger than him at that time. However, among those people, only martial saint made it to the end. Liu Yanbei seemed quite happy to mock his own younger brother. After a few words, Earth Sword Immortal was left speechless. Fine, believe whatever you want. Talking to you is boring. I'm sleepy. Earth Sword Immortal waved his hand and closed his eyes. Soon, the sound of snoring could be heard. He fell asleep in just a few breaths. Liu Yanbei watched with a twitching corner of his eye, but there was nothing he could do. Sorry, my brother has always been unruly. It's my fault for not being able to resist saying a few more words to him. Liu Yanbei sighed. When we were young, my brother and I roamed the world. I, as the older brother, always wanted to guide him more, thinking of myself as an older father figure. Little did I know, forget it, let's not talk about it. Liu Yanbei rested his forehead on his hand, feeling somewhat helpless. Brother Qiao is dedicated to helping the people of Lonely City. He openly teaches the Sumi Mountain King Sutra and wins people's hearts. If there's ever a need for me, I will definitely assist Brother Qiao. But this time, even though I brought Brother Qiao here, I couldn't help but say a few more words and interfere with Brother Qiao's important matters. No need, especially since I don't have anything important to do, Qiao Mu casually said. He acted on his own whims and had no serious intentions when meeting this celestial being. If this celestial being is a big boss, he's prepared to spend his gold coins, but if this celestial being is an old man, he'll try to take advantage. However, this celestial being seemed unresponsive, like a stubborn person who refuses to listen. In that case, there's nothing else to say. Unexpectedly, Liu Yanbei interjected and said, "Weren't you looking for him to obtain the pure Yingwuji skill technique?" Qiao Mu was taken aback. From Qiao Mu's reaction, Liu Yanbei roughly guessed what was happening and simply said, "Having traveled the world for a lifetime, I consider myself well informed. I even had a fight with you in the martial arts arena, so it's not easy to hide your true abilities from me. The martial arts that you specialize in should be the Long Life Fist Sutra from the Qiao family in Hiang City, as well as the pure Yingwuji skill from the former Wudang sect, am I right?" The Long Life Fist is quite famous, and Liu Yanbei is even more familiar with the pure Yingwuji skill. My younger brother was noticed by a Taoist from Wudang in his youth and was accepted as a true disciple, therefore he practiced the pure Yingwuji skill. Of course, this was many years ago. He has long been an abandoned disciple of Wudang, and now even the Wudang sect no longer exists. Liu Yanbei's expression was slightly embarrassed. It seems that this past event also makes him reluctant to look back on it. Obviously, it was not a pleasant experience. By the way, it seems that the Wudang sect was destroyed by the martial saint, right? Qiao Mu couldn't help but glance at the sleeping Earth Sword Immortal. Even though he is an abandoned disciple of Wudang, he still has a connection to the sect. To witness the sect being destroyed, this person seems to be quite heartless. Unexpectedly, as soon as these words were spoken, the snoring sound from the immortal statue on top of his head stopped. Talking about me behind my back when I'm not paying attention? Huh. Earthsword Immortal's voice was quite annoyed. The group from Wudang is not a good bunch of people. They just made me represent the school and compete in a martial arts competition, and I ended up losing. I was seriously ill at that time. I almost lost my life. As a result, they accused me of tarnishing the reputation of Wudang School and wanted to kick me out. I'd rather not join such a school. Even without joining Wudang, I can still be the top swordsman, said Earthsword Immortal, speaking with a powerful and resounding voice. He seemed to hold a grudge against the Wudang sect. At this moment, he appeared slightly more relaxed and showed the spirit of a strong person. It would have been better if Earthsword Immortal kept quiet. As soon as he spoke, the well-mannered old man named Liu Yanbei couldn't hold back. So many years have passed, and now you think you can start twisting the truth? I am still alive, you know. Can you clarify what illness you were suffering from at that time? Liu Yanbei asked sternly. I won't talk to you about these old matters, Earthsword Immortal said without saying anything more. He leaped into the backyard of the Taoist temple and disappeared. Liu Yanbei looked in the direction where Earthsword Immortal disappeared and sighed. Sorry, whenever I see him, I can't help but get angry. It's just unbearable. Liu Yanbei sighed. In front of Earthsword Immortal, he lost his grace and dignity as a renowned martial arts master. Qiao Mu, on the other hand, looked puzzled. From their appearance and the way they spoke, it seemed more like a father-son relationship rather than brothers. Uncle Liu, what kind of illness does Earthsword Immortal have? Qiao Mu asked curiously. Liu Yanbei looked embarrassed and didn't answer immediately, avoiding the question. Qiao Mu's curiosity was piqued and he thought for a moment before intentionally asking. I think the Wudang sect has gone too far. Sickness and death are part of life. How can they expel a disciple just because they are seriously ill and it affects the reputation of the sect? They really lack compassion. Liu Yanbei hesitated for a moment before finally opening his mouth to explain. It's not Wudang's fault. Because before the competition representing our martial arts sect, my younger brother was afflicted with a sexually transmitted disease. A sexually transmitted disease? Qiao Mu gasped in shock and instinctively glanced in the direction where Earthsword Immortal had left the temple courtyard. He exclaimed in terror. After all, he was a Wudang Taoist and could represent the sect in battle. He practiced the rare and powerful Genpai skill called Pure Yangwuji skill. Earthsword Immortal's status in the Wudang sect was definitely not that of an ordinary disciple. When these core disciples go out to compete with other sects, they represent the sect's reputation, especially Wudang, which is a renowned and prestigious Taoist sect. Being afflicted with this sexually transmitted disease is indeed groundbreaking for the Wudang sect. Seeing Qiao Mu remain silent and look towards the temple courtyard, Liu Yanbei misunderstood and thought he wanted to enter. He quickly waved his hand to stop him. Brother Qiao, don't go into the backyard of the Taoist temple. The backyard is his forbidden area. Nobody can enter except for him, not even me as his older brother. Qiao Mu became interested when he heard this. Is there a secret hidden in this backyard? Liu Yanbei was taken aback and shook his head. I once asked him about it, but he avoided giving a direct answer. He just said that the yard only contained unfinished stone sculptures, which were not worth showing to outsiders. Liu Yanbei pondered for a moment. If it was just an ordinary woman, I have seen plenty of them before. There is no need for him to hide anything from me. Brother Qiao, do you think he secretly has 1,000 swords buried in the backyard, waiting for the day to rise and become a legendary hero? I think you're giving your brother too much credit. Qiao Mu shrugged. I think it's more likely in the backyard, with his many female friends' statues, but they might not be wearing clothes. Liu Yanbei was speechless for a moment, imagining his younger brother's actions and realizing that it could really be possible. He could only sigh, leading Qiao Mu out of the abandoned Taoist temple. If Brother Qiao wants other spiritual refining techniques, there should still be a few stored in the military arsenal in the city. Brother Qiao could try his luck there, Liu Yanbei suggested. The arsenal was established by General Li Chang'e in the past, and it is now guarded by General Li Chang'e's younger brother. If Brother Qiao publicly reveals the Sumi Mountain King Sutra, the military arsenal may also open its doors to you. Upon hearing about the secret martial arts manuals, Qiao Mu immediately became excited and expressed his desire to go, with Liu Yanbei also showing enthusiasm and offering to guide them. However, as they walked, Liu Yanbei intentionally or unintentionally brought up the topic of the Earthsword Immortal. As Wooden Sword Walker, I have been traveling the martial world for many years and have gained some reputation. Over the years, I have also been diligent in upholding morals and carefully selecting students with a sense of chivalry. As the elder brother is regarded as a father figure, my brother and I ventured into the world at a young age. I hoped to set a good example, but he ended up going astray. Perhaps it was my fault for not guiding him properly. Liu Yanbei chatted on and on. As people age, their speech becomes more fragmented. In reality, he brought Qiao Mu along to find Earthsword Immortal with some ulterior motives. Earthsword Immortal had been neglecting his responsibilities for many years, and when Liu Yanbei saw Qiao Mu arrive alone, he used a lie about an immortal slaying army to inspire the entire city, dispelling past pessimism. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, he believed that bringing Qiao Mu, who was a variable, might bring some change to the long neglectful Earthsword Immortal. As for cultivation techniques and such, they were just external things. In his opinion, even Wudang had lost its significance for decades. The pure Yingwuji skill had already been stored in the Wuji Association's library, so there was no need to treasure them excessively. Therefore, he brought Qiao Mu along. If Qiao Mu could find a way to alter Earthsword Immortal, whether it was demanding cultivation techniques or something else, Liu Yanbei didn't mind lending a hand with this small favor. L.B//JNN. My little brother actually has a good reputation. Brother Qiao can start from this point and cater to his interests, suggested Liu Yanbei. I think Brother Liu has an even better reputation, Qiao Mu spoke frankly. If Earthsword Immortal really had a good reputation, why would he have such a bad reputation in this isolated city? Liu Yanbei, on the other hand, was different. He tirelessly rushed around, fought alongside the old soldiers, and guided Qiao Mu to find Earthsword Immortal. He was always concerned about how to clean up the mess for his own younger brother. Hearing Qiao Mu's words, Liu Yanbei could only smile bitterly. Despite the bitter smile, he still wanted to restore some dignity for his younger brother in front of Qiao Mu. This was the last stubbornness of an old man like him. Actually, he wasn't like this when he was little, and this probably has to do with the background of us two brothers. Both of us, in fact, come from the noble Liu family in the imperial capital. We are the illegitimate children of the former Minister of Rights. Liu Yanbei is very honest and openly talks about his background. At his age, with almost 1 foot in the grave, he has become indifferent to many things. The secretive background that he used to hide when he was young, he can now openly share with Qiao Mu. Of course, this is also related to the impression Qiao Mu has given him. In his eyes, Qiao Mu is an old man who has lived more than 100 years, older than him by more than 20 years, strictly speaking, a venerable senior with extraordinary magnanimity. If Qiao Mu were replaced by a 20-year-old inexperienced youngster, even if he were preaching the Sumi Mountain King Sutra on the street, Liu Yanbei, relying on his seniority, would probably not expose his shortcomings. My father was a former Minister of Rights, an exemplary scholar and teacher. My mother, on the other hand, was a somewhat famous female knight-errant. Originally, they were completely different and only had a chance encounter. The combination of a refined official and a female knight-errant is not really that extraordinary. It was unbelievable that the next day, the female warrior told Liu's father to feel at ease and leave. She had strong inner power and could use it to force it out. There would be no more connection between you and me. Liu's father believed her. Many years later, when Liu's father became the Minister of Rights, his position was soaring. The former female warrior, however, came to his door with the 2 children she had given birth to, using them as a bargaining chip for money. Those days of being dependent on others were really tough. Later, my 2 brothers quickly left home and went on adventures in the martial world, keeping each other company. When talking about the past, Liu Yanbei's expression was calm and his eyes were mysterious, showing the indifference of an old man. 70 to 80 years passed. Whether it was the Minister of Rights or the martial world female warrior, they had already passed away. So Liu Yanbei didn't have much resentment towards his adoptive parents, and even if there was any before, it was gone now. As for his brother, Earthsword Immortal Liu Yan'an, it seems he wasn't as scheming. When the 2 of them were chatting about the past, they had already reached a corner of this lonely city and stood in front of an old warehouse in the military camp. This is the city's armory. I won't go there, Liu Yanbei said as he bid farewell, but before leaving, he didn't forget to remind. If Brother Qiao insists on asking for the book Pure Yingwuji skill from my younger brother, maybe he would be interested. Interested? Qiao Mu pondered for a moment. Are there any prostitutes in this city? Liu Yanbei chuckled silently and didn't answer, then turned and left. Qiao Mu pushed the door and entered the warehouse. There was an old man with white hair sitting at the front desk, dozing off. When he saw Qiao Mu approaching, he opened one sleepy eye and raised his head. This old man's face was scarred and half of his face was destroyed. His left eye socket was empty, giving him a somewhat scary appearance. When Qiao Mu noticed the hesitation in the old man's gaze, he calmly explained. It's the Etching Bones Li Fire, a powerful martial art that can quickly strike back and protect oneself. Did Elder Lao come to this martial arts library to browse through the various martial arts collected in the city? The old man clearly recognized Qiao Mu and had a strong impression of him. After all, in this isolated city, there are only a few martial artists from outside who have managed to survive, let alone someone like Qiao Mu who made such a grand entrance into the city. That's right. Qiao Mu looked up at the shelves filled with martial arts manuals in this library. There were quite a lot of hidden treasures here. Elder Lao's public lecture on the Sumi Mountain King Sutra was truly noble. I admire you, even with only half of your face visible. The old man tugged at his damaged flesh, attempting to smile, but it looked quite unsettling. If it were up to me, with Elder Lao's contributions, you could freely browse through the books in this martial arts library. However, especially in times of chaos, rules must be observed. Without rules, this isolated city wouldn't have survived until now. Here's the deal, there are a total of 9 different spiritual refining techniques in this city. Elder Lao can choose one to read and study. The old man led Qiao Mu directly up to the 3rd floor of the storage room and personally brought out a few spiritual refining techniques, placing them in front of Qiao Mu. As the 2 walked, a person in the corner of the storage room was attracted by their movement and approached. Why is Elder Lao also here in the armory? The person speaking was storyteller Clairvoyance, who arrived in the city with Qiao Mu. He was also holding a thick-bound book in his hands. What are you looking at? Let me have a look too. Qiao Mu became curious. The storyteller at Tide Listening Building was renowned for his vast knowledge, and Clairvoyance was clearly not an ordinary storyteller either. The martial arts that caught his attention were likely not ordinary. However, storyteller Clairvoyance was taken aback for a moment, then handed the book to Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu casually flipped through the pages and realized that it was not the martial arts manual he had imagined, but a book of records? This is the history book of our city. The old man with half a face sighed. Ju province may have forgotten us, but we must not forget the brothers who sacrificed their lives. Thus, this history book was created. Even if we all perish, the future generations who arrive at these ruins of the city may catch a glimpse of the 40 years of blood and tears shed by the military and civilians. Our deeds can be passed down through generations. If nobody comes, recording the stories of our fallen brothers will at least bring us some consolation. For 40 years, in the vast desert, 100,000 soldiers perished one after another, leaving only half the city's women and children. The history of this isolated city is soaked in blood and fire. While the remaining soldiers and the young men from the city fought battles outside, some powerless officials and disabled veterans recorded and compiled a book about the history of this isolated city. Clairvoyance the storyteller was reading such a history book. You're actually reading a history book. Qiao Mu looked at the heavy tome in his hand, surprised, and glanced at Clairvoyance. The old man with only half a face from the arsenal explained. This warehouse in the military camp is not only an armory, but also a library. In addition to the history of this city, there are also the histories of Great Yan and even the previous dynasties. These books were collected before the city was surrounded. No, what surprised me is that you, a Tide Listening Building storyteller, entered the armory to read history? Don't you find this full collection of martial arts enticing? Qiao Mu was very surprised. Although Tide Listening Building is aloof, it is also a force in the martial arts world. And this extraordinary armory in the isolated city was established by Li Chang'e and contains the secret collection of martial arts techniques from the remnants of the 100,000 soldiers of Great Yan. This armory can be regarded as a youthful version of the Wuji Association armory of the martial saint. The concept of the martial saint transcends prejudice and can be said to have originated from here. Of course, the martial arts techniques included in this armory are ancient methods from the previous generation of martial artists 40 years ago. The martial saint later became famous in the world of martial arts, and created a modern method that was incomparable to the weapons arsenal of this lonely city. A storyteller from the Tide Listening Building entered the weapons arsenal, expecting to read about martial arts, but ended up reading history instead. Clairvoyance smiled softly. Elder Lao, I am a storyteller, actually part of the fantastic faction in the Tide Listening Building. And since I entered this city, I realized that real stories are not lacking. They have a magical power that touches people's hearts more than fictional wonders. As one of the main pillars of the fantastic faction, Clairvoyance excelled at creating sensational stories, the more outlandish the better. Not to brag, but as a storyteller for many years, I still have some craftsmanship. Stories like the top 10 terrible trouser accidents, the 10 scandalous tales of martial arts world, and the scholar who stumbled into a village of daughters. How to create sensational stories, how to come up with unexpected yet plausible tales, I have experience in this matter. With this skill, I joined the Tide Listening Building and became somewhat famous in the martial arts world over the years. Clairvoyance looked at the thick book in his hand, and his tone became unintentionally heavy. But reality is different. Creating sensational stories can easily captivate attention, but it lacks truth. Clairvoyance flipped through the pages of the book. During this dynasty, with this solitary city, we resisted the inhuman threat in the desert for 40 years. And in previous dynasties, although there was no unprecedented threat like the Inhumans, we still had barbarians causing trouble at the borders and soldiers fighting to the death. The storytelling skills I possess are no match for the reality. As a storyteller, I already know enough about martial arts. Whether I look at the martial arts in this arsenal or not, it doesn't matter. But when it comes to the historical facts recorded in these books, I feel like I still don't understand enough. Qiao Mu slightly changed his opinion, wondering where that unruly demeanor of the storyteller went when he was in front of Captain Hai. While the two people were talking, the old man in the library came and put the total of 9 books on spiritual refining in front of Qiao Mu. There are 9 secret books, and Qiao Mu can exchange them for preaching the Sumi Mountain King Sutra. However, at this moment, Clairvoyance, who was reading next to them, interrupted. Elder Lao's main cultivation techniques for refining strength are the Long Life Fist Sutra and the Pure Yingwuji skill, both of which are top-notch advanced skills. But if you want to choose the spiritual refining technique, it's actually best not to practice other techniques. It is said that the Long Life Fist Sutra was taught to the ancestors of the Qiao family in Heiang City by an immortal they encountered in the mountains. It seems to have a background in a certain immortal gate. The internal strength cultivated from it is balanced and can be practiced together with other techniques. But the Pure Yingwuji skill, the signature skill of Wudang, is a pure Yang attribute technique. If you casually choose other spiritual refining techniques to practice together, the internal strength may become mixed, and there is a risk of losing control. Clairvoyance explained. During the martial arts performance in the military camp, Liu Yanbei himself revealed the truth that Qiao Mu was not actually practicing spiritual refining, indicating that he was on a different path. So clairvoyance also knew it very well. I understand, Qiao Mu thought to himself that he actually knew this point very well, so now he was focusing on how to take advantage of Earth Sword Immortal and obtain the second half of the pure Yangwuji skill. The spiritual refining technique in this library is not bad, but it can't compare to the outstanding martial arts of Weidang. I came here just to try my luck and have a backup plan. Since that's the case, Elder Lao might consider choosing this book, Military Martial Arts Classic, suggested the old man in the library. This technique is not only the spiritual refining technique but also includes many martial arts moves, such as military spear skill, swordsmanship, archery, and other battlefield weapon techniques, as well as strategies for battles. Even without using the spiritual refining technique, the martial arts moves recorded in it are enough to be of great use. Speaking of this, a sad expression appeared on the old man's remaining eye. This book was compiled by my elder brother, Li Changge, over the past 20 years. It is not just about martial arts but an attempt to create a comprehensive martial arts that combines military skills and principles. This library was built under the supervision of my elder brother, General Li Changge, with the intention of allowing the remaining soldiers after the Inhuman War to contribute their martial arts techniques and share them with each other, so as to enhance their martial skills. But he was too naive. In the past 20 years, we've faced too many obstacles. Even with Li Changge leading the way, those skilled soldiers in the army, even if they knew they would die, were unwilling to contribute their own martial arts or the ones they learned from their masters. The barrier is not easily broken, even at the moment of death. The so-called 1,000 ounces of gold cannot buy friendship, it can only be given freely on the street corner. The way that one personally possesses, the martial arts that sustain and define oneself, will never be leaked for any amount of money. Only a few people answered the call in the first 10 years, but later there were too many deaths. The remaining skilled soldiers gradually let it go. The old man with half of his face looked at the books in the library and said. And so, the library was filled with these books. But in the following years, problems kept coming one after another. The abilities of the remaining soldiers and the young men in the city varied, and those who entered the martial arts library often chose the well-known techniques, such as the basic volume of the 8 other parts of the spiritual refining technique. Progress was often slow, and so, Li Changge dedicated more than 10 years of effort to create the Military Martial Arts Classic and a secret technique within it called the Military Spiritual Technique. Military Spiritual Technique. This name caught Qiao Mu's attention. Li Changge, my older brother, is the founder of the book Spiritual Technique. The title means connecting hearts through the spirit and seeks for couples to have a deep spiritual connection. Even if they are far apart, their hearts can still feel each other. And Military Spiritual Technique is a further development of spiritual technique, which is a secret method of spiritual refining that even low-ranked martial artists can practice. It was created by Li Changge for the soldiers, aiming for a strong connection of hearts among them. With this military spiritual technique, the battle formations and combined attacks in the book Military Martial Arts Classic can be effectively used. The old man with half of his face was staring straight at Qiao Mu. In fact, he highly recommended the book Military Martial Arts Classic because he had his own hidden motives. After Li Changge's death, there was no capable general left in this lonely city who could lead the entire army and take on major responsibilities. Captain Hai is good, but only just enough. Before Li Changge's death, he went to seek the help of the Earth Sword Immortal in that city, but it seemed like the person wasn't willing to take responsibility. Elder Lao has already practiced the Martial Saint Spiritual Technique, so it would be easy for him to learn the Military Spiritual Technique. Storyteller Clairvoyance also chimed in from the side. Li Changge was also one of the outstanding former warriors of the Imperial Court, second only to the Martial Saint of the past. From his ability to create spiritual technique and military spiritual technique, one can glimpse his talent and brilliance. The other 8 spiritual refining techniques may not be as good as Li Changge's Military Martial Arts Classic. Qiao Mu thought for a moment and decided to choose this one. However, a thought crossed his mind. When oranges grow in Huinan, they are called oranges. When oranges grow in Huibei, they are called kumquats. Starting with the couple's telepathic technique as the foundation, Li Changge created the Military Spiritual Technique for battle, while Martial Saint created the Martial Saint Spiritual Technique that involved absorbing others' achievements. They have already split into 2 distinct paths. After choosing the secret manual, Qiao Mu stayed in the armory all night reading the book. The next day, dawn arrived. Qiao Mu spent half a day returning to the military camp in the city to explain the Sumi Mountain King Sutra to the soldiers and answer any difficulties they encountered in their practice. Qiao Mu's foundation was solid, considering he had special abilities. He had already mastered the first 5 levels of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra, surpassing even Grandpa Haiwea. He was so familiar with the first 5 levels that he could effortlessly answer beginners' questions. The soldiers and civilians in the city were very interested in the book called Sumi Mountain King Sutra, especially the elderly veterans who had retired from the battlefield. Qiao Mu's actions brought unprecedented prosperity to this lonely city after 40 years. Only Captain Hai, who knew the truth, sighed in his heart. He knew very well that this prosperity was mostly due to the news that Qiao Mu had brought about reinforcements from Great Yan, but it was just an illusion. Over time, people will eventually start to suspect. However, with only 300 elderly soldiers left in the lonely city, it may not hold up until the people in the city start to doubt. Nov. L. B//JNN. In the afternoon. After finishing his speech, Qiao Mu once again arrived at the residence of Earthsword Immortal, in front of the old and dilapidated Taoist temple. To cater to their interests, it's actually not that difficult, he muttered to himself. This venereal disease Sword Immortal, his lifelong passion is nothing more than that thing in his pants. If you want to trade for the pure Yangwuji skill, you simply need to offer something that will entice him, it's very simple. Qiao Mu lowered his head and glanced at the secret books in his hands. These were the ones he had transcribed in the library last night. One part is a book called the Sumi Mountain King Sutra, and the other part is Iron Crotch Skill. Qiao Mu walked into the entrance of the Taoist temple, stepping on the fallen leaves in the courtyard, and passing by a small artificial mountain at the entrance. Sure enough, on the top of the towering immortal statue that had fallen over, he once again saw the Earthsword Immortal. The Earthsword Immortal looked almost the same as yesterday, still sitting on top of the stone carving of a god, but the statue in front of him was no longer a Zhen from yesterday, but now had a different face, resembling a female cultivator in a Taoist robe. Qiao Mu thought to himself, this is a bit strange. This statue wasn't here yesterday, it's not one of the dozen statues in the main hall. Could it be that he's thinking of a female cultivator from the Immortal Gate? The Earthsword Immortal didn't even look at Qiao Mu as he entered, he just continued to carve the stone statue, seemingly unconcerned about Qiao Mu's arrival. It wasn't until Qiao Mu cleared his throat and started mocking. Earthsword Immortal, you're already quite old, can you still wield a spear on the battlefield? Is it because you're too weak now, that you spend your days carving female statues here in the temple, feeling helpless? The Earthsword Immortal abruptly stopped carving, and with a slight force from his flat blade, it sank deep into the head of the stone statue, causing a small piece of debris to fall off. Old ghost, who do you think you're talking about? He frowned and turned his head, looking down at Qiao Mu with a displeased expression. You, a 109-year-old old ghost, have the nerve to say I'm getting old. Even so, he didn't exude the imposing aura and killing intent of a high-level martial artist, as if he was just an ordinary person, giving Qiao Mu no sense of danger. No need to get angry, we're both not young anymore, sometimes we have to accept that we're getting old. Qiao Mu smiled. He wasn't afraid of provoking the Earthsword Immortal, he was afraid that the Immortal wouldn't be interested and wouldn't pay attention, so he deliberately used words to provoke him. However, what made him slightly concerned was that the Earthsword Immortal actually knew his exact age. He didn't know if it was Liu Yanbei who said it or if there was another reason. But for Qiao Mu, it was a good thing that the Earthsword Immortal knew he was older. My Qiao family has many children, and they rely on 2 secret manuals. These 2 secret manuals might be helpful to you, Qiao Mu said, reaching into his pocket to retrieve the prepared secret manuals. Before he could finish his sentence, Earthsword Immortal let out a cold laugh. Would you like to listen and see what you're saying? Since you know I am the #1 Earthsword Immortal, why are you coming to sell martial arts secrets? Sumi Mountain King Sutra? This secret manual is a little interesting, but not very meaningful. It might be useful for the soldiers in the city, but not for me. Qiao Mu was surprised by Earthsword Immortal's understanding of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra. Earthsword Immortal noticed Qiao Mu's astonishment and coldly snorted. Just like a frog in a well. You haven't yet entered spiritual refining and don't know the wonders of the 3rd rank of the spiritual refining period. With the 3rd rank of spiritual refining, you can have sharp intuition and anticipate the enemy's moves. If you reach the 2nd rank, your powerful mind can further explore the surroundings and vividly recall all memories from childhood. 1st level of spiritual refining period, the mind can control physical objects and possess similar skills to the magical power of immortals. As the Earthsword Immortal, I am the #1 in the world. Even if I don't leave this monastery, I can still see through everything happening in the city. According to the Earthsword Immortal, Qiao Mu's speech in the military camp yesterday was already noticed by him. Qiao Mu nodded in understanding, but still insisted on continuing. Earthsword Immortal, when you claimed to be the #1, it was already 40 years ago. Just now, Ju Province has faced immense pressure. The progress in martial arts over the past 40 years has surpassed the previous hundreds of years. That's why the secret technique I'm presenting is extraordinary. It represents the modern methods that are at the forefront of martial arts today. The Earthsword Immortal remained aloof, saying, whether it's modern methods or ancient methods, those words might work on those country bumpkins who have never left this city. Even if I sit in this city for 30 years, I am still invincible in the world. What modern methods do the martial artists of Ju Province have? They are not worthy of my attention, not even a glimpse. You are too arrogant, don't even know who has a limited perspective. Qiao Mu responded, taking out the 2 books from his hand. I have 2 kinds of secret techniques here. One can keep you in good health as you age, and the other can make you resilient even in old age. If both are practiced together, you can feel the youthful madness in your old age, and see all the flowers in Chang'an in a day. Stay strong as you age, resilient even in old age? What are these strange things? While Earthsword Immortal was contemplating this, he noticed Qiao Mu bending down and picking up a huge stone the size of a grinding disc from the yard. He suddenly smashed it towards his own groin. Groin? Earth Sword Immortal instinctively felt a sharp pain, but in the next moment, he saw the stone, which was the size of a grinding disc, completely shattered, while Qiao Mu stood firm in the same place, not even swaying a bit. Physical training from the outside. Earth Sword Immortal immediately understood. He could naturally see that Qiao Mu had not used any hidden internal strength to protect himself just now, but relied solely on his physical strength to withstand the attack. Earth Sword Immortal sat on top of the immortal statue, with a cold expression. Your martial arts skills are just passable, what are you showing off in front of me for? Nov. L. B /JNN. In the past, there was a highly regarded monk in the Shaolin Temple, known as the strongest in physical power, unbreakable like a diamond. However, I was able to defeat him with a single sword strike. Your physical strength, on the other hand, is ordinary. The only thing special about it is the unique way you train certain body parts. But in the next moment, his pupils trembled. It was because Qiao Mu picked up the giant stone, about the size of a grinding disc, and waved it in front of him. In the center of the stone, there was a hollow space as thick as a child's arm, and cracks spread like a spider's web around it. This was not smashed, but stabbed open. This is the Iron Crotch skill, which is now practiced in Zhu province. It is the martial art that has been passed down in my Qiao family for generations. Qiao Mu's expression remained calm, displaying his mastery. When you reach a high level of proficiency, it's not just about having a rock-hard body, but also being able to control it like your own fingers. Up, down, left, right, or even curling it into your abdomen. A true man can bend and stretch, only then can he be great. This Iron Crotch skill aligns with the way of a gentleman, it is quite extraordinary. In this world, it is unlikely to find another person like Qiao Mu, who has practiced the Iron Crotch skill for almost 100 years. If we are solely discussing the accomplishment of the Iron Crotch skill, he can be considered the best in the world. Earth Sword Immortal's eyes widened. Just a moment ago he had dismissed the Sumi Mountain King Sutra, but now he was completely astonished by the extraordinary power of the Iron Crotch skill. 40 years ago, he was already the #1 in the world as Earth Sword Immortal. He had defeated heroes from all over. What kind of advanced martial arts hadn't he seen? Breaking through a millstone-sized boulder? This damn thing, he really hasn't seen it. So this is the modern method of Zhu province? It seems I have underestimated the heroes of the world. Earth Sword Immortal gaze was fixed on the pierced giant stone, exclaiming, talents arise in the world, each leading in their own way for hundreds of years. There is actually such a miraculous hard skill in the world, my path is not lonely. He felt deep resentment in his heart. If he had practiced this Iron Crotch skill earlier, he might not have suffered so much and almost fallen seriously ill. After Earth Sword Immortal finished speaking, he reached out to grab the Iron Crotch skill manual in Qiao Mu's hand, but Qiao Mu skillfully dodged it without saying a word. Didn't you say that outsiders have no qualifications to even glimpse at martial arts? I actually prefer your rebellious attitude just now, Qiao Mu said. Earth Sword Immortal hesitated for a moment, then stubbornly said, to me, all martial arts in the world are just useless pieces of paper, with no meaning. Actually, I'm not interested in martial arts. It's mainly because this skill harmonizes with the principles of a true gentleman, and I am clearly a righteous person. There is no reason for me not to practice it. Earth Sword Immortal's desire intensified. Qiao Mu smiled and said, since you are a gentleman, you wouldn't just take my manual for nothing, right? Earth Sword Immortal was startled. Then he got off the immortal statue and gently patted the dust off his pants and knees. He slowly bent his knee towards Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu, why go to such lengths? Qiao Mu hurriedly approached to support Earth Sword Immortal, preventing him from kneeling down. It's not about that, Earth Sword Immortal said emotionally. Meeting brother Qiao today can be described as a missed opportunity. I know there is a skill called Iron Crotch skill in this world. Like clearing away the clouds to see the blue sky, I now know that my path is not lonely. My path is not lonely? So, it turns out he mistook me for a fellow disciple of Venereal Disease Sword Immortal because of this Iron Crotch skill. Qiao Mu took a while to catch up with the thinking of Venereal Disease Sword Immortal. At that moment, Earth Sword Immortal looked up at the sky, gazing at the vast desert outside the city filled with rolling yellow sand. The city was shielded by a magical formation, only able to see the desert but unable to see Angxi Pass beyond the desert, nor the other areas of Zhu province outside. In these years, Zhu province must have been lonely without me, Earth Sword Immortal, he murmured. Earth Sword Immortal straightened up, feeling restless. Is it Zhu province that is lonely or is it you? Qiao Mu whispered to himself. After all, this city doesn't even have a brothel. Excitedly, Earth Sword Immortal declared. I, Earth Sword Immortal, am invincible with my sword skills, while brother Qiao is invincible with his unique Iron Crotch skill. From today onwards, brother Qiao is my sworn brother, as we share the same father but different mothers. Even sworn brothers have to settle their debts, Qiao Mu thought to himself. This guy lacks any real martial arts dignity. I bet he just wants to exploit brother Qiao and learn his Iron Crotch skill for free. I'll come straight to the point. I want to trade my Iron Crotch skill for your Wudang School's Ultimate Pure Yingwuji Skills Spiritual Refining Chapter. Earth Sword Immortal was taken aback. Oh, I see. But learning martial arts from the Wudang School is just a small matter. Why bother asking the big brother to come in person? Earth Sword Immortal laughed. Actually, the big brother has already practiced the martial saint spiritual technique, and has been stuck at the spiritual refining stage for many years, right? The martial saint spiritual technique is actually a secret method of spiritual refining. Although it's not the true spiritual refining technique, it can still train the mind. Even though you haven't reached the spiritual refining stage, your foundation is actually deeper than an ordinary third-rank disciple. Even without the spiritual refining chapter technique, it seems like you're just one step away from breaking through to the third rank of the spiritual refining period. Earthsword Immortal changed his previous cold and proud attitude and appeared quite friendly, taking the initiative to give guidance. In reality, Qiao Mu has only been stuck at the spiritual refining stage for a few months, but it's equivalent to several decades for ordinary people, almost half a lifetime. With such accumulation, it is naturally profound. The two of them had a lively conversation in the courtyard and made a simple agreement. From today onwards, Qiao Mu teaches Earthsword Immortal the Iron Crotch skill, and Earthsword Immortal teaches Qiao Mu the Pure Yangwuji skill in the spiritual refining chapter. Earthsword Immortal, speaking of the Pure Yangwuji skill, there is actually something I don't understand. Qiao Mu took this opportunity to ask a lingering question in his mind. Big brother, there's no harm in talking. I have nothing to hide, and I hope you treat me the same way. Earthsword Immortal said. Qiao Mu said. The Pure Yangwuji skill, which is the ultimate skill of the Weidang sect, can be considered as a top-tier child skill. Although it won't cause a cultivation failure due to the leakage of yin energy, maintaining a childlike body will make the cultivation progress twice as effective, accumulating profound internal strength. And you, Qiao Mu looked at Earthsword Immortal suspiciously. As the venereal disease Sword Immortal, known throughout the world as a confidant, he obviously couldn't have a childlike body. Earthsword Immortal smiled gracefully. Big brother, with 100 years of accumulation, enduring what others can't bear, possessing the legacy of Weidang's founder Zhang Zhenren, I truly admire you. That's why your internal strength is so extensive and profound. But you have your own way, and I have my own way. In my opinion, darkness cannot give birth, and light cannot grow alone. The combination of darkness and light gives birth to everything. This is the way of nature, Earthsword Immortal said with a smile. What you have gained is a long and profound internal strength, while what I have gained is the way of nature. We each have our own accomplishments. Just then, a voice of reprimand came from outside the courtyard. What nonsense are you talking about? You can deceive others with these words, but can you deceive yourself? The sound of footsteps grew closer, and it turned out to be Liu Yanbei carrying 2 food boxes filled with dishes entering. You're here too, second brother. Earthsword Immortal greeted Liu Yanbei as he walked in and glanced at the 2 food boxes in his hands. Why did you only bring 2 food boxes? Didn't you prepare a meal for my elder brother as well? Liu Yanbei, if he wasn't afraid of losing, he would have taught his younger brother a good lesson. However, after he entered the gate, he glanced at Qiao Mu without saying a word. He saw that Qiao Mu seemed to be having a pleasant conversation with Earthsword Immortal, and the wrinkles on his face unconsciously relaxed a little. The army's weapon storage. After Qiao Mu left, in a large library, there was only Clairvoyance left reading, accompanied by an old man with half a face. Just as he was reading, Clairvoyance suddenly stood up from his chair, and his pupils trembled slightly. From the history books of this lonely city, he saw a past event that shook him. He quickly left his seat and went to the old man who was dozing off in front of the library door. He slapped the thick history book onto the table and asked, "Has there never been anyone who left this city? Several decades ago, there was a child with a special gift called the Heavenly Spirit Root. You sent him away and he joined the Immortal Gate Great Dao sect, didn't you?" Yes, the old man opened his one eye and explained. That child's name was Gu Zhen, and he grew up in this city. The Heavenly Spirit Root is one of the top spiritual roots, and at that time, General Li Chang'e suggested that this child join the Great Dao sect and learn immortal techniques, hoping that he could break the siege of this city. Even if he cannot break the siege, this child is innocent. If his talent allows him to join the Immortal Gate and leave this desert, it would be a good thing for him to have his own freedom and live a good life. The old man narrated the story, not quite understanding why storyteller Clairvoyance suddenly became excited. Is your secular name Gu Zhen? Clairvoyance's expression was a bit complicated as she slowly said. Perhaps others wouldn't know, but I happen to have information about this person in my Tide Listening building. After he entered the Immortal Gate, he worshipped under Elder King Ai and was given the name Dao Zhen. Volume 15 for Kill Me More Times, I'll Become Invincible on Amazon. Inside the dilapidated Taoist temple, it seems that Brother Qiao has already obtained what he wanted. Liu Yanbei smiled. At his age, he no longer cared much about cultivation techniques and the like. Qiao Mu's arrival could bring some changes to Earthsword Immortal, who had been indifferent for 30 years. In his opinion, it was a good thing. Anyway, can it get worse than it is now? The only thing that made him a little uneasy was that Qiao Mu gave him something he liked, Iron Crotch skill? What's wrong with the Iron Crotch skill? Earthsword Immortal asked, feeling indignant and strong. The most difficult skill is the one between the legs. Qiao Shuang's big brother is my adopted father. I wish I had met him earlier. If it wasn't for me accidentally breaking the statue in the temple, I would have taken his hand and become sworn brothers with him. Big brother? Adopted father? Your family background seems a bit confusing. Qiao Mu whispered to himself. In contrast, Liu Yanbei remained calm, seemingly accustomed to the Earthsword Immortal's words. The elder brother knew very well that his own younger brother, Earth Sword Immortal, may seem affectionate, but is actually a ruthless person. Although Qiao Mu claimed that Qiao Shuangsan was his adopted father, it wasn't just because of his impressive iron crotch skill. In reality, their parents didn't hold as much significance in Earth Sword Immortal's heart as they did in the eyes of ordinary people. Their father was a former minister of rights, a pompous and morally upright scholar. It was an accidental affair that led to the birth of the two brothers. Their mother was a female martial artist from the martial world, but fame often brings unintended consequences. She only saw her two biological children as bargaining chips for seeking wealth and glory. Naturally, Liu Yanbei and his brother, being illegitimate children of their father, didn't receive any warm welcome from their father's relatives. With various means, the two brothers were forced to run away from home and wander around. And Qiao Mu gave him an invincible spirit, making him strong and resilient, almost like having new parents. After all, in the eyes of Earth Sword Immortal, so-called parents were only responsible for giving him a good body. Therefore, Earth Sword Immortal never respected the heavens or the earth, disregarded customs and manners, and lived recklessly. The only person he had a little respect for was his elder brother Liu Yanbei, who had been with him since they were children. This person had extraordinary martial arts skills, so exceptional that he defeated all martial artists 40 years ago, earning the title of the Immortal of the Sword. The title of the Immortal of the Sword was not something ordinary martial artists could bear. Even the best martial artist in the world would be presumptuous to claim to be an immortal. After all, there are truly superior immortals in this world. Liu Yanbei put his thoughts away and frowned, saying, "But what use is this iron crotch skill that you practice? Is there a place in the city where you can use the iron crotch skill? You better not go out and cause trouble dash." "What are you talking about, second brother? How could I, an old woman in half of the city, appreciate it?" Earth Sword Immortal's face changed suddenly, and he spoke very plainly. "This iron crotch skill is a gentleman's martial art. As the saying goes, a gentleman keeps his capabilities hidden, waiting for the right opportunity to act. It's not that I won't act, but the timing is not right yet." Hearing that Earth Sword Immortal was planning to hide his capabilities, Liu Yanbei felt relieved. But thinking about it, maybe this is a good thing. There is no place in the solitary city where the iron crotch skill can be used. Around the lonely city, there is a vast desert. Even if you practice the iron crotch skill, what good is it? Liu Yanbei already knows that what Qiao Mu said about the immortal slaying army is actually a lie, and there is no backup from the Great Yan army. Therefore, this lonely city has no hope of turning things around. It is destined to be destroyed, just a matter of time. And with only 300 remaining soldiers defending this city, the time of its destruction is not far away. If there is anyone in this city who still has a chance to survive the collapse, it may only be the former martial arts leader, the Earth Sword Immortal. If this iron crotch skill can make the Earth Sword Immortal consider leaving Ju province, even if it's just a tiny possibility, Liu Yanbei sees it as a good thing. To the west of the 100-mile desert is the Great Dao sect. The mist was mysterious, with flickering rays of light appearing and disappearing like magic. To go to the 100-mile desert to practice magic, it will cost 100 spirit stones. I went there recently, and it only cost 50 spirit stones last time. Isn't the price increase a bit too fast? Dao Shen, a disciple of Great Dao sect, looked at the deacon in front of him with a hint of dissatisfaction. The deacon calmly said, "Don't cause trouble. You know that the city in the 100-mile desert has reached a critical point. Without reinforcements, its destruction is not far away. Once this city is destroyed, the 100-mile desert will be closed off. Furthermore, this is not an ordinary practice. You have gained something from it. Why are you causing trouble?" Dao Shun was speechless for a moment. Of course, he knew what the deacon was talking about. The big formation surrounding the lonely city is not only capable of illusion techniques. Only a little bit of dissatisfaction grew in his heart. When he last controlled the paper men to attack the solitary city in the desert, he happened to encounter a rare outside martial artist, who seemed to be holding the boundary-breaking symbol to enter the formation. As a result, this martial artist had impressive strength, and his trip of 300 paper man soldiers only killed 13 old soldiers in total. After removing half for the sect, he got a total of 6 soul soldiers. Although it is difficult to quantify the value of mortal souls, the value of souls varies greatly from person to person. The old soldiers who have persisted for 40 years until now are extraordinary and cannot be compared to the initial 100,000 elites of the Inhuman War. The solitary city in the desert is an extremely harsh environment, with a shortage of water and food, so no matter how much martial arts training one undergoes, the progress in martial arts cultivation will not be fast in the end. Nevertheless, for martial artists, this desperate place is a sacred place for spiritual refining. In the eyes of Immortal Gate, it is considered a good place for soul refining. The soldier souls received a total of 6, which can't be considered too bad. But if Dao Shun were to exchange them for 100 spirit stones, he would have to think it over carefully. He was about to give up and leave when he heard a voice from behind. Is Dao Shun Jr. brother unable to afford to go to the 100-mile desert? As he turned around, he saw a young man in a robe smiling at him, and it was Dao Zhen. Has senior brother Dao Zhen returned to the sect? Dao Shun nodded at the approaching person, his expression not looking too good. He thought the other person was here to mock him. As a rare heavenly spirit root cultivator, Dao Zhen may have an awkward background, but at the very least, He was a disciple of Elder King Ai, not an ordinary sect disciple. Dao Shun had no intention of chatting with Dao Zhen much and casually found an excuse to leave, but Dao Zhen smiled and stopped him. Dao Shun, I recently acquired a special technique of Taoist soldiers, which is quite amazing. I heard that you are skilled in controlling Taoist soldiers. Take a look at this technique and see if it matches your preferences, Dao Shun. After finishing speaking, he threw a small bag towards Dao Shun. I don't have that many spirit stones. Although Dao Shun was hesitating and didn't want to get too involved with Dao Zhen, he already had the bag in his hand. He subconsciously scanned it with his divine sense and was immediately surprised. Inside the bag, there was not only the technique for Taoist soldiers, but also 100 spirit stones. What do you mean by this, brother Dao Zhen? Dao Shun asked cautiously. Is there something you want me to do? He understood the principle of no work, no reward. How could he be given a technique and 100 spirit stones by an unfamiliar senior fellow disciple for no reason? I want you to return to the solitary city in the desert and try to kill someone, Dao Zhen said calmly. You should have seen that person before. His name is Qiao Mu, a very old mortal. It was him who entered the desert with the boundary-breaking symbol on that day. Dao Shun was slightly startled. Kill a mortal? He noticed that the mortal's martial arts were extraordinary, but in the end, he was just an ordinary martial artist. Instead of immediately agreeing, he scanned the storage bag with his divine sense, searching for the jade slip containing the spell. Is this the art of turning beings into soldiers? Dao Shun was curious in his heart. His expertise lies in manipulating Taoist soldiers, mainly through the refinement of paper men. The material for paper men is not special, just ordinary paper, sustained by the cultivation power of the cultivator. The strength of paper men depends entirely on the strength of the cultivator's cultivation power. However, it is different for bean soldiers. They are created by using specially prepared spirit beans, which are transformed into bean soldiers through the art. The higher the grade of the spirit bean itself, the stronger the resulting bean soldier. If someone as wealthy and powerful as Dao Zhen spent a fortune to obtain a top-notch spirit bean, it might be able to catalyze a powerful Taoist soldier that is close to the strength of a cultivator himself. From this perspective, the method of cultivating this bean soldier is actually superior to the ordinary method of making a paper man. Dao Shun actually didn't want to get too involved with Dao Zhen, but unfortunately, Dao Zhen was only interested in what Dao Shun was good at, which is the method of refining Taoist soldiers, and he gave him way too much. Dao Shun's eyes shimmered as he made a decision. My senior brother's affairs are my own affairs, killing a mortal is nothing. He didn't ask Dao Zhen, who was an esteemed disciple, why he had a conflict with an ordinary mortal. Since Dao Zhen personally came to ask about it, that mortal named Qiao Mu must have some extraordinary qualities. Otherwise, even someone as willful as Dao Zhen wouldn't have paid such a price to have him take action. But it doesn't matter. Taking someone's money and helping them resolve troubles, just like that. Wait for me to retreat for a few days, as long as I master this bean soldier's technique. I will immediately go to the 100-mile desert to share the worries of my senior brother, Dao Shun said seriously. On top of the city walls of the solitary city, several old soldiers were guarding on the lookout tower, with a slightly livelier expression than usual, occasionally chatting n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Elder Lao has entered the city for a month, and during this month, this solitary city has shown a prosperous state. Every morning, they must lecture on modern methods and recite the Sumi Mountain King Sutra in the military camp. Tomorrow morning is my rest time, so when I'm free, I have to go and seek advice. A few old soldiers stood on the lookout tower, occasionally laughing and chatting. Qiao Mu brought vitality and hope to this isolated city that had been trapped for 40 years, causing the remaining soldiers and civilians in the city to be filled with unprecedented energy. However, during their conversation, one of the old soldiers saw dust rising in the distance, with the sound of roaring yellow sand, shaking the ground. His face immediately became serious, disregarding the conversation and reaching for the trumpet. The attacks from the Inhumans were erratic, sometimes frequent, and sometimes scarce, like rain from the heavens. This time they had gone through a whole month of emptiness, but now it seemed like a brief calm before the storm. Zhong Province. A small town on the outskirts of the imperial capital. This town is not big, located several tens of miles from the imperial capital, just one of the many towns outside the imperial capital with a small population. Only the stations, tea houses, and restaurants near the main road often attract passing merchants and travelers, making it a lively and bustling place. Inside the tea house, there was a storyteller who captivated the audience by telling popular stories from the imperial capital. Some passers-by didn't care about the storytelling and instead discussed the latest news and rumors in a corner. They talked about one of the 10 mysteries of the imperial capital, the tenant who was found hanged in the middle of the night. They also talked about the recent inhuman disaster that happened in front of the market. There was an old man named Qiao who used his own body to shield others, but froze to death in the snowstorm. There were also rumors about martial arts secrets in the imperial capital. Some claimed to have mastered martial arts and defeated many skilled martial artists, even almost defeating the renowned Condor Wei En, who was known for his exceptional lightness technique. In a corner of the tea house, several female cultivators in Taoist robes listened to the storyteller in excitement. They whispered to each other, clearly very enthusiastic. It had been a while since they arrived in the bustling Zhong Province imperial capital area from Nan Province, but their excitement was still evident. Qiao Kangxiu, however, remained silent. She closed her eyes and listened quietly, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. She came from a family of martial arts experts, but she didn't understand inhuman things. She had heard too much about the secrets of the martial arts world since she was young, and she didn't feel as excited as her fellow martial sisters. Her heart was calm like still water, yet there was also a sense of confusion. The martial saint had died. This was something she had heard about only a few months ago. The martial saint had wiped out her entire family, and Qiao Mu died because of it. So she took it upon herself to take up the mantle of seeking revenge, no longer seeking help from others. She focused solely on training to achieve her revenge. But before she could have her revenge, the martial saint died. Although this could be considered a major vengeance, it had left her feeling lost recently. Since you have avenged your great revenge, Candace, it is time for you to seek your own path. Lingling Taoist priest said this when she was feeling confused. So what would her path be? Her life had come to a halt due to the annihilation of the martial saint sect. From then on, she lived as a blind girl in the impoverished land of Nan Province, where things were even worse for her than for the ordinary refugees, until she met Qiao Mu. And Qiao Mu had long been dead. However, when she arrived in Zhong Province, she discovered that the story of Qiao's family had already spread far and wide. Unconsciously, the mysterious Qiao family that Qiao Mu was a part of had already gained a reputation that could rival that of Hiang City's Qiao family, the martial arts clan before its downfall. I wonder if Qiao San, the one who assassinated Yan City's Lord Guoyan, I wonder if he's still alive, she murmured to herself. Qiao Zhong and Qiao Shuanglin, the elders of the Qiao family, also seem to have passed away. But as for Master Qiao San, it seems his fate is still unknown. Each deceased member of Qiao's family held significance in her heart. After all, in the beginning, Qiao Mu had only crossed paths with City Lord Guoyan and the Wuji Association because of her. Later on, even though it wasn't strictly related to her, she naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. Let's set a small goal, find Grandpa, she whispered to herself. If I can protect Grandpa or any other Qiao family elders, it would be a way to resolve this entanglement. Searching for Qiao's family shouldn't be too difficult. Where there is injustice, there must be traces of Qiao's family. It's just that ever since the last member of Qiao's family died in the Wanronghua family, Qiao's family hasn't appeared for a very long time. Thinking of this, the confusion in her heart faded slightly. At this moment, an old man with white hair covered his mouth and coughed lightly, walking into the tea house. As he entered, he unconsciously glanced at Qiao Kangxiu in the corner and felt slightly surprised in his heart. She's quite remarkable, but it's a pity she's blind. The latter seemed to notice something and turned his face, closing his eyes to look at him. The old man instinctively turned his head, and then the four nuns went upstairs. Following their intuition, they arrived at the door of a private room in the corner of the second floor and pushed the door open. Hi Wea, weren't you convinced that you couldn't conspire with the current Wuji Association? Why are you still contacting me? The person speaking was the current leader of the Wuji Association, Little Martial Saint Wu Qinkan. He put down the teacup in his hand and looked up at Hai Wea with a slightly complex expression. Hai Wea joined the Wuji Association very early, and he was among the first group of elders who responded to the Martial Saint. However, shortly afterward, he was imprisoned in Heavenly Prison and cut himself off from worldly affairs. Although the Martial Saint counted him as the 60th person among the 72 wise men, he is not actually a disciple of the Martial Saint. They can only be considered as senior and junior in the official circle. In terms of qualifications, he is actually higher than Little Martial Saint. Even the current helmsman, Little Martial Saint, lacks understanding of this old man who has been confined in Heavenly Prison for a long time. I don't have much time left, said Hai Wea calmly. In urgent matters, we don't have time to hesitate. To accomplish this, it's best to use the power of the Wuji Association. He slowly took out a book from his pocket, and the cover of the book read Sumi Mountain King Sutra. Martial Saint ranked you as the 60th among the 72 wise men. It seems he underestimated you. But if you plan to selflessly hand over this secret manual to the Wuji Association, with the condition that they distribute this martial arts technique widely through their channels, have you made up your mind? Wu Qinkan asked seriously. Little Martial Saint, who was the closest person to the Martial Saint within the Wuji Association, was entrusted with an important role and became the second leader of the Wuji Association. He was certainly not an ordinary person. With his insight, he could naturally see the extraordinary nature of this martial arts technique. Hai Wea didn't explain further. His mind was filled with various thoughts. If Martial Saint is around, the martial arts world becomes silent, like a stagnant pool. But after Martial Saint's death, the martial arts in Zhong Province have turned into muddy waters. Among the recently famous figures, there is the mysterious Qiao's family, and there are also those who claim to have achieved enlightenment through martial arts, equally mysterious. As for Qiao's family, the idea of achieving enlightenment through martial arts has always been a folk legend, but strangely enough, it emerges after Martial Saint's death, sweeping away the long-established renowned high-level martial artists, as if inheriting the banner of martial arts leadership and saving a collapsing building. Acting so openly has obviously attracted a considerable number of martial artists, showing great momentum. However, the more high-profile this martial arts league becomes, the more doubts arise in Hai Wea's mind. It emerges at a time when it could have easily gone unnoticed, but instead, it shows clear signs of trying to recruit people. The martial arts world has already become a muddy situation, and I can't see what's happening behind the scenes. I just have a sense that a storm is coming, Haiwei deeply expressed. These individuals who achieve enlightenment through martial arts are clearly up to something. If I wait any longer to spread my techniques, I'm afraid all the high-level martial artists will be practicing that golden body technique instead. Sumi Mountain King Sutra is a type of human power practice. Many martial artists need to practice it together in order to gather the collective strength of all the martial artists and make up for the imperfections of this technique. But now the martial arts world is in chaos, and Haiwei can't wait any longer. Solitary city in the desert. In the afternoon, inside a dilapidated Taoist temple, Qiao Mu and Earthsword Immortal chatted casually. Since arriving in the city a month ago, every morning Qiao Mu gave lectures in the military camp, and in the afternoons, he would mix with Earthsword Immortal inside the Taoist temple, teaching and learning from each other. It must be said that Earthsword Immortal has extraordinary comprehension, something Qiao Mu has rarely seen in his lifetime. In just a month's time, Iron Crotch skill has already been practiced to a considerable level by him. With just a thought, he can move his energy and blood, and his practice is fast and efficient. Although not as accomplished as Qiao Mu, who has practiced for nearly a century, his achievements are still impressive. And as for the pure Yingwuji skill, Earthsword Immortal doesn't keep it a secret. Practicing martial arts, regardless of one's skill level, is ultimately limited to weapon techniques. Only by delving into spiritual refining can one bring forth more supernatural abilities. Earthsword Immortal explained the martial arts, revealing a hint of strength, and proceeded to discuss the spiritual refining method. Being strong both physically and mentally is the path of us martial artists. If one enters spiritual refining, they can try to cultivate the eye-attacking method, which allows them to subdue opponents without fighting. In reality, the special martial arts that Qiao Mu can only learn after spiritual refining is not limited to just the eye sword technique. There is also the flesh-changing skill. The essence of Qiao Mu's flesh-changing skill, obtained from Wukijhen, lies in manipulating one's own flesh and blood with one's mind and willpower. Therefore, it can only truly be mastered after reaching the third rank of the spiritual refining period. Before reaching the third rank, one can only grasp tricks such as disguises and shrinking bones. Nov. L.B//JNN. Although Wukijhen's flesh-changing skill is slightly different, it allows Qiao Mu to grasp the basics of the skill before reaching the third rank. He can slightly change his appearance. However, since he hasn't entered spiritual refining, he cannot master the essence of it. While the two were happily chatting, they suddenly heard the distant sound of trumpets blowing. Did Inhuman finally come? Inhuman is here again. The two of them looked at each other, with different expressions. Yanan, are you really not joining the battle? Lu Yanbei looked towards the direction of the city wall and couldn't help but ask again. He had originally harbored some hope, thinking that Qiao Mu's attitude may have changed since he became close with Earthsword Immortal this month. No, there's no point in going. Earthsword Immortal seemed uninterested, losing enthusiasm in an instant, just waving his hand at Qiao Mu. Lu Yanbei let out a slight sigh. Earthsword Immortal had already been in this city for a full 30 years, and nobody had any expectations of him, except for his elder brother, Lu Yanbei. But he also knew deeply that his own younger brother, who seemed to have many close friends, actually only loved himself mercilessly. Only as his older brother could he make his own younger brother pay attention to him, but that was all. Mr. Lu, I'll go first. Beside him, Qiao Mu stood up resolutely, eager to give it a try. Whether Earthsword Immortal goes or not is not important to him. What's important is that he needs to go. I'm in a hurry, I'm so anxious. There are only 300 old soldiers left in the city. If I go late, someone else will take the job of delivering death ahead of me. What should I do? Qiao Mu's heart was burning, his figure leaped up and disappeared in a blur, already far away. In this run-down Taoist temple, only Lu Yanbei and his brother were left, silent and unspoken. The sun sets in the west. A mournful sound of the bugle spreads throughout the surroundings. The old city gates slowly rise, Captain Hai puts on his armor, and leads the remaining old soldiers out of the city to meet the enemy as he has done in the past. Over the past 40 years, fighting has become a habit. However, this time, their mindset for battle is different from before. Before this, the city was destined to perish. Every soldier and civilian in the city knows that the city cannot be defended. They are destined to die, unable to withstand the Inhumans, only differing in the timing. There are no reinforcements, as Great Yan is also no match for the Inhumans. They cannot fathom the thoughts of the Inhumans, why they only lay siege and not attack with full force. But everyone knows, this city will be destroyed, they will die, there is no other possibility. The final battle of the remaining soldiers of Great Yan was just a desperate resistance. The veteran soldiers, who have fought for 40 years knowing they would die, are indeed admirable, but it's like a mantis trying to stop a car. But Captain Hai and Qiao Mu's lies brought false hope to this city and this small army. And just as they boldly left the city, they found that the approaching enemy army was different from before. This was a group of tall bean soldiers, standing at a height of 2 meters, wearing armor, but with round and tall bodies, reaching a full height of 2 meters. With every step they took, they left deep footprints in the sand, unlike the light and floating posture of the paper man soldiers before. There were only 50 bean soldiers, led by a 3-meter-tall bean general, making a total of 51 people. Compared to the previous 300 paper man soldiers, the number was much smaller, but the feeling of oppression was still strong. Captain Hai's eyes narrowed, and his sharp intuition instantly sensed the spine-chilling danger. Even before the battle began, he had a faint understanding in his heart that the enemy today was different from those in the past. This city may not be able to hold on today, Captain Hai thought at this moment. He didn't feel sad or fearful, only a little comforted. Fortunately, I had previously made a pact with Qiao Shuangsun to deceive the young and old in the city with lies. This month's time has quenched their thirst, and it is enough. An old soldier who had crossed the desert, news of the approaching great immortal slaying army was enough to dispel the city's past ailments and make the entire city, which had been languishing for the past month, thriving like never before in 40 years. The news was fake, but it truly brought hope to this isolated city. This was already enough. This remaining army could stand alone in the desert and sustain itself for 40 years without reinforcements, which was already a miracle worthy of being recorded in history.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. 40 years had already been half of their lives, and now their journey was coming to an end. Captain Hai no longer felt scared, he only felt relieved. Attack, he shouted angrily as he held a long spear in his hand. The setting sun cast a hot wind across the desert, bringing a sweltering heat. 300 seasoned soldiers unsheathed their swords and blades, reflecting the cold light of the sun. Under their helmets, their grey beards trembled in the wind. Leading his troops, Captain Hai bravely thrust his spear at a towering bean soldier who stood 2 meters tall. The sharp tip of the spear pierced through the gap in the bean soldier's armor, deeply embedding itself in its waist. No blood flowed from the bean soldier's wound, indicating that it was not a real soldier but rather a lifeless Taoist soldier. If this were a real person, the wound would have been severe, and if it were a paperman soldier, it would have been destroyed. However, the towering bean soldier seemed unaffected, only pausing momentarily and trembling slightly. Captain Hai suddenly felt something and his face changed a little. In the next moment, he dropped the long spear in his hand and dodged to the side to avoid the giant knife swung by the bean soldier. With a loud bang, the sandy ground under his feet trembled and shook, and a narrow trench of about 2 to 3 meters appeared when the sand exploded. This bean soldier is heavier than paperman soldier, stronger, and more resilient. Captain Hai stepped back a few steps, and a sword appeared in his hand, pulled out from his waist. He could only hear the sound of wind behind his ears. When he turned around, he saw that the formation of 300 old soldiers was easily torn apart by this incredibly powerful bean soldier. The towering bean soldier swung its huge weapon, sending both the soldiers and their weapons flying 7 to 8 meters away. Touch it and you die, get close and you get hurt. They had plenty of combat experience against paperman soldier, but they had none against this first-rank bean soldier with extraordinary strength. Are there only lifeless Taoist soldiers instead of bean soldiers? Even though it's a bit of a disadvantage to be the last enemy, we have no choice. Captain Hai raised his sword and looked around, only to see endless yellow sand. There was no trace of any bean soldier. The paperman soldier was hard to defeat, and although there were occasional instances of using magic beans to create soldiers, he hadn't seen a living inhuman like that in many years. Captain Hai, holding a knife, charged into the enemy's formation and climbed onto the shoulder of a tall bean soldier. With one hand grabbing the bean soldier's neck and the other hand gripping the knife, he swung it fiercely, cutting open the bean soldier's neck with a sharp gleam. The tall bean soldier's body trembled slightly, while Captain Hai heard a sharp whistling sound behind his ear. His instinct made him break out in a cold sweat on his back. Without enough time to turn around, he felt a tremendous force coming from behind. Even the powerful gust of wind brushing past his shoulder lifted his entire body and sent him flying. Looking up, he saw a towering bean general, standing at 3 meters tall, holding a huge hammer in his hand. He stared expressionlessly at Captain Hai, with the broken body of a tall bean soldier lying beneath his feet. Their eyes locked. Even though Captain Hai knew the other person wasn't real, his whole body bristled again, sensing a powerful threat. Just a gust of wind brushing past me was enough to knock me down. I can't match this strength. Unfortunately, even in this final battle when the city was about to fall, I still didn't get to see the inhuman hiding behind the scenes. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, knowing that he was nearing the end. Memories surged in his mind uncontrollably. Hai Siyuan is not a general, just a 6th-ranked captain, barely surviving till now. Among the former 100,000 troops, there were many officials higher than him, with stronger martial arts skills, and older elders. But almost all of them have died and those who are still alive are too old and weak to go to the battlefield, only leaving him, the former 6th-ranked captain, to shoulder the burden. The former generals in the army may have deeper feelings or a greater understanding of righteousness, with deeper ideals and stronger determination. But he doesn't, he is just a mere 6th-ranked captain, a young successor who took over the torch from his predecessors. And he should have died a long time ago. The former generals in the army used to say that being inhuman to a besieged city without overpowering it is like playing with a mouse. The old general said that inhuman sees us humans as insignificant and we are just ordinary people, but we also have the spirit of humans. Those who came before us sacrificed themselves for the country, and as later generations, we must not let them be ashamed. If the city is breached today, we will only have death left. Captain Hai glared and bellowed. This was his final call as a commander. He and a group of seasoned soldiers raised their swords with high spirits, ready for their final battle in their lives. And at this moment, a stream of blood-red light, like a shooting star in the sky, with a sharp sound that caught the attention of even the experienced soldiers on the battlefield. It turned out to be a long spear wrapped in a bloody aura, its tip pierced through several tall bean soldiers' bodies effortlessly, and then remained planted in a sand dune in the distance. The spear trembled slightly. "Young man, don't rush to meet death." An even older man than these lonely old soldiers walked forward, with a profound gaze. "Let me go first." When he appeared, these tall bean soldiers seemed to sense something. Their small green eyes turned towards this Qiao Mu, as if they were all attracted by him alone. From a deserted hillside several miles away, the monk Dao Shun gazed out over this place. "Elder Lao." Captain Hai visibly startled, briefly surprised. The atmosphere was tense, and he was prepared to die, almost thrown off balance by Qiao Mu's remark of young man. Qiao Mu teased, "Child, your age is only about half of mine. In such a big matter, naturally I, as an old man, should step aside first. Children, the reinforcements are coming, don't rush to your deaths." Since he had arrived, he naturally took position at the forefront of the battlefield. He had said it earlier, he wouldn't let others rush to their deaths in front of him. Standing in the wind, his robe rustled, emitting a powerful surge like a crashing wave. This surge initially presented a pale color, but quickly took on an indelible shade of blood red. Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method. Under the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method, his internal strength surged several times, and his visible whole body energy suddenly exploded, like waves of blood-colored tides rushing out. He took a heavy step, leaving deep footprints on the sandy ground, his body already gone like the wind. The figure shrouded in blood light, like a shooting star attacking the moon, advanced without any hesitation. Arriving late to the battlefield, he quickly surpassed the soldiers in front of him in an instant, leaving them only able to see his back. Did he just call out Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method? Is this the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method I know? Did the Zhu Province's Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method outside also turn out like this? Captain Hai's gaze became focused, his thoughts in turmoil. He did know about the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method, which could be considered the most well-known self-destructive secret method, even recorded in the city's arsenal. But it seems different from what Qiao Mu is using now? Of course, whether the secret method Qiao Mu is using is called Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method is not very important. The important thing is that this person just entered the battlefield and used the most fierce secret technique. His whole body was almost boiling with energy. This is a way of fighting by burning one's life. A martial artist from Zhu Province came from afar, at this moment running faster than these old soldiers from the city, charging to the front of the battlefield. Reinforcements are coming. Captain Hai forced a smile. It's one thing to deceive the people in the city, but is Jiao Shuangsan deceiving himself too? He took a few breaths and rallied the old soldiers behind him to go forward and fight. As the last surviving soldiers of the 100,000 troops, who had defended this city for 40 years, how could they fall behind on the battlefield compared to this outsider Qiao Mu? Seeing that Captain Hai and the others were planning to approach the battlefield, Qiao Mu became even more anxious. Don't rush, let me rush first. Bloodthirsty skill. His eyes suddenly became filled with bloodshot veins, and in a blink of an eye, his vision seemed to improve. Time slowed down, and all the surrounding bean soldiers came into his sight. The blood igniting technique. The blood in his body suddenly flowed faster, like a rushing tide. At that moment, he could almost hear the sound of his blood flowing inside his body. His skin turned a faint red color, his heart beat faster, and his internal strength infused with blood became visible from within and spread outward. Qiao Mu pulled out the long spear that was stuck in the sand dune, and a bright burst of energy shot out. With each thrust of the spear, the thick red aura surrounding him burst forth. If normally Qiao Mu relied on the pure Yangwuji skill, which had been cultivated for 100 years, his cultivation was of the highest quality. However, under the influence of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method, he suddenly unleashed hundreds of years' worth of power that an ordinary martial artist could not reach in a short period of time. The spear pierced through the body of a tall bean soldier, and the immense internal strength, like a raging tide, erupted inside the soldier's body. In an instant, the 2-meter-tall bean soldier's body split apart from within and fell to the ground. Faced with the incredibly strong and tall bean soldier, Qiao Mu didn't dodge, but instead unleashed his maximum power at the fastest speed, colliding head-on. The internal strength that ordinary people accumulate through great hardships must be carefully used on the battlefield, as once an internal strength martial artist loses their internal strength, they become like a tiger without its claws. But Qiao Mu is different. He is like a newly wealthy gambler entering a casino, completely disregarding the consequences and unleashing his powerful internal strength without hesitation, fully and unreservedly. The power cultivated over hundreds of years is not something a normal person can withstand. When Qiao Mu fully unleashes the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method, his life has already entered a countdown. Since that's the case, he fights against time, and his life will burst forth like the most splendid blood-colored fireworks. He collides head-on without caring about his injuries, unleashing his power at the fastest speed and reaping the lives of these bean soldiers. Each time the spear's internal strength erupts, his face becomes even paler. Moreover, ever since he appeared, these dozens of bean soldiers have almost exclusively targeted him, leaving the 300 old troops aside. This certainly gave Captain Hai and the others precious breathing time, but Qiao Mu himself was also trapped. Even with the explosion of the heavenly demon disintegration method, which was equivalent to 400 or 500 years of power in a short period of time, it couldn't withstand his wastefulness, and it was rapidly consumed. By the side of the city wall, storyteller Clairvoyance also heard the news and came. He climbed onto the city wall and leaned on the railing to look at the fierce battle before the city gate. Like Qiao Mu, he was a visitor from Zhu province outside. So, Qiao Mu and Captain Hai's lies naturally couldn't fool him. Although the spreading of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra by Elder Lao in this city is amazing, the immortal slaying army doesn't exist at all. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at the figure of the old man fighting bravely on the front line, feeling a sense of sorrow. Without reinforcements, it is doomed to a dead end. So, why was he fighting to the death? A third eye opened silently on his forehead, and he unconsciously turned his head slightly to look towards a certain direction in the deep desert. With the naked eye, that direction was just a vast expanse of yellow sand, with no noticeable difference from the other directions. But he saw something different. The Tide Listening Building is a supreme power in the martial arts world. Despite the destruction of Shaolin and Wudang, it still exists, naturally possessing extraordinary qualities. Among them are people like Clairvoyance, who have unique abilities. Fighting to the death is indeed admirable, but how much meaning does sacrificing oneself truly hold? Clairvoyance's expression was complex. It won't last long. This is a well-known truth among people. So when Qiao Mu unleashed the powerful heavenly demon disintegration method, Captain Hai and the others knew that he was fighting with his own life. The more bravely he fought, the more he displayed a power that surpassed their understanding of hundreds of years, which greatly shook Captain Hai and the others. Because such an unrestrained burst of power would inevitably push the limits of the human body, it was a brutal fighting style that guaranteed death on the battlefield. Even Captain Hai and the veteran soldiers who were used to risking their lives in battle couldn't help but be amazed. They were accustomed to life and death, and accustomed to sacrificing for their comrades. However, individuals like him were always radiant and rare. Even if they died, their images would be deeply imprinted in their memories. That figure seemed to unleash a storm of blood within the bean soldier formation, each spear strike releasing a dense and indelible blood-red light, piercing through the large bean soldier's body and causing it to shatter from the inside out. The bean soldiers were unaffected by pain or tears, though they had a physical form. They were not flesh and blood beings, but rather inhuman Taoist soldiers manipulated by others. So, that dense, indelible blood-red light was, in fact, the blood of the elderly Qiao family member. A fight to the death? A fight to the death? It's unclear what he did, but the tall bean soldier was mesmerized by him. They surrounded him from all sides and even managed to temporarily hide Qiao Mu from Captain Hai and the others' view. He won't last long. How much internal strength does he have left? Captain Hai couldn't help but shiver in his heart. He led his soldiers bravely in battle, but they struggled to break through the thick wall of bean soldiers. These bean soldiers may easily crumble under Qiao Mu's long spear, but even with his immense strength, Qiao Mu had to use the heavenly demon disintegration method to fight desperately in order to achieve such unstoppable momentum. It may seem effortless, but it's actually a fight for his life. For Captain Hai and the others whose internal strength couldn't match Qiao Mu's, these tall bean soldiers were tough monsters. Even fatal wounds like piercing through the chest or abdomen would only momentarily stiffen the bean soldiers' bodies. Only Qiao Mu, unleashing a massive force from within and disregarding the loss of internal strength, could achieve such a level. Is he still alive? Captain Hai and the others couldn't help but think of this. Unknowingly, Qiao Mu, a veteran from Zhu province, had become the sharpest spear on the battlefield. Captain Hai thought to himself that with his 300 veteran soldiers, he might meet his end in this desert today. Even if he fought to the death against these 50 small soldiers, there would likely be few survivors. And Qiao Mu is a variable. He showed Captain Hai and the veterans a glimpse of turning the tide of battle, so if he is alive, their morale is still intact. If even Qiao Mu, the strongest and most powerful, with hundreds of years of strength, dies at the hands of these small soldiers, then this battle will be a battle to destroy the city. And at this moment, fight to the death in all directions. Spear shadows, one after another, accompanied by sharp flashes of blood, pierced through the human wall formed by the tall small soldiers. In the tightly woven net, there was a dazzling flash of blood. The crimson internal strength surged like waves, roaring out repeatedly with each swing of Qiao Mu's spear. This is a military technique recorded in Li Cheng's Military Martial Arts Classic, a book about the military and martial arts. Qiao Mu had already perfected the Great Yan military spear skill to the point where it had no flaws and could not be improved further, but he felt limited. The military spear skill was not a profound spear technique, but rather one practiced by common soldiers in Great Yan. However, in Li Cheng's compilation of martial arts that focused on spiritual refining, called the Military Martial Arts Classic, there were battlefield techniques that were closely related to the military spear skill and knife techniques. With Qiao Mu's perfected battlefield military spear skill as a foundation, it wasn't difficult to learn. The styles were similar, both being battlefield spear techniques that focused on facing multiple opponents and had straightforward bursts of internal strength, but the techniques were more efficient. This should be a martial technique that surpasses full force, like the long life fist ripple stacking wave strength, but I am still not proficient. Qiao Mu thought to himself. Many layers of spear shadows covered the bean soldiers in an instant, engulfing everything around them. The emotionless and tall bean soldiers suddenly had holes appearing all over their bodies, then their bodies shattered and fell to the ground. Kill, 30. Qiao Mu leaned on his spear, starting to catch his breath. Qiao Mu's grey hair, soaked in sweat, stuck to his forehead, mixing with blood, making him look disheveled. The intense red aura that enveloped Qiao Mu's body gradually faded, becoming less visible to the naked eye. Just like a short-lived burst, this was a natural law that couldn't be changed even with desperate efforts. The more ferocious the outburst, the closer it represented Qiao Mu's proximity to death. Behind the unstoppable breakthrough of the bean soldiers, Qiao Mu's internal strength was rapidly declining throughout his body. However, there was no room to catch a breath on the battlefield. After he had just defeated a group of bean soldiers, new bean soldiers approached. This time, it was a tall bean general who was 3 meters tall, taller than the rest of the bean soldiers. The bean general had a funny appearance, with a tall and upright figure, a round and full belly, and small green bean-sized eyes. He also carried a giant hammer that was as tall as a person on his shoulder. A loud sound came from the air as the giant hammer swung around and swept towards Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu suddenly turned around, sensing something, but it was already too late to avoid it. There wasn't much space to dodge on the battlefield, especially when he was intentionally targeted by the bean soldiers. They were surrounding him from all directions. Although Shadow Step was already perfected, it was still a skill of a thief, specializing in jumping across roofs and sneaking around. Why should I hide? Qiao Mu's blood was rushing through his body. He was used to a life of fighting to the death, experiencing the thrilling battles that most people had never experienced from birth to death. It had become his daily routine. His whole body hurt, but it made him more focused. The more dangerous it was, the calmer he became. Can't hide, can't escape. His internal strength has weakened. If he tries to resist, he will surely die. So, he looked up and saw the tall bean general holding a heavy hammer. I deserve to die too. At that moment, Captain Hai, who was leading his soldiers against the bean soldiers, seemed to sense something and looked up. The bean general, holding the heavy hammer, stood on top of the sand dune, casting a shadow over the old man trapped in the midst of the battle. The huge hammer created a strong gust of wind, blowing Qiao Mu's white hair, mixed with blood, off his scalp. The wind blew fiercely. The old man's eyes were sharp like a knife's edge, as he tightly gripped the long spear in his hand. The red aura once again shimmered on the tip of the spear, like a fleeting shooting star. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, his figure flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing onto the sandy ground. The tall bean general was half kneeling on the sandy ground, with a deformed and twisted long spear pierced through his chest, impaling him. But that was all. However, the bean general maintained a blank expression on his face, and no fresh blood flowed from the wound. After a brief stiffness, the bean general slowly stood up again, only this time with slightly more rigid and slower movements. Nov. L. B /JNN. On the sandy ground. Qiao Mu lay on the ground, his body like shattered porcelain, blood pouring out from his entire body, staining the yellow sand red. The right arm of spear was broken, and his waist and abdomen bones were clearly deformed. He fell into a pool of blood, looking calmly at the sky. Captain Hai and the other old soldiers were shocked, but they didn't turn back. If even someone as skilled as Qiao Mu fought to the death, then it meant that there was no hope in this battle. Is it because human strength sometimes runs out? No matter how brave the martial artist was, in the end, they were powerless to change the course of fate. Just like the old generals in the army, they met a tragic end, with their bodies dead, their spirits extinguished, and the sand stained with their blood. They didn't look back. The battlefield is not a place for mourning the dead. If they distracted themselves by mourning the deceased, then the next one to die on the battlefield would be the old soldiers themselves. The dead are already gone. The living will step over the bodies of the dead and continue fighting until their own demise. A dark figure flashed by, and Liu Yanbei, covered in blood, rushed forward. Liu Yanbei is not an experienced soldier, he is a wanderer, so he rushed over. He glanced at Qiao Mu's injuries and felt heavy-hearted. He helped the badly injured Qiao Mu up from the sandy ground. With his eyes open, Qiao Mu looked at the battlefield. He saw the bean general with a long spear pierced through his chest, as well as the soldiers who were still fighting. He was very calm, so calm that even the experienced martial artists at the inn were a bit surprised. This was not a pretense. Death had no power over Qiao Mu. It could even be considered as a painful reward. Qiao Mu calmly surveyed his surroundings. He keenly noticed that, despite not defeating the bean general with his final attack, the soldiers had a subtle change in morale, even though they didn't turn back. The battlefield was not just Qiao Mu's battlefield. But he stood at the forefront, like the sharpest edge of a blade on the battlefield, so his every move naturally affected the morale of our soldiers. Liu Yanbei didn't know what Qiao Mu was thinking and just asked in a low voice, "Did you leave a final message?" The old man in this pool of blood, as if seeing a glimpse of light, weakly reached out his remaining left hand and grabbed Liu Yanbei's wrist, his eyes fixed on this old man. Fresh blood gushed out from all his wounds as he fell into the pool of blood, his eyes wide open and his mouth struggling to speak. "Tell them. The reinforcements are real, the immortal slaying army does exist. The remnants of the Great Yan army are not fighting alone, hold on for a while longer, the reinforcements will arrive soon." This feeble and aged voice echoed throughout the battlefield, carried far by the hot desert wind. This final message, seemingly exhausting the old man's last strength, may be weak, but it carried far. The voice swept across the battlefield, over the vast number of soldiers' tombstones beneath the lonely city, and over the broken city walls. Storyteller clairvoyants felt a tremor in their heart, and the old soldiers on the battlefield subconsciously glanced sideways. Captain Hai turned back for the first time, his expression complicated and his heart filled with mixed feelings. He tightened the war sword in his hand, causing his knuckles to turn white. He had been feeling fortunate that he had made a quick decision and lied with the help of the outsider martial artist, Qiao Mu, which led to a month of prosperity and contentment for the lonely city. But now, he only felt lost in his heart. The setting sun was red like blood. Under the sunlight, Qiao Mu was lying half on the ground, his body casting a long shadow on the barren sandy field. However, at that moment, the shadow slightly twisted. A cat paw emerged from it, followed by the whole body of a cat appearing from the shadow. It was a small, scruffy multicolored cat. After jumping out of the shadow, it didn't run or make noise. It gently stepped on the sandy ground, silently approaching Qiao Mu. It lifted its nose and sniffed carefully, stopping in front of Qiao Mu. It rubbed against him and got blood stains all over its body. It licked its fur in a somewhat disgusted manner, sat on the sandy ground, and softly whimpered. Its tiny body leaned against Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu was already on his deathbed, about to die. However, at the moment of his imminent death, he faintly felt a warm and fuzzy little thing entering his embrace. He slowly opened his eyes and smiled unconsciously. This magical cat, impermanent demon cat, followed him from Hiang City to Zhong Province, and then came to this lonely city in the desert. During that time, Qiao Mu died several times, intentionally or unintentionally leaving the cat aside. It was the first time he had a cat by his side at the end of his life. Was it a similar feeling when Qian Sheriff Qian's biological father was dying in the prison of Hiang City? The small furry thing in his arms pressed tightly against his chest, as if transferring a last bit of warmth. However, Qiao Mu's heartbeat gradually slowed down and eventually stopped. His pupils dilated, losing their spark of life. Storyteller clairvoyance arrived at this moment, casting a surprised glance at the sudden appearance of the little cat. The third eye on his forehead gently opened, carefully observing the mottled fur of this cat. As a gifted storyteller with the ability of tide listening building, clairvoyant's eyes could see through illusions and track the distant traces of the inhuman Dao Shen. However, he didn't notice when and where this cat appeared from. But that was not important anymore, because Qiao Mu has already died. Storyteller clairvoyance looked up and gazed at the battlefield in front. With Qiao Mu's death, the incredibly strong inhuman bean soldiers' attack inadvertently eased a bit. On a small hill in the distant wasteland, Dao Shen gazed into the battlefield beyond the solitary city, and felt a slight relief in his heart. Finally dead, the mortal Dao Zhen brother whom senior brother respected, indeed has some tricks up his sleeve. With Qiao Mu's death, his objective has already been accomplished. As for how to proceed next, Dao Shen, however, was caught in hesitation. 50 bean soldiers had already suffered more than half casualties under Qiao Mu's fierce attack, even the leading bean general was injured. These bean soldiers were different from the previous paper man soldiers. The paper man soldiers relied solely on Dao Shen's magic power, which could be continuously replenished. However, these bean soldiers were created using a more advanced method called beans turning into soldiers. Their strength depended not only on Dao Shen's magic power but also on the quality of the spirit bean itself. As long as there were enough spirit stones, Dao Shen could even create bean soldiers or bean generals stronger than himself. Dao Shen hesitated. Should we continue the battle or return to rest? Or maybe wait and replenish the bean soldiers before fighting again? If they fought again, they could indeed harvest more souls, but the bean soldiers would suffer more damage, and it pained him a bit. For him, the life or death of the mortal city was merely a question of how many spirit stones would be consumed and whether it would be worth it. On the battlefield, the remaining bean soldiers' offensive clearly stagnated. Captain Hai and his companions finally had a valuable moment to catch their breath. But as he looked back at the lifeless body of Qiao Mu, surrounded by a pool of blood, he couldn't help but remember his final dying words. His heart was filled with confusion and bewilderment. To die for a lie? Is it worth it? Whispered storyteller clairvoyance. When they first ascended the city walls, he had asked why Qiao Mu fought to the death. Sacrifice was admirable, but it also had to have meaning, didn't it? This city was destined to perish. There had been no reinforcements for 40 years, neither before nor after. The immortal slaying army was nothing but a lie. And yet, after going through so much trouble, facing the inhuman bean soldiers in a deadly battle, all he got in the end was a bloody and futile outcome? Even now, he still didn't have a definite answer. He only felt a sense of invisible blockage in his heart. Captain Hai stood on the sand dune, leaning on his sword, trying to catch his breath. He too was filled with confusion. He wanted to ask the elderly man who had already passed away, why a lie about the immortal slaying army had led them to this point. It is said that people have different views on death. Some consider it heavier than Mount Tai, while others consider it lighter than a feather. This outsider martial artist fought to the death for the people of this city. Even in his final moments, he still had concerns about the so-called lie of the immortal slaying army. Those last words, left in Captain Hai's heart, had a truly enormous weight, like a mountain. How did it come to this? Even though you are on the verge of death, you still mention immortal slaying army as if it were real, still urge me and the soldiers to hold on for just a little longer, saying that reinforcements will arrive soon. How could such last words not weigh heavily on Captain Hai's heart? However, at this moment, he suddenly had a realization. Gripping tightly onto his sword, a small smile appeared on his face. Is it really important whether there is an immortal slaying army? He suddenly smiled. Nov. L.B//JNN. Did the late Lord Qiao Shuangsun truly mean to talk about the immortal slaying army with his last words? The words he wanted to say were clearly meant to boost morale, to encourage this exhausted and worn-out army to keep fighting. The actual content of the last words is not important, because Captain Hai sensed an emotion, a feeling that Qiao Shuangsun wanted to convey through his final words. It was the same feeling that Captain Hai had once experienced from an old veteran in the army, 40 years ago when he was still young. The building was about to collapse, the enemy was strong and we were weak, yet they bravely chose to sacrifice themselves, knowing that they would lose. They did the impossible. Qiao Shuangsun and Liu Yanbei were both visitors from Zhu province. From outside, there is a lone city and a lone army in the desert, fighting against inhuman forces. And in Zhu province, there was Qiao Shuangsun. This remaining army of Great Yan has been fighting alone in the desert for 40 years, but they are not alone. Because there are still other heroes in Zhu province working tirelessly, just like this lonely city, resisting the inhuman. It is enough here. Liu Yanbei, who fought side by side with the old soldiers in the city for a year. Hai Wei, who created the humane technique Sumi Mountain King Sutra. Qiao Shuangsun, who shed blood in the yellow sand for a lie. This is a spiritual flame that spans a desert and 40 years. Isolated and helpless for 40 years, today we finally know that the backbone of Zhu province is still there. Captain Hai laughed heartily. This lonely city was meant to be conquered. This lonely army was meant to be extinguished. But even if we die today, we can have no regrets. He raised his battle sword. The 300 old soldiers behind him also gasped for breath. These silent old soldiers didn't slacken or weaken because of the attack of the bean soldiers. Instead they launched a charge towards the remaining bean soldiers at this moment. Just like Qiao Mu charging through the bloodshed before. Once upon a time, Captain Hai took the torch from the old general in the army. And now, he saw the torch in the hands of martial artist Qiao Shuangsun from Zhu province. So, that's enough. Storyteller Clairvoyance silently watched Captain Hai and the others charge forward, knowing vaguely the reason for their fierce fight. The enemy is strong and we are weak. We know that giving our all won't make a difference, and we know it's a one-way journey to death. We know it's impossible, but we still do it. This is an epic of mortal beings, he sighed. At the same time, on one side of the city wall, in a deserted area beneath the sand dunes, an old man opened his eyes. His eyes became more spirited, filled with the wisdom of age and the energy of youth. A single glance revealed his extraordinary nature. However, at this moment, he looked older in appearance, with not only wrinkles on his face but also age spots. His hair was completely white and flowed down to his waist like a waterfall. This time's death assessment, A. Passing on the torch, backbone of Zhu province. Lifespan consumed by death, 32, 16*2 years. Remaining resurrect attempts this week, 4 out of 5. Current age, 141 years old. Vitality, 34%. Skills. Long life punch, intermediate level, complete training section, ripple stacking wave technique, 4th level, fourfold wave, martial saint spiritual technique, intermediate level, pure Yangwuji skill, 5th level, Sumi Mountain King Sutra, 6th level, military martial arts classic, intermediate level, broken virtual finger, master, shadow transforming sword technique, complete, iron groin technique, complete, golden bell shield, iron cloth shirt technique, great achievement, shadow step, complete, heavenly demon dissolving method, complete. Red Moon Burning Blood Technique, partial achievement. Bloodthirsty Technique, partial achievement. Shape-changing Technique, partial achievement. Eye Sword Technique, master. More than 30 years of long and arduous years seemed like a dream. In Qiao Mu's memory, even after his death, he still trained martial arts diligently, without any laziness, always striving to improve. The previous S-level death assessment allowed Qiao Mu to skip 30 years of time, but this time, with an A-level evaluation and double the rewards, Qiao Mu skipped even further than before. Just a few days ago, he learned Li Chang's military martial arts classic, and today, he has already mastered it to some extent. It can be said that he is making rapid progress. It seems that due to becoming a spirit-refining martial artist, the experiences of training hard for over 30 years are even clearer than before. And the Sumi Mountain King Sutra has also successfully reached the 6th level. Qiao Mu practiced the Sumi Mountain King Sutra, which improved his energy and blood. Breaking through the 6th level meant that his 141-year-old body became much stronger than when he was 109 years old. Although there were more wrinkles and age spots on his face, Qiao Mu tried to move his muscles and didn't feel any stiffness. Wu Kijin's flesh-changing skill had now transformed into the shape-changing skill. As Qiao Mu focused his mind, his bones made cracking sounds and his entire body, including his height and facial features, started to undergo subtle changes. In an instant, it felt like he could even control the transformation of his own flesh and blood. After the spiritual refining, it seems that the martial artist truly gained some extraordinary powers. Instead of spending more time studying his martial arts progress from 30 years of self-imposed seclusion, he swiftly moved like a wisp of smoke and went straight into the battlefield. Below the crumbling city walls, Qiao Mu's body lay in a pool of blood, still and lifeless, staining the yellow sand with fresh blood. The little kitten nestled quietly in his arms, until his heart stopped beating, leaving only warmth in his lifeless body. Storyteller Clairvoyance occasionally glanced at the sudden appearance of the cat from the corner of his eye, with a flicker in his forehead. As one of the pillars of the Tide Listening Building fantastic faction, Clairvoyance had heard countless stories, so he pondered on the origin of this strange cat. While he was carefully watching, he saw the cat suddenly tremble and then swiftly crawl out from Qiao Mu's lifeless body. When someone dies, do they prepare to leave? Clairvoyance frowned and pondered. Appearing by the side of the deceased and leaving after death, I have heard of such creatures vague before. It is said that there used to be a kind of demon that fed on death energy, called the underworld messenger. As he was contemplating, he noticed the demonic cat's pupils dilating slightly. The small body started to tremble on the sandy ground, eventually lying down weakly. Even its tongue hung out to the side, displaying a powerless and limp appearance. What's happening now? Would a demon that feeds on death energy show such behavior? Or am I thinking too much? Clairvoyance silently nodded. Seeing it with my own eyes is better than hearing about it 100 times. So, creatures that temporarily weaken after consuming death energy, then. Just as he was about to finish that thought, all three of his eyes twitched slightly as he suddenly looked in one direction. A light breeze swept by, lifting the dust from the ground. In front of him appeared an elderly man with long white hair reaching his waist. The cat lay still on the ground, sticking out its tongue, and looked weakly at the standing Qiao Mu, then glanced at the lying down Qiao Mu. Ordinary people rely on vision to recognize characters, while cats and dogs rely more on smell. But for the impermanent demon cat, it recognizes characters with invisible death energy using its eyes. It doesn't understand now, because it's just a little kitty. But as the strong death energy entered its body, its little belly started to swell. Even though it didn't understand, it felt so good. The cat stopped thinking and continued to lie still on the ground. You are. Storyteller Clairvoyance was uncertain. The old man appeared suddenly, with his white hair scattered on his shoulders, almost reaching his waist in length. He looked very old, with a face that vaguely resembled the Qiao Shuangsan lying on the ground. Of course, Qiao Shuangsan's body was right there, dead for everyone to see. No one would connect the old man in front of them with the clearly dead Qiao Shuangsan. So Liu Yanbei was stunned, only guessing that this old man might be related to Qiao Shuangsan based on his appearance. Storyteller Clairvoyance had a passing guess in her mind. The people in this lonely city had no idea about the famous hidden Qiao family outside, and Liu Yanbei, who had been in the lonely city for a year, didn't know either. But he did know. Is this another centenarian of the Qiao family? He guessed. The hidden Qiao family followed an ancient blood revenge principle, with family members not supporting each other in their daily lives. They seemed like ordinary people with no family ties. But once a descendant of the Qiao family died wrongly, the next elder of the Qiao family would come one after another and seek revenge for the deceased Qiao family member. However, Clairvoyance didn't expect this. In other places it might be fine, but this lonely city in the desert is covered by the mysterious illusions of the immortal gate. Can all the elders of the Qiao family come in? Thinking of this, he felt a little hope in his heart. I am Qiao Ruosan, Ruo, 4th tone, Qiao Shuangsan is my son. Qiao Mu turned to look at Clairvoyance n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Although our bloodline is connected to the Qiao's family, I am still a step too late. In my old age, I still have to collect the body of my own son. Qiao Mu sighed softly, looking into the distance. The lonely city is shrouded in a grand illusion, so we cannot see the scenery of the Zhu province, including the existence of the Angxi Pass. But Qiao Mu can still sense it. After stepping into spiritual refining, the intuition is no longer intermittent, but constantly guided by the martial saint's spiritual technique, sensing the presence of Madame Bai in Angxi Pass. Li Chang's spiritual technique can sense the existence of Madame Bai from a distance, even through the large formation of the Immortal Gate. But because of the existence of the mysterious formation, they cannot meet in person. The people in the city say that Li Chang'e died 20 years ago, which happens to be the year Angxi Pass was established and when Madame Bai guarded the pass. It doesn't seem like a coincidence. Let's talk about Li Chang'e's situation another time. Since both spiritual technique and martial saint spiritual technique can ignore illusions, their intuition can be relied upon. So if Qiao's family all practice martial saint spiritual technique, they can sense each other's presence, or maybe they have some even more advanced means to enter the formation, which makes sense, right? Elder Lao. Liu Yanbei stuttered, unsure of what to say. He understood the feelings of someone bidding farewell to another with a heavy heart. Even though the black-haired person is older than him, it must feel uncomfortable for an elder to personally bid farewell to a younger person. Qiao Ruosan appeared calm and composed on the surface, but it seems like he is deeply concealing his sadness inside. In his eyes, Qiao Ruosan stood facing away from him, with his hands trembling slightly behind his back, as if he was desperately trying to control his inner emotions. And Qiao Mu's heart was really filled with mixed emotions. Wow, after 32 years of hard training, I've become stronger again. I really want to show off. I can hardly control my unicorn arm. But first, I have to hold back and ask a few questions. Just before stepping onto the battlefield, he couldn't help but glance at Clairvoyance and said lightly, "Are you the storyteller of Tide Listening Building? Your eyes seem different from ordinary people." There are only Taoist soldiers in front of me, no inhuman creatures on the battlefield. Tell me, besides the enemies in front of you, what else do you see? Qiao Mu keenly noticed that both the cat and clairvoyance had obvious movements when he arrived, indicating they sensed his presence. The former was not surprising, as for impermanent demon cat, Qiao Mu was like a human-shaped catnip to her. Clairvoyance's response was actually faster than Liu Yanbei, who was a spirit-refining martial artist with sharp intuition. This was very unusual. By using magic to control being soldiers that are considered inhuman, even though they are not physically present on this battlefield, it can be inferred that they shouldn't be too far away, right? On the sandy battlefield, Captain Hai led a group of 300 old soldiers, charging forward and engaging in fierce combat with the remaining dozen or so bean soldiers. Captain Hai regarded this battle as the final one in his life, so he fought with all his strength and embraced the determination to die. Dao Shun looked out at this battlefield from a small hill in the distance, but his mood was not very pleasant. He was in pain. Cultivation emphasizes the use of wealth, with wealth taking the priority. Whether it's pills, spells, or the spirit beans used to make bean soldiers, they all need to be purchased with spirit stones. Only in the 100-mile desert, where people are fearless of death, can such a large number emerge. Once you leave this desert, it's difficult to find forces of similar strength and high-quality souls outside of the Ju province. Dao Shun sighed. The desert says no grass grows, which is an exaggeration, but it is true that there is a lack of water and food, making it a place where no living beings can survive. Martial artists cannot train their muscles and internal strength properly without proper food. It is especially difficult to develop a strong internal strength. Moreover, the tougher the environment, the better it is for developing one's willpower and character. Therefore, the martial arts skills of this lone army don't match their achievements in spiritual refining. Unfortunately, I have lost too many soldiers, and it's difficult to harvest all 300 old soldiers. Continuing to fight would be a losing proposition. Ah, if only I were like senior sister Daosu, with influential elders like Elder King Ai to protect me and plenty of wealth. It's also thanks to that martial saint in the mortal world. If he hadn't killed a mid-level foundation building disciple from Xiantian sect, once I reached the mid-level, I could have become a deacon in the mortal world's Taoist temple. Dao Shun's face suddenly changed color while he was speaking to himself. He quickly shook the storage pouch around his waist, and 2 spirit beans fell onto the sandy ground, instantly transforming into 2 towering bean generals over 3 meters tall, guarding in front of him. But the bean general on the left has just appeared and straightened its body suddenly. A large hand, much bigger than a normal person's, grabbed the bean general's head tightly. With a surge of internal strength, the 3-meter-tall bean general shattered into pieces. Qiao Mu stood there and glanced at his right hand. At this moment, his right hand seemed to swell up in a big circle, with the skin turning red, hot, and hard. A bright white aura emitted from his palm. The flesh-changing skill, or rather, the shape-changing skill in Qiao Mu's hand, was a mysterious technique of Wu Kijhen's. After achieving spiritual refining, one could manipulate the human body's flesh and blood through powerful spirits and make certain changes according to one's desires. And just now, he was manipulating his blood and qi, similar to how he controlled the internal strength within the meridians, trying to adjust his right hand to a more suitable state for exerting strength. Where did this mortal come from? A rebuking voice sounded in his ear. Dao Shun shook his storage bag around his waist, and many magic beans were scattered on the sandy ground. Then, more than 10 bean soldiers, each 2 meters tall, rushed out. Meanwhile, Qiao Mu stood frozen in place, as if he couldn't move, staring at Dao Shun, who was being guarded by these bean soldiers led by a bean general. Seeing that Qiao Mu seemed scared, Dao Shun furrowed his brow and calmly said, "You've damaged one of my bean soldiers, you've caused trouble. Leave now, and I may forgive your offense. Otherwise, you will face eternal doom." Before he could finish speaking, the surprised expression on the elderly mortal's face disappeared, replaced by a sigh. "So, this is all there is? Just a few people," he sighed. At that moment, Dao Shun saw the elderly mortal gently tap his foot on the ground, and his figure transformed into a swift shadow, rushing towards Daosu. The speed of the mortal elderly man's figure wasn't astonishingly fast. However, he skillfully dodged the knives and spears about to strike from the bean soldier's hands, moving like a dancer twirling on the tip of a knife, advancing step by step through the forest of weapons. Spiritual refining is a complete version of sensing your opponent's moves ahead of time. Just like breathing, it has become a natural instinct of the body. Even Qiao Mu occasionally had some carefree thoughts in his mind, but he followed his intuition and instincts, casually dodging and moving around in the midst of the attack. He didn't have any weapons in his hands, just fists clenched tight. A stack of waves. His entire body was filled with strong and heavy white internal strength, surging and bursting out with the force of his punch. Double wave. Triple wave. The internal strength surged with waves upon waves, gradually resembling the roaring and raging of the sea. A powerful gust of wind blew away the dust and sand, and with a heavy punch, it struck the body of the bean general 3 meters in front of him. A loud booming sound resonated. Fourfold dash. Qiao Mu suddenly froze, unclenched his fists, and stood still. As the intense internal strength surged like a raging tide, it slightly stagnated. In front of him, the only remaining bean general had been shattered and collapsed, while the rest of the bean soldiers had fallen behind him, leaving only Dao Shun in front. So that's it. The old man suddenly realized with a faint surprise. Controlling the bean soldiers that can crush 300 old soldiers in the city has already reached your limit. That's the extent of my skills. He pointed forward with his finger. A burst of invisible force shot out from his fingertip like a sharp arrow, piercing through Dao Shun's forehead in an instant. Crazed Dao Shun's face slightly changed, as he just took out a talisman, but his body shook and the power of the fragmented virtual finger pierced through his forehead, shattering it. He slumped to the ground. Qiao Mu turned his head to look behind him. The remaining bean soldiers had stopped moving. He then lowered his head to look at Dao Shun's body, lost in thought. If inhuman bodies were as formidable as martial artists, then what's the point of training in martial arts? He thought for a moment, took a few steps forward, and lifted Dao Shun's body. On the sandy battlefield in front of the deserted city, Captain Hai was leading 300 old soldiers, fighting bravely and covered in blood. Their inner strength was not as strong as Qiao Mu's. Even though they were determined to die, they could not recklessly squander their inner strength like Qiao Mu. Therefore, they were having a difficult time in this battle. Even with high spirits, it was hard to make up for the gap between them and the powerful bean soldier and bean general. In the midst of the fierce fight, the remaining bean soldiers suddenly froze in place, motionless. Captain Hai didn't understand, but took this opportunity to swing his sword into the chest of the bean soldier, using all his strength to cut the bean soldier's body in half, and then panting heavily while leaning on his sword. The other soldiers did the same, taking down the remaining bean soldiers and standing together, keeping a close eye on their surroundings. The Inhumans' methods were always unpredictable, and they knew it could be another trick, so they remained vigilant and didn't let their guard down. But when they looked around, they saw an old man walking slowly towards them, getting closer and closer. "Who are you?" Captain Hai asked cautiously, his hand on the hilt of his sword. There haven't been many outsiders in this desert for years, and they had just been fighting the Inhumans' bean soldiers, so they didn't dare to approach a stranger. The old man had many wrinkles and looked very old. He had long, silver-white hair that reached his waist and swayed in the wind. This person's face was somewhat similar to Qiao Shuangsen's. But what amazed them even more than this person's appearance was the object he held in his hand. It was a young Daoist dressed in the robe of the great Dao sect, whom he held in his hand as if he were holding a dead dog. Immortal slaying army, Qiao Ruosen. The old man squinted his eyes and threw the body of Dao Shun, which he held in his hand, onto the sandy ground. "You all have fought hard and died for the people of this city," he said respectfully, clasping his fists. "I am the reinforcements." The battlefield of sand in front of the desolate city. Qiao Mu appeared again, carrying Dao Shun's body, but now he had a different identity. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Qiao Ruosen? After Qiao Shuangsen, the second Qiao's family to enter the desert, the second member of the so-called immortal slaying army. The presence of such a character naturally brought a shock that just a Qiao Shuangsen alone could not reach to Captain Hai and others. Is there really reinforcement? Captain Hai's hand holding the sword trembled slightly as he looked at the old man in front of him, his gaze unintentionally falling on the body of Dao Shun, dressed in the great Dao sect robe, at his feet. Immortal slaying army? Using martial arts to defeat immortals? This is the magnificent blueprint that Qiao Shuangsen depicted when he entered the lonely city, in front of the military and civilians of the entire city. It was as beautiful as an unrealistic dream. Just like the little girl who sold matches and was about to die from hunger and cold, she lit the matches and saw the fantasies from deep inside her heart. Captain Hai knew that it was just an illusion, a lie he deliberately made up. It was supposed to be like this. But at this moment, he hesitated. He looked at the lifeless body of Qiao Mu, and his mind was filled with turmoil. Don't say kill someone who is inhuman. How many years has it been since he last saw a real inhuman on the battlefield? The number of old soldiers trapped in the isolated city decreases every year, to the point where they can't even see the true face of an inhuman anymore. Occasionally, when an inhuman attacks the city, they only encounter Taoist soldiers like paper Manbian soldiers, who sacrifice their lives for generations but can't even exchange one life for another. And now, when he thought the isolated city was about to perish, he saw the day when the beautiful dream came true. The person in front of them was Qiao Ruosen, not the previous Qiao Shuangsen. Their different identities naturally meant that there was an important message behind it. The so-called immortal slaying army really has the possibility of using martial arts to defeat immortals. Has the Outer Ju province finally mastered the way to enter this vast desert after the existence of the Great Formation for 40 years? This 100-mile desert is not without outsiders, there are just very few of them. Just like the Wuling people accidentally entering the Peach Blossom Paradise, occasionally there are people who can enter this vast desert. Other than that, there are only a few martial artists like Qiao Mu who are intentionally or unintentionally deceived by the people from the Immortal Gate to come in. But today, they see a third type of person. With unknown means that they have yet to understand, the Immortal Slaying Army actively enters the desert from the outside. Does the Immortal Slaying Army really exist? Captain Hai's heart echoed with Qiao Shuangsen's last words, his emotions rising and falling. At this time, he was not quite sure about the truth of the matter. The Sumi Mountain King Sutra is real, and there has indeed been remarkable progress in martial arts in the outside Ju province under the pressure of immortals. It is true that Qiao Shuangsen has already died in battle, and Qiao Ruosen, who was the second to enter the desert and appeared with Dao Shun's body, is also real. As for their mention of the immortal slaying army, after the initial joy of surviving the calamity and the shock of realizing the existence of the immortal slaying army, when they came back to their senses and looked at Qiao Ruosen before them, Captain Hai felt a heavy burden in his heart again. Elder Lao, Qiao Shuangsen. He died in battle, I already know. It was his personal choice, unrelated to any of you, Qiao Mu said with a deep gaze. The Qiao family motto, guiding the heart and leading the way. He chose this path for himself, so even if he dies, he can't blame others. But a tree cannot grow into a forest alone. Even though Qiao Shuangsen is dead, there will still be successors. Beyond the Great Formation, there are still remaining members of the immortal slaying army, and I am the second vanguard. Does it have nothing to do with us? Captain Hai remained silent. He turned around and looked at the twisted and bloody body of Qiao Shuangsen on the battlefield, then glanced at the ruined town behind him. You and your father are outsiders, right? It's correct that the matters within this city have nothing to do with you, thought Captain Hai. With your strength, perhaps you can also be self-sufficient like the Earth Sword Immortal. Earth Sword Immortal is the pinnacle of a martial artist who has been in the martial world for 40 years. Heroes who violate the law with their martial arts often clash with the imperial court. Officials see martial artists as lawless troublemakers, while martial artists see officials as loyal followers of the court. Although many martial artists joined the military 40 years ago, more martial artists focused on their own matters. Clearly, Earth Sword Immortal is also one of the representative figures in the martial world 40 years ago. 3 people arrived in the lonely city. There were 2 bodies and 1 live person. The bodies were Dao Shan, a disciple of the great Dao sect, and Qiao Shuangsen who was there before. The live person was Qiao Ruosen, the father of Qiao Shuangsen. But a short 15 minutes of time, Qiao Ruosen arrived and the news of Qiao Ruosen slaying the Inhuman spread throughout this isolated city. The second immortal slaying army has arrived. The Inhuman of the great Dao sect is dead, and the immortal slaying army has truly slain someone from the immortal gate. Is he also practicing the Sumi Mountain King Sutra? Is martial arts really effective? Is this the progress happening outside in Ju province? The soldiers and civilians within the isolated city immediately became excited. If Qiao Shuangsen had entered the city before and spread the Sumi Mountain King Sutra, it would have been like painting a beautiful picture for the people in the city. And now, when Qiao Ruosen returns after slaying the Inhuman, it truly shows these people in the city that the possibility depicted in this picture can come true. But why is there only one person coming in? Some people wondered about this. Soon, an old soldier retorted. What era is this? Are we still fighting traditional battles? Since Qiao Shuangsen and his son have surpassed us old soldiers and have the ability to form an army on their own, why can't one person be a whole army? He personally witnessed Qiao Shuangsen fighting to the death on the battlefield and saw his impressive strength, so he naturally held him in high regard. The old soldiers were already old, and their vitality was declining due to their age. This isolated city desperately needed a hero to turn the tide. Even if it was false, these old soldiers would try their best, just like Captain Hai's previous lies, to make the soldiers and civilians in the city believe this lie. Moreover, Qiao Mu truly did kill the Inhuman Dao Shan. Inside the dilapidated Taoist temple, Earth Sword Immortal looked calm and unaffected by the noisy crowd in the city, continuing to carve the statue in his hands. Liu Yanbei, with his wound bandaged, sat beside him and chattered on about the adventures of Qiao Shuangsen and Qiao Ruosen, full of emotions. Second brother, are you done talking? You're bothering me, Earth Sword Immortal said impatiently. Just killing a disciple from the great Dao sect, what's there to be so happy about? The higher you stand, the farther you can see. Earth Sword Immortal once stood at the pinnacle of the martial arts world, hailed as the Sword Immortal in exile by martial artists everywhere. He stood taller than any other martial artist, naturally allowing him to see farther as well. Remember, the 9 immortal gates are involved. After killing a disciple from the great Dao sect, have you considered how the 9 immortal gates will handle this? Earth Sword Immortal said calmly. This place is already under the control of the 9 immortal gates. It won't be easy to hide today's events from them. Killed a young one, attracted an old one, this is a common occurrence. After all, 9 immortal gates are really powerful. How many people are in the immortal slaying army you mentioned? Enough to be killed by inhumans. Night falls, the bright moon hangs high. The lone city's old soldier returned victorious. Qiao Mu also killed an inhuman, bringing rare joy to this city that had suffered for 40 years. This night, the half-city is restless and unable to sleep. The bodies of Qiao Shuangsen and Dao Shan were taken out of the city again and Captain Hai, along with the old soldiers, prepared to bury them on a small hill next to the city walls, amidst the countless soldier gravestones. Qiao Shuangsen is being buried, while Dao Shan's body is naturally used to mourn the deceased. Among the gravestones of these 100,000 soldiers, there is now a tomb belonging to Qiao Shuangsen.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. It has been 40 years. Captain Hai, facing the night breeze, raised a cup of wine and poured it onto the gravestone. The wine flowed down the stone monument, seeping into the soil silently, accompanied only by the rustling sound of the wind. The lonely city had been besieged for 40 years. Where could they find surplus food to make wine? These turbid wines were nothing but the remaining stock from the city's wine cellar 40 years ago. Drinking one bottle meant one less bottle, and they had long become a scarce luxury in the lonely city. Yet at this moment, Captain Hai poured the scarce wine in front of the grave. Without any other intentions, it was simply a mix of various emotions, using the wine to pay tribute to the deceased. Qiao Shuang's and Elder Lao, leading the immortal slaying army, fought side by side with us, and died on the battlefield. He deserves this cup. General Li was fond of alcohol, but he didn't live to see the day when this lonely city would have a turning point. Today, I hope he can have a great drunkenness. Captain Hai's eyes were tearless, but the desert wind made his elderly eyes appear red. His words were nothing more than the fragmented mutterings of an old person. They all grew old. Qiao Mu is not here. Although he didn't shy away from his own body, it felt strange to join others in mourning himself, so he didn't come. So at this moment, there were only 300 old soldiers on the hill. Tonight, my comrades can have a great feast. Captain Hai took off his helmet and poured a cup of wine towards the mountain full of gravestones, solemnly said. As the night wind blew, the 300 old soldiers in front of the gravestones all took off their helmets, and their hoary white hair swayed in the night breeze. Inside the tombstones were 100,000 soldiers, and outside the tombstones were 300 old soldiers. The night wind howled, and you could faintly hear the bustling noise from the city. People of all ages in the city were obviously celebrating in their own way, and the sounds were quite lively. Captain Hai stood quietly in front of the monument and listened to the noise coming from the city, feeling a rare sense of tranquility in his heart. Laugh not at those who lie drunken on the battlefield, for few return from the ancient wars. He raised his glass and drank it all in one sip. Suddenly, he felt a slight movement in his heart and turned his head to look. Beside him, a white-haired man in a blue robe had quietly appeared, though he wasn't sure when. Although this person's hair was already gray, there were no wrinkles on his face. His long hair was disheveled, giving him a slightly unkempt look, but it couldn't hide his heroic spirit. Earthsword Immortal? What brings you here? Captain Hai frowned. He had never liked Earthsword Immortal. As the top martial artist in the world 40 years ago, and with the reputation of Earthsword Immortal, he was actually highly regarded by the people, hoping that he, as the strongest warrior, would lead the fight against the inhuman. Earthsword Immortal Liu Yanan had been in this city for 30 years, but he had never drawn his sword. Liu Yanbei is different from his big brother wooden sword walker Liu Yanbei. After entering the city for a year, he fought alongside the old soldiers for a year. Although Captain Hai doesn't like Earthsword Immortal, he also doesn't want to provoke this former martial arts powerhouse. After Li Chang'e was refused by Earthsword Immortal to take on a big responsibility before her death, the remaining soldiers in the city no longer held any expectations for him. There was no interaction between the two sides, and they rarely saw each other. Unexpectedly, Earthsword Immortal appeared before him from that Taoist temple on this night. I smelled the aroma of wine. I haven't had a drink in years, so I came to ask for a bowl of wine. Earthsword Immortal casually said. There's not much wine left in the city's wine cellar, it's all meant for the dead. Do you want to compete with the dead for it? Captain Hai said calmly. If the living want to drink, that's fine, but you'll have to exchange it for military achievements. Captain Hai also had a little bit of wine, and he seemed a bit drunk. Normally, even if he doesn't like Earthsword Immortal as a person, he wouldn't talk like this. After all, Earthsword Immortal was once the leader of the martial arts world. Captain Hai wouldn't provoke him if there was nothing wrong. Military merits? Do you consider killing inhumans as military merits? Earthsword Immortal said calmly. Killing one inhuman will bring endless troubles. If we kill one small one today, another old one will come tomorrow. How long can we hold on? Both father and son of the Qiao family are over 100 years old, rare longevity in the world. But how many such people can Ju province have? Martial artists who live past 100 years are rare, but as for inhumans who live past 100 years, guess how many exist in the 9 immortal gates? Earthsword Immortal's gaze was deep. As a former strongest martial artist, it is natural that he had dealings with the immortal gate. That's why he became the most worthless person in the world. Have you said enough? Captain Hai frowned. The night wind was chilly, and the atmosphere was slightly tense. You never unsheathed your sword before. But today, when Elder Lao killed the inhuman, you appeared. Captain Hai frowned and said. What's this? Are you showing off your wide knowledge? Showing off your high vision and foresight? Only now you know about the bigger picture. I'm just here to ask for a bowl of wine. Earthsword Immortal's face remained calm. He simply said. If you're willing to listen, you can consider this as a reminder. Killing one inhuman will surely bring thunderous revenge later, and this city will only be destroyed faster. A reminder. Captain Hai sneered. Gravestones covered the mountains, shrouded in the darkness of the night. He pointed at the forest of tombstones and his voice trembled slightly. Everyone is drunk, but you alone are awake. You are the only one who is rational? You are the only one who knows the enemy is strong and we are weak? You are the only one who knows that our city cannot be defended. Zhong province was once a fertile land. How did this 100-mile desert come about? How did the 100,000 soldiers die in the past? We understand it better than you, Captain. Some old soldiers stepped forward, wanting to stop Captain Hai from acting unruly while drunk. Angering Earthsword Immortal is very dangerous. They are not willing to take such risks at this critical moment. Meanwhile, Captain Hai became even more excited. Since 40 years ago, when Zhong province turned from a fertile land into the 100-mile desert and this city was besieged, everyone has known that this city cannot be defended. If we don't do our utmost to kill that inhuman, how many more days can we survive? You knew it was impossible, yet you still did it. That's why so few of you are left alive, Earth Sword Immortal said indifferently. Can sacrifice be meaningful? Or just self-indulgence? He didn't talk to Captain Hai anymore and walked away carrying a wine jug. Great Dao Sect, a sect or organization. Dao Zhen stepped into a small attic, and soon a deacon dressed in Taoist robe approached. How did junior brother Dao Zhen come here? I came to check Dao Shun's soul jade slip. He went out to explore a secret realm of the sect but hasn't returned yet. Oh, which secret realm did he go to explore? 100-Mile Desert. The 100-Mile Desert? Can anything happen there? Junior brother Dao Zhen is worrying too much. The deacon glanced at the shelves displaying soul jade slips of disciples in the foundation building stage, suddenly freezing in expression as he noticed a broken soul jade slip. Is he really dead? Can someone die in such a place? The deacon was greatly puzzled and lost in thought. Can someone really die like this? The deacon was very confused. What a useless person. Nov, L, B // JNN. It seems that Dao Shun is not as good as he appears. He didn't know much about Dao Shun, a disciple in the foundation building stage, except that he heard he practiced the popular method of refining Taoist soldiers in the sect. It would be quite a remarkable tale for an immortal cultivator to be defeated by a mortal. Taoist Qingyang, who was once in the mid-stage of foundation building in Xiantian sect, died at the hands of a martial saint in the mortal world and has become a laughingstock within the 9 immortal gates. But the person who killed him was at the highest level among ordinary martial artists, a martial saint. And what about Dao Shun? He didn't die in an ordinary city outside, but in a secret realm controlled by the sect, in the 100-Mile Desert. Dao Zhen quietly observed the deacon's expression and saw that he was surprised but not concerned, understanding it in his heart as well. The difference between immortals and mortals is like night and day, so if there happens to be a Dao Shun who was killed by ordinary people, it would only make other cultivators think that Dao Shun is truly weak. But that's not the kind of reaction Dao Zhen wanted. Brother, why don't you go and check the soul restriction array? Is there perhaps the soul of a person named Qiao Shuangsan? Dao Zhen said. What do you mean by that? Is this matter related to an ordinary person? To be honest, before losing contact, Dao Shun contacted me through a message jade slip and told me that he killed a strange ordinary person. So, what you're saying is, Dao Shun didn't die from the attack of an ordinary martial artist, but from the hands of an ordinary martial artist. Deacon's expression changed slightly. That's right. Dao Zhen has always been curious about Qiao's family. After several failed attempts to capture his soul, now that he knows Qiao Shuangsan is dead, he is eager to find an answer. Introspection cliff on the hill behind. Dao Su, a female cultivator, sat silently in front of the mountain wall, with occasional flashes of anger on her face, feeling somewhat upset. 10 years of introspection. 10 years is not considered long for us immortal cultivators. But why am I the only one in introspection? Doesn't Dao Zhen have to do it too? While deep in thought, a flash of rainbow light appeared behind him and a middle-aged cultivator named Dao Ni, dressed in a Daoist robe with a smooth face, landed on the cliff. Senior sister Dao Su, the middle-aged man Dao Ni respectfully bowed his head. Senior brother Dao Zhen suddenly returned to the sect and even went to find Dao Shun, asking him to go on a trip to the 100-Mile Desert. At Introspection Cliff, Dao Su was forbidden to go out, but visitors from outside were allowed to visit. Dao Su couldn't leave Introspection Cliff, but Dao Ni visited her daily, sharing information about Dao Zhen. Naturally, this included the interactions between Dao Zhen and Dao Shun. Died in the 100-Mile Desert? What a failure. It seems that Dao Zhen's judgment is nothing special. Dao Su's gaze suddenly fell on Dao Ni. If Dao Zhen can do it, so can I. And if Dao Zhen can't do it, I can. Dao Ni, aren't you also talented in Taoist soldier techniques and formations? Dao Zhen gave him 100 spirit stones, so I'm giving you 1000 spirit stones. Will you dare to go and conquer the 100-Mile Desert? Dao Ni's eyes shimmered. Dao Ni came from a humble background as an ordinary martial artist. Although he had only reached the 6th rank in training his body, he was a person who had experienced the ups and downs of the world. Later, he switched to cultivating the path of immortality, successfully achieving foundation building. He was more cautious and tactful in his actions compared to other arrogant disciples of the Immortal Gate. Taking advantage of Dao Su's 10-year seclusion, Dao Ni took the initiative to regularly report Dao Zhen's matters to her, thereby gaining a foothold in this high position. Therefore, he didn't want to get involved in this mess. Since it's what senior martial sister wants, going there is just a small matter, Dao Ni decisively said. But there is something suspicious about Dao Shun's death. Dao Shun was particularly skilled in refining Taoist soldiers, but not proficient in other methods. So when facing an army of mortal soldiers, he would command his Taoist soldiers to fight while staying far away. So, how could he be killed by mortal soldiers? Are you afraid? Dao Su dismissed it, but she knew this person was always cautious, so she said. Dao Zhen has good judgment. Since he acts this way against mortal soldiers, it means those mortals must have something extraordinary. In that case, I'll give you an additional 1000 spirit stones. You can use the message jade slip to stay in constant contact. If anything changes, the sex deacon will rescue us immediately. Dao Ni felt relieved. Using formations and the methods of Taoist soldiers both require a considerable amount of spirit stones in the realm of immortality. The more spirit stones he had in his hands, the more confident he became. Dao Shun only had basic knowledge of the method of transforming beans into soldiers, and he could only command 50 bean soldiers. However, it was enough to defeat 300 old soldiers in the solitary city in the desert. Now, his mastery of the method of transforming beans into soldiers has deepened, and he possesses 2,000 spirit stones. It is estimated that he can summon more than 10 times the number of bean soldiers. With Dao Su's support, this trip is expected to earn hundreds or even thousands of spirit stones, which will be used against ordinary people. In that case, I will willingly sacrifice my life, said Dao Ni solemnly. But Christopher found it a bit funny to think about. The fate of the people in the solitary city is just a competition of will between Dao Su and Dao Zhen, and their survival or demise is just a single thought away. Fortunately, I am also a cultivator of the immortal path. Dao Ni brushed off such thoughts. Solitary city in the desert. Morning. Qiao Ruosen inherited Qiao Shuangsen's aspirations and continued to teach the martial arts of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra in the military camp of the Immortal Slaying Army. This time, not only the women and children in the city were in attendance, but also Captain Hai and Liu Yanbei. However, after Qiao Mu finished speaking and the crowd dispersed, Liu Yanbei found Captain Hai. Captain Hai, I heard about what happened last night, Liu Yanbei said with an embarrassed smile. My younger brother is straightforward, he didn't mean it that way. You also know that my two brothers have poor backgrounds. Our father is a supposedly upright minister of the current dynasty, and our mother is a renowned martial arts heroine. That's why my brother lacks trust towards both the court and the martial arts world. Lao Lu, stop bringing up our background all the time, Captain Hai shook his head. Why is your brother the only one with a cold and indifferent nature, even though you both have the same background? The oppressive atmosphere in Ju province is not a happy place, both inside and outside the desert. There were many people with tragic backgrounds among the 100,000 soldiers in the past. Is it because of his tragic background that he behaves like this? Don't bother washing up or trying to mediate. As long as our group doesn't cause trouble, there isn't much time left anyway. Master Lu, I know your true character. You are who you are, and he is who he is. We, the remaining soldiers, also respect you. You don't need to go to such extremes for that person. Captain Hai turned and bid farewell. Only Liu Yanbei remained in the same spot, smiling bitterly. He hadn't seen his own younger brother for a whole 30 years. Even he wasn't too clear about Liu Yanan in the past. Although he wasn't a hero who saved the world, he was the peerless swordsman who dominated the world and was known as the sharpest sword in the mortal realm. 30 years seemed like a dream, and their reunion now turned into a disappointing encounter.